Chapter 1. After an eternity of ennui atop the Grand Hall, Feng Xuan finally rose, as if awakened from a long slumber. It seems the Divine Emperor has been preoccupied. A monkey has already been tamed by the three burials master. In the primordial realm, beyond the 33 heavens, within the boundless chaos. In this lifeless expanse, devoid of borders or supports, there stood an immensely noble hall, radiating a profound purple essence. The hall emanated an infinite aura of Tao, proclaiming its supremacy amidst the chaos. At this moment, a magnificent palace door swung wide open, releasing countless beings of diverse forms. Upon closer inspection, their number totaled 3,000. At the forefront were 5 men and 1 woman, their auras particularly formidable, ranking among the elite of the 3,000 beings. "Brother, I have an unsettling premonition gnawing at my heart," voiced a middle-aged man in white robes, his eyes filled with confusion. "You too, second brother? I share the same sentiment, yet I cannot fathom what calamity might befall us," responded a young man in azure robes, his expression equally perplexed. The elderly man leading them stroked his beard leisurely and replied, "There is no need for concern, let events unfold naturally." The 3 companions then traversed through the vast chaotic winds, shielded by a 33-layered Xianhuang pagoda, returning to the primordial realm. Upon entering, they immediately noticed a dazzling, multicolored radiance emanating from the central Buzhou mountain, soaring into the heavens. Surely, a rare spiritual treasure was making its appearance, and they all sensed that this treasure was intertwined with their destinies. Without hesitation, the trio summoned clouds beneath their feet and hastened towards Buzhou Mountain. In a concealed gorge on the mountainside, at first glance, it appeared unremarkable, devoid of anything special. However, as they approached, the gorge trembled violently, collapsing as if erased by some cosmic force, revealing a peculiar miniature world. This small world retained the scene from the dawn of creation, saturated with primal spiritual energy, wild and untamed. A vibrant, primordial gourd vine stretched its tendrils, bearing 7 gourds of various hues, arranged in the pattern of the Big Dipper. The resplendent light emanated from these 7 gourds. The 3 stood at the periphery of this small world, instantly comprehending the significance of what they beheld. The primordial gourd vine, one of the 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots. It was bearing the seeds of 7 supreme, innate spiritual treasures. If refined, these would undoubtedly become precious, innate treasures. Yet, at this moment, the gourd had yet to fully mature, prompting the trio to wait patiently. After a considerable time, several figures rushed towards them in haste. Among them were the brothers Di Jun and Tai Yi, who traversed endless time and space with the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Accompanying them were the pair, Fushi and Yuhua, arriving on clouds. Then came the duo, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, riding on crimson clouds. Lastly, a colossal pung bird descended with astonishing speed. It was the Beihai Kunpeng. The atmosphere grew tense as the various parties exchanged glances. The allure of the treasure was palpable, especially since it was no ordinary prize. As time passed, the 7 gourds glowed brighter, nearing maturity. The excitement among those present was palpable. Such a rare treasure was indeed hard to come by. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from the heavens, prompting everyone to look up and witness a massive chaotic rock plummeting into the primordial realm, shattering the layers of clouds with the might to devastate mountains and earth. At that moment, Kunpeng smirked mischievously. "My dear friends, it appears that the chaotic rock is heading towards Kunlun Mountain. Do you intend to remain here any longer?" Upon hearing this, the trio calculated the situation, and their expressions changed drastically, just as Kunpeng had indicated. The rock was indeed on a collision course with Kunlun Mountain. "This is dire. Our home is at stake." Gazing at the Sundamature primordial gourds, though their hearts were heavy with reluctance and regret, the 3 swiftly summoned clouds and sped towards Kunlun Mountain. Treasures can be sought again, but a home lost is truly irretrievable. Kunpeng, witnessing their departure, felt a surge of delight. With 3 formidable competitors gone, he might just secure one of the primordial gourds for himself. Meanwhile, within the falling chaotic rock, an awareness began to awaken. Where am I? Wasn't I in my bedroom? Feng Xuan was perplexed. He had merely stayed up late reading a novel, and now he found himself airborne. Quickly, he peered through a unique perspective and was struck with horror at the unfolding scene. Wait a minute, I seem to be genuinely flying and am plummeting towards that mountain. Oh no, if this continues, I will surely be reduced to nothing. Heavenly Lord, Ancestor, 3 clear ones. Someone please save me. Feng Xian's heart sank. Waking from a nap to face death was unbearable, and he vowed never to stay up late again. As he felt the ground drawing closer, he instinctively closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable shattering of his body. Stop! Descend! 2 powerful exclamations resounded, and Feng Xian felt a gentle force cradle his body, gently lowering him down. Big brother, this wretched stone has cost us 3 primordial gourds. Let me strike it. The fiery young man brandished a celestial sword, intent on cleaving the chaotic rock in 2. The sharp sword energy soared, its chilling intent palpable even through a barrier. Feng Xian felt his predicament worsen. He had narrowly avoided being obliterated, only to face the prospect of being cleaved in half. Who could endure such a fate? He exerted every ounce of will to plead for mercy, but as a mere rock, he could voice nothing, merely awaiting his demise. Please no, I do not wish to die. In that critical moment, a voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have traversed to the primordial realm system, binding in progress. Binding successful. The infinite selection system is now activated. Life-threatening crisis detected. Please make the following choices. 1. Do not transform. How can a human be a stone spirit? Reward: immediate death by the azure-robed man's sword. 2. I choose 2. Feng Xian shouted internally, urgency coursing through him like never before. Ding! Host has selected option 2, transformation into existence. Reward: mid-grade, innate divine footstep. As the celestial sword descended, dark clouds gathered overhead, and white lightning flickered within the tempest. This is not good. It seems the chaotic rock is about to transform. We should retreat. The 3 immediately withdrew thousands of miles, watching the chaotic rock's transformation calamity unfold from a distance. As the calamity clouds thickened, a multitude of pristine white lightning bolts descended, a spectacle of power and grandeur. However, the chaotic rock, capable of existing even in chaos, was impervious to the chaotic winds that could harm even a great Luo golden immortal. The mere transformation lightning was but a tickle. Though the thunder was deafening, the damage was negligible. 81 bolts of lightning fell, ultimately dissipating into calm winds and gentle clouds, leaving behind a vast crater where the chaotic rock had once rested. The chaotic rock lay at the crater's bottom, its surface unscathed, bearing no marks of the strikes. Moments later, the rock trembled, emitting a dazzling white light, transforming before the astonished eyes of the 3 into a youthful man. Clad in white robes, he exuded an ethereal aura, his sword-like brows and starry eyes strikingly handsome. What a stunning visage! Yet, the trio paid no heed to his appearance, instead engaging in incredulous discourse. Second brother, am I mistaken? That chaotic rock has transformed into a mid-grade, innate divine footstep. You are not mistaken. It truly is a mid-grade, innate divine footstep. It is widely known that only a select few beings possess innate divine footsteps, each one a harbinger of great fortune, profound potential, and deep blessings. Even the 3,000 guests of Zixiao are not all endowed with innate divine footsteps. To think that this seemingly ordinary chaotic rock harbored such a treasure. It was utterly absurd, a scenario that defied belief. Ahem, I feel a connection with this rock. I wish to take him as my disciple. Laozi cleared his throat and stepped forward. Yuan Shi and Tongtian followed suit, eager to claim such talent for themselves. Big brother, allow me. I sense a greater affinity with this youth. Big brother, second brother, please let me have this. I feel a stronger bond with him. As they walked, the 3 debated. Seeing his younger brothers eager to take on a disciple, Laozi sighed. Very well, Let him choose for himself. The three soon stood before Feng Xuan, their expressions warm as they spoke. We three wish to take you as our disciple. To which master do you wish to pledge allegiance? Feng Xuan, dazed and confused, had just transformed and found himself in the crosshairs of someone who had intended to slay him, now offering to accept him as a disciple. What on earth was happening? Ding! Detection of the three clear ones wishing to take the host as a disciple. Please make a choice. 1. Become Laozi's disciple, the sole heir of the human sect, enjoying all favors. Reward: extraordinary comprehension. Point 2. Having received the master's teachings from Yuan Shi, you possess extraordinary potential, and Yuan Shi holds you in high regard. As a reward, your innate potential is enhanced. Laozi, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, is this not the three pure ones? Feng Xuan finally realized that he had traversed into the primordial world. Moreover, it appeared that the three pure ones had taken a liking to him, wishing to accept him as their disciple. How should he choose? System: only children make choices, adults want them all. I choose all three. As a modern, upstanding youth, who would still make a choice? After mentally deciding, Feng Xuan approached the three with utmost reverence and knelt down. Disciple feels a connection with all three masters and wishes to join their ranks. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three pure ones changed dramatically. What does it mean that they share a connection with him? This is utterly preposterous. Yuan Shi, who values propriety and order, prepared to leave in disdain, deeming such a disciple unnecessary. Yet at that moment, the heavens shifted and auspicious clouds filled the sky, accompanied by celestial music. An indescribable, unfathomable supreme will descended upon the primordial realm, leaving Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace astonished, nearly toppling from his meditation cushion. How could this be? Shouldn't the great Tao have already withdrawn? The great Tao comes swiftly and departs even more swiftly. Before Hong Jun could ponder further, it granted blessings and receded once more. Ding! The host has chosen all, defying fate, enhancing innate potential once, and the blessings of the great Tao have been conferred. This is the blessing of the great Tao. Even the typically composed Laozi lost his composure, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld this scene. This child's potential has unexpectedly transformed into a superior innate divine potential. It is simply inconceivable. Tongtian's gaze grew increasingly fervent, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. While innate divine potentials can be sought after in the world, none have received the blessings of the great Tao. Such potential, such fortune, there is no second of its kind in the entire primordial realm. Haha, since second brother will not compete with us, why not let elder brother yield to me? Tongtian excitedly spoke, as he envisioned a future where Feng Xuan's acceptance under him would enhance his own prestige. Ahem, I believe that sometimes propriety and order are not of utmost importance. Wouldn't you agree, third brother? Yuan Shi immediately turned, his gaze towards Feng Xuan, now more amiable, completely devoid of the earlier disdain. Tongtian was left dumbfounded. How could second brother change his demeanor so quickly? To this, Yuan Shi could only say, "Brother, you still need to practice your face-changing skills." Seeing his two brothers' reactions, Laozi was equally unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. He could yield on many matters, but the disciple must be as otherwise. He would feel an unbearable itch. At that moment, after receiving 3 system rewards, Feng Xuan felt invigorated, as if he had gained a profound understanding of the universe. His defying fate intelligence allowed him to grasp the laws of heaven and earth effortlessly, with virtually no bottlenecks in his cultivation. The superior innate divine potential granted him immense latent power, akin to that of a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. The blessings of the great Tao deepened his fortune, fostering connections with myriad paths, making it unlikely for anyone to dare harm him. A primordial version of an invincible life ticket, and it is permanent. The 3 rewards combined transformed Feng Xuan into an almost perfect being. At this moment, the 3 pure ones gazed at Feng Xuan with intense eagerness, as if wishing to whisk him away in a sack. Do you truly wish to be accepted by all 3 of us? Yes, I feel that all three masters are exceptional, and I am exceedingly fond of you. Bear in mind that our three paths differ in focus. I specialize in alchemy, second brother in artifact forging, and third brother in formations. If you join us, there will be much to learn, leaving you little free time. I am willing to learn. What a jest could such matters truly confound him. With his defying fate intelligence, the trifles of the three paths were insignificant. Seeing his unwavering resolve, Laozi ceased his objections and addressed his two brothers. Since this child is so sincere, why not accept him as our disciple and teach him together? Yuan Shi and Tongtian, upon witnessing the situation, also relented and agreed. Disciple pays respects to master, second master, and third master. Feng Xuan, filled with excitement, bowed once more. He understood clearly that, to thrive in this realm, one must possess a formidable backing. Now that he had become the joint first disciple of the three pure ones, he should also be the only one who could rival him in terms of lineage. Once the three pure ones attained sanctity, would he not stride through the primordial realm with unparalleled authority? Before this, he only needed to remain quietly in Kunlun Mountain, waiting for the end of the calamity of the Lich, and he would become the true master elder brother of the three teachings. The foremost among the saints, seeing his understanding, the three pure ones felt immense joy in their hearts and quickly helped him to his feet. Good disciple, you have just taken form. Allow me to present you with a token of our first meeting, said Laozi as he produced a gourd from his sleeve, exuding a faint aura of spiritual essence. The gourd was entirely a lustrous white jade, emanating the vibrations of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan was puzzled. Should not the master have presented him with a purple gold gourd? What was this white jade gourd? Laozi uncorked the gourd, and out flew 3 golden elixirs, surrounded by a fragrant mist, each adorned with intricate patterns. These are the 5 transformation golden elixirs I have refined, perfectly suited to your current realm, capable of solidifying your foundation and aiding your breakthrough. Thank you, Master. Feng Xuan joyfully accepted the golden elixirs. Curious about their flavor, would it be bitter, sweet, salty, or sulfurous? At that moment, Yuan Shi took out a long sword from his robe, its blade sharp beyond compare, radiating an overwhelming momentum. This is the God-slaying sword, a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure I have forged over millennia, presented to you for your protection. Thank you, second master. Feng Xuan received the sword and playfully twirled it, marveling at the fact that he now possessed a true celestial sword. Until now, he had never even played with an ordinary iron sword. Now he had a celestial sword. Woohoo! I'm taking off? At this moment, Tongtian gazed at the god-slaying sword with a thoughtful expression and secretly communicated with Yuan Shi. Second brother, is that sword? What is it? Was it not meant for me? Indeed, but it is no longer available. Oh well, as long as I understand your intentions, I do not lack for swords. Tongtian then took out a formation plate from his robe, upon which stood 4 sacred spirits, exuding a majestic and divine aura. This is the 4 spirit guardian formation I created, combining the protective powers of the 4 sacred beasts to guard the primordial world. Once summoned, it can withstand attacks from those at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Thank you, third master. Feng Xuan accepted the formation plate, his face alight with joy. In this vast universe, life is the greatest treasure. And as long as one lives, all is possible. With this formation plate, he could resist the majority of his enemies' attacks, ensuring his safety. Seeing him accept their gifts with gratitude, the 3 pure ones smiled warmly and then pointed their fingers. 3 beams of white light directly entered his mind. These are our respective cultivation methods, as well as the paths of alchemy, weapon forging, and formations. The first you may use for reference, as you possess the innate divinity. You will naturally come upon your own unique cultivation method and path. The latter 3, however, you must study diligently, for neglecting them will incur punishment. Laozi explained the essence of the 3 beams of white light to Feng Xuan. The disciple understood and vowed not to disappoint his masters. Feng Xuan nodded solemnly, his heart brimming with ambition. Soon, the 3 pure ones prepared to take him back to the dojo, casting a glance towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Lamenting quietly, there were 3 innate gourds that had a predestined connection with them. Yet after so long, they had surely been completely claimed. Such a pity. Wait, elder brother, second brother, Why do I feel as though the innate gourds are still present? Tongtian, unwilling to accept defeat, sensed and felt puzzled. Could it be that those individuals were kind enough to leave some behind? Laozi and Yuan Shi also sensed carefully, revealing expressions of astonishment. Indeed, they were still there. The three of them made a swift decision, conjuring clouds to carry Feng Xuan towards Buzhou Mountain, the waste of Buzhou Mountain. Outside a special small world, several individuals stared wide-eyed at the nearly ripe innate gourd. When they arrived, the gourd was already 90% mature. Now, after such a long time, it had become fully mature. Yet, it had only progressed from 90% to 99%. They could not hold on any longer. Was it merely being toyed with? No, I can't wait any longer. Kunping's patience had worn thin. Even if it had not fully matured, he felt compelled to seize it, lest the three pure ones returned and claimed it all. The others nearby did not stop him. They figured it was best to let Kunping test the waters first, as their strength would surely allow them to claim their own share. Kunping's hand shot forth to grasp the leading purple gold gourd. Just then, an innate great formation arose beside the gourd, blocking Kunping's attempt to claim it. Heavenly ordained treasures adhere to the laws of fate. Those without destiny cannot possess them. That I don't believe I cannot break through this mere formation. Kunping, seeing the situation, gathered his power in both hands and attacked the innate great formation. The formation hummed momentarily before it could no longer withstand the pressure and shattered. Following Hongjuan's first lecture, the strength of the first echelon of primordial beings had already surpassed the Deluo golden immortal level. Coincidentally, Kunping was among that first echelon. Overjoyed, he aimed for the leading purple gold gourd and slyly glanced at the remaining gourds. His face betraying a greedy expression. "You dare?" A crisp female voice rang out, laced with intense fury. The elegant youth beside her reacted instantly, summoning an ancient zither, his fingers plucking the strings to produce melodies intended to restrain Kunping. It was no trivial matter. Kunping had seized a purple-blue gourd while they were distracted. This gourd was especially tied to Nuwa. How could she not be enraged? "Nuwa, my friend, Fushi, we shall meet again." Even though Nuwa discovered the theft in time, and Fushi reacted swiftly, it was of no avail. The melody from Fushi's zither fell empty, shooting into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Kunping's natural wind-running laws were not to be trifled with. He was known for his speed in the primordial realm. With all his might, he soon escaped the confines of Buzhou Mountain. Once he reached the North Sea, he would be safe. That was his stronghold, and if he could not fight, he could at least hide. Feeling the two treasured gourds in his embrace, Kunping was overwhelmed with excitement. He was now one of those who possessed spiritual treasures. Each time he saw others with their treasures, he felt a twinge of envy. But now, he was about to acquire two treasures of exceptionally high quality. How delightful! As he turned to flee once more, a towering treasure suddenly appeared before him, growing larger by the moment that it's over. Bang! Kunping was directly knocked unconscious, crashing to the ground. This creature, clad in fur and armor, had the audacity to seize his elder brother's spiritual treasure. Truly, such audacity was beyond measure. Yuan Shi proclaimed disdainfully from above, preparing to end Kunping on the spot. "Wait, it is better to refrain from killing." Laozi intervened, extending his hand to summon the purple gold gourd, the mysterious treasure known as the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda, and the purple-blue gourd into his grasp. Taking advantage of this moment, Kunping awakened and vanished without a trace. Feng Xuan remained silent, now understanding the context of time. After Hongjuan's first lecture concluded, the innate gourds of Buzhou Mountain emerged. The treasure in his master's hands was indeed the purple gold gourd, one of his heavenly ordained spiritual treasures that could preserve the potency of elixirs and temper them for enhanced effects, which his master would later use to store the 9 transformation golden elixirs. Furthermore, it could absorb all things, also known as the soul-calling gourd. During the great calamity of Journey to the West, it would be used by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn to deal with Sun Wukong, as for the exquisite pagoda that his master had hurled at Kunping. It was indeed his accompanying spiritual treasure. The Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. It was formed from the merits of the opening of the heavens in a wisp of mysterious yellow energy from the beginning of creation. Once summoned, it could be invincible in the innate realm, making it a top-tier defensive treasure in the primordial world. As for the other purple-blue gourd, it was likely the demon summoning gourd, belonging to Nuwa. which contained a small flag for summoning demons that it could command all demonkind, making it a treasure of the demon race. Thanks to the four of you for intercepting Kunlun. Fushi expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Fushi and Nuwa arrived, quickly discerning the situation upon seeing the treasures in Taishang's hands. They both bowed respectfully and expressed their thanks. Since it is a treasure of my friend, I shall return it to you. Laozi understood their intentions and handed over the demon summoning gourd. Nuwa received it joyfully, expressing her gratitude once again. The six of them then journeyed back to Buzhou Mountain. Meanwhile, Dijun and Tai had seized the opportunity to claim the purple-white god-slaying gourd, the purple-yellow water and fire gourd, and the purple-black chaos gourd. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had also taken the red gourd. And the two departed on their cloud. Dijun, Tai, such audacity to take our belongings. As Tongtian witnessed the confiscation of his and his second brother's gourds, he erupted in fury, brandishing the medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, Kunwu's sword, and charged at the two assailants. In the realm of society, Tongtian was known for his ruthless demeanor and few words. His greeting was nothing short of an attack, with a resounding chime. His strike was intercepted by the chaos bell. Tongtian, do you dare to launch a sneak attack against us? Tai and Dijun bellowed in unison. What? Two thieves still have the audacity to speak so boldly here. Despite being knocked back by the chaos bell, Tongtian's momentum remained unyielding. He could not afford to lose face. Well done, third brother. These shameless scoundrels, clad in fur and armor, must hand over the gourds if they wish to spare their lives. Yuanshi stepped forward to stand alongside Tongtian, exerting pressure on the two adversaries. You must be dreaming. The innate gourds are now in our possession, and they are rightfully ours. Surrender them? Absolutely not. Dijun and Tai could hardly contain their laughter, confident that even if the three pure ones joined forces, they could easily retreat unscathed, emboldened by the presence of the chaos bell. Unperturbed by their obstinacy, Yuanshi and Tongtian engaged in battle with the two at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Fortunately, the mountainous stones were unyielding, impervious to mere great Luo golden immortals. Otherwise, the Pillar of Heaven would have surely been compromised after a fierce exchange of dozens of rounds, despite Yuanshi and Tongtian's superior realms. They were unable to breach the defenses of the Chaos Bell. As they observed their younger brothers struggling, Laozi promptly joined the fray. You possess the Chaos Bell, but I wield the heavenly, earthly, and mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. With Laozi's intervention, the tide of battle turned dramatically. Tai and Dijun had underestimated the strength of the three pure ones, while overestimating the power of the Chaos Bell, within mere rounds of Laozi's involvement. Blood began to trickle from the corners of their mouths, while the Chaos Bell rang out with a resounding chime. The three pure ones, however, remained unscathed. When separated, each was invulnerable. Together, they were unmatched in the world. Dijun and Tai stood no chance against them. Alas, brother, we cannot hold on any longer, Tai uttered with great difficulty, expending his entire magical power to fend off the onslaught of the three pure ones. Yet, his aura grew weaker, and his power was on the verge of depletion. The Chaos Bell, due to incomplete innate restrictions, could no longer withstand the might of the heavenly, earthly, and mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda. Then we must flee. Returning to the Sun Star will ensure our safety, Dijun urged, indicating the direction for their escape. At this moment, Feng Xuan was applauding the three masters when suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Detection indicates that Dijun and Tai are attempting to break through and escape from the host. Please make the following choices. 1. Overestimate your abilities and attempt to obstruct Dijun and Tai. As the foremost disciple of the three pure ones, how could you let the enemy escape? Reward. You will be casually killed by Dijun and Tai. 2. Request Nuwa to intervene and stall the two for a moment. Your Taoist blessings will endear all beings to you. Go for it. Young 1. Reward. A vial of 3 light divine water. 3 to do nothing and allow Dijun and Tai to escape. Reward. The system's disdain. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. That he had no intention of dying, nor did he wish to see them flee with the treasures. Feng Xuan turned to the seemingly indifferent Nuwa, adopting a pitiful expression. Sister Nuwa, could you please help stall Dijun and Tai for a moment? I beg you. Initially hesitant, Nuwa pondered the implications of becoming adversaries with Dijun and Tai, whose powers were formidable, and understood that harboring enmity was unwise. However, He called her sister. She had always been the one to address her elder brother. No one had ever referred to her as sister before. Fuxi, standing nearby, silently gestured for her to agree, since Laozi had previously returned the demon-subduing gourd. It was an opportune moment to repay that debt. However, if they manage to break through, I will personally intervene to stop them. With Nua's assurance, Feng Xuan felt reassured, knowing that with her participation, Dijuan and Tai would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 2. A vial of 3 light divine water has been issued. After making his choice, the system reward materialized, a full vial of 3 light divine water. At the very least, there were several hundred drops. This miraculous elixir, a fusion of golden sunlight essence, silver moonlight essence, and purple starlight essence, was hailed as the foremost healing remedy of the primordial era, capable of nullifying all poisons and curing ailments deemed incurable. It could even mend broken bones and revive the deceased, an essential item for any journey. With the 3 light divine water in hand, Feng Xuan's life gained an extra layer of security. By the way, younger brother, how did you come to be with the 3 pure ones? I did not see you at the Zixiao Palace before, Nuwa inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, her voice as melodious as a flowing spring. Enchanting to the ear, Sister Nuwa, I am a newly accepted disciple of the 3 masters, named Feng Xuan, and this is my first outing. Feng Xuan replied truthfully, hoping to cultivate a favorable image before the future foremost saint. And perhaps even secure her favor. In doing so, he would be much safer in the primordial world, with the backing of 4 saints, who would dare to kill him. Oh, I see, Nuwa mused, nodding thoughtfully. Just then, the severely injured brothers, Dijuan and Tai, seized the opportunity, channeling the chaos bell to momentarily immobilize the 3 pure ones, thereafter executing the Jinwu transformation technique to break free. The chaos bell possessed the might to suppress the Hongmeng world, alter heavenly time and space, and evolve the heavenly Tao mysteries, as well as refine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. However, in Tai's current state, its full potential could not be realized. It could only minutarily bind the 3 pure ones. Hold on, leave behind what does not belong to you. The innate gourds. Nuwa waved her delicate hand, conjuring a colossal barrier that sealed off the area, effectively blocking the 2. Fuxi also brandished the Fuxi Qin, preparing to obstruct their escape, a chilling aura gradually enveloping the space, preventing their departure. You two, Dijuan and Tai seethed with rage, utterly unprepared for such an unexpected turn of events. Yet, they were unwilling to relinquish the innate gourds. Having already suffered blows and forged enmity, to abandon the gourds would leave them empty-handed and their efforts in vain. Do you truly wish to become our enemies? They ground their teeth and inquired, their demeanor threatening. Feng Xuan found amusement in their predicament. They were clearly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Faced with imminent peril, they remained arrogantly defiant, resembling fools. An insignificant ant dares to mock us. It seeks its own death. Tai, noticing Feng Xuan's laughter, was instantly incensed. How dare this mere insect ridicule them? He unleashed a torrent of solar divine fire, its scorching heat enveloping the air, directed at Feng Xuan's life. Unfazed by the impending attack, Feng Xuan calmly produced the 4 spirits protective array, gifted by his 3 masters. The ethereal forms of the 4 holy beasts materialized around him, an inviolable sanctum. The searing solar divine fire collided with the array, dissipating without a trace. Feng Xuan tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, exuding an aura of invincibility. Oh, I shall have your life, Tai roared in fury, preparing to unleash a full-scale assault. You 2 ruffians shall not escape. At this moment, the 3 pure ones, having freed themselves from the chaos bell's grip, surrounded them in a pincer formation. Dijuan and Tai, suddenly regaining their composure, realized that without surrendering the innate gourds, they would be unable to leave unscathed. Very well, today we concede defeat. We shall return 100-fold in the future. They hurled the water and fire gourd and the chaos gourd in opposite directions, seizing the moment as Tongtian and Yuanshi collected their respective treasures. Swiftly escaping, upon acquiring their gourds, Yuanshi and Tongtian beamed with joy. Unconcerned with Dijuan and Tai's escape, they had no intention of killing them. The 2, masters of the supreme celestial bodies, the Sun Star, were far too valuable to eliminate. Such an act would be too costly and yield no benefit. Thank you, Nuwa and Fushi, for your assistance. I am deeply grateful, Yuanshi expressed, bowing respectfully to the two. Thank you, Sister Nuwa, Feng Xuan echoed, imitating a semblance of decorum. Nuwa accepted their thanks, and the group descended towards the gourd vine, where another gourd awaited collection, uncertain of who it would ultimately belong to. Gazing at the final purple-green gourd, Feng Xuan understood that none of them would possess it, for it was about to be claimed by Hongjun. Just as the group was preparing to discuss how to divvy up the last gourd, it unexpectedly soared into the air, circling once before landing in Feng Xuan's embrace. This astonished everyone present. The treasure possessed a spirit and had chosen its master. Haha, truly my excellent disciple, blessed with deep fortune. Yuanshi could not contain his laughter, for he held a great admiration for those rich in fortune. And Feng Xuan's display once again drew his admiration. At that moment, Feng Xuan found himself in a state of shock. He was certain that the gourd's flight had nothing to do with his fortune. It was a deliberate act by someone. Thus, there was no need for further discussion. I shall take a few leaves of the vine, leaving the rest for my two fellow Taoists, Laozi interjected, engaging in conversation with Enhua and Fushi. He reached out to gather several leaves of the primordial gourd vine for alchemical purposes. Denhua, meanwhile, grasped the bare gourd vine, a voice within her intuition whispering that it was of great importance. Soon, the group prepared to part ways and return to their respective domains. Wait, Sister Enhua, this soil may prove invaluable to you. Seeing Enhua leaving without a backward glance, Feng Xuan could not help but speak up. This is the soil of the 9 heavens. How can you disregard it? What of the creation of humanity? Enhua, initially destined to depart, halted and turned to gaze at the spot Feng Xuan indicated. There lay a patch of black soil unlike the surroundings, the original rooting place of the primordial gourd vine. Upon closer inspection, she sensed that this soil contained boundless life force and the principles of earth, which would greatly aid her cultivation of the Tao of creation. Without hesitation, she excavated 3 feet deep, taking all of the 9 heavens soil with her, leaving behind a deep pit, not wasting a single grain. Grateful for the divine object, Enhua looked at Feng Xuan with a radiant expression. Thank you so much, Brother Feng Xuan. You must come to visit us in the Fengqi Valley. I will look after you. With that, the siblings Enhua and Fushi departed, while the 3 pure ones prepared to take their leave as well. However, a sudden intuition struck them, sensing that something was still beckoning. There is more treasure. Following the pull in their hearts, the trio ascended to the upper slopes of Mount Buzhou, where they encountered a bottomless cave. Inside lay a shimmering pool of spiritual spring, at the center of which blossomed a verdant green lotus. Upon closer inspection, they counted an astonishing 24 petals. Its graceful swaying and movements could invoke the laws of heaven and earth. The 3 pure ones felt their breaths quicken. They could sense the extraordinary nature of the lotus. As if they were confronting the very cosmos itself. In terms of grade, it seemed poised to surpass the chaos bell. Moreover, this object was fated to be theirs. Feng Xuan understood that this was the sole mature seed of the chaos green lotus. A 24th grade creation lotus, it belonged to the level of innate treasures, but lacked the merit of opening the heavens, rendering it intolerable to the world of Honghuang. Once it matured and emerged, it would surely attract heavenly punishment, leading to its destruction. Fortunately, sensing the presence of the 3 pure ones, it split into 3, transforming into 3 supreme, innate spiritual treasures that could endure. After a long wait, the 24th grade creation lotus was finally on the verge of maturity. As foretold, the heavenly punishment arrived, an endless torrent of calamity clouds gathering above, shrouding the sky over Mount Buzhou in darkness. Thunder roared, and purple lightning flickered within the clouds. It was the supreme purple cloud divine thunder, a force of annihilation that offered no chance of survival. Faced with this celestial might, the creation lotus trembled, an emotion of defiance emanating, touching the hearts of the 4 present. Yet, the divine will was merciless, the order of heaven prevailing. As the purple cloud divine thunder prepared to descend that moment, the sensation within the 3 pure ones intensified, prompting them to shout in unison, red flower, white lotus, green lotus leaf. The 24th grade creation lotus quivered and split, transforming into 3 spiritual treasures that landed in the hands of the trio. These were the future instruments of their enlightenment, the coiling dragon crutch, the 3 treasure jade rui, and the green leaf sword. all ranked among the finest innate spiritual treasures. With this, the heavenly punishment gradually dissipated, and the scene over Mount Buzhou returned to a tranquil state. Observing the shimmering pool, guided by Feng Xuan, Laozi waved his hand and directly relocated the entire spiritual spring. Such a precious resource was of little use left here. Better to take it back to Kunlun Mountain. Haha, what fortuitous luck! Not only have I gained a fine disciple, but also marvelous treasures. How delightful! Tongtian howled joyfully to the heavens, exuberantly expressing his elation. Laozi and Yuan Shi shared the same joyful countenance. Soon after, the three pure ones summoned clouds and brought Feng Xuan back to Kunlun Mountain, their true domain. The site where he had initially fallen was merely the periphery. Before them stood a magnificent palace, entirely crafted from primordial white jade, suffused with an ethereal aura that a sign hung above the palace, reading Yushu Palace in purple gold characters. Disciple, you shall cultivate here from now on. Feel free to choose any place. Laozi said kindly. Feng Xuan replied, feeling an invigorating flow of energy permeate his body, deepening his understanding of the Tao. Truly, this was the foremost immortal mountain of Hongwang. Following the three pure ones into Yushu Palace, they sat on the three cushions at the highest point. Disciple, we shall enter seclusion to cultivate. You should also begin your training. We will impart teachings upon our return. Yes, Feng Xuan left Yushu Palace and sought a beautiful mountain, one that barely fell short of the central peak, to establish his future sanctuary that he named it Little Stone Peak. The name was chosen to avoid drawing too much attention. Ostentation might invite karma. It was better to remain inconspicuous. As he gazed upon the picturesque surroundings, infused with an ethereal ambience, a sense of ease began to rise within him, with the modern world's pressures alleviated by the presence of three formidable guardians. He felt significantly more at ease. He could almost say that he could thrive effortlessly. Now, he simply wished to bide his time, waiting for his masters to attain the status of quasi-saint or saint before enjoying the shade beneath the great tree. It would be even better to find a few celestial maidens as companions. With this thought, Feng Xuan settled down, cross-legged, to digest the cultivation methods imparted by his three masters. Enjoying the shade beneath the great tree was splendid. Yet he could not neglect his own strength. Although he possessed a superior innate divine saint lineage, lacking the extensive cultivation accumulation of those innate divine saints, he had only reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Feng Xuan began to practice the Taiji immortal technique, drawing in countless innate spiritual energies around him. Within merely 3,000 years, he broke through the barriers of his realm, stepping into the golden immortal stage. Crossing the threshold of immortality. It was not just his astonishing talent that proved beneficial. He, an utterly unversed individual, comprehended the profound intricacies of the Taiji immortal technique. Nevertheless, he did not grow complacent. The golden immortal state merely signified an escape from concerns of lifespan, but one could still be defeated and perish. Only the great Luo possessed true immortality, unless a saint intervened or a special spiritual treasure was involved. Even a quasi-saint could not genuinely kill a great Luo. That he then pressed on, diligently practicing his cultivation methods, and after over 10,000 years, he advanced to the mid-golden immortal stage. At this point, he finally awoke. It was not that he wished to cease his cultivation, but rather he felt fatigued. The relentless training had become monotonous, and he sensed his progress slowing. It was better to engage in other pursuits, to cultivate his character and comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Perhaps he might even achieve enlightenment and attain sainthood in a single stroke. Seizing a moment, he decided to examine the primordial gourd he had acquired earlier. Feng Xuan retrieved the purple-green primordial gourd. This gourd was shrouded in mystery. After being claimed by Hongjun, it had not made another appearance. Even after 3 sermons, there had been no word of it. Now, it had unexpectedly been bestowed upon him by Hongjun. He was eager to explore its capabilities. As Feng Xuan touched the primordial gourd, he began to sense its powers from the information it conveyed. He understood that this primordial gourd possessed the ability to nurture spiritual treasures of the world, allowing those within it to rise by a grade. Paired with the Qian Kuan Ding, it was simply exquisite. Yet, this was merely one of its 2 functions. It also had the capacity to generate merit. It was an unfeeling machine of merit production. Typically, merit could only be obtained through actions beneficial to the world of Hongwang. However, this primordial gourd defied that principle. It could continuously generate and store merit. No wonder Hongjun Daozu wished to keep this gourd for himself, who would not covet such an inexhaustible source of merit. Moreover, he bears the immense karmic burden of obliterating the Western spiritual veins. He is a child of misfortune, destined to repay this debt with countless virtuous deeds, aside from conjuring merit from thin air. The final capability of this innate gourd is to store the essence of incense offerings and purify the worldly thoughts embedded within them. The divine path thrives on the incense offerings from myriad beings, forging the true embodiment of faith. Yet the greatest flaw lies in the worldly distractions within the incense, which can disturb the divine essence's tranquility and hinder the breakthrough of realms. The divine path. This innate gourd is indeed a treasure, with 3 profound abilities combined. It is no wonder that Hongjun sought to possess it. Feng Xuan utilized the jade purity refinement technique imparted by his second master to refine the innate gourd, making it his exclusive possession. Over the following millennia, Feng Xuan delved into the principles of supreme purity alchemy, jade purity refinement, and upper purity array techniques within his mind. Through his extraordinary comprehension, he seamlessly integrated these 3 distinct paths, merely lacking practical application to that moment. An astonishing aura erupted from the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The 3 purities had emerged from their seclusion. The disciples bowed before their master, second master, and third master. Feng Xuan promptly approached the entrance of the Yushu Palace to pay his respects. During this retreat, we have comprehensively grasped the teachings of the Dao ancestor. Not only have we refined our previous realms, but we have also broken through to the mid-stage of Deluo. Now, allow us to impart our insights to you, aiding your own breakthrough. The 3 were preparing to expound to Feng Xuan when they widened their eyes upon sensing his aura. Disciple, you have broken through? They had yet to deliver their teachings, and Feng Xuan had already attained a breakthrough. Feng Xuan respectfully replied, Indeed, I have lived up to the expectations of my masters. I have successfully advanced to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Truly, this is the disciple of Yuanshi. He is remarkable. The 3 then began to assess each other's expertise in their respective Dao arts. Their astonishment, Feng Xuan responded with remarkable proficiency, exuding an aura of mastery. The 3 purities exchanged complex glances, filled with deep emotion. This was not merely a disciple. This was a gem. His future achievements would undoubtedly rival their own. Ahem. Since your innate talent is so extraordinary, let us proceed together to the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Dao. With a grand wave of his hand, Laozi led Feng Xuan towards the 33 heavens. Soaring through the air, Feng Xuan gazed down upon the vast wilderness, marveling at the boundlessness of the world. Even with his golden immortal vision, he could not discern its boundaries. Countless extraordinary beings inhabited the earth, engaged in battles, and every moment saw the collapse of land, the shattering of mountains, and the extinction of life. The cruel laws wrought havoc upon all beings. Yet, before the expansive wilderness, such turmoil seemed but a trifling matter, perhaps even less than a mere scratch. This vast wilderness promised to be extraordinarily captivating. Soon, the 4 traversed the walls of the world and entered the chaos. Here, they were engulfed by an unending tempest of chaotic winds that devoured flesh and bone, dissolving the primordial spirit. Only those of the Deluo golden immortal caliber could tread here, and only those with innate defensive treasures could endure the passage. Above them stood the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda, steadfast against the chaotic winds without a hint of disturbance. After a long while, Feng Xuan caught sight of an ethereal palace, suffused with celestial energy and surrounded by the resonance of the Tao. Drifting amidst the chaos, akin to a rootless reed yet exalted above all, the 4 quickened their pace and arrived at the palace exterior. This moment, numerous beings awaited outside. Feng Xuan, you have arrived too. A familiar, melodious voice rang out, and Feng Xuan turned to see Enhua and Fushi approaching. Enhua, with her bright eyes and radiant smile, was truly enchanting. Yes, my masters brought me here, Feng Xuan replied politely. Enhua then noticed his current realm, and a hint of astonishment crossed her beautiful visage. You have made a breakthrough. In just a mere 10,000 years, you have ascended several realms. Such innate talent is truly exceptional. Indeed, he is our treasured disciple. Yuanshi felt a sense of pride as he observed the astonished expressions of the 2, reveling in the glory brought to him by his outstanding disciple. Those around them could not help but wonder at the sudden closeness between the three purities and Inhua. What had caused their relationship to flourish so? And who was that weakling? Could anyone enter the Zixiao Palace? Yet, soon they dismissed such thoughts, indifferent to the affairs of others. Time swiftly passed, and two exquisitely crafted Taoist boys, one male and one female, emerged from the Zixiao Palace. The time has come. You may enter. They stood at the entrance, graciously welcoming the crowd. Feng Xuan was led into the main hall by the three purities. And as he passed the two, he could not help but glance at them, feeling a sense of kinship. They were the Taoist boys beneath Hao Yin and Yao Qi, originally Chaos Yin stones, after the fall of the demon court. They were appointed by the Tao ancestor as the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, jointly ruling the myriad heavens at that moment. Hao Yin and Yao Qi also gazed curiously at Feng Xuan's retreating figure. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, they beheld an elder Taoist, exuding an aura of celestial grace, seated atop the foremost lotus cushion in meditation. Everyone quietly settled into their seats for the first lecture. Feng Xuan, however, was positioned behind the three purities, close to them. There was no lotus cushion. At this moment, Feng Xuan felt somewhat anxious. The innate gourd he possessed was undoubtedly conferred upon him by the Tao ancestor, who must be aware of his existence. Yet, he wondered whether the ancestor knew that he was a modern-day transmigrator. The three purities, noticing his distracted expression, assumed it was his first visit to the Zixiao Palace and sought to reassure him, advising him not to be nervous, for the Tao ancestor was very kind. Meanwhile, seated atop the high platform, the Tao ancestor Hongjun was filled with confusion, utterly baffled. Why can I not perceive anything? He pondered. We are so close. From the moment Feng Xuan descended into the wilderness world, Hongjun should have sensed his existence. Initially, he believed Feng Xuan to be an ordinary chaos stone, but subsequent events left him astounded. An ordinary chaos stone bore the roots of a mid-grade innate sanctity. An ordinary chaos stone had received the blessings of the Tao. An ordinary chaos stone could enhance its roots after transformation. All signs indicated that this stone was anything but ordinary. Thus, he began to deduce its origins, only to be met with an image of pure chaos, unable to ascertain further. Yet, one who could receive the blessings of the Tao was certainly not a common individual. Therefore, he bestowed the precious innate gourd upon him to forge a benevolent connection that he had hoped that within the Zixiao Palace, his stronghold, he could unravel the mystery of this being's origins. However, he remained enveloped in impenetrable chaos. Now, he found himself in a predicament. His thoughts were in disarray, and ultimately, he reached a resolution. The time for the lecture arrived swiftly, and Hongjun opened his eyes to survey the gathered crowd. Upon noticing the anxious Feng Xuan, he could not help but chuckle. After all, he is still too young. Why is there an additional person for this lecture? The Zixiao Palace's lecture was traditionally composed of 3,000 members, in accordance with the number of the Tao. The three purities respectfully replied, Tao ancestor, this is our shared disciple. His innate talent is exceptional, and his roots are extraordinary. Thus we have brought him to listen to the Tao. Hongjun nodded slightly, then with a wave of his hand, summoned a new lotus cushion to the right of Taishang. From now on, you shall sit here, and do not move. The three purities beamed with joy at this gesture of respect toward their disciple. A dedicated lotus cushion, and placed furthest to the right, indicating the ancestor's favor. Thus, Feng Xuan took his seat amidst the envious gazes of over 2,000 beings. What comfort! No longer forced to sit upon the cold, hard floor. Soon, Hongjun commenced the lecture. Everyone listened intently. The topic was the path of breaking through to the Diluo Saint. Diluo Golden Immortal, 3 flowers gathering atop the head, achieving the Diluo fruit position. Merging past, present, and future into one, eternally free and at ease. Mastering the laws of Diluo, giving birth to the universe with a thought, and achieving true immortality in an instant. The Zixiao Palace was adorned with countless golden lotuses, with myriad wonders emerging, celestial music resounding, and the principles of the Tao becoming crystal clear for all to comprehend. The audience was entranced, swaying to the rhythm, some gazing upward, others reclining, creating an atmosphere thick with ethereal energy that felt peculiarly surreal. Was this not a grand assembly of spiritual discourse? Feng Xuan's spirit was profoundly shaken. Initially, he could follow the lecture, but after a while, he surrendered, letting the words flow in one ear and out the other. It was simply incomprehensible. He could not grasp what Hong Jun was articulating. The disparity in realms is too vast. It is akin to a mere golden immortal attempting to grasp the teachings of a great Luo true saint. Much like a first-grade student confronting advanced calculus, utterly incomprehensible. Even with an extraordinary innate understanding, he could only transcribe the teachings verbatim, awaiting a future moment when his comprehension might catch up. The resounding echoes of the Tao resonated throughout the Grand Hall. And Feng Xuan made a peculiar discovery. His internal energy was operating autonomously, engaging in self-cultivation. What a delightful surprise! Such a scenario presented itself as an opportune moment for slumber, while others toiled through arduous training. He luxuriated in effortless cultivation, reveling in bliss. As fatigue washed over him, Feng Xuan succumbed to sleep. This peculiar behavior did not escape the notice of Hong Jun. Countless beings yearned to enter the Zixiao Palace to listen to the Tao, with many perishing in the chaotic winds without a hint of regret. Yet here was Feng Xuan, audaciously dozing during the discourse. However, upon witnessing the automatic operation of Feng Xuan's energy, Hong Jun could not help but twitch his lips. This lad? Let him be. At that moment, a gentle woman in a flowing white gown, bearing a sorrowful expression, faced the teachings of the Tao. Though she possessed some understanding, she could not delve deeper. The incompleteness of her primordial spirit rendered Hong Juan's teachings on the celestial path unclear. Leaving her unable to cultivate. It was as if she could only access one of 9 apertures. During the initial lecture, her 12 siblings had come to the Zixiao Palace filled with excitement, only to find themselves bewildered and eventually dozing off. This time, they learned their lesson and refrained from attending, unwilling to waste time. Only she felt that the Tao's teachings were of utmost importance and could not be missed. Thus she ventured alone. To her dismay, she found herself unable to comprehend once more. What was to be done? The woman murmured softly, her voice tinged with grievance. Suddenly, Feng Xuan, in deep slumber, lost his balance and fell backward. Seeing this, she caught him and laid him upon her lap for rest. Gazing at Feng Xuan's youthful sleeping face, she smiled radiantly, recognizing him as akin to her brothers, naive and blissfully unaware. After adjusting his position for comfort, she resumed her effort to decipher the obscure teachings. Yet, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Something miraculous seemed to be occurring. She could actually understand, and it was crystal clear. This was an unprecedented experience. As she felt the soothing and serene aura emanating from her thigh, she realized it was Feng Xuan's influence and felt a surge of gratitude. With delicate hands, she cradled his head, gently caressing it to ensure his comfort. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and in the vast expanse of the primordial realm, 3 millennia swiftly passed. Hong Juan's lecture concluded, and the congregation emerged from the depths of enlightenment. Reflecting on millennia of insights, that moment, the rich innate spiritual energy of the Zixiao Palace began to converge in one direction. The assembly was taken aback. Whose subordinate was so audacious as to break through at the Zixiao Palace? They looked towards the gathering of spiritual energy, feeling as though they had wasted countless years. There lay Feng Xuan, sprawled across the lap of the ancestral Witch-Hutu, soundly asleep, yet his aura was robust, suggesting a breakthrough. For the golden immortal realm, such a breakthrough was unremarkable among the attendees, all of whom were great Luo golden immortals. However, what they could not accept was that while they had all toiled through rigorous cultivation to achieve their breakthroughs, Feng Xuan had merely drifted into slumber and awoken transformed. Was there any justice in this? Was there any law? Particularly, Dijuan and Tai glared at Feng Xuan with murderous intent, wishing to flay him alive and reduce him to ashes with the flames of the sun. It was this very brat who had thwarted Nuwa, mocked them, and caused them to suffer a beating, losing 2 innate gourds in the process. They swore vengeance. Kunlun felt similarly, had it not been for Yuan Shi's comment on those who were feathered and armored. Born in dampness, he might not have fallen from his seat. Allowing Zhuanti to seize the opportunity, hatred extended beyond the bounds of reason. He loathed Yuan Shi's disciples as well. His disciples certainly had a unique character. Breaking through even in slumber, Yuan Shi gazed at Feng Xuan like a father, his expression filled with warmth and helplessness. "Haha, elder brother, third brother, this is our exceptional disciple, a prodigy." Yuan Shi grew increasingly delighted. Breaking through while asleep was simply marvelous. At this moment, Feng Xuan felt as if he were resting upon a soft, comfortable cushion, enveloped in a faint, pleasant fragrance that it was soothing, instilling tranquility within. The innate spiritual energy within the hall rushed eagerly into his being. Late-stage Golden Immortal. Pinnacle of Golden Immortal. Vital energy surged, converging towards the source. Tai Golden Immortal achieved. Even as his realm ascended, it did not rouse Feng Xuan from his dreams. A millennium of slumber. Awaken. Awaken. Hutu, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her, felt a twinge of embarrassment and gently shook Feng Xuan. Who disturbs my sweet dreams? Feng Xuan grumbled, reluctantly opening his eyes to find a fair and graceful woman looking at him with an awkward expression. And he realized he was resting on her lap, still groggy from sleep. He blurted out, "Sister Beauty, who are you? And why are you in my home?" Hongjun could no longer bear to watch and discreetly channeled a cool stream of energy into Feng Xuan's body. Instantly, Feng Xuan awoke, springing up to offer his apologies. My apologies, fellow Taoist. It was not my intention. I am Hutu. You may call me Hutu. There is no need to apologize for what transpired earlier. I have also benefited from your kindness. Hutu chuckled upon seeing the flustered youth before her. Hutu. Feng Xuan was taken aback, realizing the woman before him was Hutu, the ancestral witch of the earth among the 12 ancestors. She had transformed her essence during the climactic battle of the witch and demon races, enabling countless beings in the primordial realm to find repose. Her assertion of having benefited from his kindness puzzled him. At that moment, he suddenly felt numerous eyes fixated upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Turning to look, he found that all gazes in the hall were directed at them. "Ha! Everyone is here," Feng Xuan remarked, somewhat exasperated. He had merely taken a nap. What was so fascinating? "Disciple, come here," Tongtian called, positioning himself protectively behind Feng Xuan. He sensed 3 pairs of eyes filled with malice, instilling a sense of danger. "Now that the primordial realm has stabilized, I wish to select a male and female celestial sovereign to oversee it. I wonder who among you would be willing to undertake this heavy responsibility." Hongjun spoke with an air of calm, yet his words astonished the assembly, akin to dropping a bombshell. "We brothers are willing to bear this responsibility." Dijuan and Tai immediately stepped forward, brimming with confidence, eager to claim the title of male celestial sovereign. "I too am willing to undertake this responsibility." A young Taoist clad in a luxurious purple robe, exuding an air of nobility, stepped forth. Feng Xuan recognized him as Dong Wang Gong, destined to be the male celestial sovereign of the day. With the 3 leading the charge, the contest subsided. Those who wished to compete lacked the strength, while those with strength were disinclined to vie for it. For the female celestial sovereign, figures like Nuwa, Hutu, Zhuangmu, Changxi, and Shiha all possessed attributes of seclusion and were unlikely to step forward voluntarily. Ding! Detection of Hongjuan's imminent selection of male and female celestial sovereigns. Please make the following choices. Point 1. Step forward to contend for the male celestial sovereign. The male celestial sovereign governs the male celestial beings. Opportunity knocks, but once. Reward: a complete funeral service. Point 2. Step forward to assume the role of female celestial sovereign. Young man, governing the female celestial beings allows for the management of countless fairies and deities. Reward: transformation of essence. 3. To endure as one without the strength to claim the title of male or female celestial sovereign. Reward: a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the star essence wheel. After carefully reviewing the 3 options, Feng Xuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What were these choices? He was no fool. The titles of male and female celestial sovereigns were nothing but a ruse. To assume such responsibilities required the strength to command respect. Otherwise, even if appointed by Hongjun, no one would willingly submit. All were innate sacred beings, great Luo golden immortals, who would desire to bow down to another. At present, only Dijuan and Tai had emerged. What awaited them in the future remained uncertain. And as for option 2, the female celestial sovereign, transforming into a woman, that was clearly out of the question. A dignified man of 7 feet could not change his essence. System: I choose 3. Feng Xuan silently made his choice. Congratulations, host, for selecting 3. The high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the star essence wheel, has been issued. Feng Xuan observed a wheel floating within his primordial spirit, radiating ethereal starlight, speckled like the stars in the night sky. Fortunately, the system's items would shield all probing until he refined or utilized them. Otherwise, he would indeed be concerned about being seized by Hongjun for dissection and research at this very moment. At this time, Hongjun silently observed the fierce competition below for the title of the foremost male celestial, and glanced towards the female celestial, whose silence had already led him to a decision in his heart. Dong Wanggong, as the first embodiment of the primordial yang energy, I hereby appoint you as the foremost male celestial and bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, with the hope that you will manage it diligently. Upon hearing this, the tumultuous scene below fell silent in an instant, and Dong Wanggong's face illuminated with joy as he cast a proud glance towards Dijuan and Tai. I shall obey the decree of the Tao ancestor. Receiving the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed staff, Dong Wanggong was filled with vigor and utmost pride, already plotting how to dominate the Honghuang realm, the Shiwangmu, as the first embodiment of the primordial yin energy. I appoint you as the foremost female celestial and bestow upon you the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the plain cloud banner, to govern the celestial maidens of the universe. The Shiwangmu among the crowd was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Hongjuan's decree. Though reluctant, she could only comply. I shall obey the decree of the Tao ancestor. I hope that the two of you will handle matters fairly and manage the affairs of the myriad celestials in Honghuang well. After Hongjun concluded, he vanished within the Zixiao Palace, marking the end of this sermon. Feng Xuan emerged from the grand hall, safeguarded by the three purities. Upon exiting the hall, a multitude gathered around Dong Wanggong and Shiwangmu, showering them with flattery. These were individuals seeking to ascend by attaching themselves to the powerful, destined to become mere cannon fodder when the demon court eventually overthrew the celestial court. The 3,000 guests of Zixiao were not all wise to the principles of heaven or the timing of events. The true immortals capable of achieving lasting longevity merely observed with cold indifference, entirely disregarding the titles of the male and female celestials, Tao friends of the three purities. I wish to establish a celestial court to manage the matters of Honghuang. I wonder if the three of you would be willing to join my celestial court. I shall reward you with esteemed positions at this moment. Dong Wanggong understood that those approaching him were merely ordinary beings. To genuinely establish a foundation for the celestial court in Honghuang, he needed the support of true powers. The Pangu and the three purities were indeed a commendable choice. The three were renowned throughout Honghuang, possessing top-tier strength, and most importantly, they were incarnations of the primordial deity Pangu's essence. Should they join his celestial court, it would undoubtedly attract more followers. Thus, he extended an invitation, confident that with his position as the appointed foremost male celestial by the Tao ancestor, they would heed his command. However, his aspirations were commendable, yet he was still unworthy. Yuan Shi regarded Dong Wanggong with indifference, while Tongtian made no indication. The mere absence of a dismissal was already a concession. Embarrassed, Dong Wanggong turned to leave, feeling disgraced, while harboring resentment towards the four. Unbeknownst to him, disaster loomed ahead. Revealing his foolishness, Yuan Shi addressed the three, having discerned the situation and understood what was to come. Dong Wanggong sought out top-tier individuals like Zheng Yuanzi, but was met with rejection. Dijuan and Tai coldly regarded him, their expressions reflecting disdain and murderous intent. Obstructing their path was tantamount to courting death. The three purities did not linger, leading Feng Xuan as they traversed through the chaos. Within the chaos, Feng Xuan contemplated the chaotic winds enveloping the Tower of Primordial Yellow, pondering whether he could cross the chaos in his physical form or refine his body using the chaotic winds. After all, his true form was a chaotic primal stone, inherently existing within chaos. Master, I wish to attempt crossing the chaos. Feng Xuan expressed his thoughts. Tongtian and Yuan Shi were about to voice their objections, but were silenced by Laozi. Well, go and try. Laozi activated the Tower of Primordial Yellow, opening a passage for Feng Xuan. Brother, I am merely a Tai golden immortal. Is this wise? Yuan Shi and Tongtian asked with concern, but Laozi's expression remained impassive. As he replied, have you forgotten what your disciple's true form is? Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi and Tongtian were enlightened. A chaotic primal stone encountering chaotic winds. It was akin to a fish drowning in water. Was that even possible? No, it was impossible. Without the protection of the Tower of Primordial Yellow, the moment Feng Xuan stepped into the chaos, he was enveloped by countless chaotic winds. These winds, capable of eroding flesh and dissolving primordial spirits, posed no threat to him. He felt no discomfort or pain, only a sense of familiarity and comfort. as if he had returned home. That a luminous aura enveloped his skin, a testament to the might of the chaotic primal stone skin. Consequently, the anticipated body refinement effects did not materialize. Indeed, his true form had long been battered by the chaotic winds for countless epochs, rendering him immune. Realizing this, Feng Xuan returned to Kunlun Mountain for seclusion alongside the three purities. Before they entered isolation, the three purities cautioned him not to leave the Kunlun territory, as he had drawn attention and was in danger. However, as long as he remained within Kunlun, no one would dare harm him. Feng Xuan then returned to his own sanctuary to cultivate. Time flowed like water, and in the timeless realm of Hongwang, 10,000 years swiftly passed. Feng Xuan solidified his realm and advanced to the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He had refined 12 innate prohibitions of the upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Star Essence Wheel, enabling him to wield it with preliminary mastery. His delight. This Star Essence will contained a total of 36 innate prohibitions, representing the pinnacle of upper-grade innate spiritual treasures. The classification of Hongwang treasures is as follows. Primordial Supreme Treasures possess 49 innate prohibitions. Exquisite innate spiritual treasures contain 3,748 prohibitions. Upper-grade innate spiritual treasures house 2,536 prohibitions. Middle-grade innate spiritual treasures consist of 1,324 prohibitions, and lower-grade innate spiritual treasures contain 112 prohibitions. Given this, it seemed he had indeed acquired a treasure. At that moment, Feng Xuan sensed a peculiar aura and glanced towards the eastern part of Hongwang. Heavenly Tao above, I, Dong Wanggong, have received the directive of the Tao ancestor to assume the role of the foremost male celestial. To better manage the myriad celestials of Hongwang, I shall establish the celestial court on Polai Island today and serve as the emperor of the celestial court. That I implore the heavenly Tao and the saints to grant permission. As his words fell, the heavenly Tao responded, showering boundless merits upon him. 50% entered Dong Wanggong's body, 30% infused into the fortune of the celestial court, and 20% was absorbed by the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The dragon-headed staff. The heavenly Tao recognized the establishment of the celestial court. This event immediately stirred up a tempest in Hongwang, as countless beings, previously hesitant, flocked to join the celestial court, seeking its protection and fortune. Dong Wanggong also experienced the pinnacle moment of his life. All tribes came to pay homage. Ding! Detection indicates Dong Wanggong has established the celestial court. Please make the following choices. 1. Join the celestial court for a position. Given your strength and status, you could likely attain a high-ranking role. Reward. Ambushed midway, resulting in complete annihilation of your spirit. 2. Lael OW. It has been said not to leave Kunlun, so be obedient. Reward. Merely surviving is the greatest reward. Feng Xuan. Is the system toying with me? The system offered no response. Feng Xuan, at a loss for words, chose option 2. In these times, even the system could not afford rewards. Why mention rewards if you can't provide them? System? After continuing his secluded cultivation for several millennia without any increase in his realm, Feng Xuan, feeling bored, ventured out to patrol the mountains. Master summoned me to patrol the mountains, so I searched the southern mountain while looking for the northern mountain. He hummed a whimsical tune, indicating that his mental state was not quite stable. He could not comprehend how his masters endured their lengthy seclusions lasting tens of thousands of years. He felt he might go mad. Suddenly, Feng Xuan sensed a powerful aura approaching, rivaling that of his masters, drawing near to the center of Kunlun Mountain. Ding! Detection indicates that Shi Wangmu seeks assistance. Please make a choice. 1. Do not assist Shi Wangmu. What were you thinking? Such a great opportunity, and you choose to remain useless? Reward. Ironclad Mail Badge. 2. Directly assist Shi Wangmu. A sycophant ultimately meets a grim fate. Reward. Sycophant Badge. 3. To indirectly assist Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu. You wouldn't want to be constantly troubled by Dong Wanggong, would you? Reward. Upper grade innate spiritual root, enlightenment tree. Upon hearing the long-lost electronic voice, Feng Xuan's spirits soared with excitement. Finally, something was happening. However, upon examining the 3 options and their rewards, he rolled his eyes at the choices, male badge, sycophant, and the 3rd option reeked of a mundane life. Was he truly that kind of person? System. I choose option 3. After making his choice, he activated the cloud driving method from the Tai Ching Immortal Sutra and headed towards Shi Wangmu. At this moment, at the core of Kunlun Mountain, The portal designated by Hongjun, Shi Wangmu, now recognized as the foremost female celestial, was softly calling out, "Dao friends of the three purities, may I request a moment of your time? I have a matter of great urgency to discuss." Instead of the three purities, Feng Xuan, gliding swiftly, arrived. "You are a disciple of the three purities. May I request that the three purities come forth for a meeting?" Upon encountering Feng Xuan, the Queen Mother of the West felt a tinge of disappointment. Her matters could not be resolved by an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Her master and companions were currently in closed-door meditation. Leaving her the sole occupant of Kunlun Mountain, "If you have something to discuss, dear Taoist, feel free to speak," she said. Feng Xuan replied coolly, neither servile nor arrogant. Although he was a disciple of the three pure ones, having entered the Purple Cloud Palace, he could also be regarded as a peer among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud. Thus addressing her as a fellow Taoist was appropriate. After a moment's hesitation, the Queen Mother divulged her intentions. That it turned out that since the Hongjun Daozu had designated the Eastern King as the foremost male immortal, he had grown increasingly arrogant and lawless. Following the establishment of the Celestial Court, he aspired to unify the vast wilderness. That he intended to exert control over the heavens, the earth, men, and women alike. Consequently, he had set his sights on the Queen Mother, wishing to take her as a Tao partner, thereby granting him dominion over both male and female immortals within the Celestial Court, thus fulfilling his ambition. However, the Queen Mother was disinclined to comply. She yearned to cultivate in her secluded world, tending to her flowers and herbs, refining elixirs, and had no desire to manage such a chaotic affair. Moreover, she harbored no affection for the Eastern King and was unwilling to join the Celestial Court. Consequently, he had been pestering her at her abode, and though she could not defeat him in a confrontation or outwit him in conversation, she sought assistance from a nearby neighbor, though the western Kunlun was somewhat distant. It resided within the Kunlun mountain range, and thus, she hoped the Tao friends of the three pure ones would lend her aid. That I truly wish only to cultivate steadily and live my life peacefully, devoid of entanglement in the disputes of the vast wilderness. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Such a quintessential protagonist declaration. Could it be that the Queen Mother is the true child of destiny? A survivor of the Tao? Who is truly the protagonist here? I wonder. Nevertheless, he had already conceived a solution to her predicament, since his masters had assured him that the central region of Kunlun Mountain was safe. Why not suggest that the Queen Mother relocate there to reside nearby? In that case, even if the Eastern King were to act recklessly, he would not dare approach. With this thought, Feng Xuan spoke up. "Ahem. Dear Queen Mother, I have a solution." Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's eyes lit up as if grasping a lifeline, her delicate face radiating a pitiful charm, her bright eyes sparkling. Indeed, a sight to behold. Yet, Feng Xuan was not easily swayed by such displays. This woman, who had previously looked down upon him, now exhibited such a vulnerable demeanor. Her ability to shift her expression was astounding. "Dear Queen Mother, you are aware that in this world, assistance does not come without a price." "What do you mean?" The Queen Mother's expression shifted, an ominous premonition swelling within her. "Surely, you do not wish to be perpetually harassed by the Eastern King, nor endure a life filled with constant disturbances?" Feng Xuan continued, a mischievous smile adorning his youthful visage, his voice akin to a whisper from a demon. "Then what do you desire?" The Queen Mother gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to slap him, and inquired, "I want you to owe me a significant karmic debt." "Absolutely not," she exclaimed, her face a canvas of refusal. "I in the realm of the vast wilderness, such debts were not easily incurred, especially not a significant one," causing her to display a hint of disarray. "Then I shall take my leave," Feng Xuan stated, turning his back without a hint of longing. Observing his receding figure, the Queen Mother felt a surge of urgency and could no longer restrain herself. Calling out, "Wait! I agree." With a swoosh, Feng Xuan reappeared before her, disregarding her astonished expression as he commenced his plans. "Very well. Let me outline my proposal. You need only relocate your abode here." Feng Xuan gestured towards a picturesque valley near the heart of Kunlun Mountain, abundant in primordial spiritual energy and breathtaking scenery, a prime location within the vast wilderness. Since the Queen Mother already resided within the Kunlun domain, moving a bit closer should pose no issue. Surely, her masters would understand. "Can you truly make that decision?" The Queen Mother hesitated, While the proposal was indeed advantageous, living adjacent to the three pure ones would undoubtedly mitigate many troubles. However, could a mere disciple truly wield such authority? Rest assured, there will be no problem, Feng Xuan asserted confidently, thumping his chest as a promise. Very well. Then I require your company on our return. The Queen Mother gazed at him with a mix of grievance. The more pleased he appeared, the more discontent she felt. Having always been cautious and diligent, she had never formed any karmic ties with anyone. Yet today, she was on the verge of incurring a significant karmic debt without any preamble. She felt as if she might cry. Subsequently, the two set off to her abode to facilitate the move, the Jade Void Palace. The three pure ones were presented with a luminous screen displaying the receding figures of Feng Xuan and the Queen Mother. Upon hearing her call for them, they roused from their reverie, deciding to allow their disciple to handle the matter. Unexpectedly, a delightful surprise awaited them. The three exchanged glances of joy, akin to witnessing their child nurturing a cabbage. I find the Queen Mother to be astute, understanding the times and knowing when to retreat, declared Yuan Shi. Indeed, I concur, echoed Tongtian. All things possess their timing and karmic connections. Let nature take its course. Laozi remarked, subsequently closing his eyes. The Queen Mother, alongside Feng Xuan, arrived at her abode. Unlike most, she had originated from a small world formed at the dawn of creation. All her possessions resided within this small world. Thus she needed only to gather it. Before long, the Queen Mother had made her preparations, and the two were ready to depart. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the horizon, accompanied by a brazen voice. Dear Queen Mother, where do you intend to go? How have you considered my previous proposition? They halted, and the Queen Mother's face contorted with disdain. The speaker was none other than the Eastern King. That it is none of your concern. Furthermore, abandon any such hopes. How can it not concern me? I extend a sincere invitation for you to join my celestial court, to jointly govern the vast wilderness. The Eastern King's laughter rang out. Filled with hubris, he coveted not only the power she wielded, but also her as a person. The Queen Mother, possessing exceptional beauty and grace, was inherently complimentary to him, rendering her a suitable candidate for his empress. Surely, he must be a fool, laughing to himself without reason. Feng Xuan mused as the Eastern King regained his composure. He realized that the small world that had been present was now absent, and the understanding of what had transpired dawned upon him. His gaze turned increasingly fierce. Queen Mother, today, you must accompany me. Without hesitation, the Eastern King lunged forward, intending to capture her. Over millennia, he had persuaded many to join his celestial court, acquiring numerous primordial spiritual treasures. And with the celestial merits awarded for establishing the celestial court, his strength had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Outranking the Queen Mother by one realm, she stood no chance of resistance. As for Feng Xuan, he was merely a trifling boy, unworthy of his attention. Once he unified the vast wilderness, he would exact vengeance for the three pure ones' humiliation. By then, this boy would have no escape. Ding! Detection of the Eastern King's disregard for the hostess' presence. Please make the following choices. 1. Allow the Queen Mother to be captured. You truly are not a person if you do not assist your future beautiful neighbor. Reward. A timid turtled eye in the face of this choice. Feng Xuan immediately selected option 2, but while he might endure outside, this was Kunlun Mountain. To allow such an affront at his doorstep was intolerable. Taoist, have you forgotten about me? Feng Xuan boldly intervened, clashing palms with the Eastern King, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that sent trees swaying for miles. The ground yielded a gaping chasm. How is this possible? The Eastern King's pupils dilated in disbelief. He could not fathom how a mere golden immortal could withstand his assault, and his hand felt slightly numb, akin to striking an indestructible object. At that moment, Feng Xuan remained unperturbed. His ability to traverse the chaos signified that his physical prowess had attained the great Luo realm. While he could not best the Eastern King, he bore no fear. I shall show you what it means to be the sovereign of the celestial court. Upon failing to deliver a decisive blow, Dong Wanggong swiftly produced the precious treasure bestowed upon him by Hongjun Daozu, the supreme innate spiritual treasure. The dragon-headed staff. Now, empowered by the merits of heaven, it emanated an aura of divine authority. The dragon-headed staff surged forth with an unstoppable force aimed directly at him. The situation was dire. Witnessing this, Shi Wangmu's expression turned frantic as she immediately summoned the pure cloud banner to shield Feng Xuan. However, Dong Wanggong had anticipated this move. He unleashed one of his accompanying treasures, the superior innate spiritual treasure, the pure Yang sword, to intercept the pure cloud banner. Now, no one could come to your aid. In the face of this overwhelming assault from Dong Wanggong, Feng Xuan remained remarkably composed. He simply sat cross-legged, adjusted his breath, and bellowed, "Master, save me. Your disciple is in peril." His thunderous cry reverberated throughout the surroundings and swiftly spread across the entirety of Kunlun Mountain. In that instant, a mysterious yellow and exquisite pagoda appeared above Feng Xuan's head. As the dragon-headed staff collided with the earthly yellow exquisite pagoda, it was violently repelled, soaring millions of miles away, embedding itself into a mountain, while the pagoda remained utterly undisturbed. This was the power of being crowned by the heavens. Invincible from the outset. Humph, how dare you bully my esteemed disciple? You seek your own demise. Simultaneously, a verdant long sword flew in from afar. It was the superior innate spiritual treasure, the Qingping sword. The Qingping sword, imbued with pure sword intent, charged forth with the might to obliterate all. Dong Wanggong was unable to react in time and was pierced through, sustaining grave injuries, ignorant of the heavenly order and the principles of the cosmos. Begone! Dong Wanggong's eyes widened in fear as he recalled the dragon-headed staff and staggered away in retreat. He had not anticipated that despite having broken through to the late stage of Deluo Jinxian, he would still be treated like a dog by the three clear ones from such a distance. Let us depart, Taoist friend Shi Wangmu, Feng Xuan said as he strolled forward, his expression devoid of emotion. Shi Wangmu responded softly, her heart no longer able to underestimate Feng Xuan. After all, being able to withstand Dong Wanggong's strike indicated his extraordinary nature. At the same time, a peculiar curiosity towards Feng Xuan began to blossom within her. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent, yet Feng Xuan's heart was ablaze with excitement. For the first time, since his arrival in the primordial world, he had engaged in combat with another, although he had not emerged victorious. Neither had he suffered defeat. Nevertheless, this experience made him all the more cautious. The notion that treasures abound in the primordial realm was a mere fallacy. It was fraught with peril, instead, that a mere Dong Wanggong had nearly overwhelmed him. Were it not for the intervention of his masters in Kunlun Mountain, he might have truly sustained grievous injuries. Before long, the two arrived at the central region of Kunlun Mountain, where Shi Wangmu took residence at the location Feng Xuan indicated. Feng Xuan, meanwhile, turned without a backward glance and returned to his own domain. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 3 at the superior innate spiritual root. The enlightenment tree has been dispatched. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 2 that the method of refining oneself into a vessel has been dispatched. Both rewards were delivered promptly. Feng Xuan paid little heed to the first. The enlightenment tree, as its name suggested, bore significant utility. He planted it in his domain with ease. Subsequently, he focused intently on the method of refining oneself into a vessel. Refining oneself into a vessel, using one's own body as the medium, devouring the treasures of heaven and earth, achieving an unparalleled form. How perfectly suited this is for me. His essence was that of an indomitable chaotic stone. Inherently possessing formidable defenses, acquiring this technique would only amplify his prowess. He could absorb the energies of the earthly yellow, the primordial essence, the innate metal of Gong, and the chaotic stone. That if he were to reach the pinnacle of this ability, would he not become impervious, rendering even the innate treasures incapable of breaching his defenses? With this thought, he swiftly made his way to a location near Yusu Palace, where he had previously discovered high-quality, innate white jade. Excellent for refining artifacts. It seemed that his second master had once gathered materials from this very spot. Feng Xuan gazed at the jade mountain emanating a white luminescence, his heart racing with exhilaration. He promptly retrieved the star essence wheel and sliced off a substantial piece from the mountain, employing his own magical energy to follow the method of refining oneself into a vessel. He began to absorb the innate white jade. Time flowed like water, and the primordial realm knew no years. That a millennium passed swiftly, and Feng Xuan completely refined the large piece of innate white jade, gaining a gentle, radiant aura. Should he transform into his original form, one would discover that the originally dark chaotic stone was now interlaced with strands of white jade. This won't do. The pace is far too slow. Feng Xuan murmured, gazing at the now barren ground. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not embrace the entire white jade mountain for refinement? Without hesitation, Feng Xuan spread his arms wide, encircling the mountain's peak, and commenced the refining process. The white jade mountain continuously vanished beneath his form to an outsider. It appeared as though he were gnawing on the mountain itself. Dong Wang Gong, you little brat, you have infuriated me to no end. The celestial court, what a farce. In a splendid palace upon the Sunstar, Dijun was in a furious rage. He, possessing the supreme destiny of 9 nines, was destined to dominate the heavens. How could he be suppressed by another? Dear brother, do not be so enraged that I believe that Dong Wang Gong's days are numbered. No true power in the primordial realm has ever entered his celestial court. Tai Yi consoled. Nay, I cannot swallow this anger. Dong Wang Gong, in terms of strength, lineage, and fortune, cannot compare to me. How could the Tao ancestor designate him as the foremost male immortal to govern the primordial universe? I refuse to accept this. Dijun's ire intensified as he surveyed the Sun Palace. Suddenly, a brilliant idea sparked within him. Since he has established a celestial court, let us establish a demon court, with the Sunstar as its core and the ancient starry skies as its foundation. To unify the primordial world. As he spoke, Dijun's eyes grew increasingly bright, finding the notion more feasible by the moment. After contemplation, Tai Yi also deemed it viable, possessing the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. He felt unmatched in the primordial realm, save for his brother Dijun. Thus, they began to discuss the establishment of the demon court. Within Yusu Palace, tranquility reigned supreme. The 3 clear ones simultaneously opened their eyes. Their radiant divine light shooting forth, their magical energy surging and swelling. They had reached the pinnacle of Deluo Jin Xian. That I wonder how our disciple is faring. Let us go and see. Laozi suggested, his tone steady yet tinged with concern. Yuan Shi and Tongtian nodded in agreement. Thus, the 3 clear ones transformed into 3 streaks of light, swiftly departing from Yusu Palace, following the unique aura of Feng Xuan. Upon their arrival, they were left utterly stunned. What is this? Tongtian gasped, his mouth agape in disbelief that he recalled that this area had once been dominated by a towering, magnificent innate white jade mountain. Yet now it had been reduced to a mere hillock. My mountain, my mountain, Yuan Shi lamented, clutching his chest in despair, crying out in anguish. This jade mountain was one of his most cherished treasures, containing countless priceless innate white jade, the primary material for his artifact crafting. Yet now, only a fraction remained. Burp, masters, you have arrived. Feng Xuan exclaimed, turning with a dazed gaze, his face alight with blissful intoxication. The act of devouring the innate white jade had become an addictive indulgence. The more he consumed, the harder it was to stop, leaving him in a euphoric state. Even though the subsequent effects had plateaued, he could not bring himself to cease. He was likely afflicted by a peculiar ailment. Awaken, the profound sound of the Tao reverberated in Feng Xuan's ears, jolting him from his stupor. Upon noticing the arrival of his 3 masters, he immediately stepped forward to pay his respects. Disciple pays homage to my esteemed masters. Then, he noticed the sorrowful expressions on his second master's face and inquired, What brings you here? Curious, Tongtian asked. What are you doing here? In response to third master, I have comprehended a method of absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth to enhance myself. Hence I took a minuscule amount of innate white jade. A minuscule amount. I dare say it's more like an immeasurable amount. Yuan Shi replied, his tone laden with resignation. Feng Xuan then realized that the once mighty innate white jade mountain had been reduced to a mere protruding hillock. He had consumed it all. Seeing Feng Xuan feign innocence, Yuan Shi chose not to press further. Since the innate white jade is nearly exhausted, it would suffice to seek it out again when the time comes. The 3 pure ones subsequently assessed Feng Xuan, finding satisfaction in his unwavering dedication to cultivation, their faces lighting up with joy. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 sat down to expound upon the paths of the Xian Immortal. Golden Immortal and Tai Golden Immortaled in an instant. The sounds of Tao resonated throughout Kunlun Mountain, enveloping the area in serenity. Before long, a millennium had passed, and the teachings came to an abrupt halt, with the assistance of the 3 pure ones. Feng Xuan's cultivation had become more stable, hinting at a potential breakthrough. However, time was of the essence. The third lecture was about to commence. The three pure ones led Feng Xuan towards the chaos. Just as they stepped out, they encountered the West Queen Mother, who was also on her way to listen to the teachings. Thus, the five of them journeyed together to the Primordial Chaos. Along the way, the West Queen Mother's beautiful eyes continually scrutinized Feng Xuan, as if attempting to discern something. "What are you staring at?" Feng Xuan inquired, puzzled and nothing. The West Queen Mother stammered, her gaze darting away, her charming face slightly flushed as she turned her head. Lapsing into silence, soon, the five arrived outside the Zixiao Palace. They landed. Feng Xuan felt a sinister gaze fixed upon him. Without a doubt, it belonged to that arrogant Dong Wanggong that it appeared his injuries had largely healed. Walking without a limp, but his strength had not increased significantly. He remained in the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. After millennia without progress, he must surely harbor a deep-seated hatred for Feng Xuan, plotting revenge in his heart. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan was unperturbed. Having absorbed the majority of the innate white jade mountain, his physical prowess had reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, rendering him unafraid of the feeble opponent. "I may falter countless times, but you can afford to stumble only once." Besides, he was a practitioner of both magical and physical disciplines. Yet, perhaps he would not have the chance to deal with Dong Wanggong after all. Feng Xuan had already spotted Di Jun and Tai courting the powerful beings of the monster race outside the Zixiao Palace. Kunpeng, Baizhe, Guiche, and Jiuying it seemed the monster court was on the verge of establishment. It appeared that Dong Wanggong would not last much longer. The first target for annihilation would likely be the immortal court. In that great battle, Dong Wanggong had been thoroughly defeated, his soul scattered, ultimately leading to his reincarnation. Let the battle commence. Let the battle commence. After all, I hold disdain for both factions. After a long wait, Hao Tian and Yao Qi emerged from the Zixiao Palace, pushing open the grand doors and crisply announcing, "Dao Ancestor has been waiting inside for quite some time. Please enter." As Feng Xuan passed by them once more, a flicker of desire ignited within him. How fragrant! It must be delicious. Nevertheless, he suppressed his cravings. Had they not yet attained sentience, it might have been a different matter, but they were now living beings that he could kill, but he would not consume human flesh. Upon entering the Zixiao Palace, this lecture marked the final teaching by Hongjun Daozu, during which the primordial purple energy would be distributed, establishing the 6 saints of heavenly Dao and igniting the chaos of the Hongwang. Feng Xuan was not particularly concerned about the primordial purple energy. Was it truly joyous to become a saint of heavenly Dao? He did not think so. The status of a saint was not only a symbol of power, but also a burden of responsibility, one that entailed the duty of safeguarding the Hongwang. Would it not be more delightful to be the eldest disciple of the 3 teachings, with masters to shield him and junior brothers and sisters to manage internal affairs? He could simply recline in ease. What truly preoccupied him was the coveted treasure cliff, which bore the potential to hold numerous spiritual treasures. This overlooked treasure was undoubtedly of a high tier, at least on par with his own essence. Consuming it would surely elevate his defensive capabilities to new heights. Feng Xuan envisioned a future where he would strike Tai with his fists, kick Dong Wanggong with his feet, and traverse the vast lands of the Hongwang with unrivaled prowess. Feng Xuan, dear brother, what are you thinking? A melodious voice broke his reverie, revealing Nuwa gazing at him with mild curiosity as he wore a foolish grin. "In nothing," Feng Xuan stammered, instantly leaping onto his designated mat, feeling utterly embarrassed. "Feng Xuan, my friend, how have you been?" A gentle voice called from behind. It was the ancestral witch, Hutu. "Hutu, my friend, I am well." Feng Xuan replied politely. As Hongjun Daozu took his seat, the third lecture officially commenced. Feng Xuan maintained his usual demeanor, but after a few years of listening, he began to doze off. Various phenomena unfolded, yet the myriad sounds of Dao could not tether his heart, which yearned for beautiful dreams. Hutu once again embraced him, allowing him to rest against her leg. Time flowed like water, and the Honghuang was timeless. 2,000 years swiftly passed, and the path to quasi-sainthood had been thoroughly elucidated. Hongjun prepared to expound on the method to attain sanctity. Observing Feng Xuan sound asleep, he subtly employed his powers to awaken him. There are 3 paths to achieving sanctity. Upon hearing this, everyone below fixated their attention on the elevated platform where Hongjun Daozu stood, not daring to exhale, lest they miss a single word. Why did they seek to listen to the teachings? It was to become a saint, to stand at the pinnacle of the Hongwang. Was this moment finally upon them? The three methods to attain sanctity were as follows. The first was the three corpses down method, wherein one would sever their own good corpse, evil corpse, and self-corpse using an innate spiritual treasure, ultimately merging the three into one, thereby achieving the status of a saint. Upon hearing this, the crowd resolved to scour the Hongwang for treasures as soon as the lecture concluded. Even the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace would struggle to produce three innate spiritual treasures. The second method was the merit Dao method, wherein one would cultivate a body of merit through boundless deeds, shattering the constraints of quasi-sainthood to attain the status of a saint. Upon hearing this, Di Jun, Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi brightened. Though their expressions quickly returned to indifference, they accrued merit every single moment. When the sun rose, it garnered merit, and when the moon rose, it also accrued merit. However, that meager amount of merit was akin to a drop in the ocean for them, insufficient to elevate their realms, and fell short of the boundless merit required. The third was the law Dao method, wherein one would cultivate one or more fundamental laws to their utmost limit, allowing them to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal without the title of saint, yet standing equal to a saint. However, this path had become untenable in the current environment. The first two methods required primordial purple energy to achieve sanctity, whereas the last did not. Having finished speaking, Hong Jun fell silent, allowing them time for contemplation. Below, the crowd furrowed their brows, deliberating the merits and demerits of the three paths to sanctity. Dare I inquire, Dao Ancestor, which method did you employ to attain sanctity? The ever-ambitious Dong Wang Gong fixed his piercing gaze on Hong Jun. Filled with yearning that I achieved sanctity through the three corpses Dao method, which is the most suitable for the Hongwang world among the three paths, Hong Jun replied nonchalantly. And where might one find the primordial purple energy? Dong Wang Gong pressed on. Hong Jun chuckled inwardly, pleased that the right question had finally been posed. The heavenly Tao has its fixed numbers. There are 8 positions for the saints that I occupy 1, leaving 6 positions for my disciples. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement. Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Dong Wang Gong immediately shouted, please, Tao Ancestor, be merciful and accept us as disciples. The others followed suit, vociferously pleading, please, Tao Ancestor, be merciful and accept us as disciples. Feng Xuan, inspired by the fervor of the crowd, was about to join in when he suddenly recalled that he was already a disciple of the 3 pure ones. In other words, he was a grand disciple of Hong Jun. What a predicament! Seeing the uproar, Hong Jun's majestic presence surged forth, overwhelming the hall and freezing all in place, silencing their voices. He then scanned the assembly and spoke calmly. Taiching Laojun, you are transformed from the primordial spirit of the Pangu great deity, possessing extraordinary merits. Would you be willing to become my eldest disciple? Upon hearing this, Laojuan's face lit up with joy as he bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master. Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian, you too are transformed from the primordial spirit of the Pangu great deity, endowed with great merits. Would you be willing to become my 2nd and 3rd disciples? Thank you, Master. Yuanshi and Tongtian hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude. Following this, Hong Jun waved his hand casually, and 3 spiritual treasures fell into the hands of the 3 disciples. Laojun, as my eldest disciple, I bestow upon you this innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. This diagram is transformed from the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the opening heaven axe, possessing the ability to stabilize yin and yang, regulate the cosmos, and recreate the powers of earth, fire, water, and wind. It can also be used to suppress fortune. In the primordial realm, you are appointed as the 2nd disciple under my tutelage. As such, I bestow upon you this innate treasure. The Pangu banner, which is transformed from the chaotic supreme treasure, the Pangu AXE.IT possesses the might to rend the primordial chaos, shatter the very fabric of time and space, and govern the profound principles of all laws. It harbors the power to create and shape the universe, making it an unparalleled weapon of annihilation. Exercise caution in its use, for it can also serve to suppress fortune. Tongtian, you are my 3rd disciple. And thus I grant you the 4 swords of slaying immortals and the immortal slaying formation diagram. Although they do not possess the status of innate treasures and cannot suppress fortune, their union can establish the immortal slaying sword formation. which, once set in motion, can only be broken by the 4 saints. Upon hearing these words, the multitude erupted in astonishment. Currently, there exists only one saint in the vast wilderness, and the immortal slaying sword formation can only be shattered by the 4 saints. Does this not imply that Tongtian is invincible in the primordial realm? The disciples express their profound gratitude for the bestowed treasures. The 3 pure ones jointly offer their thanks. Hongjun, without further ado, quickens his speech. Nuwa, your origins are extraordinary. Though you may not yet possess great merits, a significant opportunity awaits you in the future. Would you be willing to become my closed-door disciple? Nuwa, upon hearing this, bows in gratitude, expressing her willingness to comply. With a grand gesture, Hongjun presents 2 radiant treasures into Nuwa's hands. The first is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Red Stitch Ball, renowned for its formidable offensive capabilities. Even a saint struck by it would suffer excruciating pain, and it bears 3 great merits for your contemplation. The second is the illustrious innate spiritual treasure, the Map of Mountains, Rivers, and the Nation, which encapsulates a unique microcosm akin to the primordial realm, nurturing all of creation and capable of ensnaring all beings. Nuwa expresses her gratitude once more. Subsequently, silence envelopes the purple cloud palace. Yet, Zhuanti and Jane are in a state of urgency. Having discerned that these 6 cushions represent 6 esteemed positions and are the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor, the first 4 have elucidated everything. Why has it stalled at their juncture? They begin to weep profusely, lamenting their impoverished Western lands, the insignificance of spiritual treasures, and the devastation of spiritual veins, pleading for the Tao ancestors' mercy to accept them as disciples and enable them to revitalize the Western lands. As they wail and roll about, their tears drenching their tattered robes, it is indeed a sight of utter despair. Feng Xuan, witnessing this, discreetly retrieves a recording jade disc to capture the moment for the disciples of the Western sect to see in the future. It is often said that the child who cries receives candy, and moreover, Hongjun himself owes a debt to the West. Thus he reluctantly speaks. Very well. You 2 possess great resolve and significant missions ahead. I shall accept you as my registered disciples. Though displeased, their faces reveal satisfaction, for they only desire the esteemed positions and spiritual treasures. With another grand gesture, numerous streams of light descend into their hands. These treasures include the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, the 8-treasure pool of merit, the divine pestle, and the golden bowl of merit. Except for the 12-petal golden lotus, Hongjun finds it tedious to enumerate the ranks of the remaining treasures. However, Zhuanti and Jane are immensely satisfied, having never encountered such a plethora of spiritual treasures, overflowing with joy. The disciples express their heartfelt thanks to their master, wishing him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazes at the 2 with incredulous expressions, while Hongjuan's mouth twitches in amusement. How amusing indeed, to wish him blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Are they not cursing Hongjun? Feng Xuan bursts into laughter, nearly losing grip on the recording stone in his hands. These 2 are utterly delightful. At that moment, Hongjuan's gaze shifts toward him, prompting Feng Xuan to sit up straight. Adopting a serious demeanor, Feng Xuan, your origins are remarkable. You possess great merit and fortune, and as my disciple, I shall bestow upon you the postnatal treasure, the primordial measuring ruler, to serve as your instrument of protection. A ruler, measuring approximately 3 feet in length, materializes in Feng Xuan's hands. The ruler emanates a mist of purple qi, shimmering with golden radiance of merit, while a pure, fearsome aura of killing intent swirls around it, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. The postnatal treasure, the primordial measuring ruler, is born from a blend of the merit acquired from the opening of the heavens and a wisp of primordial energy from the dawn of the primordial realm. It is a treasure of slaughter, its power rivaling that of the Panga banner, possessing the capability to kill without incurring karmic retribution and to shatter all laws. Truly a valuable asset for merciless endeavors. The crowd gazes upon Feng Xuan with envy, recognizing that the 3 pure ones, as direct disciples, may receive such treasures without protest. Yet even a mere disciple like Feng Xuan is bestowed with an item of such caliber. It is enough to incite tears of envy. The disciples express their gratitude to their master. The 3 pure ones, upon witnessing this, extend their thanks once more to the Tao ancestor. Feng Xuan, too, bows respectfully. Expressing his gratitude to his grandmaster, Hongjun nods in acknowledgement, then retrieves 7 strands of profound purple qi from his robe. This is the primordial purple qi. Contemplate it well and strive for early sainthood. The 6 strands of primordial purple qi soar forth, entering the essence of the 6 individuals. The onlookers are filled with envy, especially Dijuan and Tai, who believe themselves equal to the 6 seated on the cushions, yet find themselves bereft of this supreme gift at that moment. The final strand of primordial purple qi captures the attention of all present, for they understand this is the last opportunity. We beseech the Tao ancestor for mercy. Grant us the chance to attain sainthood. The crowd calls out in unison. However, Hongjun pays them no heed. Instead, he gazes at Feng Xuan. Sensing the scrutiny, Feng Xuan instinctively retracts his neck, fearing to accept it. For this final strand of primordial purple qi acts as a harbinger of doom. Whoever claims it will face misfortune. Should he take it, he would remain bound to Kunlun Mountain for eternity, rendering the endeavor fruitless. Furthermore, with his extraordinary enlightenment, even in the present environment inferior to the primordial era, he is confident in proving his path through strength, rendering the primordial purple qi unnecessary. Witnessing this, Hongjun shakes his head in lament, turning his gaze toward the crowd. The Tao has 50, and the heavens diminish by 49. Subtracting 1 leads to a glimmer of hope, and thus the final strand of primordial purple qi shall choose for itself. With that, he releases the final strand of primordial purple qi. It swirls with a consciousness of its own within the purple cloud palace, passing by Dijuan, Tai, the river of souls, Dongwanggong, Zhuangmu, and Kunping, finally lingering above Hongyun's head before merging into his essence, thus selecting him. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for your compassion. Hongyun joyfully expresses his gratitude to Hongjun. The assembly glares at Hongyun with gritted teeth, wishing to consume him alive. Particularly, Kunping harbors deep resentment, for had it not been for Hongyun's amiable nature allowing him to sit, he too might have claimed a cushion, thereby seizing the opportunity for sainthood. His animosity toward Hongyun has only intensified, now compounded by the latter's fortune of attaining sainthood, fueling his desire for vengeance. Observing this, Xinyuanzi swiftly draws his friend close, ready to protect him, preparing to flee once the discourse concludes. With the conclusion of this lecture, I shall merge with the Tao to rectify the deficiencies of the heavenly path. Thus, Hongjun embodies the Tao while the Tao does not embody Hongjun. Upon hearing this declaration, all present bow in reverence, exclaiming, "The Tao ancestor's righteousness." At this moment, Hongjun feels a twinge of relief and, in a gentle voice, states, "I have existed since the dawn of creation, traversing the vast wilderness for countless eons, collecting innumerable spiritual treasures that I now place them all upon the treasure distribution cliff outside the Purple Cloud Palace. You may take as many as fate allows to as." His words linger in the air. The 3 pure ones are the first to react, transforming into a beam of light that soars away. The rest follow suit, unleashing unprecedented speed. They are eager to claim the spiritual treasures without contest, lest they find themselves lamenting their lost chance while scouring the vast wilderness. The Purple Cloud Palace is left with only Hongjun, Feng Xuan, and Hutu. Feng Xuan bows to Hongjun before rising to depart, for he holds little interest in the treasures, most of which have already been claimed by his masters. His grandmaster has amassed dozens. His second master has gathered dozens more, and his third master has taken over 100. The remaining individuals can only scavenge the scraps. He decides to wait for the final collection at the treasure distribution cliff. As Feng Xuan strides out of the hall, the slumbering Hao Yin and Yao Qi awaken with a start. Curiously, they gaze at Feng Xuan and muster the courage to inquire, "Are you also a manifestation of the Chaos Stone?" Ding! Detection indicates that Hao Yin and Yao Qi wish to befriend you. Please choose from the following options. 1. Instantly refine them. As kin. They exist to elevate oneself. Take advantage of Hongjuan's inattention and refine them in an instant. Reward. Hongjuan's favor toward you will plummet to 0.2. Cultivate a friendship with the 2. Possessing the 9-9 Supreme Fate and Phoenix Fate, they will undoubtedly become your allies in the future. The reward of the Supreme Fate of Jujio was granted. Upon seeing the system's options, Feng Xuan directly chose the second one. That although the 2 were charming, it was still insufficient to compel him to act in such a manner. Feng Xuan turned his head, revealing a benevolent smile. Indeed, are you both the same? Hao Tian and Yao Qi nodded their little heads vigorously, their faces brimming with joy at long last. They had encountered kin. Little did they know, at that moment. Feng Xuan swallowed hard, yearning to seize that exquisitely beautiful figure and refine her immediately. Ah, this shall serve as a token of our first meeting. Feng Xuan produced a 5th-grade golden elixir, a gift bestowed upon him by his master, and presented it to the two. They accepted it. Tears of gratitude streamed down their faces. Apart from Hong Jun, it was the first time anyone had treated them with such kindness. Unable to contain themselves, they embraced him, sobbing uncontrollably. Whoa, brother, you are too good to us. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 2. The supreme fate of Jujio has been issued. The supreme fate, awarded by the system, manifested as a swirling mass of purple gold energy, which could only be fused with one's essence. Otherwise, it would remain in the system's space. Just as well, his current strength was insufficient to contend for dominance in the primordial chaos. He would wait until the later stages when the witch and demon tribes withdrew from the limelight before striving for it, reaping the benefits as a bystander. After comforting the two, Feng Xuan made his way to the treasure division cliff. Hao Tian and Yao Qi tightly clutched the golden elixir, gazing at his departing figure with admiration and reverence. Silently resolving within themselves, upon reaching the treasure division cliff, he found that most of the magical treasures had already been collected, and the crowd was preparing to depart. Feng Xuan strode over with an air of confidence and directly hoisted the treasure division cliff, unbeknownst to the onlookers, and stored it within his own Shumi space. As they beheld the now empty location, realization dawned upon the crowd. How careless! This treasure division cliff, capable of housing so many spiritual treasures, must surely be an extraordinary artifact itself. Alas, it had already been taken. The pain is unbearable. My disciple is indeed clever. Even I did not realize it. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the chaos, as if announcing Feng Xuan's brilliance to all. Humph! The Eastern Royal's expression soured as he departed from the chaos. That Dijun and Tai continued their efforts to recruit powerful beings from the Kunlun and Baizhe clans. Feng Xuan, my dear brother, you have not visited me in such a long time. Do you not like me? At that moment, Nuwa approached Feng Xuan, her exquisite visage adorned with a hint of sorrow, resembling a scorned lover. Feng Xuan was about to respond when a notification sounded. Ding! Detection indicates that Nuwa wishes to invite you to Fengqi Valley to express her gratitude. Please make the following choice. 1. Go. 2. Do not go. Why not go? She won't eat you. The reward was a 30 comprehension of the laws of creation. Was there even a need for deliberation? Surely, he would cling to life. If he was not yet a Daluo, he would not venture anywhere. Sister Nuwa, I cannot go just yet. Allow me to visit once I have achieved the Daluo Golden Immortal stage. Feng Xuan replied unhurriedly, observing the expectant expression on Nuwa's face. Congratulations, host, for selecting option 2. Please proceed to Kunlun Mountain to claim your reward. Upon hearing this, Nuwa offered no further remarks. Very well, I shall await your arrival. With that, she departed with Fushi from the chaos. Disciple, we too must take our leave, the old man stated, and the four of them traversed the chaos together, returning to the world of primordial chaos. Within the Jade Void Palace, the three pure ones sat in solemnity. Disciple, we must comprehend the primordial purple energy and gain insight into the path of quasi-sainthood. For the next myriad years, we shall remain in seclusion. We know your impatience will lead you to the vast primordial lands. So take these. Before Feng Xuan appeared a fiery banner, a 9-dragon fragrant palanquin, and 24 sea-stabilizing pearls. You have already received the postnatal merit treasure, the primordial measuring ruler. We shall bestow upon you 3 more artifacts, 1 for defense, 1 for escape, and 1 for confinement. With these, your life shall be secure. The 3 pure ones gazed at him kindly. Feng Xuan's eyes brimmed with tears. His masters had been so kind to him that he could hardly contain his emotions. Master, second master, third master, I am deeply grateful. Drip, drip, the palace, crafted from innate white jade, shed glistening tears, and 2 crystalline droplets flowed from his eyes as he struggled to suppress his inner feelings. Good disciple, this is merely our duty. Just focus on your cultivation. Yes, I will, Feng Xuan replied earnestly, recalling the enlightenment tree he had obtained previously. Wait, masters, I have something that may aid in your seclusion. He transformed into a streak of light and returned to his own sanctuary. Reaching out to the flourishing enlightenment tree by the spiritual pool and plucked its leaves, thousands of enlightenment tree leaves appeared in Feng Xuan's hands, embodying the fruit of the tree's millennia of growth. He hurried back to the Jade Void Palace. Masters, this is an upper-grade innate spiritual root, the leaves of the enlightenment tree, which possess the ability to assist one in attaining enlightenment. They should prove useful to you. Feng Xuan reverently extended the leaves. Upon receiving them, the three pure ones were filled with delight. These leaves truly are beneficial. With this aid, we shall surely surpass others in breaking through. You are thoughtful. The three pure ones expressed, their faces aglow with appreciation, looking gently upon Feng Xuan. Good disciple, your efforts have not been in vain. If it proves useful, then I shall withdraw for now, so as not to disturb your seclusion. Feng Xuan exited the Jade Void Palace and returned to his own sanctuary to cultivate. Time flowed like a river, unmarked in the primordial chaos. Soon, 10,000 years had passed, and within Feng Xuan's sanctuary, the atmosphere was thick with the essence of the Tao. Countless innate spiritual energies converged upon the small stone peak, forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, with the enhancement of tenfold cultivation speed. Feng Xuan's 10,000 years of practice equated to 100,000 years. With such profound accumulation, the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm was within reach. Seated in meditation, Feng Xuan's eyes were gently closed, each breath drawing in spiritual energy so dense it nearly coalesced into droplets. The mist obscured vision, rendering all things indistinct. Above him, three flowers of varying colors emitted a dazzling light of the Tao, poised to bloom, awaiting the opportune moment. The sky above was clear and cloudless, devoid of any calamity clouds gathering. Those blessed by the Tao were shielded from tribulations. Indeed, it seemed the tribulations themselves were retreating. Enraptured in the profound mysteries of the Taiji Celestial Decision, the Jade Clear Celestial Decision, and the Supreme Clear Celestial Decision, Feng Xuan sought to merge them, crafting a unique method reflective of his own condition, which he named the Golden Chapter of the Tao. This was a pursuit of the Tao, an achievement of the Tao, and a transcendence of the Tao. At the moment the Golden Chapter of the Tao was conceived, Feng Xuan's realm reached a pinnacle. The small stone peak trembled under immense pressure. In an instant, the world lost its huit. It seemed as though only those three eternal Daluo flowers remained in existence. The three flowers of heaven, earth, and humanity bloomed simultaneously. The Daluo Golden Immortal's Tao fruit was realized. All three flowers attained the 9th grade, embodying the form of a saint. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes. A flash of divine brilliance flickering past. In his gaze, chaos and white jade intertwined, reflecting all of existence. After nearly 100,000 years in the primordial world, he had finally attained the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. It could be considered a modest achievement, granting him a measure of self-preservation. Strolling upon the small stone peak, Feng Xuan expressed boundless sentiments. Cultivation truly was an arduous journey. However, now that he had elevated his realm, he still needed to refine the numerous innate restrictions of the spiritual treasures, the primordial measuring ruler, the fiery banner, the 9-dragon fragrant palanquin, the 24 sea stabilizing pearls, and the star spirit wheel. Such a plethora of artifacts was not necessarily advantageous. It would require time to properly cultivate and attune them. Red Cloud, surrender the primordial purple energy, and I shall spare your life. Upon the primordial earth, Kunlun pursued Red Cloud at breakneck speed, intent on seizing the primordial purple energy from his grasp. Red Cloud fled with great haste. As the first innate Red Cloud to take form, his speed was naturally formidable, surpassing the majority of beings in the primordial realm. Yet, he encountered Kunlun, born with mastery over the laws of wind. Escape seemed futile, impossible. Abandon this futile pursuit, Red Cloud roared, unleashing all his strength as he dashed toward the direction of the Wuzhuang Temple at such speed. Even Kunlun could only catch a whiff of Red Cloud's trailing energy. Zhen Yuanzi, I was mistaken. I shall return swiftly. Wait for me. Upon reaching Wuzhuang Temple, his peril would be alleviated, for it was guarded by the earthly book Great Formation, an unparalleled defense, utterly secure. Zhen Yuanzi, how foolish I was not to heed your advice and venture out. As the crimson clouds swiftly fled, two swords imbued with an inexhaustible aura of murderous intent struck forth. targeting its vital point. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the instinct for survival surged within the crimson cloud, allowing it to narrowly evade the blades at an astonishing angle. Though it escaped death, the malevolent energy had already infiltrated its being, obstructing the flow of its magical essence. The crimson cloud was compelled to pause and purge this intrusion while scanning the surroundings for its assailant. "Who dares?" A chilling laughter echoed, and the two deadly swords returned along their previous path, gripped tightly by a pair of crimson hands. The figure shrouded in black robes materialized before the crimson cloud. "Hand over the primal purple chi, friend of the underworld. I have never wronged you. Why do you impede my path?" The crimson cloud seethed, recognizing the black-clad figure as the ancient ancestor of the underworld, and was perplexed by the animosity directed toward it. "We bear no enmity. It is merely your acquisition of the primal purple chi that stirs my desire for sanctification." Beneath the robe, the ancient ancestor's blood-red eyes fixated on the crimson cloud, wielding the twin swords Yuan-Tu and Ubi, poised to claim its life. These twin innate treasures, born of the ancient underworld, embodied the essence of the killing path, possessing the unique ability to slay without incurring karmic retribution. They were ideally suited for eliminating someone as fortunate as the crimson cloud. As the lethal blades descended, the previously cast-off Kunlun rejoined the fray. "Stop." Kunlun summoned his crafted spiritual treasure, the Demon Master Palace, to intercept the twin swords. "I laid claim to this first." The ancient ancestor's eyes narrowed, the swords humming ominously, showing no intent of retreat. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The opportunity for sanctification was singular, and neither party was willing to yield. Facing Kunlun, the ancient ancestor wasted no words. Lunging forward with the twin swords, an overwhelming force erupted, dimming the heavens and earth, the palpable aura of death rendering it difficult for the crimson cloud and Kunlun to breathe. "Ha ha ha! Kunlun, who grants you the audacity to contend with me?" Ruling over an endless sea of blood and accompanied by two supreme innate treasures, the ancient ancestor's advantages far outweighed that of Kunlun, who lacked even a single formidable treasure. Preposterous! Kunlun's countenance darkened. He dared not confront the ancient ancestor. Against the twin swords of such caliber, he had no means of resistance. Thus, he resorted to leveraging his status. "The plot to eliminate the crimson cloud is orchestrated by the demon court. Do you dare oppose them?" Upon hearing this, the ancient ancestor's gaze flickered. During the millennia since the conclusion of the Tao ancestor's third lecture, Emperor Jun and Tai had consolidated nearly all the demon clans, establishing the demon court. The heavenly Tao had even bestowed commendations for this. Within the demon court, powerful beings congregated, and with Emperor Jun and Tai at the helm, their strength surpassed that of the celestial court. For a moment, the celestial court, founded by the Eastern King, chose to retreat from confrontation, wary of the impending storm. The demon court holds no fear for this old ancestor. The ancient ancestor laughed heartily, dismissing the demon court as inconsequential. Though he stood alone, even 10 demon courts would pose no threat to him. Below, the crimson cloud observed the contention over its rightful claim. Igniting within it a fierce anger and unwillingness to submit, it drew forth its own supreme innate treasure, the 99 scattering soul gourd. "Zenuanzi, should there be a next life, I shall heed your counsel." The gourd stopper was removed, unleashing a torrent of crimson sand that obscured the heavens. Seeing this, the ancient ancestor and Kunlun retreated thousands of miles, escaping the assault of the red sands. "Crimson cloud, cease your struggle. This deluge of scattering soul sand will not shield you." Kunlun transformed into his true form, his wings unfurling to create a tempest that swept towards the myriad of crimson sands. Seizing the opportunity to strike at the crimson cloud, the ancient ancestor summoned a crimson lotus platform to withstand the onslaught of the red sands while advancing toward the crimson cloud. Even in death, I shall not relinquish this primal purple chi to you." The crimson cloud gazed defiantly at the approaching figures, its resolve unwavering. It sought no further to preserve its life. A sudden, ominous premonition flickered in the minds of the ancient ancestor and Kunlun as they beheld the crimson cloud's state. "Not good. Both of you shall accompany me to the grave." The crimson cloud extended its hand to grasp those who sought to flee, its skin cracking as though it were a shattered porcelain vessel. That a fiery radiance erupted from its being, illuminating the cosmos. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded, the earth trembling for thousands of miles, eradicating all existence in its wake. At the heart of the detonation, the ancient ancestor and Kunlun were engulfed by the force of the blast, suffering the greatest harm in that instant. Kunlun was left bloodied and dazed, his demon master palace shattered. Teetering on the brink of death, the ancient ancestor fared somewhat better. Though his robe was tattered, he remained uninjured, thanks to the protective capabilities of the 12th grade fiery red lotus in his grasp. Cough, cough. This crimson cloud proves to be a formidable character, knowing to take others down with it in its final moments. Alas, this old ancestor is no easy prey. With that, he rose to collect the crimson cloud's final remnant. The 9-9 scattering soul gourd. At this juncture, the crimson cloud was reduced to nothingness, and the primal purple chi was surely contained within the gourd. Overjoyed, the ancient ancestor seized the gourd and soared towards the endless sea of blood. As he departed, two noble figures appeared at the site of the crimson cloud's self-detonation, none other than Emperor Jun and Tai, who had rushed upon hearing the news, surveying the desolate scene and the half-dead Kunlun. They quickly grasped the situation. "Brother, this potent murderous aura belongs to the ancient ancestor," Tai remarked, having sensed it keenly. Chase. Without hesitation, they activated the Golden Crow's rainbow technique and sped toward the endless sea of blood. In no time, they caught up to the ancient ancestor. Seeing this, Tai summoned the chaos bell to suppress time and space, striking at the ancient ancestor. Caught off guard, the ancient ancestor was struck down to the earth. Spitting blood. "Ancient ancestor, considering you once shared the Tao with us in the Purple Cloud's palace, surrender the 9-9 scattering soul gourd, and I may spare your life." Emperor Jun and Tai descended before the ancient ancestor, the chaos bell returning to them. The might of the innate treasure unmistakable. The ancient ancestor realized that he could not abscond with the 9-9 scattering soul gourd today, and, with a hint of regret, conceded, "My friends, I, the ancient ancestor, admit defeat today." With that, he presented the gourd, signaling them to take it. Though Emperor Jun and Tai sensed something amiss, the overwhelming strength and treasures they possessed left them undeterred as they advanced to collect it. "Ancient ancestor, your recognition of the situation is commendable." Thus just as Emperor Jun sought to ease the tension, he witnessed a sly smile creep upon the previously serene visage of the ancient ancestor. Not good. Without warning, the ancient ancestor self-detonated, an endless mist of blood enveloping them. In an instant, Emperor Jun and Tai were caught off guard, sustaining grave injuries from the explosion. For miles around, thick smoke billowed, and the earth trembled. Yet, despite the spectacle, the destructive power paled in comparison to that of the crimson cloud's earlier explosion. What of the demon emperor? He had merely fallen into this old ancestor's trap. A mocking voice echoed, and Emperor Jun and Tai opened their eyes in disbelief. Before them stood the ancient ancestor, unscathed, casually toying with the 9-9 scattering soul gourd, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if the prior explosion had not been his doing. The ancient ancestor slowly turned his gaze to the injured duo, seething. "For the loss of a manifestation I nurtured over countless eons, I shall take your lives in retribution." The twin swords, Yuan 2 and Ubi. Sword forth, prepared to slay the two and eliminate any future threats. Suddenly, the chaos bell instinctively shielded its masters, safeguarding them from harm. They seized the opportunity to recover, retrieving spiritual treasures from the Shumi space to mend their wounds. Damn. Seeing this, the ancient ancestor cursed under his breath and swiftly retreated. With the chaos bell present, it would be a while before he could harm them again. After some time, Emperor Jun and Tai managed to move, fury igniting in their eyes as they gazed toward the endless sea of blood. How dare the ancient ancestor deceive them? Such recklessness would be his undoing. Mobilize the troops. Let us flatten the endless sea of blood. They roared in unison, preparing to return to the Solar Star to rally the demon clan's forces and subdue the ancient ancestor. Thus, beneath the threshold of Quasi-Saint, they deemed themselves invincible. On the summit of the small stone peak, Feng Xuan raised his head to the heavens and let out a long, resonant howl. As several spiritual treasures floated gracefully around him, the palpable sense of chaotic weight emanated from his physique, signifying the formidable strength of his physical cultivation. The dividing treasure cliff had already been refined by Feng Xuan, and his physical prowess had reached the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Coupled with numerous spiritual treasures, he had no fear of even the pinnacle of the great Luo. With his masters still in retreat, he resolved to embark on a solitary journey across the vast wilderness. As the saying goes, reading a myriad of books is no match for traveling 1,000 miles. This holds true for cultivation as well, regardless of whether one practices the heavenly path, laws, merits, or others. Understanding and perceiving the world and all things therein is indispensable. This is the vital foundation for rapid advancement in cultivation. Moreover, at present, with the three factions of the Demon Court, Immortal Court, and Witch Clan in a stable equilibrium, it is the perfect time for him to strategize on merits and add another layer of protection for his own life. He could also seek out his future junior brothers and sisters, guiding them into the fold. Such an exemplary senior brother as he is truly a rarity. Masters, I shall take my leave. Feng Xuan bowed respectfully before the gates of the Yushu Palace, bidding farewell to his masters. Equipped with the finest gear, he stepped out of the core portal of Kunlun. Casting a glance back at the place he had called home for tens of thousands of years, a flicker of nostalgia welled up within him. Yet his gaze soon transformed into one of resolute determination. He then summoned auspicious clouds and set forth into the outside world. Not long after his departure, a beautiful fairy emerged from the nearby picturesque canyon. Her gaze fixed intently on Feng Xuan's receding figure. Decades passed, and in the lush forests to the east of Kunlun Mountain, Feng Xuan officially stepped beyond the borders of Kunlun, riding a gracefully shaped celestial crane. Xiaobai, did you say you ran away from your clan to venture out? Indeed, I sneaked out. The elders always warn of great dangers and terrors outside, urging me to focus on my cultivation. But I do not believe it. Nothing has ever happened in Kunlun for so many years. How could there be danger outside? The white crane chattered incessantly, lively as a lark. Feng Xuan chuckled. Xiaobai was still too young. She had already encountered this great terror upon leaving, having been directly taken as his mount, yet she remained blissfully unaware. By the way, who is the strongest in your clan? Feng Xuan inquired nonchalantly. Curious about the origins of the White Crane clan that could settle in Kunlun. Let me think. It seems to be called the White Crane Ancestor. I don't know about their strength. White Crane Ancestor? Who is that? In the vast wilderness, he was not entirely unfamiliar with the principal figures, but when had a White Crane Ancestor emerged? Oh, he recalled that when his second master established the Chan teaching, there was a White Crane disciple among them. Though not a direct disciple, he often acted as a messenger. Could this White Crane Ancestor possibly be that individual? The more Feng Xuan pondered, the more plausible it seemed. To have been born in Kunlun indicated considerable fortune. However, observing Xiaobai, who claimed to be a once-in-a-century prodigy of the White Crane clan, with mere Xian immortal cultivation, suggested that the potential of the White Crane clan might not be particularly high. Thus, it was reasonable for her to be taken as a disciple. Ding. Initial departure from Kunlun Mountain detected. Please make the following choice. 1. Phoenix Nest Canyon. Nuwa has been waiting for you. You will surely receive a warm welcome. Reward. 30 Comprehension of the Tao of Creation. 2. Endless Blood Seed. A great battle is about to unfold there. Perhaps you might pick up a lucky chance. Reward. A wisp of primordial purple energy. 3. Wuzhuang Temple. Zhen Yuanzi is currently very sad and angry. You might take the opportunity to become close friends with him, the future ancestor of Earth Immortals and beloved companion. Reward. Great causality technique friend. Please stay to by heavens. All Feng Xuan could see was that friend. Please stay. This was a divine skill. During the impending calamity of the gods, how many disciples of the Chan teaching had fallen upon hearing those words? Truly, it was a technique of causality unparalleled in the wilderness. System, I choose 3, he silently declared. Congratulations to the host for selecting 3. The reward has been issued. Please be cautious with your words in the future. Due to the vastness of the wilderness and its complex geography, an additional feature of the unkind map has been unlocked for the host. Such good fortune. Since when has this stingy system become so generous? Nevertheless, having a map was indeed advantageous, sparing him from aimless wandering. As he opened the map, he found himself speechless at the distance between Wuzhuang Temple and his current location. He had exited from the eastern core of Kunlun, only to find Wuzhuang Temple situated at the western intersection. He would have to retrace his steps. The feeling of being unable to exert his strength was most uncomfortable. Feng Xuan patted Xiaobai's head. Xiaobai, let's set off westward. Yes, master. Xiaobai adjusted her course and flew westward. As they soared through the skies, Feng Xuan admired the scenic mountains and rivers, while reflecting on the other 2 options he had just considered. The first, to Phoenix Nest Canyon was not that he did not wish to go, but rather that it was not the right time, given that his masters were in seclusion to comprehend the primordial purple energy. It was likely that Nuwa was doing the same. To disturb them would surely be unwise. He would risk diminishing any goodwill rather than gaining Itas, the second saint of the heavens. Even one who attained sanctity through merits could not be underestimated. He felt that she was at least the strongest beneath his master, assuming, of course, that the third master did not employ the extermination array. Riding on Xiaobai, he soon arrived at Wuzhuang Temple. The signs of devastation in the surrounding forests indicated that a great battle had once erupted here. Is Jin Yuanzi present? I am Feng Xuan, here to pay my respects. Leaping down from Xiaobai, he bowed before the mountain gate. Jin Yuanzi was indeed worthy of respect. Come in, a hoarse voice called from within, imbued with a sense of desolation and sorrow. As one person and one crane ascended the layered steps, they entered the temple. Detection of the host stepping into Wuzhuang Temple. The great causality technique, friend. Please stay has been issued. Feng Xuan was overjoyed. Everything was falling into place. Raising his gaze toward the temple, he saw a middle-aged Taoist seated beneath a fruit tree laden with fruit resembling doll-like figures. In front of him, a handful of soil soaked in blood. The soil was shrouded in red mist, both tragic and magnificent. The fruit tree was one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit, and the middle-aged Taoist was none other than Jin Yuanzi, the master of Wuzhuang Temple. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Xuan opened his mouth but could find no words, falling into silence. Are the 3 pure ones well? Jin Yuanzi suddenly spoke. They are all well and are currently in seclusion to comprehend the primordial purple energy. Feng Xuan replied in response. Primordial purple energy? Jin Yuanzi trembled as he spoke, slowly raising his palm, manifesting a wisp of primordial purple energy before Feng Xuan's astonished eyes. That I have wronged Hong Yun. As he said this, he was about to disperse the primordial purple energy right there, letting it dissipate into the heavens and earth. However, the purple energy was mysterious. It scattered and then reformed, endlessly cycling, ultimately retaining its complete form. Jin Yuanzi, helpless, directly thrust this wisp of primordial purple energy into Feng Xuan's hands. Feng Xuan was taken aback. Where did this primordial purple energy come from? How did it end up in my hands? I do not dare to comprehend it at all. Holding the wisp of primordial purple energy, he felt utterly at a loss, overwhelmed by pressure. Jin Yuanzi, this primordial purple energy, how did it keep coming back to me? He glanced over at Jin Yuanzi, who bore a grave expression, his eyes filled with sorrow. His gaze remained fixed on the blood-red soil before him, seemingly ignoring the primordial purple energy, the very foundation of sanctity. As if it were merely a worthless piece of dead grass, Jin Yuanzi slowly spoke. Feng Xuan, my friend, please accept this primordial purple energy, such a harmful object. I will never use even a fraction of it. Even if it means I shall be forever estranged from the path of sanctity in this life, I shall have no regrets. With that, he gently shook his head, a look of resolve crossing his face. Upon hearing Jin Yuanzi's words, Feng Xuan felt a surge of genuine admiration for him. Jin Yuanzi was indeed a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. No wonder that the deities of the future hold such reverence for Luotian. However, how could the formidable Hong Yun, on the brink of becoming a saint, perish so easily? Feng Xuan recalled the tales he had heard in his past life regarding Hong Yun's reincarnation as Yun Zhongzi, a notion that bore a high degree of credibility. Although the cycle of reincarnation is said to be unopened in the present, beings of the stature of the Deluo Jin Xian and above are inherently exempt from it. The Deluo Jin Xian embodies the unity of past, present, and future, attaining eternal freedom and ease. They do not truly die. They merely await the opportune moment to return. For instance, is it not true that the future Dong Wanggong will reincarnate as the Dong Hua Emperor? Moreover, the pure Yang Sword Immortal, El Dong Bin, has also undergone reincarnation. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Xuan spoke. Dao friend Jin Yuanzi, you may yet see Dao friend Hong Yun again. Upon hearing this, Jin Yuanzi's body trembled violently as he swiftly approached Feng Xuan. His gaze fixed intently upon him. What did you say? Does it mean Dao friend Hong Yun has not perished? Observing the glimmer of hope in Jin Yuanzi's eyes, Feng Xuan let out a gentle sigh. Dao friend Hong Yun has indeed passed, yet it seems he has entered. A chilling sense of dread surged from Feng Xuan's heart, rendering him unable to utter the words reincarnation, noticing the troubled expression on Feng Xuan's face. Jin Yuanzi understood instantly, silencing him with a gesture. Feng Xuan, Dao friend, no need to elaborate. Knowing that there is still a chance for Hong Yun to reappear is enough for me, even if this is but a fantasy. At this moment, Feng Xuan found himself gasping for breath. Was he truly unable to speak the word reincarnation now? Or was it that he could not voice it in front of Jin Yuanzi? It is indeed true, but I advise you to preserve Dao friend Hong Yun's relics well. They may prove invaluable in the future. Indeed, I shall safeguard them diligently. With that, Jin Yuanzi stowed away the blood-colored earth and summoned the earth book. Making his way outside, this left Feng Xuan utterly perplexed. Dao friend, where are you heading? Jin Yuanzi responded with commanding authority, to the endless blood sea, to retrieve the 99 scatter soul gourd. Ah, such suddenness, such recklessness. Feng Xuan recalled the second option presented by the system, the endless blood sea, a place where a great battle was foretold. That it appeared that the Ming, he had taken Hong Yun's 99 scatter soul gourd, leading the demon court to mobilize forces towards the endless blood sea. My word, how perilous this is. Yet, gazing at Jin Yuanzi's determination, he felt it futile to dissuade him. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to follow suit. He suddenly realized that with Jin Yuanzi by his side, he truly faced little danger. The Earth Book formation was no trifling matter. The Earth Book, forged from the Earth's membrane, connected to the entire geomantic network of the Hong Huang realm. Should anyone damage the Earth Book, it would equate to the annihilation of the entire geomantic network of Hong Huang, not to mention the countless karmic retributions that would ensue. Dragging down several saints, would the heavenly Tao simply stand by and watch as the Earth Book neared destruction? Little Bai, let us go. Feng Xuan mounted Little Bai and sped after Jin Yuanzi. Ming He, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. Above the endless blood sea, Di Jun and Tai Yi proclaimed with commanding presence. After millennia of recuperation and organization, their injuries had fully healed, and their early-stage quasi-saint prowess was unmistakable. Surrounding them were throngs of demon soldiers and generals. If you do not emerge, I shall ensure you remain forever ensnared in this blood sea. Di Jun continued to call out over the blood sea, yet received no response. Ming He was presently bewildered. He turned the 99 scatter soul gourd over and over, searching for the traces of the primordial purple chi, yet found none. Where is my primordial purple chi? After a thorough investigation, Ming He hurled the 99 scatter soul gourd away in realization. He had been played. That scoundrel Hong Yun. He has deceived everyone. Enraged, Ming He felt the sting of having neither the primordial purple chi nor any allies left unoffended. Now, he was left with nothing to gain. Hong Yun, you may have merely perished, but I, Ming He, must endure the relentless harassment from those two fools outside. Truly unfortunate. The more Ming He contemplated, the angrier he became. However, with Hong Yun's demise, he had no outlet for his fury and could only swallow his grievances in silence. No, I must ascend and clarify matters with those two idiots. I will not take the blame for this. Clutching the 99 scatter soul gourd, Ming He soared towards the surface of the blood sea. Two gentlemen. Clang, the chaos bell descended with terrifying force, shattering Ming He into a cloud of blood mist. How satisfying, to dare to scheme against us. This is the consequence of crossing us. Tai Yi let out a triumphant roar, expelling the previous gloom and resentment. Di Jun stepped forward to collect the 99 scatter soul gourd. Examining it closely, is the primordial purple chi contained within. Tai Yi inquired eagerly. Di Jun shook his head. Tai Yi's fury ignited. This Ming He was utterly clueless. Gentlemen, clang. Tai Yi once more tore through Ming He. Gentlemen, clang. 2, clang. 1, clang. After countless deaths, Ming He had grown wise, manifesting dozens of avatars in one go. Gentlemen, there is no primordial purple chi within the 99 scatter soul gourd. We have been deceived by Hong Yun. At last, Ming He managed to convey his message, but was met with the incredulous gazes of Di Jun and Tai Yi. Oh, you think we would believe you? The chaos bell was summoned with full force, suppressing the primordial world and unleashing its might upon the myriad realms, shattering all of Ming He's numerous avatars. After this encounter, Ming He understood that reasoning with those two dimwits was futile. Thus, he ceased further explanations and retreated deep into the endless blood sea to cultivate in seclusion. His forte lay in survival. He refused to believe that they could annihilate the endless blood sea. Outside, Di Jun and Tai Yi waited in vain for a long while. Realizing that Ming He was indeed hiding and refusing to emerge, the two felt helpless. They could not linger indefinitely, as the Celestial Court and the Witch Clan remained hostile forces, exerting immense pressure on the Demon Court. Mobilizing the main forces of the Demon Court had not been a wise decision, and it was time for them to withdraw. This cowardly turtle had truly left them with no recourse. Do not worry. Once our Great Star formation is complete, he shall have no good fortune awaiting him. Tai Yi and Di Jun prepared to lead the Demon Clan back. Just then, a booming voice echoed from afar. Laden with boundless fury, returned the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd. A vast, earth-tone barrier was instantly erected, ensnaring Di Jun and Tai Yi within its confines. Zhen Yuanzi calmly stepped into the formation to confront the two demon sovereigns. The formation then sealed completely, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Wait for me. I have yet to enter. The late-arriving Feng Xuan gazed at the fully closed formation, lowering his raised hand. I have not yet entered. Observing the retreating demon clan, among whom were many familiar faces from the Purple Cloud Palace, Feng Xuan took a deep breath, steadying his fluctuating aura, and nervously spoke. Esteemed friends, how do you fare? The leader, Bai Zhe, upon spotting Feng Xuan, stepped forth with a joyful expression, exuding warmth and friendliness, the aura of a primordial auspicious beast providing a comforting presence. Yet, Feng Xuan felt as if he were facing a formidable foe. Currently, the odds were against him, 1 against millions. The advantage was not on his side. Trouble could easily arise. Feng Xuan had covertly summoned the 9 Dragons Incense Sedan, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Feng Xuan Dao friend, it's good to see you. Bai Zhe spoke softly, his tone imbued with the joy of reunion. Yet this very voice sent a shiver down Feng Xuan's spine. The indistinguishable nature of the voice was indeed uncanny. Are you all right? Noticing Feng Xuan's twitching form, Bai Zhe inquired with concern. A primordial auspicious beast. Bai Zhe possessed the ability to attract fortune and avert misfortune, deeply appreciating the unique resonance of the Taoist blessing emanating from Feng Xuan. Yearning to draw closer to him, "Do not come near. I am fine." Feng Xuan took several steps back. The combination of that voice and visage was too potent. Seeing this, Bai Zhe made no further attempts to approach, turning his attention to the earth-tone barrier that isolated them from the outside world. That I wonder how long Dao friend Zhen Yuanzi can hold out. In Bai Zhe's eyes, even with the Earth Book and its formation aiding Zhen Yuanzi, he did not believe he could contend with the 2 demon emperors, a high-ranking member of the demon court. He was acutely aware of the terrifying prowess of Di Jun and Tai Yi, which far exceeded their level. I beg to differ, Feng Xuan confidently remarked as he gazed at the Earthbook formation. While others may be unaware of the origins of the Earthbook formation, he certainly was not. He dares to assert that it is not a 2-on-1 situation, but rather a duel. With the Earthbook in his possession, Zhen Yuanzi enjoys an unceasing supply of Earth's spiritual energy. Facing a quasi-saint being with boundless magical power, even if Emperor Jun and Tai Yi possess slightly superior realms, they would not hold the advantage. Is that so? Then let us await the outcome. Bai Zhe, astonished, inquired if Zhen Yuanzi's prowess was indeed so formidable. However, any speculation they engage in now would be futile. The truth would be revealed once the final results are in, within the Great Earth Array. It was indeed as Feng Xuan had anticipated. The formation was divided into 3 segments, each separated by arrays, with Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and Zhen Yuanzi occupying their respective territories, forming a tripartite stalemate. Zhen Yuanzi, what do you intend to do? Emperor Jun gazed helplessly at the ochre-hued array surrounding him, utterly unable to act. I have made my demands clear. Surrender the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd, Zhen Yuanzi declared in a grave tone. Stepping gracefully through the array to confront Emperor Jun, impossible. Emperor Jun immediately rejected the proposition. Although the 9-9 Scatter Soul Gourd lacked the primordial purple energy, it remained a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Whether for personal use or to bestow upon his subordinates, it would significantly enhance his strength. If that is the case, let us engage in a contest. Zhen Yuanzi activated the Earth Book. The array beneath Emperor Jun shifted, and earthen spikes emerged, exuding a chilling radiance that struck terror into the heart. The ground became unsteady, forcing Emperor Jun to ascend into the air, where ochre flying swords coalesced, unleashing a barrage aimed directly at him. As he defended and evaded, his magical energy was relentlessly depleted. The flying swords seemed infinite, as if they would never run dry. Zhen Yuanzi intermittently launched assaults, and despite the protection of the river map and Luo book. Emperor Jun soon found himself grievously wounded, golden blood dripping from his body in a dismal sight. "What have you done to my brother? Come at me if you dare!" Tai Yi, witnessing his brother's dire state, erupted in fury, challenging Zhen Yuanzi to a duel. Zhen Yuanzi disregarded him. With the chaos bell present, Tai Yi was but a mere turtle. He posed no threat at this moment. After a considerable time, seeing Emperor Jun nearly exhausted, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Zhen Yuanzi's eyes. He prepared to unleash his killing move to end Emperor Jun's life. Had they not originally cornered him at Wuzhuang Temple, Hong Yun would not have perished. Hong Yun, I will first slay Emperor Jun. I shall avenge the others one by one in due course. As the killing move approached, Emperor Jun was on the brink of demise. Just then, and formless, intangible power descended, neutralizing Zhen Yuanzi's lethal strike and dissolving the earth array. Tai Yi reacted swiftly, rushing forward to shield Emperor Jun. Zhen Yuanzi, momentarily dazed, quickly reached out to retrieve the fallen 9-9 scatter soul gourd. Zhen Yuanzi, you are formidable. I, from the demon court, vow to be your enemy. At this moment, Tai Yi had already taken Emperor Jun far away, returning to the Sun Star after delivering his harsh words. However, the sight of Emperor Jun's near-death experience lingered in the eyes of the demon horde. Observing the retreating figures of the two demon emperors, Baizé displayed an expression of astonishment. How could Zhen Yuanzi have subdued both demon emperors, nearly killing one of them? It was utterly incredible. Feng Xuan, the two demon emperors have retreated. We too must depart. Until we meet again. Baizé received word of Tai Yi's withdrawal, clasping his fists in farewell to Feng Xuan before organizing his forces to return to the primordial starry sky, leaving only Feng Xuan and the contemplative Zhen Yuanzi behind. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi approached Feng Xuan, holding the 9-9 scatter soul gourd. Feng Xuan, I wish to return and enter seclusion to cultivate, striving for that elusive opportunity to attain sainthood. I hope, as you have said, that I may yet see Hong Yun once more. With that, Zhen Yuanzi departed, leaving behind 5 ginseng fruits and numerous ginseng tree leaves as tokens of gratitude. High in the sky, amidst thick clouds, a nascent cloud slowly took shape. Although the Tao of heaven had already manifested, the essence of this cloud remained of the innate level. Master, where shall we go now? Xiaobai inquired, bouncing with excitement after having encountered numerous new phenomena and races. Let us wander aimlessly. Feng Xuan, riding Xiaobai, aimlessly roamed through the primordial chaos. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou, transformed from the spine of the Panga deity, serves as the pillar supporting the heavens and the earth of the primordial world. Unyielding and indestructible, it simultaneously nurtures countless treasures. Perhaps he might stumble upon some fortune. The vastness of Mount Buzhou stretches for myriad miles. Standing atop it, one would appear as insignificant as a droplet in the ocean. Feng Xuan and Xiaobai landed on an unknown cliff. Traversing the rugged path in search of spiritual herbs, flowers, and treasures, the Tongtian Dan Dao contains numerous alchemical formulas, so this would be an opportune moment to gather some raw materials. Who goes there? Dares to intrude upon the sacred ground of my witch clan. Before Feng Xuan could turn, an arrow shot through the air, aimed directly at him. Master, quickly dodge. Xiaobai, loyal and eager to protect, spread her wings in front of Feng Xuan. As the arrow approached, Xiaobai closed her eyes. The anticipated pain did not come. She slowly opened her eyes to see Feng Xuan standing before her, firmly grasping the arrow with one hand and snapping it with a decisive force. Xiaobai, it's all right. Feng Xuan calmed Xiaobai's anxious heart, then turned his gaze toward the source of the arrow. Several more arrows came flying, seemingly intent on their annihilation. Feng Xuan's fury ignited. Seeking death, the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was summoned, its purple light stretching across the heavens. The pure, overwhelming killing force enveloped the ruler, carrying a tempestuous rage toward the man still drawing his bow. Initially, Feng Xuan had wished to avoid unnecessary conflict, yet it seemed someone insisted on provoking him. In that case, let death be your fate. Upon witnessing the incoming attack, the archer did not sit idly by. He leaped several positions, calling out, Xing Tian, save me. As his voice fell, a barbaric figure wielding a massive axe leaped into the air, his immense strength causing the earth to fracture beneath him. The collision between the giant axe and the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler was devoid of suspense. Xing Tian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The giant axe fell beside him, revealing a slight notch upon its blade. Ding! Detected the enmity between the great witch Hou-yi and Xingtian towards the host. Please make the following choice. 1. Forcefully suppress them. They have already provoked you. No need for hesitation, simply act. Reward: a piece of innate gung metal. 2. Kill them. If they seek to kill you, then you must retaliate. The witch clan will bear the consequences. Reward: a supreme innate spiritual root. 6. Cleansed bamboo. 3. Flee. I disdain you. Reward: 1,000-year-old cowardly turtled eye in his fury. Feng Xuan did not hesitate for a moment, directly choosing option 2. Grasping the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, he continued to swing it toward the fallen Xingtian. Meanwhile, Hou-yi, witnessing this, repeatedly drew his bow and shot arrows toward Feng Xuan, attempting to halt his actions. However, all were obstructed by the 24 sea calming pearls, making no progress whatsoever. You dare? Our witch clan will not let you go. Hou-yi had no choice but to threaten loudly. Feng Xuan did not relent. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler descended mercilessly. Xingtian raised his hand to catch it, hoping to withstand it with sheer physical strength, but that was merely a fanciful thought that a mere touch turned him to a bloody mess. One strike, Xingtian's corpse was severed. No, Hou-yi cried out in anguish. His dear friend had perished just like that. Gazing at Xingtian's dismembered form, Feng Xuan did not halt his assault. He swung the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler once more, targeting the motionless body nearby, feigning death. Do you truly believe I wouldn't see through it? As the blade approached, the seemingly lifeless body sprang up, fleeing towards the distance, moving with all 4 limbs like a headless beast. Yet it was futile. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, regardless of how far one ran, remained within the attack's reach. Such was the might of the Liangtian. Xingtian was cleaved in 2 from afar by Feng Xuan's strike, ensuring he was irrevocably dead. Now, it is your turn. Feng Xuan turned his gaze toward the wrathful Hou-yi, lightly stepping, manipulating time and space to appear before him, swinging the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler to deliver his fatal blow. Stop! A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens, and Feng Xuan felt an intense, searing sense of mortal peril emanating from behind him. In an instant, he deftly evaded the danger and turned to confront the intruder with a vigilant stance. Dare to slay a great shaman of my witch clan. Even if Hong Jun himself were to descend today, he could not save you. Before him stood a towering figure, clad entirely in flames, exuding a raw, untamed aura. The swirling blood energy around him distorted the very fabric of space and time, devoid of any trace of the celestial awoke. In other words, there was no realm to reference. Yet, Feng Xuan dared not underestimate this entity. The lethal sense of crisis was unmistakable. Confronting this being felt akin to facing a primordial beast, an innate suppression weighing heavily upon him, if he was not mistaken. This was none other than Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. The witch clan, unable to wield magical power, relied solely on their physical prowess, rendering their corporeal strength extraordinarily formidable. The ancestors, bolstered by the essence of Pengu's blood, surpassed many beings of the primordial realm in might. Were it not for Hutu's transformation into reincarnation, the demon clan would have stood no chance during the war of witches and demons. You dare to ignore me? Then prepare to die. Zhu Rong's temper flared as he saw Feng Xuan's indifference. With a powerful step forward, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked, as he unleashed a colossal fist aimed at Feng Xuan. The overwhelming pressure of his blood energy encircled Feng Xuan, rendering him immobile in the face of death. In the midst of this life and death crisis, Feng Xuan summoned the 24 sea calming pearls, the Li Di flame banner, and the 4 spirits guardian array, all shimmering with vibrant light, intertwining to withstand this cataclysmic strike. Boom! The heavens quivered slightly, and clouds of dust billowed from the slopes of Mount Buzhou. As the dust settled, Feng Xuan emerged unscathed, albeit trapped in a large crater. In stark contrast, the ancestor Zhu Rong stared incredulously at the scene before him, unable to fathom that his attack had been thwarted by a mere insect. Seizing the moment while Zhu Rong was still in shock, Feng Xuan stowed away his treasures and swiftly returned to Xiaobai's side, activating the 9 Dragons Agarwood Palanquin to make his escape. If not now, then when? Boy, if you have the ability, don't run. The deafening roar of anger resonated through the skies, but Feng Xuan paid it no heed. In a moment of shock, he spat out a mouthful of blood tinged with white. The earlier defense against Zhu Rong's furious strike had not been as effortless as it appeared. Despite the layers of protection and his late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal physical realm, he had still sustained injuries. "Master, what's wrong? Don't scare me," Xiaobai exclaimed, leaping about in a panic, her voice tinged with desperation. "It's nothing to worry about. I'll be fine soon," Feng Xuan reassured her with a smile. Producing a white jade vial containing the primordial healing elixir known as the Three Glories Divine Water. Upon uncorking the vial, a myriad of colors emerged, yet it bore no distinctive scent. Feng Xuan slowly drew out a drop and swallowed it. An overwhelming surge of vitality flooded his organs, mending his injuries in an instant. Delightful. Moments later, Feng Xuan opened his eyes, fully restored. "Master, you're better." Xiaobai gazed at him in awe, her dark eyes sparkling with joy. Feng Xuan affectionately patted her head. With such a companion, this journey was indeed worthwhile. The system detected that the host had only slain Xing Tian and had not completed the required tasks. However, considering the host's valiant performance, a special exception was made to grant a reward. Listening to the system's voice, Feng Xuan remained unfazed. He had not concerned himself much with the rewards, only desiring vengeance. Nevertheless, the 6 pure bamboo seemed to be treasures belonging to those two from the west, now in his possession. He silently mourned for them for 3 seconds, taking out the 6 pure bamboo. A unique aura filled the palanquin, calming the heart. The bamboo required no cultivation, merely refining, and once successfully refined, could seal the 6 senses of individuals, rendering them as if ensconced in a void, ripe for slaughter. It was indeed a remarkable artifact. "Master, where shall we go now?" Xiaobai inquired curiously, nestled beside Feng Xuan, enjoying the tranquil atmosphere while observing the changing scenery outside. Home. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Feng Xuan beheld the ethereal presence of Yushu Palace. Its doors firmly shut, indicating that his masters were still in seclusion. He led Xiaobai back to the small stone peak. "Master, is this your home?" Xiaobai fluttered around the small stone peak, admiring the beautiful surroundings. "Yes, this is my home, and it shall be yours from now on as well," Feng Xuan replied with a smile, glancing at the enlightenment tree by the spirit pool, now adorned with thousands of new leaves. "Hey, let us take some." He casually plucked half of the leaves and called Xiaobai over. "Xiaobai, do you wish to surpass your ancestral elders?" "Absolutely. Master, I've longed to show that old stubborn one my prowess." Xiaobai nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Seeing her enthusiasm, Feng Xuan immediately imparted the upper half of the Qingjing immortal technique from his third master, encouraging her to cultivate it. The success of his third master's sect in attracting myriad immortals was partly due to this technique. He realized that the methods of his first and second masters had considerable limitations, unsuitable for the masses, while his third master's teachings were quite the opposite, adaptable to many beings. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan handed her several leaves from the enlightenment tree. "Cultivate diligently beneath this tree, striving to break through to the golden immortal stage and attain your true form." "Yes, master, I will cultivate earnestly," Xiaobai replied, settling beneath the enlightenment tree, a leaf atop her head as she began her training. Feng Xuan then set about refining the 6 pure bamboo. Time flowed like water, and the primordial world was timeless. Before long, Feng Xuan completed the refinement of the 6 pure bamboo, transforming it into a verdant rod. When imbued with magical power, it would emanate a brilliant green light, sealing the 6 senses and creating boundless illusions. Ding! Detection of ferocious beast invading Kunlun Mountain to steal treasures. Please make the following choices. 1. Capture it for a barbecue. Invaders do not meet with good ends. Reward: 1 celestial apricot. 2. Scare it off. The ferocious beast is timid. A fright will send it fleeing. Reward: 1 piece of innate gung metal. 3. Beat it up. Stealing treasures in Kunlun Mountain. Does it know whose territory this is? Reward: 1 piece of innate red copper. The 3 rewards are equally enticing. However, Feng Xuan was curious. Did not the ferocious beasts perish during the Great Calamity? How could one still arrive at Kunlun Mountain? Thus, he refrained from making a choice and decided to investigate the matter further. At the outer periphery of Kunlun Mountain's core area, a palm-sized golden mouse scurried in, its fur gleaming like a nugget of gold. "I've struck it rich. I've struck it rich. Today is my lucky day." The golden mouse flitted about, weaving between the peaks. Low-grade innate spiritual root. Goodness, what kind of place is this to harbor such divine beings? In a hidden cave, the mouse discovered an innate apple tree and uprooted it, stowing it away in its spatial realm. It then continued its journey, pausing at the entrance of another cave, protected by a primordial array. Though weak, it was not something a golden immortal could breach. Feng Xuan hovered above, quietly watching the mouse's antics. He had anticipated a formidable beast, only to find a mere golden immortal mouse. However, observing its purposeful navigation through Kunlun Mountain, he surmised that this mouse likely possessed innate treasure-seeking abilities, a rather unique trait. Let me see what treasures lie within. The mouse extended its claw, effortlessly tearing open a rift in space, revealing a magnificent pagoda radiating an extraordinary aura. Top-grade innate spiritual treasure. I've hit the jackpot today. As the mouse prepared to seize the pagoda, a large hand snatched it away first, examining it closely. Not bad. I didn't even notice there was another top-grade innate spiritual treasure here. Seeing its prize snatched away, the mouse immediately panicked, leaping up in an attempt to reclaim it. Mine? Mine? I discovered it first, upon witnessing the eager demeanor of the mouse, coupled with the information relayed by the pagoda in his hand. Feng Xuan had already ascertained the identity of the creature. It was the multifarious treasure mouse of the primordial wilderness, concurrently the foremost disciple of the, known as the Taoist Duobao, in the future great son Tathagata. To encounter him here was truly unexpected. As for that senior brother, I ought to bestow upon him a modicum of affection. System, I choose option 2. The aura of the great Luo golden immortal manifested directly, rendering the previously irate Duobao as though plunged into an icy abyss. He had stirred up a formidable opponent. Seizing the opportunity when Feng Xuan was distracted, he swiftly extended his claws, employing his innate divine powers to tear through the fabric of space and flee. Feng Xuan chuckled. Could a golden immortal hope to escape before a great Luo golden immortal? It was preposterous. He extended a colossal hand imbued with magical prowess, effortlessly grasping Duobao from a distance. What? Do you still wish to run? The treasure mouse writhed and struggled in Feng Xuan's grasp, limbs thrashing in a futile attempt to break free. After much exertion, he realized it was all in vain. Thus, he feigned death, allowing his body to go limp. Noticing this, Feng Xuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he held Duobao's feet, turning him upside down, and ignited a nearby pile of dry twigs, setting them ablaze. After such prolonged cultivation, I have yet to indulge in some culinary delights. Today, I shall roast a mouse. With that, he pretended to toss Duobao into the fire. No, I have little flesh. I am sour and utterly unpalatable. Upon realizing the seriousness of the situation, Duobao instantly sprang to life, pleading loudly for mercy. However, Feng Xuan did not relent, directly throwing him into the flames. Am I to perish here today? Duobao thought, only to discover upon landing in the fire that the flames were mere illusions, devoid of any scorching heat. Haha, how delightful. Observing Duobao's expression of having narrowly escaped death, Feng Xuan could not help but burst into laughter. All of the preceding events had been conjured through the 6 pure bamboos in his possession, truly frightening Duobao half to death. Gradually coming to his senses, Duobao stood up and boisterously threatened. Do you know who I am? Feng Xuan smiled. Oh, are you not just a little mouse? Incorrect. You have crossed paths with formidable forces. I am Duobao, the foremost disciple of the Tongtian, one of the 3 pure ones. The treasure mouse held his head high, brimming with arrogance. Feng Xuan regarded him with a bemused expression. How could this so-called esteemed disciple boast so brazenly while his master was present? Such a small figure might fool others, but not me. Nevertheless, I shall play along to see what trickery he intends. You are indeed a disciple of the Tongtian, so you must be quite formidable. Indeed, do not underestimate my golden immortal cultivation. I was merely feigning capture earlier to test your strength. If you do not believe me, step back, and I shall reveal my true prowess, Duobao declared earnestly. Feng Xuan complied, retreating a few steps to observe his performance. Seeing Feng Xuan truly follow his instructions, Duobao felt a surge of delight as he stealthily advanced a few steps, then pretended to manipulate an incantation. Under Feng Xuan's watchful gaze, he suddenly darted away with a whoosh. Ha! You think you can catch me? Not a chance. Duobao traversed the space with his innate divine powers, covering vast distances in an instant, believing he had evaded capture. Yet, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. Oh, is this the strength of a disciple of the upper clear? It appears quite impressive. Turning his head in terror, Duobao was aghast to find Feng Xuan casually strolling beside him, wearing a teasing expression. A ghost. In a state of sheer panic, Duobao fainted and plummeted from the air. Was he truly frightened to death? Feng Xuan caught the falling duo, bringing him back to the small stone peak. Upon detecting that the host had completed option 2, a strand of innate metal essence was dispatched, temporarily setting the innate metal essence aside. Feng Xuan utilized his magical power to stimulate Duobao's consciousness. After a brief wait, Duobao gradually regained consciousness. Where am I? Am I dead? You are awake. The operation was a success, and you need not worry about your lower half anymore. Duobao immediately sat upright, though unaware of what an operation entailed. He understood the latter part of the statement all too well. Could it be that his happiness was to be stripped away? His tiny mind sank as he gazed at his most prized possession. Phew, thankfully, it is still intact. Big brother, please spare me. I shall never dare to come here seeking treasure again. Duobao fell to his knees, his tear-filled eyes resembling 2 green peas, his tiny paws clasped together in constant supplication. I can release you, Feng Xuan stated nonchalantly. Really? Elated, Duobao's face lit up with gratitude as he began to scamper away. However, do you truly intend to leave? A cryptic remark from behind made Duobao halt. Turning to inquire, what do you mean? Did you not wish to take Upper Clear Tongtian as your master? Upon hearing this, Duobao's mind raced, and in the astonished gaze of Feng Xuan, he lunged forward. Kneeling and bowing his head, please, master, accept me as your disciple. My admiration for you flows like the ceaseless currents of the mighty river. Your valiant form shines like the eternal sun, illuminating my heart. Enough, enough. Who told you I was Tongtian of the Upper Clear? Feng Xuan helplessly lifted the continually bowing Duobao, pondering what this lad had been thinking. I shall not rise. This must be a test from the master. Please, accept me. After being lifted, Duobao flailed in his efforts to kneel again, seemingly convinced that Feng Xuan was indeed Tongtian at that moment. 3 powerful auras surged from the direction of the Jade Void Palace, their overwhelming presence dimming even the sun above. The masters have emerged from their seclusion. Feng Xuan felt a surge of excitement. It had been quite some time since he had seen his masters. Rising to pay his respects, he turned to glance at Duobao, who still wished to worship, and with a flash of inspiration, he took him along. You wish to join the ranks of the 3 masters, did you not? Then let us do so face to face. That I must clarify. You must possess a virtuous disposition and adhere to the laws of propriety. Otherwise, the second master shall show you no mercy. Duobao listened, utterly bewildered. What second master? Does Upper Clear Tongtian also have a second master? Is it the legendary Hongjun Daozu? Shortly thereafter, the two arrived at the grand entrance of the Jade Void Palace. Just in time to encounter the 3 pure ones emerging from their seclusion. That I pay my respects to the master, the second master, and the third master. Feng Xuan bowed respectfully. Ha! Disciple, rise. The 3 pure ones displayed expressions of delight. Upon emerging from their seclusion, they encountered their beloved disciple. How could they not be overjoyed? Disciple, you have broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, Yuan Shi exclaimed with surprise after carefully sensing. Indeed, I have fortuitously made a breakthrough. Then to what grade has your great Luo blossomed? Laozi inquired with curiosity, stroking his beard. 0.9 grades. 0.9 grades. The 3 pure ones were simultaneously astounded. They themselves had only reached the 9 grades of blossoming, implying that their disciple truly possessed the potential of a saint. Ha ha! Truly my remarkable disciple. What a grand surprise you have given us. Yuan Shi laughed heartily, filled with exhilaration. Alas, it is regrettable that the primordial purple chi is so elusive in this world. The master has already dispensed all of it. Without this opportunity for sanctification, how can one hope to break through to sainthood? Tongtian lamented, his expression tinged with sorrow as he sighed repeatedly. Laozi and Yuan Shi shared similar sentiments. Their disciple had the capability to attain sainthood but lacked the most crucial element. It was indeed a most formidable obstacle. Do not worry, masters, behold, Feng Xuan said, producing the primordial purple chi bestowed upon him by Zenyuanzi. The ethereal purple light enveloped the mountain peak, with a unique Dao rhythm reverberating, leaving the 3 pure ones utterly astonished. Disciple, where did you acquire this? The 3 inquired incredulously. This aura, this Dao rhythm, was undeniably the primordial purple chi. Thus, Feng Xuan recounted the events involving Hongyun and Zenyuanzi. Upon hearing this, the 3 could only sigh in lamentation. They held a rather favorable impression of Hongyun, the old good-natured fellow. Who would have thought that he would fall upon emerging from seclusion? Truly, fate is capricious. Yet, this also heightened their urgency regarding the attainment of sainthood. Without attaining sainthood, one could never feel secure. Although they lamented the demise of their friend, this incident inadvertently laid the groundwork for their disciples' ascension to sainthood. Yet, you must bear in mind that by acquiring this primordial purple energy, you have accepted the karmic ties of Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, and in the future, you shall also seek vengeance for Hongyun. After organizing his thoughts, Laozi issued this admonition: such profound karma cannot go unpaid. Understood. Feng Xuan nodded in response. At that moment, Tongtian's eyes narrowed as he noticed the trembling duobao hiding behind Feng Xuan. A sudden, inexplicable feeling surging within him. This child seems to be fated to be connected with him. Disciple, who is this? Tongtian immediately pointed at duobao and inquired. Feng Xuan turned his head, presenting duobao to Tongtian. This is a rare primordial beast I discovered not long ago. The duobao mouse.it possesses an innate ability to seek treasures. It claims to have come to seek you as its master. So I brought it along. After speaking, he placed duobao on the ground, allowing it to introduce itself. Having understood the identities of the individuals from their earlier conversation, duobao promptly knelt and began to bow repeatedly. Master, please accept me as your disciple. I have traveled tirelessly to Kunlun Mountain to seek you. The sound of his fervent bows echoed, demonstrating the strength of his determination. Seeing this, Tongtian felt a surge of interest and affection for talent, and nodded in approval. In that case, I shall accept you. You will henceforth be my second disciple, and this person before you is your senior brother. Thank you, Master, duobao exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, bowing fervently once more before turning to Feng Xuan. Junior brother greets senior brother. Subsequently, the three pure ones elucidated the great Tao of the Daluo to Feng Xuan. With the enhancement of his extraordinary comprehension, he quickly grasped all their teachings. Meanwhile, Tongtian took this opportunity to impart the Shangqing Xianjue and the methods of Shangqing formations to duobao. After the teachings concluded, the three pure ones set off to wander the primordial realm. During their seclusion, they practiced and contemplated the primordial purple energy. However, they found their understanding to be progressing too slowly, prompting them to prepare for a foray into the primordial realm in search of fortune. Junior brother, it seems we are the only two left now, Feng Xuan said with a mischievous smile. I'm the trembling duobao. Senior brother, what are you planning to do? Duobao, with his small hands at a loss, was filled with dread. Of course, it is time to unleash your innate abilities. Feng Xuan casually brandished a whip, signaling duobao to lead the way in search of spiritual roots and treasures. No, senior brother, spare me. Duobao lamented. This is a fortune beyond compare, far greater than what I gathered on Mount Buzhou on the small stone peak. Feng Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the multitude of spiritual plants and various innate metals before him. These are excellent materials for alchemy and devouring. Duobao's abilities proved to be immensely useful. Senior brother, is that enough? I truly cannot go on. Duobao lay sprawled on the ground, limbs outstretched, gazing skyward with a vacant look in his eyes, as if he had lost all hope in the world. At that moment, a delicate treasure pagoda materialized before duobao. Here, take this as a reward for helping me find so many treasures. Feng Xuan presented the initial high-quality innate treasure to duobao. Duobao swiftly sat up to accept the pagoda, his previous despair vanishing, replaced by delight as he continually polished the flawless surface. What a splendid treasure, the duobao pagoda. It is perfectly suited for me. Thank you, senior brother. In the future, if you direct me north, I shall never head south. If you instruct me east, I will not venture west. Whatever you command, I shall comply without complaint. After saying this, he transformed into human form and began to refine the duobao pagoda. Feng Xuan then retreated to a secluded area to practice. Reflecting on the teachings of his masters regarding the path of the Daluo Golden Immortal, his extraordinary comprehension surged into overdrive, and his cultivation rapidly ascended. Time flowed like water, and the primordial realm remained timeless. Eons passed in a blink. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, emitting a radiant light. As his aura gradually stabilized, he had reached the mid-stage of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Though not exceptionally swift, his foundation was remarkably solid. Despite possessing the primordial purple energy, he did not desire to rely on it to attain sanctification. Instead, he aimed to validate his path through strength or uncover a novel route. Lest his extraordinary comprehension be rendered futile. At that moment, Feng Xuan suddenly sensed a significant event unfolding in the heavens and, after dispelling the formation, looked up. Countless demonic beings congregated in the starry sky. Numerous war chariots drawn by colossal primordial beasts poised for action. The overwhelming aura dimmed the brilliance of the stars. Among the leaders, 10 figures stood, 4 of whom were at the early stage of quasi-saint, while 6 were at the pinnacle of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Zhe was unmistakably one of the four. These 10 individuals were destined to be the 10 great demon saints of the demon race. Following this, 3 figures emerged from the Sun Star, led by the 2 supreme beings of the demon race, Emperor Jun and Tai. Their quasi-saint mid-stage power reverberated through the stars. Beside them, the Kunlun was no weakling either. Having achieved the early stage of quasi-saint, Emperor Jun appeared to issue some command before the vast demon army surged forward, their destination set for the Eastern Sea, the stronghold of the Celestial Court. Clearly, a cataclysmic battle was imminent between the Demon Court and the Celestial Court, one that would spell doom for the Celestial Court and lead to the demise of Dong Wanggong. Ding. A conflict between the Demon Court and the Celestial Court is imminent. Please make the following choice. Host. 1. Prevent the war and act as a mediator. Do you think you are worthy? You would be cut down in an instant. Reward. A funeral dragon. 2. To infiltrate the Celestial Court to undermine the Demon Court. Are you prepared to act against the heavens? Reward. Malice from the Heavenly Tao. 3. Infiltrate the Demon Court to sabotage the Celestial Court. You traitor. Assisting the Demon Court despite your grievances. Reward. A traitor badge. 4. Watch from the sidelines, reaping the benefits. Though the Celestial Court may fall, the Demon Court will not fare much better. There are many treasures on Penglai Island. Haha. Reward. Guidance to Fengxian Island. Upon reviewing the 4 options, Feng Xuan decisively chose the 4th. None of the first 3 were advantageous, and he harbored grievances against both the Celestial Court and the Demon Court, wishing for their total annihilation. What a joke. With this thought, he retrieved the vast quantities of innate metals and the piece of innate gung metal that Duobao had collected on Kunlun Mountain. Beginning to absorb them using the Didao Jinzhong. He also integrated the body refining method into the Didao Jinzhong. Delightful. His power surged, and the speed of absorption accelerated. Before long, Feng Xuan awakened, elated to feel his body as cultivation at the pinnacle of the Daoyuo Golden Immortal. Soon, his physical form would break through to quasi-saint cultivation, allowing him to traverse the primordial realm with ease and almost no risk of downfall. It was time to set off for the Eastern Sea. Feng Xuan glanced at the still practicing Xiaobai and Duobao, shaking his head. They should focus on their cultivation, as their current strength was far too perilous to venture out with. He left a message to reassure them, then activated the innate formation of the small stone peak to protect them from disturbance. Feng Xuan set off for the Eastern Sea in the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin. Along the way, he utilized the unique properties of the 6 pure bamboo to conceal the appearance of the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin, ensuring that even quasi-saints would not easily detect it. The ostentatious appearance of the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin was far too conspicuous. He merely wished to bide his time and reap the rewards. As he traveled through the sky, Feng Xuan idly surveyed the scenery below. The primordial realm was filled with bizarre sights and strange creatures. Suddenly, he caught sight of 3 extraordinarily beautiful women, their features strikingly similar yet distinctively unique. However, it appeared that they were in dire straits. A malevolent figure, a Tai Golden Immortal, was in hot pursuit from behind them. Ding. Detecting that the sand shower being pursued by the blood demon Taoist, please make the following choice. Host. 1. Ignore them and allow the sand shower to fall into the demon's clutches. Are you even human? Indeed, you are not. Reward. 1,000 electric shocks from the system. 2. Intervene to slay the blood demon Taoist and save the Sanshao. Now that's more like it. Heroic rescue of the fair maidens, especially since they are your future junior sisters. Reward. A wisp of primordial energy. System. I choose the second option. In this situation, even without a reward, I would choose to intervene and save them. Elder sister. You go ahead. Our magical powers are nearly exhausted. Bai Shao gasped, struggling to maintain her flight. Elder sister, you should leave. We cannot go on any longer. Xiong Zhao's face was etched with fear, yet she urged Yun Xiao to flee first. Had it not been for her playful nature, they would not have been detected by the blood demon Taoist behind them. It was she who had brought them harm. No, I shall not abandon you. I am your elder sister. Upon witnessing their desperate escape, Yun Xiao realized they were trapped. A fleeting look of resolve flashed in her eyes as she turned to confront the blood demon Taoist. As an elder sister, it was her duty to protect her younger siblings. Blood demon Taoist, I shall fight you. With a sword in hand, she struck with a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The blood demon Taoist showed no fear. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter, his grotesque visage betraying a look of ecstasy. Ha ha ha. Cease your futile resistance. I can already scent the sweet aroma of your blood. Submit and allow me to devour you. A blood-red chain lashed out, ensnaring Yun Zhao's weapon. With a forceful tug, she was pulled towards him. The blood demon Taoist bared his fangs, eager to savor her sweet blood. No. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao cried out in despair. At that moment, Yun Xiao shut her eyes tightly, tears glistening at the corners. Was she truly about to perish? A thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, and she felt herself falling into a warm embrace. It's all right. The blood demon Taoist has been vanquished. These words. Yun Xiao opened her eyes to behold a handsome face adorned with a gentle smile, instantly dispelling her despair and fear. She stared in a daze at Feng Xuan. Elder sister, are you all right? At this moment, Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao hurried over, anxiously inquiring. Yun Xiao snapped out of her stupor and, stepping away from Feng Xuan's embrace, reassured them. I'm fine. The young woman bowed respectfully in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Bai Xiao and Xiong Xiao also bowed in respect. There is no need for such formalities. I aided you because I sensed a connection with your master. I am here to inquire if you would like to join my master's sect. Feng Xuan accepted their thanks with ease before extending an olive branch. The three sisters' eyes flickered with excitement. Clearly intrigued, setting aside the matter of the sect, Feng Xuan's status as a Grand Luo Golden Immortal was already sufficient to take them as disciples. May I ask which great power your master hails from? Yun Xiao inquired, her voice melodious and soothing, like a gentle stream flowing into the heart. Feng Xuan replied with confidence. My master has 3 names you should be familiar with, the Panga Sanqing. I am here on behalf of my master, the Supreme Pure, to recruit disciples. Pangu Sanqing. The 3 sisters exclaimed in unison, their lovely faces filled with shock, completely taken aback that it was not that they lacked knowledge. Rather, the name of the Sanqing was too illustrious. After the great calamity of dragons and phoenixes, many innate deities emerged, establishing their formidable reputations across the vast land of Hongwang, with the Sanqing being the most renowned. They left behind countless legends, inspiring countless weaker beings to admire them. After their excitement, the sisters showed no hesitation, responding in unison, we are willing. Feng Xuan smiled lightly. Fully aware they would agree. He had gained 3 beautiful junior sisters. The system notified him that the host had completed the second option, and the primordial energy had been released. The system rewards followed suit. The primordial energy was not the primordial purple energy. It was one of the essential materials for crafting the primordial measuring ruler, a top-tier material for refining weapons, and the best item for him to devour, significantly enhancing his physical form. After understanding the details of the primordial energy, Feng Xuan gazed at the 3 sisters before him. He hesitated. Should he take the 3 sisters back to Kunlun now, or head to the Eastern Sea? After much contemplation, he decided to go to the Eastern Sea first. Opportunities like this were rare and should not be missed. Otherwise, if he arrived late, the treasures would have already been claimed, leaving him with nothing. Feng Xuan waved his hand, summoning the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, then turned to the 3 sisters. My dear junior sisters, please accompany me to witness a grand spectacle. Afterward, I will take you back to Kunlun. The 3 sisters gracefully entered the palanquin, while Feng Xuan concealed the vehicle with 6 pure bamboos, and the 4 of them set off towards the Eastern Sea. Along the way, Yun Xiao glanced back at their previous location, only to see a deep chasm, several thousand miles long, that had torn the earth apart. The blood demon Taoist was utterly defeated. Wow, this palanquin is actually a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. It's so luxurious. Bai Xiao marveled as she delicately touched the magnificent decorations of the 9-dragon Agarwood palanquin, her eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. The 3 sisters had yet to possess a single remarkable treasure of their own. Feng Xuan, who had been resting his eyes, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at her words. He had thought that achieving immortality would free him from worldly desires, yet encountering such a situation still stirred his emotions. He was still just a mortal. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea. The atmosphere here was tense as the demon army faced off against the celestial army. Millions of golden immortal demon soldiers stood ready, commanded by numerous Tai golden immortal generals. Above them were countless great Luo demon gods, creating a truly magnificent formation. Especially striking were the 13 powerful presences at the center of the army, exuding a pressure that shook the heavens, with endless avenues flowing freely and myriad golden lotuses blooming in the in contrast. The celestial side displayed stern expressions among its many celestial soldiers and generals. Despite matching the demon army in numbers, yet behind them stood merely 3 quasi-saints and 4 great Luo peak experts. Their top-tier combat strength was clearly inferior to that of the demon army. However, The 7 pinnacle powerhouses still radiated their own avenues, causing celestial light to shine and various phenomena to rise in the sky. Although war had yet to erupt, the celestial army had already lost in terms of momentum. Senior brother Feng Xuan, are we truly going to participate in this great battle? The 3 sisters trembled in fear as they clung together, gazing at the overwhelming aura outside. Aside from the lowly soldiers, even a random individual from the opposing side was far stronger than them. Was this truly something they could witness? Of course not. We are merely here to observe and perhaps seize an opportunity. There is no need to be afraid, as long as you stay quietly in the palanquin. Even Dijun and the others won't easily detect us. Feng Xuan gently reassured the 3 sisters. Noting their youth and naivety, lacking the fearless pride they once had during the time of deification. You are the Sanqing goddesses who dared to challenge even saints. Hearing his comfort, the sisters slowly calmed their nerves. Yun Xiao, curious about the tense atmosphere on the battlefield, asked, Senior brother Feng Xuan, who do you think will emerge victorious, the demon court or the celestial court? Without any hesitation, Feng Xuan replied, naturally. It will be the demon court. Why is that? Yun Xiao asked in confusion. In their eyes, the celestial court was a colossal entity, supreme and unparalleled. The establishment of the demon court should not allow it to triumph. Just watch, and you will understand. Feng Xuan smiled, saying nothing further. They would soon realize the strength of the demon court. Currently, among the 3 great powers, the Wu clan ranked first, while the demon court stood second. The celestial court was insignificant in comparison. The fact that such a large army had gathered was likely just a final flourish. At this moment, 2 supreme figures emerged from the ranks of the demon army. Millions of demons bowed, their voices rising in a chorus of fervent admiration, echoing throughout the vast expanse of Hongwang. The combined voices stirred apprehension in countless powerful beings silently observing the battle. The strength of the demon court was overwhelming. Eastern King, if you surrender today, I shall spare your life. Dijun's imposing gaze swept over the celestial court, his regal presence instilling fear in their hearts. You must be dreaming. The Eastern King stepped forward, wielding the dragon-headed staff bestowed by the Dao ancestor, his imperial aura cultivated over countless ages rivaling Dijun's. Our celestial court acts in accordance with the will of the saints, sanctioned by the heavenly path. We represent the true orthodoxy of Hongwang. The demon court dare to defy the heavens? With these words, he raised the dragon-headed staff, demanding that the heavens witness his legitimacy. However, the heavenly path showed no sign of movement. Feudal resistance, since you refuse to concede, the celestial court shall welcome its demise. Dijun let out a cold snort and retreated with Tai, for the time was not yet right for their intervention. Upon their return to the formation, Kunping quickly emerged to oversee the situation. As a demon clan sorcerer, he stood on equal footing with Bai Zhe, the foremost among the 10 demon saints, wielding authority over all matters concerning the demon race. Under his command, the demon army surged forth with the might of a dragon, an overwhelming aura of slaughter ascending to the heavens. Countless colossal beasts roared, charging towards the celestial court like moving mountains. From within the celestial court, numerous dragons and primordial beasts erupted with ferocious roars. In an instant, the air trembled with the cacophony of collisions and howls, resonating across the eastern sea, and a multitude of vividly colored blood rained down, staining vast expanses of seawater in a riot of hues. The battle was fierce. Celestial soldiers clashed with demon soldiers. Celestial generals faced off against demon generals, and celestial lords confronted demon gods. With each passing moment, countless lives faded away, their bodies plummeting like dumplings, floating upon the surface of the sea. In the wake of such terrifying slaughter, all were blinded by rage. Even the indestructible, eternally carefree great Luo golden immortals occasionally fell. The cataclysm of heaven and earth had commenced. An intangible and formless calamity permeated the realms, disrupting heavenly mechanisms and clouding divine intellect. Even the indestructible faced the risk of demise, for none below the sage level were exempt from peril. Such was the dread of the calamity. It appeared that the downfall of the celestial court heralded the onset of the great calamity between the witch and the demon. Feng Xuan observed the battlefield, murmuring to himself, "Brother Feng Xuan, what great calamity?" Yin Xiao inquired, her brows slightly furrowed, her bright eyes brimming with profound confusion. It is nothing. You need not concern yourselves with such matters at present, Feng Xuan replied, for they were not yet prepared to grasp these intricacies. With him present, None of his junior disciples would fall victim to the calamity. Roar! At that moment, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from one side of the battlefield. As a golden dragon roared across the heavens, soaring from the rear of the celestial court and plunging into the ranks of the demon army, the golden dragon, its form stretching for millions of miles, shimmered with brilliant golden scales, reflecting the eternal light of the celestial realm. With each roar, countless demons were obliterated. With each twist of its body, innumerable demons were reduced to blood mist. The assaults of the great Luo golden immortals proved utterly ineffective against the golden dragon. Unable to breach its defenses, they could only watch as the dragon rampaged through the demon ranks. Kill. Witnessing this, the previously demoralized celestial army's morale surged instantaneously. Celestial lords who had contemplated retreating cast aside such thoughts and continued their assault on the demon horde. The celestial court, once at a disadvantage, astonishingly gained the upper hand. Humph! A mere spiritual treasure dares to defy the heavens. Just then, a crimson golden disk emerged from the rear of the demon court, adorned with solar divine patterns that delineated searing laws. The disk hurtled towards the golden dragon, evaporating the seawater in its wake, turning even the vapor into formlessness. Countless celestial soldiers were incinerated to ashes, and even the great Luo celestial lords could not withstand the disk's scorching heat. Struggling to counter the intense temperature with their own powers, the rampaging golden dragon seemed to sense something, its massive head lifting to gaze at the approaching disk that a glimmer of anger flashed in its eyes as it charged towards the disk. Its jaws wide open, clamping down upon the searing disk, rendering it immobile. The golden dragon. The scalding heat that could incinerate heaven and boil the seas seemed inconsequential. It remained unscathed. Instead, it raised its head to cast a contemptuous glance towards the demon ranks. Humph! Fearless fools! With a cold snort, the thick clouds that had gathered in the sky from the fierce battle seemed to be cleaved in two by a colossal sword. Brilliant sunlight cascaded down upon the battlefield. Warm and comforting. Suddenly, the once triumphant golden dragon's expression began to twist in agony, revealing its suffering in an instant. Its entire head exploded, exposing the relentlessly spinning solar disk within. Bathed in sunlight, the disk's power surged, resembling a second sun in the world, liberally unleashing its might. The celestial court found itself suffocated under the weight of this formidable treasure, the sun essence wheel. Feng Xuan, seated within the nine dragons' incense palanquin, gazed intently at the solar wheel dominating the battlefield. This was none other than the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the sun essence wheel, birthed from the supreme celestial star, the sun star. It was a counterpart to his star essence wheel, with the moon wheel from the Tongtian star serving as its companion. However, the golden dragon had transformed from the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff, which had once received immense celestial merits at the inception of the celestial court, elevating it beyond a mere spiritual treasure. To think that the sun essence wheel could triumph over it was truly astonishing. That it seemed prudent to regard the star essence wheel in his possession with greater seriousness. On the battlefield, the celestial army found themselves unable to fight back against the sun essence wheel, scorched to the point of helplessness. Even when forming battle formations, they could not withstand the most searing aura of the sun. Observing this, the Eastern King could no longer hold back and chose to intervene. Amidst the celestial brilliance, he manifested at the center of the battlefield, wielding the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the pure yang sword. To cleave at the sun essence wheel, directing his sword towards the demon army, the earth-shattering sword he unleashed contained the might of a mid-level quasi-saint, capable of dimming the heavens themselves. He aimed to annihilate the countless demons in one fell swoop. At last, you dare to show yourself. A colossal chaotic-hued bell suddenly materialized, spanning the void and shielding millions of demons beneath its protection. The Eastern King's sword struck the bell, resounding like thunder, yet it proved utterly ineffective, unable to breach its defenses. Taiyi's formidable presence stepped forth, and the chaotic bell obediently returned to his side. A king against a king, a general against a general. Now this is fair. The Eastern King's expression grew grave, sensing the terrifying power of Taiyi, a mid-level quasi-saint. He found himself inferior to Taiyi. Yet, the pride of the Emperor of the Celestial Court would not allow him to retreat. He could only press onward. He then soared towards the ocean, millions of miles away. The clash between him and Taiyi would undoubtedly be monumental, shattering the surrounding expanse of time and space. Even the aftermath of their battle would claim countless lives from both the celestial and demon courts. Thus, he chose this location to settle their fates. At that moment, Tai Yi also arrived, and the two faced each other, causing the sea to surge violently. The Eastern King held his sword in his left hand, while simultaneously summoning the dragon head staff to strike at Tai Yi. His grand Tao was fully manifested, conjuring a miniature illusion of the celestial court in the heavens, complete with pavilions and ethereal elegance. Countless celestial lights cascaded down, integrating into the Eastern King's resplendent robes, elevating his aura to its zenith. With a single swing of his sword, the heavens dimmed, as if the entire celestial court were descending, and the space shattered beneath the might of his strike. Resembling a shattered mirror. In the face of this attack, Tai Yi merely smiled indifferently as the chaotic bell flew forth, unleashing boundless powers of time and space. The annihilating sword chi, before even touching the bell, was forcibly extinguished, dissipating into the void. Following this, the chaotic bell began to move, its chaotic radiance shining brightly, directly immobilizing the Eastern King. Tai Yi stepped forward, his palm outstretched, transforming into the claw of the divine crow. Aiming for the Eastern King's vital points, clang, with a resonant bell sound, the Eastern King was sent flying millions of miles away. Tai Yi's expression turned to one of surprise. How could he have remained uninjured? At that moment, the Eastern King, distant yet visibly shaken, found a small bell hovering before him. Had it not been for his other accompanying spiritual treasure, the Jingyang bell, shielding him, he would surely have met his demise on the spot. Tai Yi was indeed insurmountable. Recognizing this, Tai Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, and the chaotic bell trembled once more, its profound chime ringing out again. This time, it did not target the Eastern King, but was aimed directly at the Jingyang bell. Among all bell-type spiritual treasures, only the chaotic bell held supremacy. Despite the Jingyang bell's desperate resistance, it was ultimately struck down by the chaotic bell, which Tai Yi seized in the ensuing chaos. Shameless, the Eastern King, witnessing his spiritual treasure being so effortlessly taken, lost his composure in a fit of rage, ignoring the dignity befitting the emperor of the celestial court and the disparity in their strengths. He swung the pure yang sword towards Tai Yi. This was precisely what Tai Yi sought. The chaotic bell radiated a blinding light, enveloping the Eastern King in eternal celestial brilliance, trapping him within the bell and rendering him immobile. At that moment, the Eastern King realized he had fallen into a trap. Yet, it was too late. The chaotic bell suppressed the primordial space, its overwhelming power continuously eroding his grand Tao, utterly dissolving his very being. Ha ha! I have ultimately been defeated, but your demon court shall not fare any better. Annihilation is your destined fate. In his final moments, Dong Wanggong experienced a sudden epiphany, his tone laden with sorrow, and his gaze filled with resentment as he hurled a venomous curse towards Tai Yi outside. Upon hearing this, Tai Yi dismissed him with contempt, for the destruction of the immortal court was a consequence of Dong Wanggong's own actions. He had provoked them by obstructing their path. Meanwhile, the demon court was destined to reign over the vast wilderness of the world under the leadership of the two brothers, on the battlefield where the immortal court and the demon court were at war. An eerie silence prevailed. Everyone held their breath, quietly awaiting the outcome of the distant clash. In an instant, a beam of eternal celestial light erupted from afar, illuminating all creation. It was the final twilight of Dong Wanggong. The once clear sky gradually turned a deep crimson, and blood rain began to fall. Accompanied by a mournful dragon's roar, the fortune dragon of the immortal court appeared to be gravely wounded, its vigor diminished. The emperor had fallen. This news swiftly exploded within the ranks of the immortal court, spreading rapidly, filling every heart with despair. If even the mighty Dong Wanggong had perished, did they still have any reason to resist? In stark contrast, the demon court erupted in thunderous cheers. What could be more exhilarating than the direct slaying of the opposing king before their very eyes? The morale of the demon army surged as the weapons in their hands glinted ominously, each demon's eyes reflecting a bloodthirsty glint. The war had claimed too many lives among the demons, and now they desperately craved a frenzied feast of slaughter. Let us go. The moment is ripe. Observing the scene, Feng Xuan understood that the time had come. Now was the best opportunity to infiltrate Palai Island. The 9 Dragons incense cart, concealed beneath 6 pure bamboos, silently approached the outskirts of Palai Island. However, they found themselves unable to proceed further. It was not a matter of desire, but rather the presence of an imposing formation blocking their way. Feng Xuan, what's wrong? Can we not enter? San Xiao, still reeling from the news of Dong Wanggong's demise, approached Feng Xuan with curiosity as he halted. "It's nothing. Just wait a moment," Feng Xuan replied, stepping closer to the grand formation. Such a trivial array, how laughable. He was well versed in the array techniques imparted by his master and saw this as an opportunity to test his skills. After a series of clangorous adjustments, he managed to breach the formation, creating an opening just wide enough for a single person to pass through. After explaining to Sanshao, the trio dismounted from the cart. To avoid detection, they held hands as they slipped through the opening. Upon entering, they were met with chaos. Numerous celestial officials who had been performing various tasks within the immortal court were fleeing in all directions, hastily taking valuable items with them. Seeing this, Feng Xuan's heart sank. Could it be that his treasures had already been pilfered by those celestial officials? No, those are my belongings. He quickened his pace, his grip tightening. After circling around, the four finally discovered the entrance to the core of the immortal court. Feng Xuan led the three women inside. The core was also protected by a grand formation, but it was swiftly dismantled with just a few maneuvers, prompting Sanshao to gaze at him with admiration. Little did they expect their senior brother to possess such formidable strength and mastery of array techniques. Truly impressive. Feng Xuan felt the adoring glances from behind, filling him with a sense of joy. Yes, this was it. The feeling of being admired. With a heart full of excitement, he stepped into the core of the immortal court, only to be met not with splendid pavilions, but with the pristine beauty of nature. This place retained the original essence of Penglai Island. Hastening towards the center, he was struck with dismay at the sight before him. Despite his hurried efforts, he had not anticipated that someone would arrive before him. By a shimmering pool of three-colored spring water, a figure was collecting the precious liquid in a vessel. This was none other than the invaluable San Guang divine water. "Those are my treasures." How infuriating. Feng Xuan quietly turned to Sanshao, signaling for them to remain silent. Then, he stealthily approached the individual from behind, concealed beneath the 6 pure bamboos. Remaining undetected, he summoned the Hongming measuring ruler. Raising it high, prepared to strike. Just as it was about to descend, the figure suddenly turned around. Feng Xuan was taken aback, hastily retracting his hand and placing it behind his back. "Sister Nuwa, what brings you here?" To his astonishment, the one collecting the San Guang divine water was none other than Nuwa, whom he had not seen for millennia. She was clad in a form-fitting attire that concealed her identity. You clearly don't play by the rules." Nuwa smiled sweetly, lightly tapping Feng Xuan's forehead with her jade hand. She had witnessed his earlier antics and was quick to react. Feng Xuan chuckled, waving for Sanshao to join them. "Sister Nuwa, what are you doing here?" he inquired, watching her collect the divine water with intrigue. Did she really need to come personally, as the empress of the demon clan? These spoils of war should have naturally fallen into her hands after the battle. There was no need for her to come herself. "Humph. It's all because of you," Nuwa retorted sharply, her tone revealing a hint of grievance. As their conversation unfolded, Feng Xuan learned that due to the previous enmity stemming from the innate gourd and her consideration for his feelings, she had chosen not to join the demon court. However, her brother Fushi and Emperor Juntai had reconciled and taken positions within the demon court, eager to achieve great things. For millennia, she had been living alone in Fengqi Canyon. You promised to visit me. Yet you never came, leaving me to guard an empty house. How lonely it has been." As she spoke, Nuwa raised her hand to wipe her eyes, glistening with unshed tears. Seeing this, Feng Xuan felt a sudden panic. How could he resolve this emotional turmoil? "Sister Nuwa, I'm sorry. I promise I'll come to see you as soon as I return." No sooner had he spoken than Nuwa seized his hand, her eyes sparkling with intensity. "Is that a promise? You'd better not go back on your word." Realizing he had been outmaneuvered by Nuwa, Feng Xuan had no choice but to acquiesce. "I swear it." Satisfied, Nuwa released his hand. By the way, what brings you here?" "This is the sacred ground of the immortal court. After all, of course, I'm here for the same reason as you, Sister Nuwa." With that, he produced 24 calming sea pearls to collect the San Guang divine water. Each pearl contained a vast realm, capable of containing the universe and transforming the heavens. Gathering this pool of divine water would be a breeze. Nuwa looked at the robust column of water rising from Feng Xuan's side, then glanced at the delicate stream flowing from her own jade bottle, and her urgency grew. She grasped Feng Xuan's arm. "Leave some for me." Feng Xuan winced, feeling the pressure. What kind of divine ability was this? To break through his defenses? Nevertheless, he complied, only collecting 40%, leaving the remainder for Nuwa. After all, if she lacked sufficient materials for her creations, it would lead to chaos. Although he had no desire to be human in this life, he still felt a kinship with the human race compared to other clans. Before long, the entire pool of Sanguang divine water was drained, revealing the bottom that a single white lotus manifested in the center. Exuding a pure aura that cleared the minds of San Shao and Nuwa. As for Feng Xuan, he simply found it pleasantly fragrant. The blessings of the great Tao shielded him from calamities. He could not be deceived by misfortunes. This is the 12th rank pure world white lotus, Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. Each supreme innate spiritual treasure was a rare find. Let alone this 12th rank lotus platform. Aside from Hong Jun, who wouldn't he covet it? However, a dilemma arose. To whom did this pure world white lotus belong? Upon hearing it was Nuwa, San Shao huddled together. Trembling, another formidable figure. No one could provoke her. Thus, the ownership lay between Feng Xuan and Nuwa. Ding! Detection of 12th rank pure world white lotus. Please make the following choices. 1. Gift it to Nuwa. After all, treasures are easy to find. But a good person is hard to come by. This is a great opportunity to enhance goodwill. Reward. Azure Lotus Aura. Can cultivate a 9th rank lotus platform into a 12th rank lotus platform. 2. Claim it for yourself. Treasures can stir the heart, and it's only natural to be tempted. Rewarding one with innate green copper. System. I choose option 1. This choice is quite intriguing, for if I recall correctly, the pure world white lotus consists of 2 blooms, one a complete 12th grade, and the other a flawed 9th grade. Feng Xuan extended his hand to retrieve the 12th grade pure world white lotus and presented it to Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, please take this. Upon hearing his words, Nuwa's expression revealed surprise. She had actually intended to offer the pure world white lotus to Feng Xuan, never expecting him to proactively bestow it upon her. Her fondness for him deepened in that moment, as their destinies became further intertwined. The system detected that the host had completed option 1, and the essence of the green lotus was dispatched. Subsequently, Feng Xuan unearthed a budding lotus blossom from the corner of the pool, exuding the same essence as the pure world white lotus. A twin lotus. Indeed, the pure world white lotus had given rise to a second bloom during its growth. This one belongs to me, Feng Xuan declared, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the lotus bud in his hand. Although it would ultimately unfurl as a 9th grade, he possessed the system's reward of green lotus essence, allowing him to cultivate it to 12th grade at will. He had not only enhanced Nuwa's favor, but also retained a precious treasure, an exemplary twofold gain. Congratulations, brother Feng Xuan, Nuwa exclaimed, her eyes glimmering with joy as she beheld the second white lotus in his grasp. Now, neither of them would return empty-handed, and she felt a sense of consolation. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. What is happening? Nuwa inquired, gently tapping with her jade hand. Instantly, the space rippled like a water mirror, reflecting the scenes of the outside world. The armies of the Immortal Court were being ruthlessly slaughtered by the Demon Court. Blood stained the sea, and countless malevolent energies darkened the sky. The demon race reveled in this bloody feast, while a devastating battle raged above the battlefield. Kunlun, Baizhe, and 4 other early quasi-saint powerhouses, along with 6 peak Great Luo demon saints, were besieging the last strongholds of the Immortal Court. 2 quasi-saints and 4 peak Great Luo. Tai constructed the battlefield with the Chaos Bell, shielding the myriad beings below from harm, while simultaneously eliminating their chances of escape, leaving them to be mercilessly butchered. Was the Demon Court truly intent on extermination? A quasi-saint of the Immortal Court let out a desperate roar, his celestial light radiating as he gathered it into a large cauldron shape, momentarily fending off the attacks of several demon saints. However, the remaining 4 Great Luo Golden Immortals were not so fortunate. Each one was beset by 2 or 3 opponents of equal or greater strength. Torn to shreds in mere moments, the blood of Great Luo Golden Immortals stained the heavens, their bodies devoured entirely, leaving not even fragments of bone. Soon, the 11 assailants launched a full-scale assault on the 2 struggling quasi-saints. The celestial light cauldron wobbled precariously, on the verge of shattering. Submit obediently. You were given a chance before, but now only annihilation awaits you. Kunlun jeered, his true form manifesting behind him, with a sweep of his wings. 2 formidable gales surged towards the celestial light cauldron, shattering it utterly. As the cauldron crumbled, a torrent of attacks descended upon the bodies of the 2 quasi-saints. Countless laws of the great Tao intertwined, ravaging their very paths. The 2 quasi-saints bled profusely, their celestial light dimming significantly, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the brink of extinguishment. Seeing this, Kunping activated the laws of the wind. Preparing to charge forward, the two quasi-saints might possess treasures of considerable grade. Those would surely be his spoils. As he approached, Kunping transformed his claws to reach into their spatial realms. Yet at that moment, both were gripping him tightly. An ominous premonition washed over Kunping. Could it be? The two quasi-saints erupted into maniacal laughter, their celestial light intensifying, as if a white sun had arisen in the heavens. They were burning their own great Tao. They intended to self-destruct. Even in death, they sought to take someone down with them. Kunping's face drained of color, memories flooding back. Let go, he implored, thrashing his arms in a desperate attempt to escape their grasp. But they clung tightly, their fingers embedding into his flesh, binding him securely. Someone, please help me, save me. As he realized he could not break free, Kunping turned to the 10 great demon saints for assistance. However, the 10 had already retreated to a safe distance upon sensing the two's imminent self-detonation, taking refuge within a defensive treasure. They lacked the courage to come forth and aid him. You, Kunping exclaimed. Panic-stricken, flailing his arms and kicking at the two quasi-saints' bodies. Yet it was all in vain. Crack. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed in his mind, leaving only despair. It's over. An earth-shattering explosion resonated across the sky. And the fortunes of the immortal court plummeted to their nadir. At this moment, it could be said that the immortal court had perished. I never anticipated such loyalty from the immortal court. Tai mused, his face filled with emotion as he withdrew the chaos bell. Though his expression remained calm, Dijun could sense his brother's blood surging with agitation. It appeared the self-detonation of the two quasi-saints had indeed wielded considerable power. And Bai Zhe and the others? Dijun's countenance paled. Those were the elite forces of their demon court. Surely they hadn't all been obliterated in an instant. Cough, cough. Demon Emperor, we have returned. The 10 great demon saints re-entered the ranks. Their demeanor seemingly unscathed, albeit a bit disheveled. They asked the demon emperor. Dijun felt it necessary to express concern. Are you all unharmed? We are fine, fulfilling our mission. The two quasi-saints and 4 great Luo have all perished. However, Bai Zhe replied respectfully, his expression turning grave, at a loss for words. What troubles you? Speak freely. As long as you are all well, that is the best outcome, Dijun proclaimed, his voice resonant with authority. Sigh. Demon Emperor, you might as well see for yourself. Bai Zhe stepped aside, revealing a pitch-black humanoid figure at the center, as the 9 great demon saints also moved aside. Puffed. Dijun could not help but laugh. And Tai beside him struggled to contain his mirth. How is it Kunping again? This unfortunate soul was gravely injured by Hongyun a millennium ago, and now he has just recovered. How is it he finds himself in trouble once more? Does he not know to avoid danger? The 10 great demon saints joined in laughter, well aware of Kunping's past misadventures. Cough, cough. Enough. Take the demon master back to recuperate. Now, let us seize the immortal court together. Dijun stifled his laughter and announced with composure. The grand army of the demon court surged forth under the guidance of the 10 great demon saints, advancing unimpeded towards Penglai, Immortal Island. Upon encountering the protective formation of the island, Tai summoned the chaos bell, shattering it with a single strike. The true visage of the immortal court was now fully revealed, not the opulent paradise imagined, but rather dilapidated ruins and crumbling walls. Dijun and Tai exchanged grave glances, splitting their forces, one entering the core of the immortal court, the other the treasure vault. Soon, their thunderous roars echoed through the air. Mingi. I curse your mother. Both treasure vaults had been completely ransacked, with the mocking phrase Mingi was here scrawled brazenly in crimson. The scornful slogan seemed to mock their intelligence. Dijun and Tai erupted into a fit of impotent rage. In the distance, those within the 9 dragons' incense carriage couldn't help but laugh upon hearing the commotion. Giggle.Nuwa's melodious laughter filled the air, her previously lonely mood replaced with joy. Brother Feng Xuan is truly mischievous. Now, Dijun and Tai have been thoroughly offended by you. Indeed, Brother Feng Xuan is quite the rascal, making the demon court toil in vain. The 3 celestial maidens beamed with delight, their faces glowing with amusement. Unable to fathom such a turn of events, what does it have to do with me? It was Mingi's doing. He should be the one to blame. Upon concluding his words, Feng Xuan erupted into hearty laughter. Prior to the invasion of the demon clan into the celestial court, he had laid waste to the entire realm, leaving not a trace behind, not even a single hair. He had even left behind a conspicuous slogan. though it slightly weighed on his conscience regarding his friend, Ming He. Yet, considering their pre-existing enmity, deepening it further seemed inconsequential. After all, Ming He was not one to be easily vanquished. Ha ha ha. The system detected that the host had completed option 4, and the guidance for Fengxian Island had been dispatched. Fengxian Island guidance? Feng Xuan pondered for a moment. It was not the appropriate time to investigate. The demon army was still present, and should he be discovered, explaining himself would prove difficult. The 9 dragons' incense palanquin soared swiftly through the skies and soon arrived at Buzhou Mountain. After escorting Inhua back to the Fengqi Valley, Feng Xuan led the Sanshao back to Kunlun. Sensing the absence of familiar presences in the Yushu Palace, it appeared that his master and the others had not yet returned. Thus, he had no choice but to bring the Sanshao back to his domain. Upon reaching the Little Stone Peak, Feng Xuan deactivated the protective mountain array. Inside, Xiaobai and Duo Bao remained in deep meditation, utterly still. Senior brother Feng Xuan, is this your Taoist abode? The Sanshao, like curious children, surveyed the various arrangements of the Little Stone Peak, exclaiming in AWE.AS scattered cultivators. They had never encountered such a celestial mountain blessed with fortune. There is no need for envy once master returns. You shall also possess such an abode. Feng Xuan replied with a smile. Kunlun Mountain was replete with celestial mountains, and as it was currently unclaimed territory, in the future, each of them would undoubtedly find their cherished Taoist abode. Perhaps it might not compare to his Little Stone Peak, but it would still be a rare sanctuary in the world. Upon hearing his words, the youngest, Bai Xiao, slightly shifted her gaze, looking from her elder sister Yanxia to Feng Xuan and then back to herself. With a gentle leap, she wrapped her arms around Feng Xuan's neck from behind. Senior brother Feng Xuan, we don't want to find a Taoist abode. We wish to reside here with you. Is that all right? Bai Xiao's small head bobbed on Feng Xuan's shoulder, her dark hair brushing against his nose, tickling him to be Bai Xiao. What are you doing? Come down quickly. Seeing this, Yun Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to pull Bai Xiao's arm, attempting to bring her down while scolding her softly. Bai Xiao, unfazed, tightened her embrace, her legs crossing around Feng Xuan's waist. The two pressed closely together. This softness is maddening. Fine, fine, you may choose a place to stay here, but you must come down. Feng Xuan struggled a few times, realizing he could not break free. This little girl possessed surprising strength. He had no choice but to concede to her request. After all, Little Stone Peak was vast, and accommodating a few more residents posed no issue. Yea, upon receiving his consent, Bai Xiao joyfully leaped down, embracing Yun Xiao tightly. Sister, we can live together with senior brother Feng Xuan from now on. Yun Xiao finally comprehended her younger sister's intent, a hint of anticipation blossoming within her heart. Feng Xuan then composed himself, calming the surging blood within him, and led the Sanshao to a spacious cave dwelling. Perfectly suited for 3. Furthermore, it connected to the mountain peak, allowing for almost instantaneous access. From then on, he would be the solitary dweller at the mountain's summit, while the Sanshao would be considered semi-dwellers. Once the cave was established, Feng Xuan imparted the upper clear celestial art to the Sanshao, leaving behind several dozen Dao enlightenment leaves for their cultivation. He then returned to his exclusive training ground on the mountaintop to enter seclusion. This journey had yielded him numerous treasures. First, he produced the primordial qi. The moment it manifested, Feng Xuan felt a deep yearning within him, an instinctive drive compelling him to consume it. Without hesitation, he activated the great Dao golden seal to absorb the primordial qi in his grasp. As the absorption progressed, an enigmatic sensation surged within him. Noble purple patterns spread across his body, gradually converging upon his forehead to form an arcane divine symbol. Feng Xuan's true form flickered in and out of visibility behind him. A colossal chaos stone trembled incessantly, its surface cracking, on the verge of shattering. Time flowed like water, the primordial era unmarked by years. 3,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Feng Xuan radiated a brilliant purple light, drawing near to the essence of heaven and earth, in harmony with all living things. Ah! With a resounding cry, the chaos stone behind him erupted, revealing a kaleidoscopic core. The colorful core, under the force of attraction, transformed into streams of light and merged into Feng Xuan's body, becoming one with him. Feng Xuan opened his eyes, a fleeting flash of colorful divine light glimmering within. An aura of warmth and harmony emanated from him, radiating outward. The effects of this primordial qi were astonishing. Not only had it propelled the strength of his physical body to the early stage of quasi-saint, but it also integrated the essence of all the spiritual materials he had previously consumed, harmonizing them into a unified whole, eliminating any conflicts. This resolved a significant obstacle on his path, granting him peace of mind henceforth. Simultaneously, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his foundation, albeit minuscule. He could not tell if it was merely an illusion. Now, I truly have the opportunity to aspire to that supreme position. Feng Xuan clenched his fists, the gentle radiance of his punches fracturing the surrounding space, as if the great Tao itself were on the brink of annihilation. It was terrifying. This was the might of a quasi-saint-level physique. Should he encounter Zhurong again, he would never find himself in such a predicament. Subsequently, Feng Xuan began to consume the various innate metals and divine stones he had collected from the celestial court's treasury. A massive influx of spiritual materials entered his body, harmoniously merging under the coordination of the primordial chi. Delightful, however. This did not yield any qualitative enhancement. It was akin to a vast ocean merging with a few small streams, imperceptible. Feng Xuan furrowed his brow. It seemed that ordinary innate substances no longer held significant effects on him. To elevate his physical prowess, he would require at least top-tier or even chaotic-grade items. This presented a challenge, yet Feng Xuan swiftly dismissed such thoughts. After all, the primordial era would still be his playground, and what did he desire that he could not obtain? He retrieved the 9-tiered purifying world White Lotus from the Shumi space. Exiting his training area, he approached the spirit pond and placed the unripe purifying world White Lotus into the water. This spirit pond had nurtured the 24-tiered creation Azure Lotus, and upon observing Feng Xuan's Taoist abode's barrenness, his masters had bestowed it upon him as decoration. It was more than sufficient to nurture a 9-tiered White Lotus. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan injected the Azure Lotus aura, a reward from the system, into the core of the White Lotus. With the aid of the Azure Lotus aura, the previously wilted White Lotus burst forth with vigor, its foundational essence amplifying several dozen times. In terms of essence, it had reached the standard of a 12-tiered Lotus platform. Now, all that remained was for it to continue growing until it matured. After attending to these matters, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards Duobao and Xiaobai, who were still in their meditative states. At this moment, their energies had respectively ascended to the peak of the Golden Immortal and the early stage of the Golden Immortal. It seemed that Xiaobai had broken through during his absence. Feng Xuan quietly sat beside them, awaiting their awakening. A century passed. Xiaobai was the first to break through to the mid-Golden Immortal stage, awakening with her eyes wide open, meeting Feng Xuan's gaze. Master, you have finally returned. Xiaobai flapped her wings and flew to Feng Xuan's side, her small crane head affectionately rubbing against his cheek, brimming with excitement. All right, Xiaobai, how do you feel? Feng Xuan gently stroked Xiaobai's soft feathers, inquiring with concern. Master, I feel my realm has elevated swiftly. Soon, I will be able to challenge the ancestor. Xiaobai proclaimed proudly, her head held high. Can you take on a human form now? Feng Xuan asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai's expression fell, disappointment lacing her tone. Not yet. I estimate I need to reach the Tai Golden Immortal to transform. Feng Xuan contemplated. It appeared that Xiaobai's lineage was quite formidable. She belonged to a powerful race. Unfortunately, they had encountered the second master, who had directly recruited them. Just then, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, casting a vast shadow over Little Stone Peak. The heavenly tribulation had arrived. Observing this, Feng Xuan swiftly darted to Duo Bao's side. With a single palm, he sent him soaring thousands of miles away to go and face the tribulation elsewhere, not in my Taoist abode. What if it causes damage? After a thunderous roar, Duo Bao returned safely to Little Shifeng, muttering incessantly, Shi Xiang, you were too ruthless. What if I were to perish beneath the tribulation? To this, Feng Xuan could only respond with a chuckle, for it was indeed absurd to think that a mere tribulation could vanquish Duo Bao. This lad was quite cunning. That moment, 3 familiar auras approached Kunlun Mountain, bringing great joy to Feng Xuan. The masters have returned. Before Feng Xuan could pay his respects at Yushu Palace, the 3 pure ones had already arrived at his Little Shifeng. From a distance, he could hear Tongtian's teasing voice. Good disciple, where have you been for the past 10 millennia? Feng Xuan, puzzled by the question, replied to uphold his image. I went treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? Where did you go? Tongtian pressed further. Feng Xuan felt a bit flustered, wondering if his glorious deeds had been discovered by his masters. I ventured to a celestial island, where treasures abound. Upon hearing this, Tongtian raised his eyebrows, a teasing glint in his eyes, and whispered into Feng Xuan's ear, Mingi, I curse your mother. Feng Xuan's pupils dilated. His misdeeds had been uncovered. Anxiously, he glanced at his second master, gauging his reaction that it would be troublesome if his actions diminished his master's favor. To his surprise, Yuan Shi wore a broad smile, gazing at him with appreciation, which relieved Feng Xuan immensely. As long as he hadn't incurred his second master's ire, he would be fine, since his masters were already aware. He decided there was no point in concealing the truth any longer, that I secretly took all the treasures from the Celestial Court for safekeeping. Feng Xuan recounted how he stealthily infiltrated the Celestial Court and made off with its treasures. Well done. I have long harbored discontent towards Dijuan and Tai. Seeing them suffer this silent loss brings me great delight. Yuan Shi clapped Feng Xuan on the shoulder, his face alight with satisfaction. It seemed that while his second master advocated for reason and order externally, he was quite accommodating and open internally. At that moment, Feng Xuan noticed several figures behind his masters and inquired curiously, "Masters, who are they?" Yuan Shi pulled Feng Xuan closer to the figures and introduced, "This is my disciple from my travels through the primordial chaos, named Nanji. He will henceforth be my second disciple." Feng Xuan gazed at the little old man before him, with a large head, a prominent forehead, and a long white beard, all the while wearing a cheerful expression. So, this old immortal had just been accepted as a disciple by his second master. It seemed the ranking of the 12 golden immortals was not determined by the order of their acceptance. "Nanji, this is your elder brother, and also our collective eldest disciple. You must learn diligently from him." Upon hearing that he was the elder brother, Nanji immediately bowed respectfully. Nanji pays respects to the elder brother. Feng Xuan gently assisted him to his feet. No need for such formality. From now on, we are family. With that, he took out a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure from his Shumi space and presented it to Nanji. Consider this a welcoming gift. Nanji accepted it with delight. Although it was of lower grade, it was still an innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare in the primordial chaos. Yuan Shi watched the scene with kindness. Tongtian then brought forth a few individuals from behind him. "These are my new disciples, Wudong and Jinling. They will be my third and fourth disciples, respectively." Feng Xuan looked at the two beautiful female immortals before him and smiled knowingly. He once again produced two lower-grade innate spiritual treasures to bestow upon them. Now, he was quite affluent, possessing the vast accumulation of the Celestial Court over endless epochs, while perhaps not matching the quality of his master's treasures. In quantity, he alone could rival the third-largest treasury in the world, trailing only behind the Wu and Yao clans. "Thank you, elder brother." Jinling and Wudong reached out to receive the gifts, expressing their gratitude politely. Subsequently, Feng Xuan brought the Sanshao sisters over. Before he could speak, Tongtian and Yuan Shi's eyes lit up as they vied to accept Yun Shao as a disciple. The fortune and potential of Yun Shao were on par with their most carefully chosen disciples. Perhaps Yun Shao had some unique opportunity before her birth, endowing her with superior origins compared to her sisters. Feng Xuan, witnessing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had thought it would suffice for the Sanshao to directly join their third master's faction. Yet his second master had taken a liking to Yun Shao. What a perplexing situation. However, Yun Shao had her own thoughts. She did not wish to be separated from her sisters. As the disciple, I do not wish to part from my two younger sisters. Thus, I request that both masters accept us together. At this moment, Yuan Shi and Tongtian noticed Xiong Xiao and Bi Xiao standing respectfully behind them. The three sisters stood together, and Tongtian felt a connection, the exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The Haiyuan Golden Doe, which he had obtained from the treasure divide, flew out, circling above the Sanshao sisters, recognizing them. "Ha ha, it seems these three are destined to be with me." Tongtian laughed heartily and turned to Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi sighed lightly. "Very well, let it be so." Thus, the Sanshao sisters became Tongtian's fifth, sixth, and seventh disciples. Afterwards, the three pure ones held a grand assembly for their numerous disciples, expounding on the methods of cultivation and the truths of the Tao. Damn it, who is plotting against me? In the Blood Sea, Mingyi was utterly vexed that he had remained in the Blood Sea for eons, never once stepping outside. Yet, upon encountering Dijuan and Tai, they accused him of stealing their spoils. As he stood there, bewildered, they launched an attack without a moment's hesitation. Although he had only sent a clone, he could not swallow this indignity. He wished to reason with them, but they refused to listen. Instantly eliminated, there was no chance for explanation that he was left bearing this unjust blame. Ah, damn it, who is behind this? If I find out, I will chop them into pieces. And as for Dijuan and Tai, those two rascals had their brains gone awry, blaming everything on me. Achoo! Feng Xuan rarely sneezed. Who was thinking of me from behind? At this moment, Feng Xuan's strength had already broken through to the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. He was experimenting with his master's Tongtian Dan Dao. Before him, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure-level alchemy furnace spun continuously under the refining flames of the three mysteries true fire. Feng Xuan followed the recipe, adding various materials into the furnace. This should be about right. Watching the furnace billow with black smoke, Feng Xuan felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the materials have gone bad? Or perhaps the furnace is of inferior quality. Regardless, I am certainly not at fault. Boom! The furnace exploded, its lid flying far away. Feng Xuan swiftly reached out to catch the three finished pills that flew out. This was the result of his first attempt at alchemy. He could not let them escape. Observing the three dark, foul-smelling pills in his hands, Feng Xuan fell into contemplation. That aren't they supposed to be golden pills? Why have they turned black? Can they even be consumed? Xixiang, we have come to see you. At that moment, Duo Bao and the others arrived together from a distance. Feng Xuan's mind raced with inspiration. Weren't these the very people he needed to test the pills? He promptly went to greet them. Greetings, elder brother. The group bowed respectfully. What a rare visit. What brings you to my little Shifeng? Feng Xuan feigned curiosity. He, master instructed us to learn more from you. So after selecting a venue, we came here. Duo Bao said mischievously, his eyes scanning Feng Xuan's domain. His innate talent told him there were vast treasures within. Seeing this, Feng Xuan immediately zeroed in on his target. Its decided then. Duo Bao, coughing lightly, he continued, I have received my master's true teachings on the Tongtian Dan Dao, and, in my spare time, refined a few golden pills. Since you are so considerate, I shall bestow them upon you. Really? Duo Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement. The reputation of his master's alchemy was renowned throughout the primordial chaos. Who did not know of it? If elder brother had indeed grasped the true teachings, then it would be remarkable. The others also displayed envious expressions, wishing for some as well. Catch. Feng Xuan raised his hand and tossed out a pill. As the crowd fixed their gaze upon it, their pupils involuntarily constricted, revealing a black pill in Duo Bao's hand, emanating a sinister aura. Duo Bao wore a sorrowful expression. Brother, can this be consumed? Of course it can. This is my refined 5-turn golden elixir, which possesses the ability to solidify one's foundation and enhance cultivation. Feng Xuan replied casually, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth indicating his struggle to maintain the fade. Golden elixir. Duo Bao stared incredulously at the dark pill, questioning its legitimacy. Will consuming it truly not lead to death? Duo Bao, you must eat it. Afterward, I shall bestow upon you a piece of innate spiritual treasure. Feng Xuan waved a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure in front of him, enticing him further. Gazing at the treasure, Duo Bao gulped. Then his eyes hardened, determination setting in. I'll do it. He resolutely placed the golden elixir into his mouth. Nanji and Jinling watched with concern as Duo Bao swallowed the pill. I feel fine, he said. But suddenly he began to convulse, blood gushing from his nose like a torrential waterfall, and no matter how I try to stop it, it won't cease. Duo Bao panicked, frantically wiping his arms, only to find the blood continued to flow. Oh, it's nothing. We're all Tai golden immortals. Bleeding won't kill us. Feng Xuan waved his hand. Noting the effects of the pill, the 5-turn black pill causes one's vital energy to surge, leading to an uncontrollable nosebleed. After a while, once the medicinal effects had completely dissipated, Duo Bao's nosebleed finally ceased. At this moment, he looked at Feng Xuan with a resentful expression. Haha, this is for you. Feng Xuan promptly handed over the innate spiritual treasure, and upon receiving it, Duo Bao's face lit up with joy. His transformation so swift that it left the others astonished. A century later, the group sat together, exchanging insights and experiences, their bond growing ever closer in harmony. Before their parting, Feng Xuan generously gifted each of them several Dao enlightenment leaves to assist in their cultivation. Such a life was indeed pleasant. Lying on the grass, Feng Xuan gazed up at the sky, his heart overflowing with tranquility. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something important. Brother Feng Xuan, it seems there is unusual activity at the spirit pool. Yunxiao hurriedly approached, relaying the situation. Feng Xuan rose calmly and made his way there. For millennia, the three heavens had frequently visited his mountaintop dojo due to their close proximity. Bixiao and Xiaobai had become inseparable, often frolicking in the Dao Enlightenment tree, playing hide and seek. Yunxiao and Xiangxiao helped manage the dojo's affairs, organizing the treasures he had acquired from the celestial court and over endless years into meticulous order. The dojo now appeared vastly different from its previous chaotic state. Upon reaching the spirit pool, Jiangxiao stood guard beside it, maintaining a protective barrier to shield against any chaos erupting within. As Feng Xuan focused, he realized, ISNT, that the 9-grade pure world White Lotus. Observing the spiritual storm in the pool, he concluded, it seems it is about to evolve. Feng Xuan quietly watched from the side. The evolution of a 9-grade lotus to a 12-grade lotus was a rare event, perhaps unmatched throughout the entirety of Honghuang. Soon, the spiritual storm subsided. Jiangxia withdrew the protective barrier, revealing the 12-grade pure world White Lotus floating on the surface of the spirit pool, continuously releasing a pure aura that purified everything around it. Congratulations, brother Feng Xuan, on acquiring this precious treasure. Yin Xiao and Qiong Xiao expressed their delight and offered their congratulations. However, Feng Xuan's heart jolted. He realized what he had forgotten. He had promised Niuhua to visit Fengqi Valley. After explaining the situation to Yun Xiao and the others, he hurriedly departed for Fengqi Valley aboard the 9-dragon Qinxiang Palanquin. Upon arriving at Buzhou Mountain, Feng Xuan followed the guidance given by Niuhua to locate the valley's entrance. Whoosh! The familiar scene unfolded before him. He grasped an incoming arrow with one hand, anger surging within him. Truly, the Wu clan never learns from their mistakes. Ding! The host has been ambushed by Hui again. Please make the following choice. 1. Spare him. Maintain a low profile in the Wu clan's territory, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Reward: a vial of 3 light divine water. 2. Eliminate him. Enough is enough. Hui has ambushed the host repeatedly. Let him be cautious in his next life. Reward: a drop of Panga's essence blood. System: I choose option 2. Feng Xuan summoned the Hongming Liangtian ruler and hurled it at Hui. Unfortunately, Hui had anticipated the attack, skillfully evading with several leaps. I have already contacted the ancestor witches. Today, you shall find it impossible to escape. Hui fled into the distance, attempting to buy time. However, Feng Xuan had resolved to eliminate him completely. After being provoked time and again, even a clay Buddha has its limits. With a single step, he appeared directly behind Hui, wielding the Hongming Liangtian ruler with lethal intent aimed at Hui. Unable to evade, Hui was cleaved in two by the sharp ruler's edge, a wretched scream echoing through the air. Crimson blood splattered across the stones. The two halves of his body fell in separate directions. Feng Xuan landed before Hui's upper body, his handsome visage betraying a glimmer of murderous intent. With a single punch, he shattered Hui's body into oblivion. Death beyond resurrection. Ding! The host has completed option 2. 1 drop of Pangu's essence blood has been dispensed. Suddenly, Feng Xuan lifted his gaze to the clouds of dust rising in the distance. Beneath the dust loomed 2 colossal figures resembling mountains, 2 ancestor witches. They truly underestimated him. Dispatching 2 ancestor witches at once, it seemed the Wu clan intended to eliminate him. To avoid implicating Niuhua, Feng Xuan swiftly turned to flee. Yet, an ethereal hand emerged from the void, pulling him into an unknown space. By the time the 2 ancestor witches arrived, all that remained was the lifeless body of Hui and the desolate, uninhabited mountains. Zhurong, well done. Under your arrangements, our Wu clan has lost another powerful witch. Just wait until I recount this to our elder brother, a giant with a serpent's head, clad in black scales, standing upon a black dragon and entwined with a green python. Mocked out it was the water ancestor witch. Gong Gong. In response, the fire ancestor witch, Zhurong, unleashed a thunderous roar, his boundless fury erupting like a volcano. Twice now, I have been mocked twice, and this time, it was in front of my arch-rival Gong Gong. He had been caught in a compromising situation. Damn it, if I ever encounter you again, I shall tear you to pieces. Zhurong raged, igniting everything within 1,000 miles. The mountains melted, coalescing into a glass-like form. The scorching temperature painted the sky a fiery red. However, apart from the space ancestor witch, Di Jiang, those ancestor witches who did not cultivate magical power could not break through the spatial restraints, and thus could not locate Feng Xuan. Ultimately, Zhurong and Gong Gong could only retrieve Hui's remains and depart. As for Feng Xuan, he found himself in a fragrant, picturesque place, abundant in primal spiritual energy rivaling Kunlun Mountain. The earth beneath his feet was imbued with a rich aura of creation, as if the Tao of creation manifested in the world. Where is this? Feng Xuan inquired. You have finally arrived, and upon your arrival, you've stirred up such a significant incident. A familiar voice reached his ears from behind. Turning around, he beheld Niuhua, her face adorned with a warm smile. Sister Niuhua, where is this? This is Fengqi Valley. Fear not, the ancestor witches cannot enter here. Nuwa explained. With that, Feng Xuan finally relaxed. Though a hint of embarrassment washed over him, it was rather humiliating to be rescued during his first visit here as a guest. However, Nuwa had not thought of anything else. After such a long period of solitude, she had nearly lost her sanity. Grasping Feng Xuan's hand, she began to wander through the Fengxi Valley, engaging in lively conversation. Before long, a century had slipped by, and the bond between them had deepened significantly. Later, upon noticing that Feng Xuan was on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Nuwa took the opportunity to expound upon her insights. She hoped that the collision of differing philosophies might pave the way for Feng Xuan's breakthrough. Feng Xuan listened, utterly entranced. Within the unique environment of Fengxi Valley, he unexpectedly grasped a sliver of the profound essence of the Tao of creation. Although his realm had not yet ascended, his strength had significantly increased. Thank you, Sister Nuwa, for your teachings. Upon awakening, Feng Xuan revealed a look of gratitude. She had guided him onto a new path, and he felt he could now call her his master. Oh, must we be so formal? It feels rather distant, Nuwa chuckled, extending her hand to gently tap Feng Xuan's forehead. The two then resumed their animated exchange. Just as Feng Xuan felt the time was right to take his leave, a solemn proclamation echoed from beyond the valley. A century hence, on the Sun Star, the Emperor Jun invites the myriad heavens to celebrate the prosperity of the demon court. An invitation to the myriad heavens. What is Emperor Jun up to? Feng Xuan pondered, sensing that such a gathering could not bode well. He resolved to return and confer with his masters. Sister Nuwa, the demon court is hosting a banquet. I must consult with my masters, so I will take my leave. Feng Xuan bid farewell. Nuwa, seeing his determination, refrained from insisting he stay and instead guided him on his way out. Once outside, Feng Xuan swiftly summoned the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin to return to Kunlun Mountain. Arriving at the gate of Yushu Palace, he announced, Disciple Feng Xuan seeks an audience. Feng Xuan bowed respectfully. The gates opened automatically, inviting him inside. Upon entry, he raised his gaze to find his three masters had been waiting for quite some time. Oh, disciple, your aura resonates with the Tao of creation, Lao Jun exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and deep curiosity. How could he have reached the threshold of the Tao of creation in such a short span of a millennium? Had he encountered some extraordinary fortune? The Great Luo cultivates the laws of Great Luo, not the true laws of the Tao. Only by ascending to a higher realm can one touch upon the laws of the Tao. Yes, with Sister Nuwa's assistance, I have stepped into the threshold of the Tao of creation, Feng Xuan replied, explaining where he had been over the past millennium. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones exchanged glances. A shared thought blossoming in their minds. Surely not. Yet they dared not fully believe it, choosing to temporarily set aside their doubts. What are your thoughts on Emperor Jun's invitation to the myriad heavens? Yuan Shi inquired from the high platform. What else is there to do but observe? Feng Xuan replied that he suspected a grand conspiracy or that the demon court sought to recruit more allies. The three pure ones fell into contemplation. Moments later, Lao Jun spoke. We have decided to send you to attend this banquet on behalf of Kunlun. What say you? After a moment of reflection, Feng Xuan agreed. With his masters present, he felt assured of his safety. Fear not. We shall support you from behind, even if you find yourself riding upon Emperor Jun's shoulders, Tongtian declared jovially, his tone brimming with pride. Hearing this, Feng Xuan cheekily remarked, if my masters say so, I might just take a ride on the supreme being of the demon court to see what it feels like. The three pure ones erupted into hearty laughter. Amused by his playful spirit, the atmosphere in Yushu Palace was filled with joy. Upon exiting, Feng Xuan held in his hand a gourd of golden elixir and 2 celestial apricots. These were gifts for the banquet. With only a century to prepare, he was ready to set off. After his departure, Tongtian casually remarked, Elder brother, second brother, do you think our disciple will truly dare to ride on Emperor Jun's head? I doubt it. He hasn't quite mustered the audacity for that yet, Yuan Shi replied uncertainly. Given their observations over the millennia, their disciple often performed the most unexpected feats, leaving them unsure of Feng Xuan's potential actions. As for Lao Jun, he remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Outside the core of Kunlun, Feng Xuan summoned the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin, preparing to depart for the Sun Star. This time, there was no need for concealment. He could travel boldly, showcasing his luxurious carriage. Wait a moment. Just as he was about to set off, a gentle and melodious voice called from behind. An icy breath brushed past him, and there stood the Queen Mother of the West. Are you also heading to the Demon Court banquet, Taoist friend? The Queen Mother inquired. Indeed. Are you going as well? Feng Xuan responded, puzzled that wasn't the Queen Mother a recluse for millennia? Yes, I too wish to attend the feast. I wonder if you might grant me a ride? With her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, she awaited his reply. After a moment of consideration, Feng Xuan consented. Bringing another companion along posed no inconvenience, especially one of such formidable strength. Should any trouble arise, having an ally would be advantageous. Thus, the two set off together towards the Sun Star for the banquet. As they traveled, the atmosphere within the palanquin was rather peculiar. Feng Xuan reclined leisurely, while the Queen Mother gazed intently at him, her eyes unwavering. It seemed she had something to say, but struggled to find her voice, appearing as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Unable to endure her scrutiny, Feng Xuan rose and met her gaze. Taoist friend, if you have something to say, please do so. Your staring makes me quite uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she remained silent. Feng Xuan was perplexed. Why are you blushing? I haven't done anything. Taoist friend, after this banquet, I would like to invite you to my Taoist abode as a guest. The Queen Mother finally managed to articulate her request after taking a deep breath to compose herself. All right, just speak your mind. It's nothing of great consequence, Feng Xuan replied, thinking her request trivial. Since they both resided in Kunlun, they were practically neighbors. Visiting each other should not be difficult. He could not fathom her reluctance. Upon receiving his affirmative response, the Queen Mother beamed, her smile brightening the palanquin. Soon, the nine-dragon agarwood palanquin entered the starry expanse, arriving outside the Sun Star. Here, countless beings had already gathered. Some of the 3,000 guests from the purple cloud had come personally, while others were represented by disciples and acolytes. Most were beings who had previously lacked the strength to attend the Purple Cloud Palace during the preaching period, but had now barely caught up in power. The assembly amounted to a staggering 1,000,000. A bustling crowd surged, a veritable sea of beings. Almost every capable entity had come to partake in this banquet. Upon Feng Xuan's arrival, the crowd parted to create a path. After all, a formidable being traveling in a premier innate spiritual treasure was not to be trifled with. Many of the 3,000 guests recognized the nine-dragon agarwood palanquin, as it had been claimed by one of the three pure ones. Yuan Shi, during the division of treasures at Balian Cliff, had the three pure ones also come to this banquet? Please halt. Vehicles are not permitted to enter. 2 gatekeeping demon generals stopped the palanquin, politely requesting the two to disembark. Observing this, Feng Xuan complied with the rules, stepping down alongside the Queen Mother and retracting the nine-dragon agarwood palanquin. He was not one of the three pure ones, merely their disciple. The 3,000 guests recognized Feng Xuan, their hearts filled with astonishment. How long had it been? He had already advanced from Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal. They had spent countless epochs to achieve their current realms. Truly, competition among beings can be disheartening. Gentlemen, please wait here. The time has yet to arrive. The 2 demon generals respectfully addressed the 2 individuals. Feng Xuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating his understanding, yet internally, he couldn't help but complain. He never expected that the Honghuang world, much like his previous life, would have so many rules for hosting a banquet. After a long wait, the sun shone brilliantly, and countless golden staircases emerged from the void, spreading beneath the feet of all present beings. Wow, it looked quite sophisticated. Feng Xuan and Shi Wangmu ascended side by side, entering the Sun Star. Stepping into the interior of the star, Feng Xuan was taken aback by the magnificent scene before him. Countless palaces of gold, jade, and glazed tiles floated serenely in the void, radiating waves of golden light, dazzling to behold. Golden clouds connected the palaces, and numerous stunning demon maidens clad in sheer veils flitted between the grand halls, preparing for the banquet. Surprisingly, the surroundings did not exude the anticipated heat. Rather, they were quite comfortable. Di Jun and Tai Yi had certainly done well. The construction of the Sun Star was impressive. Even the celestial court of old did not boast such grandeur. As they moved together, a charming demon maiden approached them with a bright smile, guiding them to the banquet. The Taoist master of White Jade Mountain, Yuan Zhenren, arrived at the banquet, presenting a gift of innate white jade worth 10,000. The Taoist of Green Cloud Mountain, Qing Shanzhenren, came to the banquet, offering innate bronze worth 10,000. The Dragon Lord of Bibo Pond arrived, gifting 10 water-evading pearls. After taking their seats, Feng Xuan listened as the names were read aloud. They were all minor figures, lacking in significance. It seemed the main event was reserved for later. The old ancestor of the endless blood sea and the underworld river arrived, presenting a sound stone as a gift. Upon hearing this, Di Jun, seated in the upper position, opened his eyes and instructed the maid reading the names. Wait, play the sound stone. The maid complied, activating the stone. Damn you, Dijun. Damn you, Tai, if you dare to provoke me again, I swear I will take you down. The grand hall of the Golden Crow fell into an immediate silence. Dijun's face turned as dark as ink. This was an immense embarrassment. Underworld River. I, Dijun, vow that we shall not coexist. Tai, sensing the situation, signaled the maid to skip this incident and continue reading the others. Jin Yuanzi of Wuzhuang Temple will attend the banquet, presenting a sound stone as a gift. Having learned from the previous lesson, the maid promptly retracted the sound stone. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Jin Yuanzi had already tampered with the stone. As soon as the maid touched it, the sound stone flew to the center of the hall, and its recording began to play. Dijun. Damn you, Tai. Damn you. The phrase echoed repeatedly, and the most alarming part was that Jin Yuanzi's sound stone had a volume amplification feature, making it significantly louder than the Underworld River's earlier exclamation. Feng Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. How could one dodge such an opening move? Twice. No less. The Underworld River and Jin Yuanzi were truly ingenious. The rest of the guests in the hall also stifled their laughter. Unable to contain themselves, Tai Yi's expression darkened further, and with a swift strike, he shattered the sound stone at the center. Continue. The maid trembled in fright, but proceeded to read from the list. Fortunately, nothing else peculiar occurred afterward, allowing the banquet to proceed normally. Guests reveled in the enchanting dance of the demon maidens at the center of the hall, sipping wine and enjoying fruits while engaging in discussions. What a delightful occasion! After several rounds of drinks, Dijun and Tai composed themselves and stood up, raising their cups to address the assembly. I thank you all for attending our demon court celebration. I express my gratitude once more. With that, he downed his drink in a grandiose manner. The guests below followed suit, raising their cups in respect. At that moment, the Kunping stood up to speak. Your Majesties. Now that the celestial court is fallen, it is time for the demon court to rise. We should expand our ranks to maintain stability across the heavens. Upon hearing these words, many powerful beings finally understood the purpose of today's banquet. It was a call to bolster the demon court's strength. On the high platform, Dijun pretended to hesitate, saying, if that is the case, for the sake of the Honghuang world, we must proceed. He then surveyed the assembly, randomly selecting a few from the 3,000 purple clouds to inquire if they were willing to join the demon court. All responded affirmatively. Observing this, Feng Xuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Clearly, this was a ploy. Did they think him a fool? Soon, Dijun turned his gaze to Shi Wangmu beside Feng Xuan. Dao friend Shi Wangmu, would you be willing to serve in our demon court? I will treat you with utmost respect. Shi Wangmu feigned contemplation before responding. I appreciate your kind offer, but I only wish to focus on my cultivation and do not wish to engage in the disputes of the Honghuang world. I hope for your understanding. Hearing this, Dijun no longer pressed the matter. It was clear she had expressed her intent not to engage in conflict with the demon court. He could not say more. Dijun then turned his attention to Feng Xuan, casually stating, I wonder if you, Dao friend Feng Xuan, would be willing to join our demon court. The moment these words were spoken, the hall fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone understood that Dijun was not inquiring about Feng Xuan, but rather the Sanqing. Was the demon court truly intending to oppose the Sanqing? At this moment, Feng Xuan scoffed internally. How dare Dijun inquire about him? Knowing full well their enmity, he still had the audacity to ask if he could join the demon court. Such delusions. The mere fact that he had come to the banquet today was already a concession to the demon court. All present turned their gazes to Feng Xuan, awaiting his response. Feng Xuan leisurely set down his wine cup. The Kunlun lineage shall never join the demon court. His meaning was unmistakable. There was enmity between them, and such aspirations were futile. However, Dijun seemed oblivious to his implication as he pressed further. Oh, are you serious? The atmosphere instantly grew tense with this question, as anyone could see that this was an affront directed at Feng Xuan. Absolutely, Feng Xuan replied, succinctly and decisively. No sooner had he spoken than figures began to subtly encircle him. It appeared they were not keen on him joining the demon court. Rather, they aimed to make an example of him, to establish the demon court's power through the death of the Sanqing's foremost disciple. Sensing the surrounding situation, Feng Xuan chose not to endure any longer, slamming his palm on the table. Ha! Dijun, have I given you too much face? Do you not comprehend my words? If you wish to target me, you ought to consider who stands behind me. Did he truly believe that defeating the celestial court had elevated him beyond reason? Showing disrespect to the demon emperor is punishable by death. One individual beside him launched an attack, weapon aimed directly at Feng Xuan's vital points. Feng Xuan leapt aside, fixing a cold gaze on Di Jun as he declared, "Di Jun, does your demon court truly wish to proceed in this manner?" Upon hearing this, Di Jun's expression soured. He waved his hand and declared, "For your disrespect, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of my Sanqing friends." With that, he signaled the Kunping to attack. The Kunping did not hesitate. He had long coveted Feng Xuan's configuration, and it seemed quite reasonable to pilfer a few items during the battle. Thus, he invoked his own Tao to summon a tempest that rushed toward Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan's fury ignited. Instead of defending against the incoming assault, he transformed his form and appeared before Di Jun. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as a figure was sent flying, crashing violently into the golden jade glass wall, embedding their body within. Feng Xuan had unexpectedly delivered a punch that sent Di Jun flying. Even Tai beside him was caught off guard. Seeing his opportunity slip away, the Kunping immediately pursued, but was halted by a pale flag. "If you wish to harm Dao friend Feng Xuan, you must first consult me," Shi Wangmu declared, brandishing the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the pure cloud border flag, to block the Kunping's path. While the exquisite innate treasure, the Kunlun mirror, materialized before her. The mirror glowed with the radiance of the great Tao, locking onto the Kunping with a terrifying killing intent, rendering him unable to move. In the grand hall, Di Jun broke through the wall, unleashing an enraged roar. "Cough, cough, Feng Xuan, today you shall surely perish." With that, the 10 great demon saints surrounded him, confining him in the center. "I strike you because you deserve it. Cease this now, and there may still be room for reconciliation." Feng Xuan, indifferent to the presence of the 10 great demon saints surrounding him, addressed Emperor Jun with a calm demeanor, devoid of any hint of trepidation. However, faced with such audacity, Emperor Jun's expression turned furious, and in his rage, he could heed no words. Fixated solely on the desire to annihilate Feng Xuan, the 10 demon saints received their orders, wielding spiritual treasures, and launched a coordinated assault on Feng Xuan. An uncountable barrage of profound attacks surged towards him, yet Feng Xuan summoned the pure world White Lotus to counteract these forces. Barely withstanding the initial wave of onslaught, that moment, Baizé discreetly signaled Feng Xuan with his eyes, urging him to break through from his position, just as Feng Xuan was poised to act. A massive skylight suddenly shattered the dome of the Golden Crow Palace, and a small banner of chaotic yellow descended. The very essence of divine malevolence emanated from the banner, fracturing the surrounding space and obliterating the very principles of the Tao. "Preposterous! Who dares to oppress my disciple?" A chilling voice echoed from the void, and in an instant, the banner radiated with brilliance, casting forth myriad rays of auspicious light. The onlookers felt an overwhelming sense of dread. With a resounding clang, 10 beams of black axe light, infused with the true essence of creation, erupted from the banner, throwing the elemental forces of the sun into disarray. The earth trembled and fissured, and the very fabric of the cosmos quaked in fear. The 10 demon saints struggled to withstand the force, but they were no match, being cast away thousands of miles, disappearing from sight. Their fates hung in the balance. This was the innate supreme treasure, the Panga banner, a relic not to be trifled with. Its mere activation could shake the heavens. As the blade of the heaven-opening divine axe, it possessed the most formidable offensive power in existence. When fully unleashed, it could rend the primordial chaos, shatter the very dimensions of time and space, and command the profound mysteries of the universe, creating and governing the realms. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun's fury escalated, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Was it possible for the 10 demon saints to be defeated in a single stroke? Enraged, he summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu to attack Feng Xuan. The Pango banner sensed his actions and unleashed its divine light, preventing him from advancing even a single inch. The entire palace was left in tatters, on the verge of collapse. Tai, snapping out of his stupor, beheld the Panga banner dominating the battlefield and summoned the chaotic bell to strike it down, hoping to halt its indiscriminate assault. Just as the chaotic bell was about to collide with the Panga banner, a yin-yang taiji diagram manifested in the heavens above, the innate supreme treasure known as the taiji diagram. The yin-yang bagua spun continuously, effortlessly blocking the chaotic bell's attack and ensnaring it alongside the Panga banner, rendering Tai temporarily incapable of retrieval. All present were awestruck by the might of these two treasures. Even before their arrival, one artifact alone wielded the power to govern the heavens. Yet, with the Panga banner no longer restraining them, both Emperor Jun and Tai turned their attention to Feng Xuan, charging towards him with the Golden Crow's radiant technique. Feng Xuan once again summoned the 12-petal pure world white lotus to defend himself. Though he possessed a physical form at the peak of the quasi-saint realm, capable of contending with mid-tier quasi-saints, he could not triumph over them. Faced with two top-tier quasi-saints, he had to exercise utmost caution. However, Feng Xuan might have underestimated his connections. Suddenly, a delicate red embroidered ball emerged from the void, hurtling straight towards Tai Yi. This was the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidered ball, crafted by Nuwa. Caught off guard, Tai Yi was struck unconscious, a large bump forming on his head, temporarily incapacitating him. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun found himself encircled by 4 celestial swords, radiating ominous energy. The legendary sword array of the extermination of immortals. Said to be impervious to the 4 saints, within the array, lethal intent surged, and sword chi periodically assailed him. Emperor Jun had no choice but to transform into his true form, the Golden Crow, adopting his most formidable defensive posture to withstand the barrage. Yet, it was to no avail. His body was riddled with wounds, and blood flowed freely from his golden feathers, a sight most tragic. Thus, the pinnacle of the demon court's combat prowess lay either severely injured or trapped, leaving only one, the Shihuang Fushi. Upon witnessing the appearance of the red embroidered ball, he immediately comprehended his younger sister's intent, sitting quietly below and patiently awaiting the conclusion of this farce. Feng Xuan stepped forward to the edge of the extermination of immortals sword array. Arms crossed, gazing at the pitiful figure of Emperor Jun within, coldly taunting, "You wish to use me as a pawn? Do you not know who has granted you the audacity and strength?" The memory of a jest made previously at the Yusu Palace suddenly resurfaced in his mind. And Feng Xuan chuckled softly. Who would have thought it would indeed ring true? Ding. The system detects that Emperor Jun is currently unable to resist. Please, host, make the following choices. 1. Mount him. The words from earlier echo in your mind. Young man. Go ride on this demon lord. Reward. 9-turn profound art. Point 2. Show him some leniency as the demon lord and future protagonist of the calamity. Perhaps it is wise to spare him some dignity. Reward. Spiritual coffin lantern. There was no need for contemplation. Emperor Jun was now a lamb awaiting slaughter, and it was not a matter of whether he could be mounted as for showing him leniency. He had already lost face. So what was the point of offering him any consideration? System. I choose option 1. Feng Xuan entered the extermination of immortals sword array, the murderous aura willingly parting for him as the 4 swords obeyed his command. Soon, he stood before Emperor Jun, who was now utterly drained, his magical power nearly expended by the sword chi. The massive golden crow form lay collapsed on the ground, barely lifting its head to glare at Feng Xuan with venomous eyes. Feng Xuan remained silent, contemplatively examining the back of Emperor Jun, choosing the most suitable spot to land. What are you doing? Emperor Jun exclaimed, his eyes widening in fear, his voice trembling. Nothing to fear, Feng Xuan replied with a smile. Selecting his landing point, he leaped onto Emperor Jun's back, treading upon his bloodied golden feathers, his hands brushing against the golden plumage. Not so impressive, is it? It pales in comparison to my little white one. After a moment of appraisal, Feng Xuan rendered his judgment. The system detects that the host has completed option 1. 9-turn profound art has been dispensed. The 9-turn profound art, an exclusive technique of the witch clan, was the supreme method of physical cultivation, combined with the Pangu essence blood previously acquired. Perhaps he could enhance his physical prowess without needing to devour rare treasures of heaven and earth. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan's script tightened as he plucked several feathers from Emperor Jun's neck. At this moment, Emperor Jun felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He had been mounted, plucked of his feathers, and by his nemesis, no less. Under these conditions, this was more excruciating than death itself. Feng Xuan, I will make you pay. I will ensure your demise. The deafening roars erupted from Emperor Jun, a torrent of resentment swirling around him as if manifesting in tangible form. Feng Xuan frowned slightly. He had undoubtedly made a mortal enemy of the demon court. Should he eradicate the roots? As this thought took shape, it rapidly spread through Feng Xuan's mind like wild grass. The Hongming measuring ruler was instinctively summoned. With a gentle wave, he struck at Emperor Jun's neck, intent on severing his head. However, when the ruler reached a mere 3 inches from Emperor Jun's neck, it was halted by an enigmatic force, unable to advance further. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding arose within Feng Xuan, warning him against such an action. Helpless, Feng Xuan had no choice but to retract the Hongming measuring ruler. Indeed, as one of the principal figures of the calamity, Emperor Jun could not perish before the appointed time. Observing the wrathful Emperor Jun below, Feng Xuan delivered a powerful punch to his head, knocking him unconscious. If he could not kill him, could he not at least indulge in a moment of catharsis? With that, Feng Xuan exited the extermination of a mortal's sword array. Upon his emergence, the West Queen Mother swiftly evaded Kunping to approach him. While Kunping, paralyzed with fear, dared not move, with the majority of the demon court's powers diminished, he feared he would be the next target. Without Tai Yi's restraint, the Panga banner and Taiji diagram loomed ominously over the crowd below. Esteemed guests, the banquet continues. I shall take my leave, Feng Xuan announced to those below, then stepped forward, departing with the West Queen Mother into the vastness of the primordial starry sky. Dear friend, I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Feng Xuan expresses his heartfelt thanks once more. Feng Xuan performed a respectful bow, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to the Queen Mother of the West for her timely assistance. He had not anticipated that. Given her reclusive nature, she would extend her hand to aid him. By doing so, she had placed herself in opposition to the demon court, which would undoubtedly target her during the impending calamity of the witch and demon. Consequently, she too would face tribulations, risking her very existence. It was he who had inadvertently endangered her. No need for thanks. You have saved me before, so this is but a small matter, the Queen Mother replied. Lifting him up, her beautiful countenance blooming with a smile that illuminated the lonely starry sky with an extraordinary brilliance, Feng Xuan felt a stir within his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly into her eyes and declared, My friend, I vow to protect you at all costs. Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words due to Feng Xuan's earnest declaration. The two exchanged a silent glance. After a brief pause, Feng Xuan bowed towards the void, beseeching, Master, please ensure the safe return of the Queen Mother to Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, the celestial tower of Xianwang materialized above them, its ethereal aura enveloping them in a protective cocoon, shielding them from any worldly assault. A profound sense of security enveloped them. Dear Queen Mother, I have matters to attend to. I shall request the Master to escort you. You may return to Kunlun Mountain first, Feng Xuan urged. The Queen Mother's eyes sparkled as she softly acquiesced. Watching her figure vanish, Feng Xuan turned his gaze towards the sun star, reflecting on the events he had just endured. He could not help but sigh. His power was still too feeble. Had it not been for the assistance of his masters and Yuehua, he would have faced certain death today. He was also unwilling to accept the predetermined course of the heavenly Tao. How could Di Jun humiliate and threaten him so brazenly? Was he to remain passive until the conclusion of the calamity? The witch and demon tribulation spanned over a dozen epochs, perhaps even several dozen. Was he truly to remain idle for such an extended period? And what of the forthcoming Feng Xuan calamity? Feng Xuan surveyed his surroundings, gazing down at the vast wilderness and up at the boundless starry sky. He needed to seek a way to break the stalemate, to comprehend the essence of the heavenly Tao's operation. Only then could he aspire to a perfect future. Initially, he had wished to be a carefree wanderer, finding solace beneath a great tree. Yet, he had unwittingly become entangled in a grand calamity. Though his life was not in peril, he could not follow his heart's desires. His actions were constantly hindered. He refused to accept this, a way to break the stalemate. Indeed, he must wait for his masters to attain sainthood before proceeding. For now, all he could do was diligently cultivate, striving to reach the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, or even the realm of the Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian. Only then could he confront Di Jun and Tai Yi on equal footing. He would be able to strategize openly, no longer forced to act in secrecy. With these thoughts, Feng Xuan solidified his future course of action, to cultivate modestly while simultaneously accumulating merit. All the while gradually exploring the operation of the heavenly Tao. This would facilitate his grand endeavors in due time. Yes, that is the plan. Having resolved this, Feng Xuan produced the Star Essence Wheel. He had allowed the Queen Mother to depart first to investigate the secrets of the Star Essence Wheel. Since his arrival in the starry expanse, it had been restless, nearly eluding his grasp. Now, he was determined to uncover the hidden mysteries of this artifact. As the Star Essence Wheel manifested, it darted away like a wild horse freed from its reins. Feng Xuan gasped in astonishment. My treasure, where are you going? In the Sun Star, within the dilapidated Golden Crow Palace, after Feng Xuan's departure, the Panga banner, Taiji diagram, and the Excalibur array vanished into the void, leaving behind a room full of guests. At this moment, Di Jun's fate remained uncertain. Tai lay unconscious, and the 10 great demon saints were nowhere to be found. Only Kunping and Fushi remained unharmed. The remaining guests were not all virtuous. And upon witnessing the situation, some harbored greedy intentions. eager to take advantage of the chaos. Though appearing honest, Kunlun felt a stirring of restlessness within. The chaos bell was right before him, and with his abilities, none present could catch him. Should he act or not? Fushi sensed the unsettling atmosphere and, as the emperor of the demon court, he felt compelled to uphold its integrity. Thus, he swiftly ascended to the high platform to take charge of the situation while employing a healing innate spirit object to treat Dijun and awaken Tai. Soon, Tai regained consciousness. Observing the devastated palace and his brother's grievous state filled him with fury, yet also an overwhelming chill. The three pure ones had grown exceedingly powerful, with merely 2 innate supreme treasures. They had subdued the entire demon court, rendering even the combined might of himself and his brother insufficient against them. Truly terrifying. Your Majesty, please maintain order, Fushi interjected, interrupting Tai's thoughts and signaling him to restore the banquet's decorum. Tai surveyed the crowd below, grasping the current situation. With a cold snort, he summoned the chaos bell, revealing his mid-stage quasi-saint realm without reservation. His authoritative voice resonated throughout the palace, striking the hearts of the attendees like a heavy hammer. The banquet shall continue. I implore everyone not to overreach. As the supreme of the demon race, do you think I cannot manage the 3 pure ones, let alone deal with you? The previously restless crowd fell silent. Kunlun also abandoned his thoughts of seizing treasure and fleeing. He was still too timid. As long as Tai lived, he dared not entertain any rebellious notions. The Golden Crow Palace settled into tranquility as the guests consumed the spiritual fruits and savored the fine spirit wine before them. After all, they had not come in vain. They had merely paid the entrance fee to witness a grand spectacle. Kunlun, go and retrieve the 10 great demon saints. They must be seen alive or dead. Tai commanded, using his own Golden Crow power to heal his brother Dijun while issuing orders to Kunlun. Receiving the command, Kunlun activated the wind law and soared through the newly opened heavens of the Golden Crow Palace in search of the 10 great demon saints. Utilizing his incredible speed, he quickly gathered them all. Although they appeared gravely injured, each still possessed a glimmer of life. Seeing this, Kunlun felt a surge of satisfaction. Previously, he had been the one in dire straits. But now he watched others in peril. A small sense of delight filled him. He then used his magical power to carry the 10 great demon saints back to the Golden Crow Palace. Along the way, the other 9 saints exhibited signs of weakness, but only Baizé was sweating profusely. Baizé was now in a state of panic, looking down at Kunlun, who was supporting him. He truly wished to exclaim, "Brother, I am fine." However, how could he explain that he had suffered no injuries? Feng Xuan, my friend, and Yuan Shi, I sincerely hope you truly come to my aid, so I have something to explain. Baizé sighed, opting to feign death, taking each step as it came. The starry sky was resplendent, countless stars radiating diverse hues, harmoniously illuminating the vast expanse. Together, they contributed to the beauty of the cosmos. Yet, amidst this boundless sky, there was no sign of life, only an eerie silence. At this moment, a disk emanating endless starlight traversed the stars at an astonishing speed, eluding even Feng Xuan, who piloted the 9 Dragons Incense sedan. Wait, my treasure, please slow down. Soon, the star essence will vanish into the depths of a colossal star. Observing this, Feng Xuan followed, guided by his intuition and the resonance with the treasure, entering the heart of the star. Feng Xuan perceived that the star essence will seem to have halted its flight. Was it guiding him? Without further ado, he arrived at the location of the star essence wheel. Before him lay an ancient, desolate expanse of purple earth, starkly barren. Beneath the star essence wheel lay a massive pit, spanning 1,000 miles across and plunging 10,000 miles deep. Clearly, someone had excavated something from this star. Gazing at the colorless, withered leaves beneath his feet, Feng Xuan deduced that the excavated object must have been a towering giant tree. A star, a giant tree. The combination of these two concepts led Feng Xuan to contemplate a possibility. Could it be the star tree? Before he could ponder further, the celestial wheel above suddenly burst forth with an endless radiance, its surface adorned with countless twinkling stars, corresponding to the constellations of the cosmos. Under the illumination of this brilliance, the previously barren land beside Feng Xuan underwent a remarkable transformation, revealing a resplendent palace. Entirely crafted from starry crystal, it emanated a gentle purple glow, exuding an air of nobility. Feng Xuan was somewhat taken aback. Here, in this place, lay an innate concealed grand formation, one that even he had failed to perceive. Realizing this, he decided to act without hesitation. It is well known that where an innate grand formation is present, there must be high-grade innate spiritual treasures. This moment, the celestial wheel seemed to have fulfilled its purpose, returning to Feng Xuan's hands, remaining immobile. Holding it, he stepped into the starry palace. The room contained little else but a pedestal. Upon the pedestal lay a map and a small seal. Feng Xuan first picked up the small seal, sensing its essence. It was a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the star seal, one of the 3 treasures nurtured through the endless ages of the purple microstar. It could harness the power of the starry essence to suppress adversaries. Furthermore, possessing it would grant the bearer the title of the purple microstar master, along with an imperial destiny. Could this be the will of heaven? An imperial destiny. He still possessed a copy of the 9-9 supreme destiny within his system space. Was he destined to tread the path of the supreme of the primordial? Feng Xuan temporarily suppressed these thoughts and turned his gaze to the second item. A map. He felt its essence. It was the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the chart of the cosmic constellations. It inscribed the essence of the celestial bodies, allowing one to manipulate the power of the stars, inciting them to awaken sentience, and also enabling the use of star essence to bestow life. This would allow the recipient to wield the power of the stars for defense and cultivation. Moreover, the one bestowed would possess 2 lives, their original life and that of the star spirit. Most crucially, the chart of the cosmic constellations and the celestial wheel could merge to form a supreme innate spiritual treasure. If combined with the solar wheel and the lunar wheel, it could become a primordial treasure. Although this revelation astonished Feng Xuan, it did not overly concern him, as he already possessed one treasure. What truly shocked him was the capability of the chart of the cosmic constellations to bestow life. Was this not a superior version of the divine ranking, without any adverse effects? It could directly grant beings the power of Tai or even quasi-saint levels. These beings would not be restricted and could continue to break through to even higher realms. A perfected divine ranking. Gazing at the 2 items before him and the celestial wheel in his hand, a path to dominance over the cosmic constellations unfolded before Feng Xuan. Dijun. Tai, you cannot blame me. You were the ones who provoked me first. The great formation of the cosmic constellations in the monster court can only unleash its full power by utilizing the essence of the stars. And my chart of the cosmic constellations counters it. Feng Xuan accepted the chart of the cosmic constellations and the star seal. At this moment, a plan began to take shape in his mind. With his masters as a foundation and the 3 teachings as his base, he would bestow titles of star masters upon numerous disciples, establishing a formidable force. When the calamity of the Wu and Yao reaches its conclusion, he would reap the benefits, achieving supremacy in the primordial realm. With the imperial destinies of the purple micro-emperor and the 9-9 supreme, he was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate to become the supreme of the primordial. Simultaneously, he contemplated the missing solar wheel and lunar wheel of the star treasures. The images of the 2 lunar goddesses surfaced in his mind. He chuckled softly. Dijun, you need not claim the merits of this heavenly marriage. Exiting the starry palace, Feng Xuan packed the entire structure into his Shumi space. He was a frugal individual, unwilling to waste even a single grain of rice that had fallen to the ground. How much more so for this splendid palace of starry crystal? He had long coveted the jade void palace of his masters. Even though his little stone peak was excellently constructed, it could not compare to the innate white jade used in the jade void palace. Now, he finally had a top-tier palace of his own. Looking around at the desolate, barren land, Feng Xuan gripped the star seal, channeling the purest power of the purple microstar. The vast force of the stars enveloped him, rendering him terrifyingly powerful. The purple microstar, the solar star, and the lunar star now possessed quasi-saint level star essence. With the accumulation of time, they would eventually reach saint level. Whosoever became the star master could command it. Exercising his authority as the purple microstar master, Feng Xuan erased all traces of his presence, concealing the connections between himself and the purple microstar. Thus, beings below the saint level would be unable to deduce his relationship with the purple microstar. Given that the monster court boasted experts in formation and divination like Dijun and Fu Shi, he had to keep his identity hidden for the time being to facilitate his future plans. Subsequently, under the concealing power of the 6 roots of purity bamboo, Feng Xuan quietly departed from the purple microstar, piloting the 9-dragon agarwood palanquin toward the supreme star. The lunar star. He aimed to first establish a rapport with the 2 lunar goddesses, ensuring a favorable relationship so that he could persuade them to stand against Dijun and Tai. Soon, Feng Xuan arrived outside the lunar star, disembarked from the palanquin, and courteously spoke. Daoist Shiha. Daoist Changshi, I, Feng Xuan, have come to pay my respects to you both. At this moment, the 2 ethereal maidens, who were quietly meditating within the lunar star, suddenly opened their eyes and exchanged puzzled glances. Their emotionless faces revealed a profound sense of bewilderment. What could Feng Xuan possibly want on their lunar star? It seemed they had no prior connection. Was it perhaps due to their participation in the monster court banquet on the solar star? Were they to be held accountable, recalling the grim fates of the 10 demon saints, including Di Jun and Tai Yi, in the Golden Crow Palace? They glanced at their own slender limbs and delicate frames. Changxi was nearly on the verge of tears, her body trembling slightly as she subtly moved closer to Xia, seeking comfort. Sister, I am so scared. Xia felt a similar fear, yet her responsibilities as the elder sister prevented her from showing it. She gently reassured Changxi, do not be afraid. My dear sister, we possess no power, nor have we targeted him, and we lack any high-grade treasures. He should not have any reason to harm you as she spoke. Xia herself felt close to tears. Suddenly, she realized how pitiful their situation was. Daoist Xia, Daoist Changxi, are you there? Feng Xuan's voice echoed again, reaching the ears of the two maidens like the whispers of a demon. Sister, should we respond to him? Changxi looked at her sister with tear-filled eyes. If we do not respond, will he force his way in? Xia felt a sense of trepidation. After a moment's contemplation, she made her decision. She instructed her sister to sit properly, maintaining their previous icy demeanor, while activating the innate grand formation of the Moon Palace, prepared to resist or flee at any moment. This lunar star was not a place to linger. Once everything was in place, Xia took a deep breath, steadying her mind before calmly speaking. What business does Daoist Feng Xuan have? Cannot it be discussed outside? I have urgent matters to discuss. And I kindly request your permission to enter, Feng Xuan insisted. Xia and Changxi exchanged glances, their expressions filled with trepidation. Then you may enter, Xia permitted in a trembling voice. Upon receiving permission, Feng Xuan stepped into the lunar star and entered the Moon Palace. Upon entry, he immediately noticed the two maidens regarding him with solemn gazes. Feng Xuan was perplexed. It seemed they had no prior connection, so why regard him in such a manner? Nevertheless, he articulated his purpose. I have come to forge a friendship with you both and to offer you a grand opportunity. Friendship? A grand opportunity? Xia and Changxi could not help but exclaim softly, preparing to flee, only to discover he did not come to hold them accountable. Indeed, a grand opportunity. Feng Xuan replied confidently he believed the opportunity he presented would firmly bind the two lunar goddesses to him, ensuring mutual advancement and retreat. Di Jun would have no further chances. Daoist Feng Xuan, we are not related. Why would you offer us an opportunity? Xia remained rational, aware that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky without reason. He must be scheming for something. However, what could they possibly possess that he would covet? As the foremost disciple of the three purities, he lacked for neither spiritual treasures nor techniques nor spiritual roots. Could it be? Xia's gaze drifted toward her and her sister's curvaceous forms. Their exquisite beauty and their cold yet elegant demeanor. At once, she spoke out in rejection. No, we do not wish for your grand opportunity. Feng Xuan found himself utterly bewildered. He had yet to utter a single word. Clearing his throat, he explained, I believe you two esteemed friends may have misunderstood. I merely seek to forge a bond with you. However, she wore an expression that conveyed she had seen through him, her entire demeanor radiating rejection. Observing this, Feng Xuan resolved to present his opportunity first. He was confident that once they comprehended the significance of this chance, they would surely acquiesce. The celestial chart of the stars was summoned forth, its ethereal luminescence cascading throughout the Moon Palace, enhancing its beauty. He and Changxi assumed Feng Xuan was about to strike, and thus summoned the Moon Spirit Wheel and the Wangshu Sword. Both directed at him. Do you intend to humiliate us? Shi questioned with a trembling tone. Feng Xuan remained silent, deftly manipulating the celestial chart, channeling the formidable primordial power of the Tyne star. At that moment, the Tyne star trembled violently, causing the entire Moon Palace to sway precariously. Sensing the escalating tension, the two women prepared to flee. Yet, under Feng Xuan's control, the primordial power of the Tyne star was directly bestowed upon the two lunar deities. In an instant, they halted their retreat, their beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment, murmuring, What is this? Esteemed ladies, this is the grand opportunity one wished to present to you. How does it strike you? Feng Xuan inquired. At that moment, Shi and Changxi were too astonished to articulate a response. This sensation was unprecedented and overwhelming force, the feeling of dominion over all, complemented by the warm and intimate power of the stars. They had truly become the rightful rulers of the Tyne star. Noticing their silence, Feng Xuan seated himself, awaiting their reaction. After a prolonged silence, Shi and Changxi emerged from their reverie, gazing at Feng Xuan with complex expressions. Indeed, it was a tremendous opportunity. a monumental chance capable of leading to sanctification. Without the slightest hesitation, Shihi took Changxi's hand, gracefully landing before Feng Xuan. "That we have understood your intentions, esteemed friend. Please choose an auspicious day, and my sister and I shall become your Tao partners, eternally united." What? Feng Xuan could scarcely believe his ears. Did he truly hear that right? Become Tao partners? He had merely intended to befriend the two women, aligning them with his cause to disrupt Jun's celestial marriage. He never anticipated that a simple engagement would swiftly escalate to the notion of partnership. This left him in a rather precarious position. How should he respond? Should he agree or decline? Seeing Feng Xuan's hesitation, Shihi assumed he found them lacking. Yet, for the sake of their future, she gritted her silver teeth, her slender waist bending slightly as she whispered in a voice barely above a murmur, "Master." The moment those words escaped her lips, both Changxi and Feng Xuan were taken aback. Changxi never imagined her sister could go this far for Feng Xuan. He was utterly flabbergasted. However, he quickly regained his composure, extending a hand to assist Shihi. With a righteous demeanor, he declared, "Why do you speak thus, esteemed friend? My intention in bestowing this opportunity was solely to befriend you both." With no ulterior motives, Shihi, upon hearing this, fixed her gaze firmly upon him, her tone resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "No. This opportunity bears too great a karmic significance. My sister and I can only repay it with a bond of partnership. Should you refuse, we shall recognize you as our master. In our innate legacy, there exists a supreme fruit position of the moon deity, which is the culmination of the entire Tongtian star, on par with the status of a saint, possessing the power to command the myriad stars of the primordial realm. Changxi and I are on the path to this moon deity. Moreover, as we are twins, sharing the same roots, we can jointly attain this fruit position and realize the path together." As she spoke, Shihi fixed her steadfast gaze on Feng Xuan. "Now, do you understand how momentous the opportunity you just granted us truly is? I implore you to reconsider. Either we become Tao partners, or my sister and I shall recognize you as our master." With that, the moon palace descended into silence. Shihi and Changxi's beautiful eyes fixed on Feng Xuan, who was deep in thought. Regardless of his choice, they were prepared to accept it. This was a singular opportunity to realize their path, one they were unwilling to forfeit. "Then, esteemed friends Shihi and Changxi, I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." Feng Xuan ultimately chose to become their Tao partner. After all, to have two Tongtian goddesses recognize him as their master would be a gross misuse of such an opportunity. Furthermore, one of his aspirations upon entering the primordial world was to find several celestial maidens to become his Tao partners. Now that the opportunity lay before him, he was determined to seize it without hesitation. The chance would not come again. Upon receiving a satisfactory response, Shihi and Changxi beamed with radiant smiles. Becoming Tao partners was undoubtedly preferable to being mere servants. Moreover, Feng Xuan's extraordinary lineage, coupled with his high cultivation and numerous supporters, made the prospect of partnering with him an enviable affair. "Then let us share in this journey together." "My husband," Shihi said, stepping forward gracefully to sit closely beside Feng Xuan. Changxi followed suit, placing herself on the opposite side, allowing Feng Xuan to revel in this newfound bliss. What a splendid life this was. Feng Xuan couldn't help but reflect. Having the two Tongtian goddesses by his side was indeed a significant fortune. However, the primordial power of the Tongtian star had given rise to the moon deity fruit position, which implied that the sun star must possess the sun deity fruit position as well. That Jun and Tai, rather than diligently cultivating and seeking ways to attain the sun deity, had instead established the demon court, pursuing the path of fortune and merit. Was this not a case of losing sight of the essential? Feng Xuan voiced his confusion to Shihi, with a knowing smile. She elucidated, Jun and Tai are in a different situation than we are. They are the golden crows of the great sun, a type of innate demon beast born of the sun star, analogous to our jade rabbit of the Tongtian star. However, they are endowed with a remarkable innate lineage and fortune. In contrast, we emerge directly from the primordial essence of the Tongtian star. We are its daughters, whereas they can only be regarded as cohabitants. Hence, their innate legacy naturally lacks the inheritance of the sun deity fruit position. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan grasped the rationale behind their circumstances. It turned out they were too small fry, lacking even the path to attaining the highest fruit position, relegated to self-discovery. The sun deity fruit position, however, was something he could manipulate. If he were to attain the sun deity fruit position before Jun and Tai, Would they not be infuriated? The mere thought of it brought him amusement. "Are you well, my husband?" He, noticing Feng Xuan lost in thought, expressed her concern, extending her delicate hand to his forehead. "I am well. I was merely contemplating something amusing," Feng Xuan replied. Regaining his focus and sharing his thoughts with the two women, she erupted into hearty laughter, and even the timid and reserved Chang, she couldn't help but smile warmly. The Moon Palace resonated with their joyous laughter. Subsequently, Feng Xuan expressed his desire to invite the two women back to Kunlun Mountain to meet his master and arrange for a wedding at an appropriate time. However, the two women shook their heads in refusal. "My husband, the time is not yet right. If you do not attain the Sun Deity fruit position, we can marry at any time, but should you wish to achieve the Sun Deity fruit position, the most opportune moment for our wedding would be after we have both attained our respective fruit positions. Our primary goal now is to attain these positions. That would be the ideal scenario." Feng Xuan found their reasoning sound. At present, the principal actors in the celestial realm were the Wu clan and the Demon clan. They needed to concentrate on their cultivation and endeavors. Once they were capable of commanding the primordial universe and reigning over the myriad realms, they would host a grand wedding celebration. Additionally, he aimed not only to attain the Sun Deity fruit position, but also the Supreme Star fruit position and the Heavenly Emperor fruit position. He aspired to break through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal and beyond. "Then I shall take my leave for now. In the future, I will frequently accompany my two esteemed wives," Feng Xuan declared. Feng Xuan prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain. Before his departure, he thoroughly activated the primordial power of the Tongtian star using the Tongtian star map, bestowing its full potency upon the two maidens. This enhancement allowed them to elevate their originally mid-stage quasi-saint realm to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Apart from the Taoist ancestor Hongjun, no one in the Hongwang realm could conquer the two maidens upon Tongtian star. Feng Xuan also left behind thousands of Tao tree leaves he had previously accumulated to assist the maidens in comprehending the path of the moon goddess. "Farewell, my husband," as the two maidens gazed longingly. Feng Xuan piloted the nine-dragon sandalwood chariot away from Tongtian star, making his way back to Kunlun Mountain. Upon his return, Feng Xuan immediately visited the Yushu Palace to express his heartfelt gratitude to his masters for their assistance. The moment he saw the three seated on the high platform, he bowed respectfully. "Disciple is grateful for your tremendous support." The three pure ones smiled warmly and helped him to his feet. Tongtian spoke imperiously. "No need for such formality. If anyone dares to bully our good disciple, we shall certainly teach the demon court a profound lesson, ensuring the Hongwang world recognizes the might of our Kunlun lineage. We are not to be trifled with." Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged approving glances with Tongtian, fully endorsing his words. The Kunlun lineage must not be humiliated. Indeed, the Kunlun lineage must not be humiliated. Following this, Feng Xuan departed from Yushu Palace and returned to the Little Stone Peak. His masters still needed to contemplate the Hongming purple qi, so he refrained from disturbing them. Upon reaching the Little Stone Peak, Feng Xuan spotted Bixiao and Xiaobai frolicking around the Tao tree, thoroughly engrossed in their play. Meanwhile, Yinxiao and Xiangxiu sat in meditation by the spirit pool, radiating significant progress in their cultivation. Yinxiao reached mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, while Xiangxiu was at early-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Feng Xuan chose not to interrupt them and retreated alone to his secluded chamber. From the system space, he retrieved Panga's essence blood and the 9 turns mysterious art. It was time to further elevate his strength. Feng Xuan began to comprehend the 9 turns mysterious art, utilizing his extraordinary insight to integrate the first 6 turns into the Great Tao Golden Chapter over the span of a millennium. The latter 3 turns proved too formidable and profound for him to grasp at this moment. With all preparations complete, Feng Xuan swallowed the crimson essence blood of Pangu, channeling it through the Great Tao Golden Chapter for refinement. The terrifying vitality surged through his internal organs, wreaking havoc within his body, shattering his original structure and initiating a rebirth. The newly formed organs far surpassed those of the past. The former multicolored blood underwent a transformation, turning a vibrant crimson due to the essence blood. A robust heart relentlessly pumped it throughout his body, the powerful heartbeat resonating within the secluded chamber. At that moment, Feng Xuan felt akin to a ferocious beast of the Hongwang. His strength magnified 100-fold, even 1,000-fold compared to before. Furthermore, this drop of Panga's essence blood not only enhanced his physical form, but also granted him a law, the law of strength. It propelled him, a novice in the realm of laws, directly into the minor attainment stage. With just the power of this law, he could contend with early-stage quasi-saints, and oh wonder the Wu clan was so formidable. They were inherently endowed with one or several laws at their disposal, merely needing to cultivate their physical bodies and enhance their innate laws to increase their strength. His physical cultivation had reached mid-stage quasi-saint, and it was now time to elevate his own realm as well. Time flowed like water, and the Hongwang realm recorded no years. A millennium slipped by in an instant. An overwhelming aura erupted from the little stone peak. Soaring into the heavens, countless golden lotuses of laws ascended from the void, gathering auspicious clouds and resonating with celestial music. Various phenomena manifested atop the little stone peak. The three pure ones in Yushu Palace opened their eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating their gaze as they instantly comprehended what had transpired. Their disciple had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Joy radiated across the faces of the three. Such an excellent disciple was indeed a cause for celebration. They each bestowed rewards that landed upon the little stone peak, before closing their eyes to continue contemplating the path to sanctification. At this moment, Feng Xuan, awakening in his secluded chamber, exhaled a breath of turbid air and retracted his realm fluctuations. The celestial phenomena above vanished in tandem. He had finally stepped into the quasi-saint realm. With my initial quasi-saint cultivation and mid-stage physical cultivation, along with various spiritual treasures and the Hongming measuring ruler, I can now be considered among the elite in this Hongwang world, that I would not fear facing either Emperor Jun or Tai Yi alone. Even against both, I would remain unperturbed. Should they wish to depart, they would find it impossible to do so. Feng Xuan spoke confidently, the primal aura flickering across his skin before concealing itself within. Externally, he appeared as a youthful and handsome Taoist, seemingly unremarkable, yet when he engaged in battle, he transformed into a ferocious beast of the Hongwang, capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Stepping out of the secluded chamber, he found the three maidens and Xiaobai had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Feng Xuan emerge, their faces lit up with joy, and they all congratulated him. Congratulations, senior brother Feng Xuan, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Congratulations, master, on your breakthrough in cultivation. Feng Xuan smiled in response. Soon after, they made their way to their usual resting pavilion. Once seated, Feng Xuan's attention was drawn to three spiritual treasures on the central table. The first was the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace, a pinnacle alchemical furnace. The second was the Wuji Xinghuang banner, one of the innate 5 directions flags. The third was the dragon binding rope, capable of ensnaring all things in heaven and earth. It seemed his masters were rewarding him for his breakthrough. He felt profoundly touched. Having such masters was indeed a great fortune in life. Feng Xuan gratefully accepted them. However, as he was about to take the dragon binding rope, a sudden thought struck him. The 24C calming divine pearls and the dragon binding rope had both been bestowed upon him by his third master. What about Zhao Gongming? Would he become the second 3-No immortal in Hongwang? Surely not. It appeared he would need to find a way to make amends with this yet-to-be-admitted junior brother. How unfortunate. Senior brother, what realm are you currently in? Bixiao, clad in a light green gown, playfully sat on a stone bench, gently swinging her snow-white legs and blinking her lively eyes with curiosity. Feng Xuan slightly lifted his head. His gaze deep and calm, and he softly uttered 2 words, quasi-saint. His voice was not loud, yet those 2 words bore a heavy weight. Wow, quasi-saint. Bixiao's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an adorable O shape. Her face etched with disbelief. For her, who was still at the pinnacle of golden immortal, it was difficult to fathom the immense power of a quasi-saint. She only knew it must be an extraordinarily formidable existence. Doesn't that mean senior brother can now walk through the Hongwang world with ease? Bixiao exclaimed excitedly, nearly leaping from the stone bench, her hands involuntarily waving in delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. However, Feng Xuan merely smiled slightly, playfully pinching Bixiao's petite and exquisite nose, adopting a tone that was both serious and teasing. All right, enough of the wow already. Hurry up and focus on your cultivation. Look at Yunxiao and Xiongxiu. They have both already stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal realm, while you remain at the Golden Immortal stage, lagging far behind them. Upon hearing this, Bixiao showed neither concern nor shame. Instead, she proudly lifted her head and puffed out her chest, declaring, "Humph, with such strong powers as my masters and senior brothers and sisters, what does it matter if my cultivation is a bit lower? No matter what happens, you will all protect me." After speaking, she cheekily made a face at Feng Xuan. The onlookers exchanged helpless glances and chuckled. Bixiao's unique thought process truly left them both amused and exasperated. Yunxiao, witnessing this scene, furrowed her brows in anger. Her almond-shaped eyes wide open, she strode towards Bi Xiao, grabbing her adorable, rosy ear with a firm grip. You still dare to say that? Always laughing and playing around, not taking your cultivation seriously. If you continue like this, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. From today onward, stay here in the dojo and focus on your training. If you dare to slack off, humph, you'll be in for it, Yun Xiao admonished in a thunderous voice. Bi Xiao, whose ear was firmly pinched, grimaced in pain, tears welling up as she pleaded for mercy. Sister, I realize my mistake. I shall certainly be obedient and diligently practice from now on, and I will no longer dare to indulge in play. Please, with your magnanimity, spare me this once. Witnessing Yun Xiao reprimanding Bi Xiao, Feng Xuan turned to Xiaobai. Xiaobai's feathers fluffed up instantly, her long neck rubbing against Feng Xuan's arm in a display of innocence, as if to say, I am well behaved, please do not strike me. Simultaneously, in her adorably naive voice, she chirped, Master, Xiaobai will strive to cultivate diligently and soon attain the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. Demonstrate my resolve. I shall refrain from playing with Bi Xiao until I break through. Haha, Xiaobai is indeed obedient, Feng Xuan said, affectionately stroking Xiaobai's head. No, Xiaobai, I cannot bear to be without you. Bi Xiao looked over with tear-filled eyes, emitting a desperate wail. In the ensuing years, spurred by Feng Xuan's advancement, both the three Xiaos and Xiaobai dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan focused on refining the innate restrictions of his numerous spiritual treasures to the utmost limits permissible for quasi-saints. His strength surged significantly once more. He tirelessly engaged in alchemical pursuits, delving into the art of Tai Ching alchemy. After countless trials and tribulations, he finally succeeded in crafting the golden elixir. It was no easy feat. Indeed, it was quite challenging. Observing the several hundred black, purple, red, and white elixirs contained within the Shumi space, he reflected that these were not his dark past, but rather the path he had traversed for the myriad effects of these elixirs. He would seek someone to test them when the time came. After completing the alchemical process, Feng Xuan gazed up at the starry sky. The sun star had remained undisturbed since the last incident, exhibiting no signs of seeking vengeance. However, sensing the increasingly thickening aura of calamity, Feng Xuan understood that the demon court bore no animosity towards him. Rather, their primary focus was now on the Witch Clan. The rivalry between these two celestial powers would persist for countless ages, providing him with an excellent opportunity to develop. He intended to leverage his foresight to accumulate sufficient merit in the Heavenly Tao. The merits bestowed by the Heavenly Tao were fundamentally tied to actions beneficial to the development of the primordial world, such as the creation of humanity or the invention of written language. The creation of humanity was Nuwa's divine mandate, leading to a series of significant merits. Such plans could only be devised later. Presently, the most lucrative endeavor was the creation of demon script. He could gather the languages and scripts of countless demon clans, merging them with his own unparalleled understanding to create a perfect demon script. This would undoubtedly yield vast amounts of merit from the Heavenly Tao, laying the groundwork for his future ascension to supremacy. With this in mind, Feng Xuan prepared to take action. However, acting alone would be too slow. He needed several accomplices. Duobao seemed to have broken through to the Deluo level. He would do, leaving the little stone peak. Feng Xuan made his way to Duobao's dojo. Duobao, brother, I have a tremendous opportunity to share with you. Duobao emerged from his cave, half convinced and filled with trepidation. Whenever his brother sought him out, it seldom boded well. Although the rewards offered were always to his liking and exceedingly generous, the experiences he had to endure were often harrowing. He wondered what trials awaited him this time. Brother, what is it this time? You are not asking me to test elixirs again, are you? Duobao inquired, looking up at Feng Xuan with curiosity. How could that be? Look at what you're saying. When has your brother ever harmed you? Feng Xuan replied earnestly, adopting the demeanor of an exemplary elder brother. This. Duobao's round, chubby face was filled with skepticism. The first time, he had been dragged across the mountains in search of treasures, exhausting himself to no end. The second time, he had been used as a guinea pig to test the 5-turn black elixir, resulting in a nosebleed that flowed like a river. Those experiences had left him with psychological scars. This time, it is indeed a monumental opportunity. If successful, you will gain immeasurable merit, sufficient to forge a merit body. Feng Xuan stated solemnly before Duobao, his eyes gleaming with sincerity. Upon seeing this, Duobao regarded him with cautious interest. So, what exactly is this matter, brother? I have never mistreated you. Feng Xuan patted Duo Bao's shoulder and then revealed his thoughts. After hearing about his task, Duo Bao looked utterly perplexed. Brother, why do you need the innate ancestral text of the various primordial clans? It seems of little use to our cultivation. Do not concern yourself with that. Just go and do as I say, and you will not be at a disadvantage afterward, Feng Xuan insisted, withholding the full truth. Duo Bao would come to understand his intentions once the demon script was completed. Subsequently, under Feng Xuan's guidance, Duo Bao set off to the west, using the boundaries of Buzhou Mountain as his guide. The western clans were fewer in number and weaker in strength, allowing Duo Bao, a Deluo golden immortal, to easily gather what was needed for those clans that might refuse. Feng Xuan had already devised a strategy. The world is bustling with activity, all for the sake of profit. And the primordial realm was no exception. He provided Duo Bao with a substantial amount of low-grade, heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the celestial court, paving the way with wealth. While these might seem trivial to some, to the myriad demon clans, they were rare and precious treasures. After all, the mid-grade and high-grade heavenly materials had already been plundered multiple times. The Grandmaster Hongjun had first scavenged the most elite treasures, followed by the 3 innate races, numerous innate saints, and then the celestial court, witch clan, and demon court. After several rounds of plundering, aside from those extremely secretive items or those that only appeared at designated times, there was little of value left in the primordial land. Thus, using wealth to open doors was a trump card. Exchanging a bunch of known ancestral texts for valuable heavenly materials that could aid their clan's growth was a no-brainer. After Duo Bao left, Feng Xuan prepared to venture to the eastern part of the primordial realm. There, the clans were numerous, and their average strength was formidable. Yet, with his own power, he could still maintain control. He planned to discuss matters reasonably and engage in trade. If they were unwilling to cooperate, he was not without knowledge of martial arts. Soon, Feng Xuan rode a cloud to his first destination, the Fox clan. He did not take the 9-dragon sandalwood palanquin for a simple reason. It was too ostentatious and conspicuous. Since the banquet at Sunstar, anyone capable would likely associate the palanquin with him, adding considerable burden to his endeavors to expedite the collection process. It was prudent to remain low-key, with his quasi-saint strength. Feng Xuan was warmly welcomed by the Fox clan, treated as an esteemed guest, and presented with an array of spiritual fruits and celestial brews. In terms of hospitality, it rivaled the previous banquet at the demon court of Sunstar. The Fox clan's heritage was indeed impressive. If that were the case, why had they not been absorbed by the demon court? You wish to acquire our Fox clan's innate ancestral texts. A graceful and beautiful Fox clan maiden seated before Feng Xuan elegantly poured wine, her aura subtly suggesting she was at the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal level. As she moved, a faint, enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, fresh and delicate yet laced with an alluring charm that left one slightly dazed. Feng Xuan's gaze was as clear as water as he nodded calmly. Indeed, my lady. However, I assure you that I will not let your clan suffer. I can exchange heavenly materials and earthly treasures or personally educate your clan for a century. Hearing this, the Fox maiden chuckled charmingly, her laughter ringing like silver bells, crisp and delightful. Yet, she did not immediately respond. Instead, she gently pushed a cup filled with celestial brew toward Feng Xuan and softly said, "Esteemed immortal, please first savor our clan's exquisite wine. As for this matter, I must consult with the elders of our clan before making a final decision." Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Xuan did not hesitate. He reached out to accept the wine cup and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. The rich aroma of the wine instantly enveloped the air, intoxicating him. After observing his unwavering indulgence in the exquisite beverage, the woman gracefully rose to leave, leaving Feng Xuan alone in the grand hall. Time passed unmeasured until the woman returned. As she stepped through the hall's doorway, her gaze immediately fell upon the spectacle above, and her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. That moment, Feng Xuan lay unguarded, reclined upon the spacious and opulent seat, soundly asleep. His even and gentle breathing resonated clearly in the otherwise silent hall, where even the faintest sound could be heard. The woman glided forward, her hands delicately lifting him as she carefully transported him to the adjacent chamber's large, soft bed. With her movements, Feng Xuan's body descended like a feather, finally resting peacefully upon the bed. After ensuring Feng Xuan was settled, the woman took a seat beside him. Just then, 9 tails, as pure and flawless as snow, suddenly emerged behind her. "Oh, immortal, please do not blame me. I act solely for the future of our Fox clan." The woman whispered softly, her tone imbued with a hint of resignation and determination. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently tugged, and the pink curtains cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the grand bed in a secluded and intimate space. The woman's gaze remained fixated on Feng Xuan's extraordinarily handsome visage. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of ripe apples, while her eyes betrayed an undeniable shyness and longing. Slowly, she extended a delicate hand, trembling as it approached the waist tie of Feng Xuan's white robe, seemingly intent on loosening it. Simultaneously, her tails moved with an uncanny synchronicity, deftly unraveling the long dress she wore, leaving only a sheer, translucent garment that clung to her graceful form. Everything was in readiness. The woman leaned down, aiming to kiss Feng Xuan's lips. "What do you intend to do?" Feng Xuan's voice startled the woman into opening her eyes wide. At that moment, Feng Xuan's gaze was bright, showing no signs of drowsiness. The woman instantly realized her scheme had failed. Her complexion turned pale as paper, and her delicate frame trembled slightly. She quickly knelt beside the bed, pleading for mercy. "O immortal, please forgive my clan. This act was solely my doing and not involving the others." Feng Xuan sat up, observing the woman who knelt in supplication. Surprisingly, he felt no anger. He had sensed the drug's presence the moment he consumed the celestial brew. However, having been purified by the essence of Pangu, he was impervious to all poisons. It was likely that even the adept poison user among the ancestral witches could not harm him. He merely wished to uncover the Fox clan's intentions. Unexpectedly, she coveted not his treasures of heaven and earth, but rather his very being. Truly, one must safeguard oneself in the outside world, a rule that holds in the primordial realm as well. "Now, speak. Why resort to such measures?" Feng Xuan inquired, his tone devoid of reproach. The woman, lowering her head, trembled as she explained. Her name was Jiawei, the leader of the Fox clan, her true form that of the primordial beast, the nine-tailed fox. Only one could exist in the world. Due to her overly cautious nature, she had not attended the teachings at Zixiao Palace. After the subsequent 3 lectures, she had listened to the public discourses of the other 3,000 guests and achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, in this era where quasi-saints abound, even reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal was insufficient, posing a constant risk of extermination for her clan. Consequently, she concealed her true power, leading the outside world to believe that the Fox clan's strongest member was merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Furthermore, since the Fox clan did not typically instigate trouble, they had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace. Today, his arrival sparked a glimmer of hope in her heart. She yearned to cling to him for support, ensuring the eternal safety of herself and her clan. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. After listening to Jiawei's narrative, Feng Xuan fell into contemplation. Only one nine-tailed fox could exist in the world. She had even reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Would she not then be the reincarnation of the nine-tailed fox that would seize Daji's body during the future Foshan era? How astonishing. It seemed that all future events could be traced back to the present. Noticing that Feng Xuan bore no anger, Jiawei's heart suddenly conceived a thought. She slowly rose to Feng Xuan's side, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her delicate form against him. 9 fluffy tails encircled his waist, back, and neck. "O immortal, please accept me as your own and be the support of my clan," she cooed sweetly, exuding an air of charm. Feng Xuan, feeling the warmth and softness in his embrace, couldn't help but shiver. This Jiawei was truly adept. Ding. The system detected that Jiawei was beseeching the host and prompted the following choices. 1. Accept her. The Tao should not be so limited, and companions should not be so few. As a primordial beast, Jiawei possessed both exquisite beauty and fortune. Young man, accept her. Reward. Textual Tao Canon. Point 2. Refuse her. Sigma men will never fall into a woman's trap. Reward. Innate vermilion fruit. O immortal, please accept me. Please. Seeing Feng Xuan remain unmoved, Jiawei continued to act coyly. Sigh. System. I choose option 1. Feng Xuan made his decision internally. As the system indicated, the Tao should not be so limited, and companions should not be so few. Especially one so charming and endearing. As for protecting the Fox clan, that would be a trivial matter. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan reached out to caress the soft white tail. Jiawei, I can offer protection to the Fox clan and be your clan's pillar. Upon hearing this, Jiawei lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. Thank you, immortal. The system detected that the host had chosen option 1, and the textual Tao Canon had been issued. Subsequently, Feng Xuan exerted effort to gently extricate Jiawei from his embrace and provided instructions for future arrangements. You and the Fox clan shall wait here. I have matters to attend to. Once everything is settled, I will lead your clan to a safer location." The nine-tailed fox nodded in agreement, after acquiring the innate ancestral script of the Fox clan. Feng Xuan soared away to the next race. The nine-tailed fox observed his departure from behind, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the subsequent millennia, Feng Xuan learned from experience, upon arriving at each new race. He was forthright, never dilly-dallying. It was either a swift transaction or a rapid suppression. Thus, he successfully gathered all the innate written legacies of the myriad demon clans in the East. Feng Xuan took out the original text of the literary Tao and meticulously recorded each one. The literary Tao original, a treasure embryo awarded by the system, was not a complete artifact but merely a prototype. Its function was to document the myriad scripts of the heavens and to embody the literary Tao. Once it fully encapsulated the literary Tao, it would transform into a true literary treasure, achieving the highest level of artifact. This perfectly aligned with his current endeavor. However, this meant his journey could not yet conclude. Apart from the demon scripts, the primordial wilderness still harbored the unique heavenly Tao scripts of the innate sacred beings, the dragon inscriptions, phoenix seals, and Qilin patterns from the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, as well as the cultural writings of later generations. The latter was still premature, but he possessed a portion of the heavenly Tao scripts, and once his masters attained the status of heavenly Tao saints, he would comprehend them all. Presently, he lacked only the exclusive scripts of the three clans. Just as he arrived at the East Sea, he decided to pay a visit to the legendary Dragon clan and conveniently collect the dragon inscriptions. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the depths of the East Sea. Using his quasi-saint's spiritual power to sense everything within tens of thousands of miles around him, he quickly located the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Without hesitation, he proceeded directly to the grand entrance. Gazing at the resplendent Dragon Palace of the East Sea, Feng Xuan could not help but marvel. Even though the Dragon clan was currently suffering from divine retribution and burdened by overwhelming karmic debts, their strength had significantly waned. They remained one of the three ancient overlords, possessing a profound heritage. In times past, even the audacious figures of the celestial court, such as the Eastern Prince, dared not provoke the Dragon clan, which spoke volumes of their formidable reputation. As he observed the approaching army of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, Feng Xuan unleashed his quasi-saint pressure, not directed at them, but merely to force them back. After all, they were merely laborers. Having once been a laborer himself, he understood their plight and did not wish to make things difficult for them. I, Feng Xuan, have come to pay my respects to the Dragon clan. I humbly request the Dragon King to grant me an audience, he called out loudly, his magical essence resonating deep within the palace. Upon hearing Feng Xuan's transmission, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, seated upon his throne within the palace hall, nearly toppled from his seat. Though the Dragon clan had fallen into decline, they remained well informed about the happenings in the primordial world. The Dragon Kings of various rivers, lakes, and seas served as spies for the Dragon clan, providing updates about the world. Feng Xuan had recently become the most significant topic of discussion. The third generation of the Xian men, the foremost disciple of the three purities, had attended a banquet on the Sun Star, igniting chaos, showcasing treasures, severely wounding the demon emperor, and almost annihilating the 10 great demon saints, ultimately retreating unscathed. Such matters were far beyond the capacity of a mere Dragon King to handle. The Eastern Sea Dragon King promptly commanded his left chancellor, quickly summoned the elder ancestor from seclusion. Simultaneously, he instructed his right chancellor, quickly bring Feng Xuan in with the utmost respect. Once both chancellors had departed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King suddenly realized, "Oh no, I should have gone to greet him personally." He immediately rose from his throne and hurriedly rushed out of the grand hall. Wait for this, king. Shortly thereafter, Feng Xuan, who had been transmitting his thoughts outside the Dragon Palace, saw the Eastern Sea Dragon King approaching to welcome him, accompanied by the Turtle Chancellor. The Eastern Sea Dragon King stood before Feng Xuan, scrutinizing him closely, confirming his identity as an exact match to the previously conveyed image. Thus, he bowed deeply. "I am Awoke, the young king. I greet the esteemed immortal and invite you to our Dragon Palace, allowing my clan to host you properly." Observing Awoke's profound respect, Feng Xuan returned the gesture. As the foremost disciple of the three purities, he aimed to maintain a dignified image before all beings. For every measure of respect given to him, he would reciprocate equally. After their mutual salutations, Awoke warmly invited him into the Dragon Palace for a discussion. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit?" A banquet has already been prepared within the palace, and I hope you will join us. Feng Xuan did not decline and followed Aori into the grand hall of the Dragon Palace. The matter of the dragon inscriptions pertained to the heritage of the Dragon clan, and it would be more suitable to discuss it at the banquet table upon entering the grand hall. A sumptuous feast awaited them, ready for their seating. Once seated, Feng Xuan keenly sensed a formidable aura emanating from a side chamber. It was neither the celestial system passed down by the Grand Master Hongjun nor the physical system of the Witch clan, but rather a system of proving one's path through power, originating from the chaos itself. It seemed that the Dragon clan's heritage was indeed formidable, that a mid-stage primordial golden immortal was so readily invited forth. Who could know how many more such beings lurked in the shadows? After downing a fine wine before him, Feng Xuan articulated the purpose of his visit. I wish to borrow the dragon inscriptions for observation. I hope the Dragon King will grant this convenience. Of course, this was not a free loan. The Dragon clan could also make requests of him, and he would fulfill any request within his capacity. Upon hearing this, Aori appeared troubled. The matter of the dragon inscriptions was deeply entwined with the essence of the Dragon clan, something a mere Dragon King like him could not decide. I must inform you, esteemed immortal, the dragon inscriptions are of great significance and beyond my authority to grant. Sensing Aori's predicament, Feng Xuan did not press further but redirected his words towards the primordial golden immortal. If the Dragon King cannot decide, then is there not someone present who can? Upon hearing this, the primordial golden immortal in the side hall ceased to conceal himself and strode forth with grace. No wonder you are the third generation of Xianmin, the foremost disciple of the three purities. Your perceptive abilities are truly commendable. Feng Xuan promptly returned the compliment. Senior, your strength is unparalleled, having traversed the primordial realm for countless ages. I merely happened upon this situation. Upon the emergence of the clan's elder, Aori immediately yielded his seat, allowing the two to converse. I can approve the dragon inscriptions for you. However, there is but one condition. You must select one of my clan to enter the three purities as a personal disciple. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan did not hesitate and readily agreed. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan teachings already had a place for Huang Long. Thus, facilitating his entry now posed no significant issue. Seeing Feng Xuan's agreement, the primordial golden immortal's expression brightened instantly. He beckoned Aori to present the young talents of the Dragon clan for Feng Xuan to choose from. Feng Xuan scanned the nearly 1,000 young dragon prodigies and quickly spotted Huang Long, who stood at the end of the line. This is the one. Although puzzled as to why he chose Huang Long, Aori nevertheless led the somewhat bewildered Huang Long before Feng Xuan. Quickly address him as senior brother. Confused, Huang Long failed to grasp what was transpiring. Observing this, Aori tapped his head a few times to rouse him from his stupor. Huang Long then realized he had been selected, and excitement washed over his face as he immediately bowed. Huang Long pays respects to senior brother. Feng Xuan smiled and nodded. Subsequently, the elder dragon of the primordial golden immortal implanted a peculiar rune into Feng Xuan's mind. The dragon inscriptions have now been granted to you. I hope you will not disseminate them recklessly. Feng Xuan acquiesced and prepared to return to Kunlun Mountain with Huang Long. The visits to the Phoenix and Qilin clans could wait until later. It was ultimately inconvenient to travel with Huang Long. As they journeyed, Feng Xuan contemplated the dragon inscriptions in his mind, understanding why Aori had been troubled. The dragon inscriptions were not merely the exclusive script of the Dragon clan. They contained numerous secrets and techniques of the Dragon clan, forming one of their fundamental elements, not simple text. However, he did not require those intricacies. He only needed the functional aspect of the dragon inscriptions as a script. Feng Xuan inscribed the dragon inscriptions into the literary Tao original for preservation and turned his gaze towards Huang Long, who had been staring at him since his departure. What is it? Do you have something to say? The Huang Long, upon being questioned, exhibited a moment of panic. Yet, having experienced such a situation previously, he steadied his mind and, with curiosity, inquired, Senior brother, why have you chosen me? Surely, others among the dragons are far superior. Feng Xuan chuckled lightly in response. It is because we share a fateful connection. Fateful connection. The Huanglong pondered the meaning of these words, but was left in a haze of confusion. In truth, Feng Xuan himself was uncertain of what fate entailed. He had merely fabricated this notion to sound more profound. He was but an unremarkable traveler from another realm, possessing a vague, godlike perspective. Thus, he had selected the Huanglong. Perhaps it was also due to the blessings bestowed by the great Tao. All things were connected to him, rendering him oblivious to the intricacies of fate. As they journeyed through the territory of the Fox clan, Feng Xuan discreetly communicated with Jiawei, instructing her to keep the clan members calm and refrain from any erratic movements. He then employed his formidable powers to uproot the entire Fox territory, relocating it to a section of Kunlun Mountain, thereby ensuring their future safety. Soon, Feng Xuan returned to the heart of Kunlun with the Huanglong. After ushering him into the Yushu Palace, he departed in haste, having sensed that Duobao had returned. His efficiency was commendable. Now, he prepared to create the demon script. Upon arriving at the Little Stone Peak, Duobao eagerly approached, presenting his results. Tens of thousands of distinct characters. Senior brother, I have not disgraced my mission. Feng Xuan collected these characters and integrated them into the canon of literary Dao. He then advised Duobao, you may return to your cultivation. Soon, there shall be delightful surprises in store. He paid little mind to how many precious resources he had provided, considering it merely a token of gratitude for Duobao's efforts, who had indeed been put through quite a bit. Entering the meditation chamber, Feng Xuan perused the canon of literary Dao. This juncture, he had gathered all the primordial characters of the ancient demon clans. However, the task of integrating this vast array of characters and innovating new scripts was no simple feat. Even with his extraordinary comprehension, Feng Xuan expended countless epochs in this endeavor. Ultimately, he forged 3,000 characters of demon script. Once the 3,000 characters came into existence, they were indelibly imprinted within the canon of literary Dao. Though the heavenly Dao had yet to acknowledge them, the literary Dao had already done so. Feng Xuan was filled with exhilaration as he strode out of the meditation chamber, raising the canon of literary Dao to proclaim to the heavenly Dao, O heavenly Dao, I, Feng Xuan, have observed the myriad characters of the ancient world to be incoherent, hindering communication and lacking a unified language. I have now surveyed the characters of all clans and established 3,000 demon scripts. My mission is accomplished, and I humbly report this to you. I beseech the heavenly Dao to acknowledge it. At the very moment Feng Xuan's words fell, a magnificent will manifested upon Kunlun Mountain, surveying the 3,000 demon scripts. After a brief moment, supreme power infused the scripts, causing each character to radiate with the golden light of the heavenly Dao. By virtue of the heavenly Dao's utmost authority, the 3,000 demon scripts effortlessly spread throughout the entire primordial world, becoming engraved in the minds of every demon clan member. Simultaneously, a vast amount of heavenly Dao merit descended from the heavens, saturating the expanse of Kunlun Mountain in a golden hue. Moreover, the scene of Feng Xuan's declaration to the heavenly Dao was broadcast across the primordial realms. The heavenly Dao was signaling to all beings of the primordial world, if you do good deeds, great merit shall be yours. This action by the heavenly Dao catapulted Feng Xuan to further prominence within the primordial realm. The closest to him, the three pure ones, were continuously expressing their admiration within the Yushu Palace, their faces brimming with joy. Hua, gazing into the sky from the Fengqi Valley, was captivated by the shimmering spectacle. My younger brother Feng Xuan has silently accomplished something monumental. The River of Oblivion, Wuzhuang Temple, and Mount Shumi cast envious glances in his direction. If only they could possess such immense merit, their strength would surely soar, bringing them closer to sanctification. Meanwhile, within the Golden Crow Palace, the atmosphere was starkly tense. Emperor Jun, Tai, the 10 great demon saints, Kunping, and Fushi all gazed at the celestial image. As the supreme beings of the demon court, they were incensed that an outsider had managed to create the demon script. Was this not a slap in their faces? What are your thoughts, everyone? Emperor Jun's voice was cold as he surveyed the assembly, ultimately focusing his gaze on Kunpeng. When Baize was scrutinized, he feigned a look of shame, though inwardly he felt indifferent. After all, the demon script had no bearing on him. He merely desired to navigate the currents of fate. The other demon saints shared similar sentiments, believing their role was to engage in battle, while matters of script should fall to the demon scholars. Isn't that right, Kunpeng? At that moment, Kunpeng felt an emptiness within, as if something had been stolen from him. He sensed that the 3,000 demon scripts should have been his creation. Yet, no matter how he pondered, it was futile. He could only watch enviously as the vast merit flowed before him. How splendid it would have been had this merit belonged to him. Seeing Kunpeng's foolish demeanor, Emperor Jun abandoned any thoughts of punishing him. It seemed the 2 previous explosions had rendered him somewhat dull-witted. Even if he understood the need to create the demon script, he likely would not have succeeded. How does Fushi view the matter of the demon script? Emperor Jun inquired of Fushi, whom he held in high regard. Their shared interests in formations, divination, and wisdom fostered a mutual respect, particularly as Fushi had a sister destined for sanctification. Thus, Despite some past grievances, Emperor Jun had invited Fuxi to the demon court to serve as a sovereign, granting him due honor, though he had failed to win Enhua over. After a moment of contemplation, Fuxi spoke. The demon script is immensely beneficial to our kind, enhancing communication among the lower-tier demons and strengthening our unity and cohesion. It holds great promise for the future development of the demon court. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun cast an approving glance. Although he harbored resentment toward Feng Xuan, from a sovereign's perspective, the demon script was indeed a treasure for the demon race. He had unified the various races of the primordial world into the demon lineage, during which he had encountered numerous challenges, one of which was the barrier of language. Misunderstandings and conflicts had arisen due to this lack of communication. But under the pressure of the Witch clan, these issues had been set aside. Now, with the advent of the demon script, the problem of language would be resolved once and for all. Henceforth, the lower-tier demons would coexist in greater harmony. In a few generations, the newly formed demon army would emerge as a united force, unstoppable in their quest to fulfill his vision of unifying the primordial world. The only downside was that the demon script did not originate from the demon court. What a pity. By say, present, retrieve 3,000 leaves from the Fusang tree, 10,000 pieces of gold and jade glass, and 1,000 portions of solar fire essence from the treasury. Also, procure several spiritual fruits and exquisite wines to send to Kunlun. As a token of our demon court's gratitude and recognition for the creator of the demon script. Understood. Baise departed the palace. Alas, if only he had not opposed the 3 pure ones and Feng Xuan initially. He would not find himself in such a passive position now. Di Jun was filled with remorse, yet he chose not to express it outwardly. As the supreme ruler of the demon race. A born monarch, he was undoubtedly blameless. At Kunlun Mountain, on a small rocky peak, a vast amount of heavenly merit was gathering in the sky, awaiting distribution. At that moment, the heavens trembled, and under the guidance of a formidable will, this immense merit was divided into 4 parts. The 10th of the heavenly merit was fragmented into countless shares, benefiting all clans that exchanged innate characters. Another 10th soared directly into the Duobao Taoist hall, merging into Duobao's body amidst his excited gaze. Though it was merely a 10th, it was sufficient to forge the foundational merit divine wheel. The remaining 80% was divided, with 40% entering Feng Xuan's body for his unfettered use, while the other 40% infused into the Wendaoan, transforming it from a mere vessel into a superior innate spiritual treasure, specifically a treasure of merit. Simultaneously, the 3,000 demon scripts, nourished by this merit, displayed even greater marvels, giving rise to a unique function, the law of demons. He could wield these 3,000 merit demon scripts to attack and suppress malevolent demons without the need to expend his own magical power. Mere words would suffice. In simpler terms, it was a case of speech manifesting law, with his words embodying heavenly precepts. Regrettably, this ability was only effective against demons beneath the golden immortal realm and held no sway over true demon powerhouses. He could only await the further circulation of the demon scripts among the demon race to accumulate even greater strength. At that time, with a single utterance, he could compel Di Jun and Tai Yi to bow in submission. Tai Yi, prepare me 2 dishes. Di Jun, transform into your true form and carry me to the Tine Star. With this thought, Feng Xuan stored away the Wendaoan Yin, awaiting future developments. Subsequently, he extracted the immense heavenly merit. Observing the abundant merit before him, Feng Xuan frowned slightly. He was still a tad short. Indeed, he was just a fraction away from shaping the prototype of the merit golden body. If only he could acquire a bit more, it would suffice. At that moment, Feng Xuan suddenly recalled the innate gourd he had obtained previously from Buzhou Mountain. Summoning it forth, he remembered that one of its major functions was the generation of merit. Over countless eons, he had never utilized it, and it should have accumulated quite a bit by now. Opening the gourd stopper, he drew forth the merit within. Feng Xuan's heart leaped with joy. Although it was not much, it was precisely what he needed. Coupled with the 40% from the demon scripts, it was just enough to forge the most basic merit golden body. Haha, heaven is assisting me. Feng Xuan merged the 2 portions of merit together and, following the method for constructing the merit golden body, shaped it into his own likeness. The aura of the treasure was solemn, and divine radiance flickered. Once the merit golden body was established, it seamlessly merged into Feng Xuan as primordial spirit. In day-to-day interactions, it was inconspicuous, but should anyone probe, they would be blinded by the endless golden brilliance. Henceforth, Anyone wishing to lay hands on him in the primordial realm would need to weigh carefully whether they could withstand the backlash of the heavenly Tao, with the merit golden body now completed. It was time to venture out. Surely, his junior brothers and sisters had been waiting outside for a considerable time. Upon exiting the secluded chamber, Feng Xuan was immediately met with numerous gazes, belonging to San Shao, Duo Bao, Jin Ling, and others. The moment Duo Bao spotted Feng Xuan, he rushed over, throwing himself to the ground and clutching Feng Xuan's leg tightly. "Senior brother, from now on, you shall be my adoptive father in the future. If there are such good deeds, do remember to involve me. I shall face any danger, be it mountains of blades or seas of fire." Observing Duo Bao's antics, Feng Xuan wore an expression of disdain. "How disgusting, just fly up." With a slight exertion of his leg, he effortlessly kicked Duo Bao thousands of miles away, rendering him invisible. "Senior brother, please consider us for such matters in the future. We too desire merit." Indeed, do pay more attention to our junior sister." Jin Ling and Wu Dang surrounded him, their fair faces puffed up in indignation, their bright eyes brimming with eagerness. "Very well, next time such opportunities arise, I shall prioritize you," Feng Xuan promised the two girls, while also making a commitment to the eagerly watching Nanji and Huanglong. Many plans for merit were still ahead, and he would involve them to lighten his own burden and save time, allowing them to share in some merit as well. A win-win situation, indeed. Furthermore, in the future, he intended to confer titles of star gods, with his junior brothers and sisters as the obvious first choice. At that time, maintaining the order of heaven and earth and adhering to the celestial movements would yield a substantial amount of merit as a fixed salary, which would accumulate significantly over countless eons. Enough for his junior brothers and sisters to forge their golden bodies. It is rare to find a good senior brother like me throughout past and future, across the vast river of time. Just as they were preparing to host a feast atop the small rocky peak in celebration, a magnetic voice, indistinguishable in gender, echoed forth. "I, Baizhe, come on behalf of the demon court and the myriad beings of the demon race to express gratitude to my friend Feng Xuan for his creation of demon scripts. Bringing with me numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I humbly request the three pure ones to permit my entry into Kunlun." Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan could not help but shudder. Baizhe's voice was exceedingly recognizable and unique. However, the demon court had come to thank him, and they brought heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Countless questions instantly filled Feng Xuan's mind. Before he could comprehend, a voice of consent resonated from the Yushu Palace. "Granted. With permission granted." Baizhe positioned the surrounding great Luo demon gods on the periphery to await. It was well known that Yuqing Yuanshu of the three pure ones held no fondness for their demon race. Thus, it was better for him to enter alone. Approaching the core area of Kunlun Mountain, Baizhe gazed at the highest and most mystical peak, atop which was situated an innate white jade palace. Shrouded in ethereal energy and resonating with Tao rhythm, though it existed in this world, it appeared almost intangible and elusive. Baizhe reminisced about the divine might of the Panga banner in the Golden Crow Hall. Feelings of gratitude and admiration surging within him, he clasped his hands in a respectful bow, thanking them for their past kindness. After expressing his gratitude, Baizhe followed the guidance to the small rocky peak, where he found the gathered crowd. "Friend Feng Xuan, I represent the demon court to convey our gratitude for your creation of demon scripts. Here is a small gift, a token of our respect." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spiritual fruits filled the small rocky peak. Gazing at the multitude of spiritual items before him, Feng Xuan was astonished. The leaves of the Fusong tree, golden jade glaze, and solar fire essence were all specialties of the Sun Star. Even if he were to plunder the entire treasury of the celestial court, he would scarcely find such quantities. The demon court had gifted him so much. Was the demon court truly so generous? Friend Feng Xuan, these gifts were chosen by the demon emperor Dijun, especially to thank you for the contributions your demon scripts have made to the development of our race, Baizhe said with a warm smile. His gaze towards Feng Xuan filled with affection. The aura of the merit golden body was rather overwhelming for innate auspicious beasts. Baizhe found himself wanting to draw closer. Sensing Baizhe's gaze, Feng Xuan felt a shiver down his spine. This Baizhe, why did he feel increasingly peculiar? Casually gathering the numerous innate spiritual items, Feng Xuan pointed towards another type of unique celestial brew belonging to the demon race. It wasn't just that this brew was special, it was simply too abundant. Even if he were to drink it daily, it would take countless cycles to consume. Was this also an order from Dijun? Baizhe chuckled lightly. Responding nonchalantly, Lord Dijun instructed me to procure a quantity of celestial brews that as for how much that quantity is, I am not certain. I simply took more than half of the inventory from the treasury. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan could only utter one word. Impressive. With such a capable subordinate, Dijun and the demon court were indeed fortunate. Beside him, San Shao, Jin Ling, and the others were also amused by Bai Zai's remarks, their laughter ringing like silver bells. One could only imagine Dijun's reaction upon returning to the treasury, bewildered by the sudden depletion of what had seemed an abundance of celestial brews. Bai Zai, you were too much, Feng Xuan sighed. Accepting all the celestial brews, he would distribute some to others later, for it was impossible for him to consume them all alone. Drinking the demon court's celestial brew every day was simply unbearable. Now that the gifts have been presented, I shall take my leave to report back. Bai Zai clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, preparing to take his leave. Upon witnessing this, Feng Xuan signaled for his junior disciples to depart first, as he had matters of significance to discuss with Bai Zai. Friend Bai Zai, I implore you to remain for a moment. I have matters to confer with you, he said. They made their way to a pavilion where they often relaxed. Seated opposite each other, Feng Xuan spoke first. Allow me to express my gratitude for your mercy shown at the Golden Crow Palace. With that, he produced a vial of exquisite celestial brew from the demon court and pushed it toward Bai Zai. Drink. I insist. Bai Zai accepted the bottle, poured a cup of fine wine, and consumed it in one gulp. There is no need for excessive thanks. I am aware that you are a person of great fortune. Even the current demon emperor, who rules over the demon race, pales in comparison to your auspiciousness, he continued. It is indeed your intervention that spared me from bodily torment and the scars of murderous intent. Feng Xuan waved his hand dismissively. That is a separate matter. Your initial restraint was an act of kindness, a cause. The mercy shown by my two masters later is merely a consequence of that cause. And thus, it is a matter between them and yourself. Of little concern to me, my intent in sparing you today is to repay this cause, allowing you to suffer less in the future. Moreover, aside from your voice, you possess many admirable qualities, making you worthy of a deeper friendship. What are your thoughts on the future of the demon court? Feng Xuan inquired, eager to glean Bai Zai's perspective as the foremost among the 10 great demon saints. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Zai responded, the future of the demon court is destined to be resplendent. We are currently in an era of rapid development, bolstered by a rich flow of fortune. The 2 demon emperors are advancing swiftly in power, and among the 10 great demon saints, 8 have already ascended to the quasi-saint level. After a period of growth, we shall undoubtedly vanquish the Wu clan and emerge as the true sovereign of the primordial realm, unifying heaven and earth. Upon hearing Bai Zai's words, Feng Xuan chuckled softly. You are still too narrow in your vision. Indeed, being caught in the throes of calamity, even as a divine beast endowed with the ability to attract fortune and avert disaster, one cannot see far ahead. To eradicate the Wu clan, the demon court underestimates them greatly. Surely, you do not believe they are merely 12 ordinary quasi-saints. Remember, during the first great conflict between the Wu and the demon, the 12 ancestral witches nearly annihilated all 10 great demon saints, including Dijun and Tai. Had it not been for the intervention of our revered master Hongjun, who established a balance between the demons and witches, allowing for a peaceful coexistence for 1,000,000 years, the demon court would have long been extinguished, he continued. In the ultimate showdown that followed, even with the support of the Zhoutian Starry Array, the casualties were devastating. Dijun, Tai, and Fu Shi fell, and the 10 great demon saints suffered grievous losses. Kuan Peng fled to the North Sea, never to return. This clearly illustrates that the demon court is far from a match for the Wu clan. Even with additional time to develop, as long as no one attains the status of saint, the dream of dominating the primordial realm is but a fantasy. Why do you find amusement in this? Bai Zai observed Feng Xuan's expression, a dreadful thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that the Sanqing intends to take action against the demon court? What a calamity! Is it too late to distance myself from the demon court? Do not fret. My masters will not act against the demon court in the future. You may set your mind at ease, Feng Xuan replied, casting a resigned glance at Bai Zai. You call yourself a saint. Yet you think so little. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. During the conflict between the demon court and the Wu clan, remember to stay behind the other demon saints and avoid direct confrontation with the ancestral witches. It would be prudent for you to refrain from engaging with them. Instead, target the lesser witches. Upon hearing that the Sanqing would not intervene, Bai Zai sighed in relief. Yet he couldn't help but wonder what Feng Xuan meant by advising him to avoid direct confrontation with the ancestral witches. Are the ancestral witches truly formidable? He pondered, taking Feng Xuan's words to heart. Observing Bai Zai's contemplative demeanor, Feng Xuan chose not to elaborate further and bid him farewell. There is little to be gained from excessive discussion. It seems he remains oblivious. Perhaps when he endures a few hardships, he will come to appreciate my guidance today. He sighed, recognizing that the first great battle between the Wu and the demon was imminent. With 8 of the 10 great demon saints having already reached the quasi-saint level, once all 10 achieve this milestone, the true calamity shall descend. What a tumultuous time awaits us, he mused, content to watch from the sidelines and reap the rewards of their struggles. With that thought, Feng Xuan summoned his junior disciples. At last, I have emerged from seclusion. Let the music play and the dance commence. In the ensuing millennia, the 3 Shaos retreated into their own meditative practices, leaving Feng Xuan on his solitary stone peak, idling away the hours. Presently, his cultivation was at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, achieved through a method derived from the blood of Pangu. To advance further, he needed to deepen his comprehension of the laws of force. Yet, this was a daunting task. Even with his extraordinary aptitude, he felt the weight of the challenge. In A Wonder Master Hong Jun remarked that proving the Tao through force was a lesser path. In the current environment, unless he possessed a treasure like the creation jade plate, which directly conveys the principles of the Tao, it would take him countless years to attain a breakthrough. He longed for the creation jade plate. If only he could find the remaining fragments, he could swiftly grasp the laws or explore other principles of cultivation. If the laws of force proved unfeasible, he could attempt to master other laws. And once perfected, he could apply that understanding to the laws of force, simplifying his journey. Moreover, he harbored a personal ambition to fully cultivate all 3,000 laws. With so many potential partners, surely the path of the Tao should not be so limited. In the pavilion, Feng Xuan leisurely savored his wine while simultaneously activating the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace before him. Indeed, he had resumed the alchemical arts. With his cultivation stagnated, he could engage in other pursuits, refining elixirs, forging artifacts, and practicing formations. These skills also contribute to the Tao and possess significant utility. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the small stone peak, accompanied by 2 smaller waves. Feng Xuan's gaze sharpened as he discerned the source of the commotion. Yun Xiao was on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, while Bai Xiao and Xiao Bai were about to ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal. Truly, a triple celebration. The calamity clouds quickly gathered, but dissipated just as swiftly. The 3 were no ordinary beings. Mere heavenly tribulations posed no threat to them. Under Feng Xuan's watchful gaze, Xiao Bai began her transformation into a human form. Her once snow-white crane body became enveloped in a layer of shimmering white light, wrapping her in a cocoon of brilliance. As time progressed, the radiant glow gradually receded and coalesced, ultimately transforming into the figure of a petite and exquisite girl. She donned a delicate white dress, its hem fluttering in the breeze like a blooming white lotus. Her round little face bore the charming softness of baby fat, and her skin, as smooth as mutton fat jade, invited the urge to pinch it affectionately. Most striking were her large, glistening eyes, akin to 2 black gemstones, sparkling with mischief and vivacity, radiating an innate sense of playfulness. Evidently, she had been influenced by Bai Xiao, shedding her prior innocent demeanor. What a pity! The moment her gaze fell upon Feng Xuan, who was lounging leisurely in the nearby pavilion, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable excitement, and J-O-Y in an instant. She exclaimed, "Master!" Without delay, a petite figure dashed toward Feng Xuan like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai, akin to a light and agile butterfly, leaped into Feng Xuan's embrace. She clung tightly to his neck, her little head rubbing affectionately against his broad chest, her voice bubbling with exhilaration. "Master, Xiao Bai has finally succeeded in her transformation." Feeling the warmth of Xiao Bai's endearing gesture, Feng Xuan was enveloped in a gentle sense of warmth. He tenderly stroked her soft hair, softly saying, "Indeed, my little Bai, you are truly remarkable," as he gazed at this innocent and lovable little creature in his arms. Feng Xuan couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have such a caring family member, a true blessing in life. After a brief pause, Feng Xuan seemed to suddenly recall something, and with a teasing smile remarked, "By the way, Xiao Bai, now that you have successfully transformed, have you considered returning to your clan to showcase your formidable prowess to your ancestors and elders? They ought to witness the splendor of our Xiao Bai." As he spoke, Feng Xuan deliberately reached out to playfully pinch Xiao Bai's round face, which was plump with collagen and exuded a delightful smoothness. His eyes brimming with mischief, he remembered well that Xiao Bai had sneaked away, and now that she had grown so powerful, it was high time for her to flaunt her strength. Master, I wish to stay with you and have no desire to return. Xiao Bai mumbled in a muffled voice, allowing Feng Xuan to toy with her delicate features. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan affectionately patted her little head and made a decision. In that case, you shall henceforth be my sole attendant, entrusted with the management of all matters pertaining to Xiao Shifeng. With that, he hung a jade tablet imbued with his essence around Xiao Bai's waist, bestowing upon her the identity of an attendant. In the primordial realm, attendants held a unique position. They were among the closest to their master, tasked with conveying commands, executing decisions, and handling daily affairs. Here, there were not many matters to attend to. Xiao Bai need only play joyfully and cultivate. Hooray! Will Master still ride Xiao Bai in the future? It's been so long since we've gone out, Xiao Bai exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Of course, not only are you my attendant, but you are also my steed. I shall certainly ride you. Satisfied with his response, Xiao Bai squinted and nestled into Feng Xuan's embrace, relishing the rare tranquility. After a considerable time, Yun Xiao and Bai Xiao arrived at the location. Greetings, brother Feng Xuan, they said. Greetings, brother, Xiao Bai, come, let us play. Xiao Bai was eagerly pulled away by Bai Xiao, leaving Yun Xiao alone with Feng Xuan. Yun Xiao gracefully sat beside Feng Xuan, exuding an air of composure and gentleness. Sister has made remarkable progress in her cultivation, breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal in merely 10,000 years. It is all thanks to the contributions of master and brother. Yun Xiao replied softly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan was acutely aware of her feelings but chose not to address them, opting instead to wait. Consequently, the two spent a period of time in comfortable silence. Yun Xiao departed to continue her cultivation. Unlike Feng Xuan, her seclusion brought significant advancements. Thus she prioritized her training. The chaotic energy between heaven and earth grew increasingly dense, and in recent years, skirmishes between the witch and demon clans had escalated. It seemed the first battle between the witches and demons was imminent. Master Ancestor, are you now the heavenly Tao? Feng Xuan murmured to himself, his black and white pupils shimmering with wisdom. Seizing this opportunity, he wished to converse with Master Hongjun to inquire about current affairs. Now, it was time to pay a visit to the Queen Mother of the West. He had promised her a visit long ago, and much time had passed. Feng Xuan stood, stretching lazily with a series of pops emanating from his body. Under the transformation wrought by Pangu's blood, he felt his strength steadily increasing, albeit gradually. With a swift motion, he departed Xiao Shifeng and arrived at the picturesque canyon on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountains core. Queen Mother of the West, I, Feng Xuan, have come to pay my respects. Soon as his voice fell, a luminous portal materialized before him. The Queen Mother's exclusive realm opened its gates to welcome his entrance. Stepping into this rare natural sanctuary, Feng Xuan marveled at the environment. Mountains, rivers, and celestial beasts abounded, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. Furthermore, he found the expanse of this realm even greater than he had anticipated. If one were to categorize worlds by size, the primordial realm would be half a step into the eternal true realm. The worlds opened by the saints would be considered great thousand worlds, while the realm held by the Queen Mother was above middle thousand, approaching great thousand status. It was no wonder she often secluded herself within her domain. Had he begun his journey by seeking the guidance of the three pure ones instead of acquiring the same world, he might have similarly chosen to remain within for countless eons, emerging only upon achieving the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal status. At that moment, a dashing female celestial, riding a pure white steed, appeared on the horizon. With each hoofbeat, a path of celestial light unfurled, leading directly to him. A peak Great Luo expert, truly formidable. You must be the Taoist Feng Xuan. The Queen Mother has been awaiting you for some time. The graceful female celestial swiftly dismounted and approached Feng Xuan, moving with elegance as she performed a respectful bow. Feng Xuan nodded lightly in acknowledgement and followed her lead. Before long, they arrived at a majestic mountain range. The peaks were shrouded in mist, infused with celestial energy that spiraled upwards, seemingly connecting with the heavens. He gazed around. Numerous resplendent palaces were scattered atop the colorful peaks, each showcasing unique architectural styles, all embodying the owner's noble status and exceptional taste. What was even more captivating was the sight of celestial maidens, dressed in ethereal garments, gracefully traversing the peaks, some bearing celestial fruits and fine wines. while others carried rare treasures, bestowing an enchanting vibrancy upon this mystical realm. It seemed the Queen Mother was not idle. Despite not being part of the celestial court, she had gathered a host of celestial maidens, quietly establishing a considerable influence. That moment, the guiding celestial softly spoke. The Queen Mother awaits you in the grand hall ahead. With a graceful gesture, she pointed towards the most magnificent palace situated at the heart of the mountain range. Thus, the two continued onward, soon entering the vast and imposing hall. Upon crossing the threshold, the guiding celestial stepped forward and addressed the Queen Mother, who sat regally upon her throne. Master, I have brought Taoist Feng Xuan. Thank you for your efforts. Xian knew you may withdraw now, came the Queen Mother's calm voice, neither sad nor joyful, making it difficult to discern her true feelings. Following the command, Xian Nu promptly complied and gracefully exited the hall. Thus, the grand chamber was left with only the Queen Mother and Feng Xuan. At this moment, the Queen Mother, who had been seated upon her throne, rose lightly and floated gracefully to stand before Feng Xuan. Without hesitation, she extended her delicate hand and firmly grasped Feng Xuan's arm, pulling him with force. The space shifted, and they found themselves in a leisurely pavilion surrounded by a plethora of ethereal flowers and spiritual herbs, with a path leading to a distant tree laden with fruits. This appeared to be the Queen Mother's private garden, and that fruit tree was likely one of the 10 supreme innate spiritual roots, the Huang Zhongli. Consuming just one fruit could elevate one to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, granting eternal freedom. However, one could advance no further in their cultivation beyond this point. It seems you have quite the short memory, for it has been ages since we last met under the Sunstar. Have I become so unappealing to you? A melancholic voice drifted from nearby. As the Queen Mother, now devoid of her previously serene demeanor, exuded an aura reminiscent of a spurned lover, her bright eyes fixated on Feng Xuan's face. Filled with sorrow, Feng Xuan's heart sank. It appeared the Queen Mother had developed deep feelings. Their interactions had been minimal, perhaps only twice, and yet this had transpired. Could it be that the Queen Mother was infatuated? You are aware that I have been preoccupied with collecting texts from the Demon Clan, which delayed my visit, he explained. Since the Queen Mother of the West posed such a question, he could only deflect by mentioning the creation of demonic inscriptions, for who in the primordial world was unaware of his endeavor in that regard? The heavenly Tao itself had proclaimed it. Such was the grandeur. After the demonic inscriptions were completed, wasn't there still a span of several tens of thousands of years? Why had he not made an appearance? The Queen Mother of the West inquired once more, her tone tinged with deeper melancholy. Feng Xuan, listening, felt as though he had indeed committed some unforgivable act. Were they not merely ordinary companions on the path? Their relationship was only slightly more intimate. I had some insights later on. As you know, moments of enlightenment are rare during cultivation, hence I secluded myself for practice. Feng Xuan explained helplessly, bemused by how persistently the Queen Mother pressed for details. The primordial era was timeless. A mere few tens of thousands of years was but a fleeting moment for them, was it not? I do not care. You have failed to uphold our agreement, and I am quite irked. The Queen Mother of the West pouted slightly, turning her head away to avoid his gaze. Feng Xuan, in shock. Dear companion, it seems we are not at that level yet. Feng Xuan cautiously reminded her, observing her demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the Queen Mother suddenly realized that they were still merely ordinary friends. This was not a matter she should have broached. Oh, Queen Mother, how could you have spoken your heart so openly? This is far too embarrassing, the Queen Mother internally lamented while quickly regaining her composure, turning back to Feng Xuan with an expression of utmost seriousness, as if the previous words had never escaped her lips. Is that so? I had forgotten, she said, pouring wine for Feng Xuan from a jug. Yet, the tremors of the jug betrayed her tumultuous emotions. Feng Xuan drank the wine in one gulp. Since the Queen Mother had shown interest, he decided to tease her a little. It felt as though the Queen Mother's demeanor in this realm was vastly different from her exterior persona. Outwardly, she appeared aloof and indifferent to worldly matters, yet here she was shy and unrestrained, almost endearingly so. Which version of the Queen Mother was the true one? Could it be that your words imply some feelings for me? Feng Xuan casually inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the contemplative Queen Mother. Indeed, ever since you rescued me from the hands of the Eastern King, I have harbored feelings for you, yearning day and night to share a bond with you. To unite our hearts, the Queen Mother of the West blurted out, her tone flowing effortlessly, filled with sincerity. However, she soon sensed something amiss. She stiffly turned her head to find Feng Xuan gazing at her with a smile. Full of teasing oh no, the Queen Mother's eyes became vacant, and she felt as though the world had turned gray, murmuring to herself, perhaps I should just destroy the small world of Zyconlun, then no one would know. Ha ha ha, dear companion, you truly are a delightful character, displaying entirely different facets from your usual demeanor. Feng Xuan laughed heartily, finding the Queen Mother amusing. Upon hearing his laughter, the Queen Mother's gaze sharpened, locking onto the mirthful Feng Xuan. With her eyes closed and heart steeled, she suddenly leaped into his embrace, burying her head against his chest, her long, dark hair cascading around them. Since you are aware now, you shall henceforth belong to me. Do you understand? What if I do not? Feng Xuan smirked, sensing a hint of domineering so-like rhetoric. No, it should be more akin to a spoiled little wife. You don't understand. The Queen Mother lifted her head. Caught off guard by the turn of events, her mind momentarily blank. Ha ha ha, this is truly entertaining. Feng Xuan continued to laugh. The Queen Mother's demeanor was simply delightful, observing his unrestrained laughter. The Queen Mother gradually regained her composure, realizing that Feng Xuan was teasing her. Yet, she did not reject him. Surely, he accepted her in his heart. With this thought, the Queen Mother rose, her delicate hands resting on Feng Xuan's chest, her soft lips slightly parted. So, dear Feng Xuan, do you truly wish to become my partner? Faced with this sudden shift, Feng Xuan ceased his laughter and turned his gaze to the Queen Mother. She had now positioned herself atop his waist. Supporting herself with her hands, her enchanting eyes filled with determination and resolve, as if she would act boldly should he decline. Of course, I wish to become your partner, he replied. However, what? The Queen Mother's face lit up with joy upon receiving his affirmation, and she nestled back into his embrace, reveling in her desires fulfilled. I have already pledged myself to both Shi and Changxi as partners. Therefore, if you do not mind, we may unite together. Forever bound. Feng Xuan candidly disclosed his commitments to Shi and Changxi, allowing the Queen Mother to make her own choice. Upon hearing their names, the Queen Mother was genuinely taken aback. To her, those two were exceedingly aloof and hard to approach, having never conversed with anyone during 3 teachings. How could Feng Xuan have formed a bond with them? Yet, given the circumstances, what more could she say? It is nothing. I do not mind, the Queen Mother replied lightly, her eyes revealing no reluctance. She was indeed magnanimous. Besides, with her proximity to Feng Xuan, the adage of close water towers gain the moon first clearly favored her. Very well, from now on, you shall be my lady, Feng Xuan declared. Now, my lady, may I pose a question? What is it that draws your affection towards me? And which version of you is the true one, the aloof or the endearing? Upon hearing this, the Queen Mother's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed with shyness, rendering her speechless. Seeing her reaction, Feng Xuan ceased his inquiries. The two indulged in their sweet world together. Time flowed like water, and thousands of years in the primordial realm passed swiftly. Through Feng Xuan's perception, the aura of the impending calamity had reached an intense level, poised to erupt at any moment. This indicated that the first battle between the witches and the demons was imminent. He could no longer remain ensnared in the tender embrace of affection. It was time to make some preparations, although meeting with the Grandmaster Hong Jun appeared to require no preparation, as everything would be in vain. My lady, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave, Feng Xuan said, gazing down at the Queen Mother of the West. That moment, she was clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, exuding an ethereal grace, her delicate face resting against his chest, her beautiful eyes slightly closed as if in a deep slumber, their fingers intertwined harmoniously. Go, my husband. Just come to see me often, she replied. The Queen Mother of the West kept her eyes shut, wishing to savor this rare moment of warmth in her final moments. Before the two of them lay a table adorned with several ripe Huangzhong plums, accompanied by a few fruit pits nearby. It was evident that Feng Xuan had already sampled the plums, albeit merely as an ordinary fruit, for the two beings on the verge of sanctity. The modest effects of the Huangzhong plums were utterly inconsequential. Eventually, with great reluctance, the Queen Mother bid farewell to Feng Xuan, her gaze filled with tenderness. Upon leaving the Queen Mother's abode, Feng Xuan swiftly returned to the little stone peak. At that moment, the little stone peak was eerily quiet, as nearly everyone had gone off to cultivate. This was for the best. Strength was of paramount importance. Feng Xuan slowly lifted his head, casting his eyes toward the vast expanse of the primordial land. There, beneath Mount Buzhou, throngs of Wu clansmen surged like a tumultuous tide, a sea of heads stretching endlessly, an overwhelming and suffocating aura of malevolence emanated from them, coalescing rapidly into a colossal torrent. Shooting straight towards the heavens as if intent on tearing the very sky asunder. Simultaneously, amidst the boundless starry sky, the resplendent sun star shimmered with blinding brilliance. Countless figures of the demon clan clustered together. Forming a massive army, lavishly adorned war chariots stood in precise formation, akin to slumbering steel behemoths, ready to spring forth at the slightest command, poised to unleash unparalleled might, compared to their previous campaign against the celestial court. This demon army appeared significantly more formidable, their strength having multiplied several-fold. Should the current situation continue to evolve, a cataclysmic battle would inevitably erupt within a century. Contemplating this, Feng Xuan couldn't help but silently mourn for the demon court for a fleeting moment, as these demons likely could not fathom the terrifying existence they were about to confront. The Wu clan members were all tireless, hot-tempered, and simple-minded brutes, especially the most powerful among them, the ancestral witches, who, apart from Hutu, were utterly unreasonable. As for the slightly lesser great witches, they were reckless and undaunted, and once they went berserk, they were virtually unstoppable. It is said that the reckless fear the foolhardy, and the foolhardy fear the reckless. When such a group of both reckless and foolhardy individuals congregated, the combat power they could unleash was truly cataclysmic. Moreover, as far as he knew, apart from the 12 ancestral witches, all other Wu clan members could, upon death, seize the opportunity for rebirth through the mysterious blood pool within Pangu Temple. Even with just a drop of Pangu's essence blood, even a great, which could potentially undergo evolution in the blood pool, becoming a new generation of ancestral witch. Thus, the Wu clan seemed to possess a form of immortality. No matter how grievous the losses they suffered, they could swiftly regain their vitality and rejoin the fray. Therefore, Feng Xuan couldn't help but speculate if Tongtian and Hou-Yi, whom he had previously slain, were truly dead. He had merely killed them, their bodies remained, and he hadn't reduced them to ashes. The Wu clan should have resurrected them. However, having died once, their grievances were settled. He had no desire to target them again unless they recklessly attacked him. In that case, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. He would ensure they were slain without even a chance for rebirth. Alas, would you all hurry up and start fighting? I am eagerly awaiting a meeting with Grandmaster Hong Jun. Feng Xuan reclined on his self-made lounge chair, leisurely observing the distance. He waited for the battle to commence and for the demon clan to retreat, at which point Grandmaster Hong Jun would appear to intervene. He would then have the perfect opportunity for a conversation. In this leisurely manner, a century passed. Suddenly, a resonant humming filled the air. The vast demon army set forth from the starry sky, embarking towards Mount Buzhou. The first great battle between the Wu and demon clans had begun. Disciple, the calamity has arrived. Do not involve yourself in the worldly affairs. Just as Feng Xuan was preparing to watch the spectacle, he suddenly received a transmission from his three masters. It seemed they had also sensed the anomaly in the situation. Understood, Master. I shall heed your words. Feng Xuan replied, grateful for his master's concern. However, it appeared they had forgotten that he had been bestowed with the blessing of the Dao. In later generations, Yunzhangzi, a reincarnation of Hong Yun, was referred to as the true immortal of fortune and virtue, and even he did not enter calamity. His own blessing of the Dao surpassed that. Participating in such a minor calamity posed no significant issue for him. No one could compel him into calamity. Moreover, given his current strength and the configuration of his spiritual treasures, it was only he who could cause others to fall. No one could bring about his demise. Nonetheless, since his masters had issued a warning as the elder brother, he ought to take good care of his junior siblings. His own safety did not guarantee theirs. Feng Xuan formed seals with his hands. An intricate array patterns materialized in the void, continuously expanding until they enveloped the entirety of Kunlun Mountain. He employed the upper purity array to establish a protective formation, concealing the entire Kunlun Mountain. The outside world could not discern the situation within, nor could they enter normally. Those inside could not easily exit unless he personally opened a passage. Hehe, you all stay here and cultivate diligently. You are not permitted to go anywhere. After completing all arrangements, Feng Xuan resumed his reclining position, surrounded by an array of spiritual fruits and celestial brews. He had an ample supply for his watching and snacking. Now he needed to devise a way to cultivate some spiritual fruits like sunflower seeds and peanuts for a truly perfect snacking experience. The Sun Star. Within the Golden Crow Palace, the top members of the demon clan had gathered. The two demon emperors, Shi Huang, the demon master, the 10 great demon saints, and 365 Deluo golden immortals were present. This represented the might of the demon court. The army had already set off. And now I shall make the following arrangements. I shall engage 8 of the 12 ancestral witches alongside Tai Yi, while Shi Huang and the demon master shall confront 1 ancestral witch each. The remaining 2 ancestral witches will be battled by the 4 demon saints, while the rest shall focus on eliminating the great witches and other Wu warriors. Currently, the demon court's might is vast. While the Wu clans is minimal, the advantage lies with us, and we shall undoubtedly succeed in unifying the primordial realm. Di Jun spoke passionately, filled with vigor, as he beheld the demon generals below, seemingly envisioning the ultimate victory. One decisive victory. Unifying the primordial realm. The crowd below was swept up in his fervent emotion, raising their voices in a chorus of cheers. The demon court is magnificent. And those enjoying the fortune of the demon court are equally so. They believe that among those present, apart from the saints, no other force in the primordial realm could withstand them. None, though Bai Zhe recalled Feng Xuan's warning. The current demon court was genuinely powerful, and he could not fathom being brutally beaten or facing defeat. Well then, everyone, let us set forth. Upon victory in this battle, I shall share the world with you all. Di Jun rallied the troops one final time before joining Tai Yi in activating the Golden Crow's radiant technique, leading the already mobilized army. They stood at the forefront of the forces. The divine light of the great sun radiated freely, akin to a second or third sun in the world, as terrifying Taoist energies flowed, stirring the very essence of heaven and earth. The many demon soldiers and generals below displayed fervent expressions, their eyes brimming with sincere faith. This was their demon court's emperor. With the emperor leading the way, victory in this battle was assured. In an instant, the demon army surged forward with renewed vigor. Determined to expand the territories of the demon court, this grand momentum would undoubtedly attract the attention of all parties that eye in the western part of the primordial realm. At Mount Shumi, Zhuanti and Jane opened their eyes to gaze upon the demon army. Envy flickered in their eyes. How wonderful it would be if such a multitude of exceptional beings belonged to their western faction. They had toiled tirelessly to cultivate this barren land, and over endless epochs. They had not even managed to gather 1% of the demon court's members. Master brother, we are truly suffering. The heavenly path is unjust. Why is our western land so desolate, in the boundless sea of blood? The ancient ancestor of the dark river, Zhang, opened his eyes and gazed upon the vast wilderness. That a strange smile crept across his face upon witnessing the demon court's assault on the witch clan. He possessed a modicum of insight into the secrets of the witch clan. His primary focus was on the path of slaughter. With blood as his secondary study, he could sense the overwhelming, heart-stirring aura emanating from beneath Mount Buzhou, as well as the apocalyptic blood energy radiating from the 12 ancestral witches. And no matter how powerful Di Jun and Tai Yi were, the demon court's actions would undoubtedly lead to their utter defeat. Just as this old ancestor has stated, they are 2 foolish birds awaiting their reckoning. At Wuzhuang Temple, beneath the ginseng fruit tree, Xinyuanzi cast a glance at the demon army, and an endless tide of resentment surged within him. Xinyuanzi vowed to slay the demon race. However, he was not yet prepared to strike. He intended to experiment with the path he had been exploring. Once it bore fruit, he would exact his revenge. In the Fengxi Valley, Nuwa paid no heed to the rise and fall of the demon race. As long as her foolish elder brother remained safe, that was all that mattered on the Tying Star. Shiha and Changxi were immersed in the path of the moon god, remaining silent, at the forefront of the formation. Di Jun and Tai Yi sensed the gazes of various forces upon them. They snorted coldly in unison. Behold, witness how the demon court shall trample the witch clan and unify the wilderness. They aimed to show those innate powers who had previously looked down upon them just how magnificent the demon court truly was. They wanted those naysayers to regret their disdain. Once the demon court unified the world, entrance would be denied to those who wished to join. With excitement coursing through them, the demon army swiftly approached the skies above Mount Buzhou. Just as they prepared to form their ranks, the surrounding space suddenly convulsed violently. The spatial laws above Mount Buzhou were disrupted by an unknown entity, forcing the myriad demon soldiers to descend to the ground. Who dares to confront me? Di Jun's expression darkened. Having just arrived on the battlefield, they were met with a show of force. This was a direct slap to his face. as the words left his mouth. The space before Dejuan rippled, and an enormous fist struck directly at his face. With quick reflexes, Dejuan channeled his power to defend, but the fist's might was too great, and it connected with his visage. Under the force of the blow, Dejuan's nose crumpled, his eyes darkened with bruises, and blood gushed forth. Who is this? Lacking in martial ethics. Seeing his brother injured, Tai immediately summoned the Chaos Bell to stabilize the surrounding time and space, preventing the unknown entity from manipulating the spatial laws to launch further attacks. Haha, two scruffy birds. Does your Dejuan grandfather's fist taste good? Unable to continue spatial assaults, a towering figure resembling a divine being materialized before the witch army. Exuding a wild and unrestrained aura, Tai's expression grew grave, the terrifying blood energy emanating from the imposing figure of the male witch, marked with the laws of the great Tao, sent chills down his spine. Could this be Dejiao, the leader of the 12 ancestral witches? Fearsome indeed, but does he inherently grasp the laws of space? Let us see. As Tai noticed his brother's injuries had begun to heal, he charged at Dejiao, the chaos bell above his head. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding chimes of the bell echoed, annihilating countless witch soldiers. Brave indeed. You dare strike my kin? Die. Upon witnessing this, Dejiao swung his fist, preparing to pummel Tai. Boom! Though the space was restrained, Dejiao shattered it with sheer force. Realizing the dire situation, Tai summoned the Sun Essence Wheel to slice towards Dejiao's fist. Observing that Dejiao did not evade, Tai scoffed, who does not know the sharpness of his Sun Essence Wheel? To confront it with a fist is sheer folly. Yet soon, Tai was astounded. Numerous powerful beings, who had been monitoring the war, were equally shocked as the fist collided with the Sun Essence Wheel. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh scattering did not materialize. Instead, the Sun Essence Wheel was sent flying, and Dejiao took a step back. Such strength, far beyond anyone's expectations. However, Tai's fierce battle spirit ignited in an instant. With the Chaos Bell overhead, an overwhelming aura of invincibility surged from him, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. Come, let us fight again. Tai roared, his voice reverberating like thunder, shaking the very battlefield. Simultaneously, the Sun Essence Wheel whistled back into his grasp. At that moment, Tai wielded two formidable spiritual treasures, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Dejiao like a tempest. Dejiao, undaunted, swung his robust fists in retaliation. Each impact produced earth-shattering roars, as if the very heavens and earth would crumble under the ferocity of their clash. The Chaos Bell rang out, its sound deafening, resonating throughout the realms. With each melodious chime, countless witch warriors met their tragic fates. In this grand battle, the Chaos Bell showcased its unparalleled might, a true divine artifact. Once Tai breached the enemy ranks, they found themselves caught in a perilous dilemma. To resist would invite the Chaos Bell's terrifying lethality, while to refrain from resistance was no escape from doom. Regardless of how they responded, heavy losses were inevitable. Yet at this moment, Dejiao was too preoccupied to concern himself with casualties and losses. Under Tai's relentless onslaught, he was nearing his breaking point, the fearsome reputation of the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell was indeed well-deserved. Just as Dejiao was on the brink of defeat, thud, 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 the heavy and heart-stirring sound of footsteps echoed, approaching with increasing clarity. Soon, colossal figures descended from the heavens, revealing the remaining 11 ancestral witches. They radiated an overwhelming aura of malice, darkening the very skies. The torrent of blood energy surged across the battlefield, roaring as if it sought to devour the heavens and earth. Countless demons trembled in fear, terror, and instinctual dread. Like creatures at the bottom of the food chain facing apex predators, the demon court dared to invade our witch clan. They shall all perish. Zhurong, the ancestral witch of fire, immediately unleashed his fury, transforming into his true form to strike at the Chaos Bell, rescuing Dejiao from peril. With the 12 ancestral witches manifesting, the atmosphere of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The demon race, witnessing this development, could not afford to be complacent. Revealing their top-tier combatants, seeing their allies present, Dejuan, wielding the river map and Luo book, declared with authority, "Witch clan, if you submit today, this emperor may spare your lives." Upon hearing this, the 10 ancestral witches erupted in fury, their eyes wide with indignation, glaring fiercely at Dejuan. The witch clan had always disrespected heaven and earth, revering only their creator, Pangu. Now, someone dared to demand their surrender. This was the greatest insult to the witch clan. Without a moment's hesitation, the 10 ancestral witches, seemingly in perfect harmony, unleashed a furious roar and charged towards Dijuan. 10 colossal fists cleaved through the air, carrying an earth-shattering force aimed directly at Dijuan. Realizing the impending doom, Dijuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. That I am surely doomed. Do not harm my elder brother. From a distance, Tai observed the unfolding scene and summoned the chaos bell to shield Dijuan. Clang! The sound resonated with enough power to shatter the heavens, halting the assault from the 10 ancestral witches. However, the chaos bell was sent flying, bearing several imprints of fists. The ancestral witches were indeed terrifying. Thankfully, as long as the innate level spiritual treasure retains its innate indestructible brilliance, it possesses self-repairing capabilities. Yet, this was still enough to cause Tai great distress. This was his lifeline. Regaining his composure, Dijuan calmed himself and conveyed to everyone telepathically. Proceed as planned. The 10 great demon saints, Kunping and Fushi, understood the underlying intentions. They proceeded according to their meticulously devised plan. Fushi and Kunping lured forth the ancestral shaman of weather, Wu Shebi and the ancestral shaman of wind, Tian Wu, to engage in battle. The 4 great demon saints enticed the ancestral shaman of lightning, Shi Zi, and the ancestral shaman of wood, Zhu Mang. Emperor Jun, leveraging the profound mysteries of the He Tu and Luo Shu, established the primordial He Luo Grand Formation, standing alone against the ancestral shaman of earth, Ho Tu, the ancestral shaman of rain and ice, Xian Ming, the ancestral shaman of water, Gong Gong, and the ancestral shaman of metal. Ru Shou, Tai Yi summoned the chaos bell, wielding the sun essence wheel as he confronted the ancestral shaman of spatial velocity, Di Jiang, the ancestral shaman of fire, Zhu Rong, the ancestral shaman of thunder, Chang Liang, and the ancestral shaman of time, Zhu Jiuyin. Tai Yi felt an overwhelming pressure, a foreboding sense rising within him. Could they possibly prevail? Yet, the situation had reached this point. He had no choice but to steel himself for the confrontation. The battle erupted with fervor. The 12 ancestral shamans transformed into their true forms, unleashing myriad laws of the Tao upon the battlefield, colossal fists swinging towards the denizens of the demon court. It was a direct clash. Ha ha! Tai Yi's face turned pale. How utterly amusing. On the small stone peak, Feng Xuan roared with laughter. The prelude to this battle was nothing short of an epic film. Emperor Jun likely still harbored thoughts of vanquishing the Wu clan. However, he would soon come to realize the dire circumstances he faced. This venture was a perilous one that both Emperor Jun and Tai Yi were still too young, not yet having reached their zenith. Otherwise, Tai Yi might have genuinely withstood 5 or even 7 foes. Emperor Jun could have utilized the intricacies of the He Tu and Luo Shu to withstand several ancestral shamans with the primordial He Luo Grand Formation. Alas, they were still too young. A mere 2 punches shattered the dream of the heavenly emperor, prompting Emperor Jun to exclaim in agony that as he had anticipated, Xing Tian and Ho Yi had indeed been resurrected and were now battling several great Luo demon gods on the battlefield. Beneath Mount Buzhou, under the onslaught of the 12 ancestral shamans, only Fushi and Kunping could hold their ground. Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, and the 4 great demon saints were all in a pitiful state. Their armor battered and blood dripping from their bodies as they struggled to evade. Clearly, they were no match for the ancestral shamans. Damn it, the ancestral shamans were astonishingly powerful. Emperor Jun, presiding over the primordial He Luo Grand Formation, saw the light of the He Tu and Luo Shu dimming, on the brink of collapse. Therefore, he had no choice but to alter his plans. Otherwise, he risked annihilation. The remaining demon saints, return swiftly. We must join forces with Tai Yi to confront the ancestral shamans. The 6 great demon saints received their orders and returned hastily, with Baizé hesitating briefly before also retreating. He wished to ascertain just how formidable the ancestral shamans truly were. But as soon as he returned to defense, a fist from the ancestral shamans came hurtling toward them. The 6 great demon saints believed they could easily withstand it and met the punch head-on. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed. In a single blow, the 10 great demon saints were gravely injured. Feng Xuan, I regret not heeding your warning, Baizé exclaimed, clutching his wounded arm as he fled in panic. If this continued, they would surely perish. While retreating, he advised Emperor Jun, "Your Majesty, we should withdraw." Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun promptly commanded, "Retreat." Emperor Jun had long harbored intentions to retreat, but found it difficult to voice, now that someone had brought it up. He gladly took the opportunity to concede. With the order to withdraw, the beleaguered Tai exerted all his strength to activate the Chaos Bell, momentarily imprisoning the 12 ancestral shamans, seizing the chance. He fled with his elder brother, Emperor Jun Fushi, Kunpeng, and the 10 great demon saints followed closely behind. The demon army scattered, fleeing back into the starry sky. Want to escape? Not a chance. The ancestral shamans, regaining their wits, relentlessly pursued the main force of the demons. The tide of battle had shifted. Today, the Wu clan intended to obliterate the demon race and unify the primordial world, observing the ancestral shamans closing in from behind. Emperor Jun realized escape was impossible. That it seemed he had no choice but to unveil his ultimate abilities. Though not fully developed, they should suffice for defense. "Everyone, form up!" Emperor Jun bellowed, as 365 great Luo demon gods brandished their starry banners. Corresponding to the number of the primary celestial bodies, that a portion of the demon generals produced smaller star banners, amounting to 4,800, matching the number of secondary stars, under Emperor Jun's command. The demon gods and generals arranged themselves in an intricate formation, harnessing the power of the celestial bodies. The once dim sky was suddenly pierced by several large openings, as the star banners drew upon celestial strength. The ancestral shamans paused in their advance, curious to see what the demon court was concocting, confident in their ability to counter any threat. Rise. The incomplete Zhoutian star Do Grand formation took shape. The dark blue formation enveloped the sky entirely, a terrifying aura locking onto the 12 ancestral shamans, as the power of the Zhoutian stars descended, carrying the might to annihilate the heavens and earth upon the ancestral shamans. For the first time, the 12 ancestral shamans sensed a looming danger, channeling all their energy to counter it. Boom! The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and thick clouds of dust surged into the sky. That a flicker of hope ignited within Emperor Jun's heart. Perhaps they could win. Yet, that hope was swiftly extinguished. Through the thick dust, a towering figure gradually emerged. Upon seeing the full form of this figure, Emperor Jun's vision darkened. That it was over. The demon court was finished. Everything was lost. Shock, terror. At this moment, the hearts of all powerful beings across the primordial world trembled violently at the sight of this colossal figure, who loomed above all, a force of nature that could swallow mountains. What an astonishing existence this was. Merely standing there caused the previously stable laws of the Tao to spiral into chaos, losing all control. Even the heavens and earth instinctively recoiled, filled with reverence. With each heavy and powerful breath, the surrounding space convulsed violently, threatening to shatter. Even the towering Mount Buzhou appeared diminutive by comparison, akin to a child's toy. Insignificant and fragile. That it was the great Pangu. Nu Hua, the 3 pure ones, Jun Ti, and Zhun Yuanzi, along with the old ancestor of the Dark River and other top-tier powers, were all profoundly shaken by the sight of this awe-inspiring figure. Who would have imagined that the Wu clan, long known for their low profile, could summon the true essence of the great Pangu to descend upon the world? This supreme being, existing solely within the primordial legacy, had now manifested before all in the flesh. This scene was truly terrifying. Observing the unparalleled might of the great Pangu, all present understood. With Pangu's true form here, the demon court was likely to face total annihilation. Simultaneously, the future of the primordial world was bound to be tumultuous. Given the nature of the Wu clan, they would undoubtedly incite boundless chaos. They too would face difficulties to at this moment on the battlefield. The summoned true form of Pangu gazed down upon the myriad demon races with a disdainful eye. Divine light of the Tao shimmered in his gaze, reducing countless weak demon soldiers to ash instantaneously. The demon army suffered catastrophic losses, far exceeding those inflicted upon the Wu clan by the Chaos Bell. More terrifying still, Emperor Jun and Tai felt their hearts bleed. These were their beloved kin. Yet, the priority now was survival. Only by living could they nurture hope. However, confronted by the overwhelming malice and corruption emanating from Pangu's true form, their powers felt as though they had been frozen. and they dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance. The golden crow of the great sun. They had always stood atop the food chain. Yet today they faced a genuinely top-tier powerhouse. An overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloped them. Was this truly the great Pangu, who had opened the heavens and earth? The ancestral shamans had concealed such a formidable technique. Why had they not revealed it sooner? Had they known, they would have surely awaited the completion of the Zhoutian Star Do Grand Formation before launching their assault. Now, what could they do? Emperor Jun, Tai Yi, did you ever anticipate this? You possess the Zhoutian Star Do Grand Formation, while we have the Zhoutian 12 Divine Killing Formation, capable of summoning the true form of our Father God. Today, the demon court shall meet its demise here. Di Jiang, leading the true form of Pangu, let out a hearty roar, all the grievances from being oppressed by Tai Yi dissipating instantly. After all, what was there to begrudge with the dead? No, rather, with a dead bird. Without a hint of hesitation, the divine fist capable of reopening chaos and annihilating the heavens and earth struck first at the many demon gods controlling the Zhoutian Star Do Grand Formation. Under the force of this blow, the Zhoutian Star Do Grand Formation shattered, and many of the main erased demon gods suffered grievous injuries or death. How exhilarating! How liberating! The ancestral shamans laughed maniacally. This was the power of the Father God. This was the Wu clan. In a swift motion, the true form of Pangu locked onto the targets of Dijuan and his companions, with another powerful strike. The heavens shattered and the earth quaked, light exploding across the sky, causing myriad beings to retreat in trepidation. The principal members of the demon court found themselves in dire peril. Halt! A resounding voice echoed through the cosmos. The overwhelming malevolence that had engulfed the area was instantly suppressed by celestial radiance. As a venerable Taoist, embodying the essence of immortality, materialized before the true form of Pangu, that a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the demon court. Once filled with despair, the Tao Ancestor, had the Tao Ancestor come to rescue them? Yet, the ancestral witches, having summoned the true form of Pangu through the grand array of the 12 divine spirits, felt no fear. What could a saint do against them? They had battled the heavens and the earth. Who could they possibly fear? They would strike first and speak later. The chaotic divine fist continued its relentless assault. Aimed directly at Hongjun. Unfazed, Hongjun extended his weathered hand, seemingly frail, yet effortlessly absorbing the impact of the fist capable of obliterating all. The ancestral witches were struck with disbelief. How could anyone withstand such a blow? This was inconceivable. The myriad beings of the primordial world gasped in astonishment. Was this the true power of the Tao Ancestor? He easily withstood a strike that could rival that of a saint. Just how formidable was he? Witnessing Hongjun effortlessly deflect the attack from Pangu's true form, Dijuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He need not meet his demise. How splendid! His ambitions remained unfulfilled. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed the Tao Ancestor was aligned with their interests. Perhaps they could employ the Tao Ancestor's might to eliminate the formidable witch clan. Tao Ancestor, your might is unparalleled. Please subdue these brutes who have oppressed my demon race for countless eons, feasting upon our kin. Now they dare to annihilate us. Upon hearing this, Hongjun remained indifferent, completely disregarding Dijuan. But the ancestral witches were ablaze with fury. These two feathered creatures, facing imminent doom, dared to speak so brazenly, truly believing they could intimidate Hongjun. Bring forth the axe. The ancestral witches bellowed in unison as their voices echoed, the chaos bell, Taiji diagram, and Pangu banner sensed the call and attempted to break free from their masters. This is bad, Tai, Laozi, and Yuanshi exclaimed in alarm. This might be a one-way trip. If it fell into the hands of the ancestral witches, could they ever reclaim it? Thus, they hastily summoned their own powers and energies to call back the three innate treasures. Ultimately, the true form of Pangu was not the original Pangu himself. After a brief moment, the three, due to their long-standing relationship with the treasures and their mastery over the innate divine prohibitions, regained control, rendering the witches' summons ineffective. If you can cease hostilities, I shall not pursue you for the destruction of the primordial realm. Upon seeing that none of the treasures had been summoned, Hongjun sighed in relief. He then issued a final ultimatum to the 12 ancestral witches. The witches were instantly incensed. How dare Hongjun issue commands to them? Without that axe, they could still annihilate him. With that, the true form of Pangu moved again, unleashing an even more ferocious chaos divine fist. Before it arrived, the entire cosmos reverberated with ominous vibrations, the earth unable to bear the might of this blow, fracturing completely as molten lava erupted forth. Painting a scene of devastation, stubborn and unyielding, Hongjun roared in fury, the first display of emotional fluctuation before the world, faced with the full force of the 12 ancestral witches embodied in a single fist. Hongjun closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later, his gaze devoid of emotion. Boundless divine light erupted from his eyes, and the mysterious Tao wheel of heaven manifested behind him. Suddenly, a divine sword coalesced in the heavens, enveloped in the pure essence of the heavens and the laws of the Tao, in stark contrast to the witches' miasma and malevolence. As their forces clashed, the heavens and earth trembled, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, shrouding the battlefield in a thick cloud of dust, obscuring the view of the combatants. Yet, all present hoped for the Tao ancestor's victory. After all, the Tao ancestor was a paragon of impartiality, while the witches were notoriously unreasonable. How magnificent it was to witness the Tao's embodiment of the master. On a distant peak, Feng Xuan, who had been observing the spectacle, excitedly tossed aside his wine cup, applauding in admiration. From this vantage point, he could ascertain that while Hongjun had merged with the Tao, he still retained his individuality, now existing in a state of coexistence with the Tao. This made everything manageable, as long as dialogue was possible. Half of his plan was already accomplished, with the remainder awaiting his eloquence. That moment, the battlefield stabilized, the dust settling. The outcome was clear. The true form of Pangu disintegrated, while the 12 ancestral witches lay grievously wounded. Was this the strength of the Tao ancestor? Absolutely astounding. Tao ancestor, behold this. Dijuan began to speak again. Silence. Hongjuan's furious admonition silenced him. Then, surveying the ravaged landscape, he proclaimed loudly, "From this day forth, demons shall govern the heavens, and witches shall govern the earth. For 10 cycles of the Yuan meeting, no conflict shall ensue. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." With those words, Dijuan had no choice but to comply. "I shall heed the Tao ancestor's decree." The 12 ancestral witches, though barely managing to rise, were naturally indignant at such an outcome. Despite their defeat, they refused to accept it. Zhu Rong prepared to unleash a tirade. "Hush!" a gentle and ethereal voice interjected. Halting Zhu Rong's outburst, "We shall abide by the Tao ancestor's decree." Huta bowed respectfully, representing the witches in acquiescence to Hongjuan's command. The remaining witches, though bewildered, held their tongues out of affection for their younger sister, letting out a cold huff, but remaining silent. "This is most excellent." Hongjun nodded in agreement. He then waved his hand, clearing the skies, as boundless celestial light descended from the heavens. The ravaged earth, nourished by the light of the great Tao, quickly rejuvenated. The ground mended, the lava ceased its eruption. Flora flourished once more, heralding a resurgence of life. Witnessing this transformation, Feng Xuan on the distant peak felt the moment had arrived if he did not hurry. Hongjun would soon depart. The 9 Dragons' incense carriage was driven at full speed, the space around it shifting like a dream. Yet, Feng Xuan still felt it insufficiently swift. If only he could install a nitrous boost. Hongjun continued to scatter the light of the great Tao, mending the damage inflicted upon the primordial realm. Moments later, everything returned to its former state. At this juncture, he prepared to take his leave. He had already merged with the Tao and ought not to meddle in these affairs. Yet the terrifying true form of Pangu posed a substantial threat, with the potential to shatter the primordial realm. The current primordial world could not sustain such an existence. Thus, he had to intervene. Alas, even in retirement, tranquility eludes one. "Friend, please do not hasten your departure, esteemed master." Just as Hongjun was on the verge of vanishing, Feng Xuan finally caught up. Upon hearing the call, Hongjun paused, though he did not halt his dissolution. Instead, he simply took Feng Xuan along with him. Did something just flash by? The ancestral witch Xianyuan scratched his head. Puzzled, it seemed as if something had vanished in an instant. The other witches echoed his sentiment, though they paid it little mind. "Where am I?" Feng Xuan felt the space around him shift, transporting him from the primordial world to a completely different realm. He found himself seated upon a familiar mat, an odd sense of familiarity washing over him. Opening his eyes to observe closely, he recognized the scene and the mat. Was this not the Zhixiao Palace? Did that mean Master Hongjun was here? Feng Xuan looked up to find Hongjun indeed seated upon a high dais. Gazing at him with an inscrutable expression, I have come to seek guidance on an important matter. Master, Feng Xuan bowed in respect, refraining from speculating about his master's gaze. That was beyond his comprehension, nor was it his place to ponder. With his current strength and status, he was not worthy. Feng Xuan approached with a clear mind, solely seeking knowledge. Unbeknownst to him, Hongjun was so astounded that he could scarcely find words. Since their last meeting in Zhixiao Palace, his disciple had merely been in the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet, in just a few 100,000 years, he had remarkably broken through to the early stage of quasi-saint. Although it is not the path of the three corpses that he recommended, with the blessings of the great Tao and such profound understanding. The method of proving the Tao through strength may indeed be feasible. His extraordinary talents are truly rare in the world. With such a disciple in the Xianmen, prosperity is assured. A smile gradually appeared on Hongjun's face, growing ever more vibrant, resembling a splendid chrysanthemum. Rise, what matters do you wish to discuss? With a wave of his hand, he helped the bowing Feng Xuan to his feet, allowing him to sit steadily upon the cushion. The more he observed this disciple, the more satisfied he became, to the point where thoughts of directly promoting him to a formal disciple crossed his mind. What might the three purities teach? Why not let him take the lead? However, that was merely a fleeting thought. He was already too occupied to instruct disciples. May I inquire, Master Ancestor, what is the essence of the heavenly Tao? Feng Xuan boldly posed his question, eschewing any hesitation, for it was not his style to dawdle. Facing an existence such as his Master Ancestor, one must be direct and resolute. Hongjun observed the eager glint in Feng Xuan's eyes, and a sense of perplexity arose within him. Why was he asking this? What prompted such a question? Feng Xuan promptly retrieved the star seal and the chart of the heavenly stars from the Shumi space. The moment these artifacts were revealed, Hongjun's expression shifted dramatically, and he began to calculate in his mind. This time, he did not focus on Feng Xuan's fate, but rather on the grand tapestry of heaven and earth. Upon discovering that not only had Feng Xuan acquired these two spiritual treasures, but he had also obtained the star essence wheel from an unknown source and forged a bond with two lunar goddesses, Hongjun felt as though the world was spinning around him. Everything seemed to be in disarray. Although he had attained unity with the Tao, he was not omniscient. After failing to divine Feng Xuan's destiny, he had ceased to monitor his actions. The development of the Honghuang world appeared to be proceeding along the most favorable trajectory. Who would have thought? Who would have anticipated that his disciple would deliver such a stunning revelation right from the outset? The demon court was now devoid of the support of the lunar stars. The great array of the heavenly stars was absolutely no match for the 12 divine killers of the Duhua. The balance of power in the catastrophe had been disrupted. A grave miscalculation. Yet, this also indicated that his disciple was indeed extraordinary, seemingly aware of the larger trends at play in the world. The My disciple has countless plans for the future, but I do not comprehend the essence of the heavenly Tao. Please enlighten me, Master Ancestor. Feng Xuan pressed on. Alas, it has come to this. All I can do is observe what my disciple intends to undertake. The essence of the heavenly Tao is singular, to render the Honghuang world more stable and robust. Hongjun replied calmly, awaiting Feng Xuan's response. That moment, Feng Xuan's mind was awash with thoughts. If the essence of the heavenly Tao is indeed to strengthen the Honghuang world, does that not imply that the prevailing trends are all aimed at enhancing the Honghuang realm? Yet why does it seem that the Honghuang world is growing weaker? At least that was his prior understanding. The more he pondered, the greater his confusion became. Nevertheless, he resolved to first weave his words according to the essence of the heavenly Tao, leaving his subsequent doubts for later contemplation. Master Ancestor, I possess a method to strengthen the Honghuang world, at least in a manner superior to the current trends, Feng Xuan declared with fervor and confidence. Indeed, this disciple of his seemed to have acquired knowledge of the future trajectory of the Honghuang realm, which explained the premature intervention of the lunar goddesses. By the heavens, it must be that old rascal Yang Mei's doing. How infuriating! Damn that Yang Mei. Hongjun noted this newfound resentment towards Yang Mei in his heart. However, he was now curious to observe what his disciple would devise. What plans do you have? Pray, share them with me. Instead of answering, Feng Xuan first leaned closer to Hongjun and whispered, Master Ancestor, can you make decisions? If I proceed, will the heavenly Tao, Upon hearing this, Hongjun nearly burst into laughter. He was well aware that Feng Xuan understood his unity with the Tao, yet still dared to discuss the heavenly Tao in his presence. Did he think that lowering his voice would make a difference? Suddenly, he felt that his disciple was rather naive. That I can make decisions. Do speak. Encouraged by his master ancestor's words, Feng Xuan felt relieved and prepared to begin his persuasion. Master ancestor, I have resolved to establish the Xianmen Heavenly Court, based on the principles of the heavenly stars, to bestow titles upon the disciples of the Xianmen. I shall be the heavenly emperor, governing the vastness of the Honghuang realm, stabilizing it, and fostering its harmonious development. Feng Xuan articulated his ambitious plan in one breath, eagerly awaiting Hongjun's response. At that moment, Hongjun was entirely absorbed in his disciple's scheme. The Xianmen Heavenly Court, he had long contemplated such an idea, yet the protagonists of the current calamity were the witch and demon clans. During this catastrophe, he could not intervene excessively, so he had set the idea aside. However, his disciple's words had illuminated a path for him that he could not intervene, but Feng Xuan could. In the midst of a catastrophe, anyone could face the risk of downfall, but not Feng Xuan. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Yet, he could not make a decisive judgment just yet. He required some accomplishments to support his decision. That I can grant you my approval. However, not at this moment. I shall give you 3 yuan hui of time, as long as you achieve something comparable to the creation of the demon texts. I shall endorse your plan. Very well, Master Ancestor. I shall await your approval, Feng Xuan exclaimed with immense excitement, bowing deeply before hastily exiting the Zixiao Palace. Something comparable to the creation of the demon texts? That should be easily achievable. Upon leaving the Zixiao Palace, Feng Xuan contemplated what actions he could take to satisfy his master ancestor's requirements. Many endeavors could indeed parallel the creation of the demon texts, but most were centered on the human race. In this current period, there were not many opportunities for intervention. Expanding the world to broaden the Honghuang realm could count as one. However, given his current lack of saintly power, he could not create any significant world. His contributions to heaven and earth would be minuscule, yielding scant merit. Another possibility would be to refine the heavens and restore the earth's veins. Yet, in comparison to the demon texts, he would need to completely restore at least a quarter of the Western Earth's veins. This was a task only achievable by saints or the likes of Xinyuanzi. Without the Earth Book, he could not accomplish it. Thus, the options available to him were limited to a few. One option involved sealing the oceanic rifts. These rifts conceal boundless malevolent energies, and should they erupt, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, to rectify the dragon and phoenix tribulations, the heavenly Tao commanded the dragon clan to permanently seal these oceanic rifts to atone for their transgressions. Yet, the dragon clan lacked merit and could only rely on their formidable strength and lives to fill the rifts. However, this would merely be a drop in the bucket. Eventually, the rifts would be exhausted. Unlike them, he possessed the merit of the golden body, and with the jade purity refining method, he could forge the sea god needle, which could effectively suppress the oceanic rifts. Based on the feats of future masters, it would be feasible to maintain this suppression for several yuan hui. The second option involved establishing the natural laws of heaven and earth, specifically the order of time. Currently, the Honghuang realm is graced with sun, moon, and stars, yet it lacks regulation. In other words, there is no regulation whatsoever. The sun and moon rise together, devoid of the alternation of day and night. Without this alternation, there can be no concept of time. There is no rising of the sun or setting of the moon, thus no distinction of seasons. Time is crucial for the development of the Honghuang realm. With time comes the limitation of lifespan. The Honghuang realm is no longer a place where new beings are born without the old perishing, but as the population base swells, the total number of beings expands rapidly. Primordial deities and beings are engrossed in their cultivation, and few form partnerships, let alone producing offspring. Such occurrences are nearly negligible. However, the lower-tier demon clans differ. Lacking lifespan limitations, the entertainment facilities of the Honghuang realm are scarce. Some demon clans, uninterested in the great Tao, can only engage in procreation. Furthermore, some demon clans give birth to multiple offspring at once. The number of beings born every second is staggering, leading to a terrifying consumption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While the current Honghuang realm can bear this burden, what of the future? The pace of population growth will inevitably surpass that of the world's expansion. At such a juncture, where will we turn? It is likely that the Tao of Heaven has also discerned this phenomenon, and the ominous plans for the extermination of sentient beings during the calamity of the Lich cannot be dismissed. Aside from direct slaughter, the swiftest means to eradicate life is through warfare, especially in a conflict of this supreme realm. With a mere chime of the Tai Chaos Bell and a fleeting glance from the primordial deity Pangu, accompanied by a single breath or a fist, countless lives can be extinguished. Truly, a formidable machine of annihilation. The establishment of a temporal plan appears to be genuinely feasible. It would be advantageous for the stable development of the world and could foster biodiversity. A myriad of benefits with no drawbacks. A brilliant stratagem. Indeed, it is worthy of him. Ding! The system detects that the host is about to undertake a matter of significance on par with mythical texts, and prompts the host to make the following choices. Point 1. The eye of the S.A.T.O. suppress the endless depths with the golden body of virtue for eons. This act surpasses even mythical texts. Reward. The postnatal spiritual treasure, the Rui Jingu Bang. Point 2. Establish the timeline. The importance of time to a world needs no elaboration. Undertaking this task will ensure that even Hongjun will serve you tea. And should you slap the Tao of Heaven, it will still regard you favorably. Reward. The temporal roulette. Just as he contemplated, the system appeared, a timely offering like a pillow for a sleepy head. However, what on earth is this option 1? The Rui Jingu Bang of postnatal merit? He distinctly remembers it being the Rui Jingu Bang of postnatal virtue. The mystery is resolved. The system still requires him to expend his own merits. Feng Xuan. I have a phrase that might be best left unsaid. System. I choose option 2. Selection confirmed. Now he must contemplate how to execute this process. The establishment of the timeline hinges critically on the Sun Star and the Moon Star. The Moon Star has essentially become indistinguishable from his home, as the two lunar goddesses are now his partners. He is free to come and go as he pleases. The key lies with the Sun Star. Although he possesses the Zhou Tian star chart to harness the essence of the stars for his use, the current Sun Star is under the dominion of Dijuan and Tai. The Sun essence will remain in their possession, which is bound to interfere with his plans. The IT is essential to negotiate. If negotiations fail, what harm would there be in causing another stir at the Golden Crow Palace? The monster court has already become mortal enemies with the Witch clan. Do they still dare to exacerbate tensions with his lineage? Dijuan, you surely do not wish to see the court you founded face obliteration. Without hesitation, Feng Xuan traversed the chaos and arrived at the Moon Star. He intended to inform his two ladies of his plans. Even as spouses, such a monumental endeavor to alter the trajectory of celestial bodies and bestow them with new responsibilities must be communicated in advance. One cannot act unilaterally. Moreover, it has been quite some time since he last saw his two wives, and his heart felt a twinge of longing. Upon entering the Moon Star, it remained as serene and cold as ever. With only a few Moon Star-produced jade hairs frolicking beneath the laurel tree, one of the 10 most exquisite innate spiritual roots. Observing this, Feng Xuan felt a surge of desire. It had been too long since he savored spicy rabbit heads. My lord, you have come. At this moment, 2 exquisite figures emerged gracefully from the Moon Palace. Landing before Feng Xuan, they extended their delicate hands, beckoning him to enter the palace. Along the way, she had glanced at the place Feng Xuan had previously shown interest in and asked curiously, My lord, is there something special about the moon jade hairs? No, nothing special, just exceptionally adorable. Upon entering the Moon Palace, the interior retained the same appearance as when he first visited. The 3 of them sat closely together. My lord, let us show you the fruits of our labor during this time. With that, Shiha and Changshi revealed their auras. Mid-stage pre-saint. Simultaneously, 4 figures emerged from their bodies, representing their virtuous and malevolent forms. Beholding this diverse and vibrant scene before him, Feng Xuan could not help but swallow hard. Who could withstand such a sight? If Shiha and Changshi's true forms embodied a primal essence, then their virtuous forms were sweet and innocent, while their malevolent forms resembled rebellious girls, little rascals, little devils. Oh my goodness, that I can hardly imagine how joyful the future may be. My ladies, what is this? Hee, of course, it is to give you a bit of motivation. Hurry and cultivate, then achieve the status of the sun god, and we can marry. Shiha smiled radiantly, recalling the virtuous and malevolent forms as Feng Xuan looked on with longing. My lord, just think about it. You have not visited us for so long. Having finally calmed his emotions, Feng Xuan regarded the two women seriously and said, "My ladies, I have come to discuss an important matter concerning the Honghuang world. My lord, you may speak. We sisters shall certainly assist you." She has beautiful eyes fixed intently on Feng Xuan's solemn expression. She understood that her lord's seriousness indicated the gravity of the matter at hand. As partners, his concerns were theirs to share, and they would undoubtedly lend their full support. Feng Xuan took a deep breath and slowly began to recount the establishment of the timeline. As he spoke, the focus in the eyes of the two women intensified, and their expressions grew grave. Despite their usual reticence and somewhat reclusive nature, as pre-saint powerhouses and rulers of the moon, they were not ignorant of the various affairs of the Honghuang world. Particularly for a matter as crucial as the establishment of the timeline, with just a little guidance, they could immediately comprehend its vast implications. Once again, this was a matter on par with mythical texts. No, it was a matter far exceeding mythical texts. The two women understood that if this endeavor succeeded, their lord would undoubtedly become the greatest benefactor of the entire Honghuang world from this point forward. No one would be able to threaten their beloved lord. Moreover, they themselves could seize this opportunity to gain substantial merits, greatly benefiting their cultivation. My lord, you are truly remarkable, Xia could not help but softly exclaim. A radiant smile gracing her face. Before her words had fully settled, she unexpectedly leaned forward, lightly kissing Feng Xuan's cheek, leaving a faint blush of rouge. Observing this, Changxi, encouraged by her sister, mimicked the action, placing a quick kiss on the opposite cheek and playfully saying, "This is a reward for you, my lord." After this episode, both women's earlobes flushed with a rosy hue. It was their first time engaging in such bold behavior. However, Feng Xuan was rather greedy. I am still not satisfied." Feng Xuan pulled the two women, and their graceful forms settled onto his lap. Their alluring figures nestled against him, warm and fragrant. The three of them reveled in this intimate connection, hearts drawing ever closer. Time flowed like water, the Honghuang world indifferent to years to century passed, and the three of them enjoyed a blissful existence together. Eventually, Feng Xuan prepared to depart. Delay was no longer an option. The elite forces of the monster court had suffered casualties in the previous clash with the Witch Clan. Recovery would not occur in just a century. Seizing the opportunity while they were weak was imperative, and now was the perfect moment. Even if he had to force Dejuan, what of it? Feng Xuan piloted the resplendent nine-dragon agarwood carriage to the outskirts of the Sun Star. The monster god stationed outside caught sight of the magnificent carriage and rushed towards the Golden Crow Palace, scrambling to report, "Feng Xuan has arrived at the Sun Star in his nine-dragon agarwood carriage." Upon hearing this, Dejuan and Tai, who had been recuperating with their eyes closed, abruptly opened their eyes, a sense of foreboding rising within them. What was Feng Xuan doing at the Sun Star at this moment? Did he intend to take advantage of their weakness to oppress them? "Are you certain?" Dejuan inquired, the majesty of his presence evident even in his inquiry. "Without a doubt, it is the nine-dragon agarwood carriage." The nameless demon god responded. He understood all too well that it was he who had intercepted Feng Xuan at the first banquet. During that gathering, he had sat at the edge of the grand hall, witnessing with his own eyes the demon emperor being brutally beaten, while the fates of the 10 demon saints remained uncertain. He dared not forget, nor could he. "Brother, if it is indeed true, then let him come forth. The Tao ancestor has proclaimed that demons govern the heavens, solidifying our current status. He would not dare defy the Tao ancestor's command. Besides, with my strength, I am confident I can subdue him without causing harm." The three pure ones would have no justification to intervene. Tai glanced at his troubled elder brother and said with utmost conviction. Dejuan pondered for a moment before inquiring with concern, "Are your injuries manageable?" Each blow from the ancestral witches contained their own grand principles. The TOB struck by them would allow these principles to invade the body, disrupting the flow of magical energy and inflicting devastating damage. Otherwise, their wounds would have healed long ago. They had spent all this time erasing the principles that had entered their bodies. After all, they had suffered the worst of the beatings. "It's nothing, brother, rest assured. I still have confidence in subduing the likes of Feng Xuan." "That is good to hear," Dejuan replied, and then commanded the demon gods below, "Let him in." The demon god, taken aback, exclaimed, "What a shocking turn of events. Did the demon emperor think he could stop him? He didn't dare to even try. No need for that. Esteemed friends, I have already arrived. came a voice from beyond the Grand Hall as Feng Xuan strolled into the Golden Crow Hall with an air of nonchalance, gazing up at the two above with neither humility nor arrogance. Though Dijun felt a twinge of annoyance at Feng Xuan's uninvited entrance, he needed to ascertain the purpose of this visit. What business did the visitor have? What business? Feng Xuan began. For the world of Hongwang, for all living beings, I have come to discuss a matter of great importance with you both. Dijun remained perplexed. What matter? I wish to borrow the authority to govern the orbit of the Sun Star, and upon its successful completion, I would share a portion of the merits with you both, Feng Xuan stated calmly, omitting any mention of the temporal affairs. Absolutely not. Dijun responded without a moment's hesitation. The authority over the Sun Star was fundamental to their brotherhood. Even the mere governance of its orbit was beyond their reach. If Feng Xuan were to gain such power, it could lead to unforeseen consequences, such as altering the Sun Star's trajectory and colliding with other celestial bodies. What if I insisted on borrowing it? Feng Xuan pressed on. Then you shall contend with me that if you win, we shall lend it to you. If you lose, you must depart. Tai stepped forward, his golden eyes fixed on Feng Xuan, brimming with the desire for battle. He craved a fight to vent his frustrations. I refuse to engage in combat with you. Feng Xuan dismissed Tai Yi's challenge. He had no intention of lifting a finger, for he was merely here to fulfill the Tao ancestors' wishes regarding the governance of the Sun Star. I kindly ask you both to refrain from obstructing my path. With that, Feng Xuan produced a jade talisman, a token bestowed upon him by his master upon his departure from the Zhixiao Palace, signifying his authorization. With this talisman in hand, the beings of Hongwang would surely give him the respect due to the Tao ancestor. Upon hearing the name of the Tao ancestor and seeing the jade talisman that represented his authorization, Dijun and Tai Yi's expressions shifted, though they quickly regained their composure. What of the Tao ancestor? Can he dictate the authority of the Sun Star? The fact remains that we are the masters of the Sun Star. An unalterable truth. Even the Tao ancestor's presence would not change this. While the Tao ancestor is deserving of our respect, the authority over the Sun Star is fundamental to our demon court. And I cannot acquiesce to your request. Dijun reiterated his refusal, sighing. Feng Xuan anticipated such an outcome. In that case, do not blame me for resorting to my trump card. I implore you to vacate my Sun Star. Feng Xuan proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the Grand Hall. Dijun, Tai Yi, Kunlun, Fushi, and the 10 demon saints were all taken aback. What audacity! Did he believe the Sun Star belonged to him? Have you lost your mind? The Sun Star has always belonged to us. This is a truth known to all beings of Hongwang. Why do you speak such outrageous claims? Dijun laughed heartily, incredulous that someone would dare to claim the Sun Star as his own in the presence of the Golden Crow. Call upon the essence of the Sun Star and see if it responds to you. Feng Xuan remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. Laugh? You shall soon find reason to weep. Very well. Let me show you what it means to be the master of the Sun Star. Dijun, having mocked Feng Xuan, began to channel the celestial power of the Sun Star. His body radiated with the brilliance of the sun, illuminating the Golden Crow Hall with a dazzling golden light, nearly blinding the eyes of the demon maidens and guards below. A tremendous force of celestial energy surged from the depths of the earth in response to Dijun's call. That moment, Dijun gazed at Feng Xuan with pride, confident that the essence of the Sun Star would soon be bestowed upon him. What would Feng Xuan have to say then? Would he still dare to claim it as his own? How laughable! Dijun was on the verge of delivering a crushing blow to Feng Xuan's pride. Observing Dijun's smug expression, Feng Xuan remained indifferent. He subtly invoked the power of the celestial star chart, commanding the Sun Star to heed his will. The essence of the stars must not manifest without command. This command was issued. The essence of the Sun Star, which had just responded to Dijun's call, immediately retreated, no longer heeding his summons. Dijun, Tai Yi, Fushi, Kunlun, and the 10 demon saints below. What is happening? Dijun's expression darkened as he, unconvinced, once again summoned the essence of the stars with his own power. The brilliance of the sun intensified, further highlighting his grim countenance. After a brief pause, he still received no response. The essence of the stars simply ignored him at this moment. Tai Yi sensed something amiss and quickly joined in, calling upon the essence of the stars alongside his brother Dijun. Yet, despite their combined efforts to summon the familiar essence, they received no answer. It was as if they had been forsaken by the Sun Star. How is it that you cannot summon the essence of the stars, yet dare to claim the sun star as your own? Feng Xuan seized the opportunity to stab at their hearts. Jun shouted in anger, if we cannot summon it, can you? Feng Xuan seized upon this statement. Of course I can. After all, I have declared this to be my sun star. No sooner had he spoken than the previously dormant essence of the sun star erupted forth like a volcano. Responding to Feng Xuan's call with reckless abandon, the entire sun star trembled as if welcoming its true master. This is impossible. Jun and Tai stumbled, nearly falling over. They could hardly believe their eyes. The essence of the sun star was responding to Feng Xuan's summons, yielding to his command. How could they accept this? The illustrious golden crow could not summon the essence of the stars. Yet an outsider could. Would this not be a source of ridicule for all beings? Could it be that the sun star truly belonged to him? Were they merely interlopers? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The sun star was theirs. And that was a fact that no one could change. Seeing the bewilderment on the faces of those below, Jun realized he had to act swiftly, lest the sun star truly change hands. Humph, a mere trick, and you dare to flaunt it. So it was you who orchestrated this. Jun raised his hand, unleashing a blazing sunfire, intent on interrupting Feng Xuan's manipulation of the essence of the stars. He must not be allowed to succeed, even if it meant a futile effort, but Feng Xuan would not allow him to have his way. Just as the sunfire was about to reach him, a pure and serene aura manifested within the Grand Hall. It was the 12-petal pure world lotus that Feng Xuan possessed, seated upon its lotus platform, impervious to harm that a mere sunfire could not breach its defenses. Seeing this, Jun immediately commanded the 10 demon saints to take action. The 10 demon saints exchanged glances, uncertain. Who will go? The dome of the Golden Crow Great Hall has just been repaired. Who can ascertain its sturdiness and durability? Might a mysterious yellow banner suddenly emerge? Esteemed colleagues, the command of the Demon Emperor is not to be defied. We must act swiftly. Ing Zhao, filled with trepidation, remarked that obedience to orders is paramount for a subordinate. The other 9, witnessing this, hesitated no longer and channeled their powers to strike at Feng Xuan at that moment, amidst the intertwining laws of the great Tao and a cacophony of light and shadow. Baizhe gradually retreated behind the other demon saints. From both historical and rational perspectives, he could not intervene. Thus, he could only feign a display of power. Indeed, just as the attacks from the 9 demon saints were about to land, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously inert saintly jade talisman suddenly soared above Feng Xuan's head. In an instant, the talisman erupted with an unparalleled brilliance, akin to a resplendent sun illuminating the heavens. An infinite radiance of celestial essence surged forth, forming a colossal beam of light that pierced through the firmament. The terrifying energy contained within this heavenly beam was beyond imagination, as if a saint had descended. The 9 demon saints were utterly unprepared for such overwhelming force, and in an instant, they were sent hurtling away by the powerful shockwave. They resembled kites severed from their strings, hurtling at great speed towards the solid wall forged from gold, jade, and glazed tiles. With a resounding thud, the 9 demon saints were deeply embedded within the wall, their fates uncertain. The newly repaired dome of the hall was also breached, creating an even larger gaping hole. Observing this, Baizhe, under Fuxi's incredulous gaze, forcibly reversed his magical energy, causing his blood to surge, and pretended to collapse in a feigned faint. Before losing consciousness, Baizhe felt a sense of relief, grateful for his cunning. Otherwise, it would have been he who was embedded in the wall, facing an unknown fate. That he scoffed. Have you not learned your lesson? To utilize numbers against fewer foes. Do you not consider who stands behind me? Feng Xuan cast a disdainful glance at Jun and Tai. He had previously showcased the saintly jade talisman to them. He represented the saints in seeking progress for the Honghuang world. Should you disregard the saints' dignity, then the saints would have no choice but to intervene personally to uphold their honored. In the face of this scene, Jun and Tai felt a profound sorrow. Twice now, they had been bullied by Feng Xuan, an entity they could not afford to provoke. Would they forever be unable to escape Feng Xuan's shadow? At this moment, the power of the Sun Star was fully mobilized, and under the enhancement of celestial power, Feng Xuan's strength surged to rival that of a peak quasi-saint. The oppressive force emanating from him was akin to a chasm opening up, instilling fear in all present. Now, Do the Lords of the Sun Star have any objections? Feng Xuan's divine eyes opened and closed, unleashing boundless solar divine light. While his dark hair was dyed a golden hue by the essence of the stars, the originally simple and elegant robe transformed, revealing magnificent golden patterns, speckled with golden sparkles. Coupled with his already handsome features, he resembled the very embodiment of the sun god. Gazing upwards at the imposing Feng Xuan, Dejuan and Tai were engulfed by a sense of powerlessness. How could they possibly fight back? Above them was the saintly jade talisman, and below them stood the unfathomable Feng Xuan. Even Tai, despite his pride, felt incapable of seeking battle at this juncture. Reluctantly, they uttered the humiliating words that would haunt them for a lifetime. No objections. That is more like it. Why didn't you say so earlier? He began to discuss earnestly, and since they did not agree, he had no choice but to resort to coercive measures. Indeed, force proved effective. He would not share any merits with them now. I, Feng Xuan, am not an unreasonable person. The Tao ancestor stated, demons govern the heavens. Since the demon court has been established on my sun star, I will not expel you. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Henceforth, the demon court shall pay me rent for each celestial gathering that I ask for what to offer. I will not impose. You may decide what is befitting of your status within the demon court. Feng Xuan retracted the essence of the sun star and returned to his usual demeanor. Yet no one present dared to harbor animosity towards him, at least not within the sun star. Dejuan felt a twinge of surprise. They would not be expelled from the sun star. Paying rent annually was not an insurmountable burden. After all, the sun star was of paramount importance to their demon court, being the most suitable environment for their cultivation and one of the crucial focal points of the great constellation array. Losing the sun star was not an option for them. It seemed they had to express gratitude to Feng Xuan. Contemplating this, Dejuan and Tai were once again filled with sorrow. What a predicament! What was once their home had now turned into another's territory. They were to cheerfully pay rent and express their gratitude. How tragic! Then allow me to express my heartfelt thanks to you, fellow Taoist Feng Xuan, for your great kindness. Dejuan managed to utter with difficulty that in response. Feng Xuan did not pursue the matter further. Perhaps he had indeed been a bit overbearing. But what of it? The paths diverged, and they would not conspire together. That he wielded the star seal and the great star map. It was his rightful duty to be the lord of the stars. He was merely safeguarding his own interests. With that said, I shall take my leave. That I hope you two fellows will not interfere with my subsequent matters. Feng Xuan declared with a hearty voice before stepping forth and soaring out through the gaping hole in the dome, leaving the members of the demon court exchanging glances. Finally, we managed to send away this calamity. You all quickly restrain the demon saints and take them down to recuperate properly. Dejuan ordered to stabilize the situation and manage the aftermath. He then slumped onto his throne. The path to supremacy was indeed fraught with misfortune and numerous hardships. He felt he could hardly endure any longer. He longed to return to the time of his birth, living carefree with his brother on the sun star. How blissful those days had been! Unlike now, being battered by the witch clan and bullied by Feng Xuan. This was not the life he had envisioned. Leaving the sun star, Feng Xuan had completed the most critical step in establishing the timeline. What remained was to coordinate the celestial bodies and arrange reasonable trajectories for their movements. This too was a task that would consume considerable energy. Alas, he needed to be more astute. Feng Xuan did not return to Kunlun Mountain, but instead made his way directly to Ziwei Star, now that he had attained a profound understanding of the essence of the heavenly Tao. He no longer felt the need to conceal his identity, especially with his ancestral master providing protection. Summoning the starry divine palace, he restored it to its rightful position, utilizing the chart of celestial bodies. Feng Xuan devised a strategy for the movement of the stars, crafting a rational trajectory for their courses, drawing upon his past life's knowledge of the heavenly stems and earthly branches, as well as the division of time. He meticulously adapted this understanding in accordance with the circumstances of the primordial world. After countless millennia of effort, he finally established a temporal sequence suitable for the current state of the primordial realm, still based on the heavenly stems and earthly branches. The 12-time divisions, the seasons, and the 24 solar terms, yet now harmonized with the temporal flow of the primordial world. In summary, 1 year in his past life corresponded to a single day in the primordial realm, aligning perfectly with its present conditions. After all, if one were to measure time by a true day, Even ordinary Xian immortals would merely perceive the dawn and dusk, feeling as if a day had passed without having accomplished anything, which was utterly unreasonable. Thus, he decreed that 1 year in the future would equate to 1 day in the current timeline of the primordial world, conforming to the world's environment and the will of its inhabitants, logical and just. Upon detecting that the host had completed the comprehensive temporal planning, the time wheel was dispatched. The voice of the system captured Feng Xuan's attention as he retrieved the reward of the time wheel. In an instant, he comprehended its true essence. It was yet another innate treasure framework. Once the temporal sequence was complete and stable, it would elevate to a fully realized innate treasure, one that represented the very concept of time, surpassing even the chaos clock in its temporal prowess. Given that the time wheel specialized in the manipulation of time itself, filled with elation, Feng Xuan infused his thoughts into the time wheel. It underwent a tremendous transformation, with the previously vague surface becoming clear, differentiating into several distinct dials that recorded the heavenly stems, earthly branches, 12 time divisions, seasons, and 24 solar terms. Once the temporal matters were established, he merely needed to gently turn the wheel, allowing him to adjust and alter the sequence at will. However, such control was not without its costs. Should he recklessly reverse time or disrupt the temporal order, even as the master of time, he would likely face tremendous peril. He could only manipulate it within certain limits, unless he transcended the entire primordial world or became an entity of equal standing. With everything in place, it was time for him to proclaim his intentions to the heavenly Tao. Feng Xuan straightened his robes and prepared himself adequately. Exiting the starry divine palace, he conjured a magnificent tabletop with his magical prowess and placed the time wheel upon it. Bowing deeply towards the heavens, he proclaimed, "Heavenly Tao, I beseech you. I, Feng Xuan, observe the chaotic temporal state of the primordial world, where time is muddled and no clear or useful method of measurement exists, leading the beings to live in ignorance. Such a situation is detrimental to the development of the world and the rational propagation of life. Therefore, I have created the primordial calendar, established a temporal sequence, and clarified the laws of time, allowing for order in the world and enabling all beings to live in harmony. May the heavenly Tao take heed." As his words echoed, the heavenly Tao responded, bestowing upon him insights into the temporal laws inscribed on the time wheel. Whether it was Feng Xuan's imagination or not, he sensed a momentary pause from the heavenly Tao upon its contact with the temporal laws. Was it startled, or perhaps overwhelmed with joy? With a resonant hum, the heavenly Tao comprehended the laws inscribed on the time wheel, but a magnificent will manifested, celebrating this historic moment while generously bestowing merits. The entire cosmos was suffused with the merits of the heavenly Tao, far exceeding the merits granted during the birth of the demon script. If a comparison were to be made, it would be 100-fold. The myriad beings were astounded. Countless powerful entities in the primordial realm were left in shock. Who was this individual's subordinate, and why was he so formidable? Such an abundance of heavenly Tao merits. Was he perhaps the favored son of the heavenly Tao? Surely, with such merits, he was destined to achieve sainthood. Soon, the inhabitants of the primordial world understood the source of this phenomenon. The heavenly Tao broadcasting station had aired Feng Xuan's establishment of the temporal sequence throughout the realm. Upon seeing the figure on the illuminated screen, the beings were taken aback. Wasn't this person somewhat familiar? Wasn't he the one who created the demon script? Goodness, am I not seeing clearly? Is that an immense amount of heavenly Tao merits filling the cosmos? Nuwa lay upon a bed woven from vines and grass, her graceful figure accentuated by a flowing scarlet gown. With her delicate, fair hands supporting her chin, she gazed at the handsome figure on the screen with a smile in her eyes. Beside her were several clay figurines, some poorly crafted, others exquisitely lifelike. Most notably were 2 figurines molded from the essence of the 9 heavens, representing miniature versions of herself and Feng Xuan, surrounded by a faint aura of creation, indicating the care she had taken in crafting them. In the purple cloud palace, Hong Jun sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes wide with astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He was aware of Feng Xuan's proclamation to the heavenly Tao and had explored the achievements alongside the heavenly Tao. The moment he beheld the results, he was astounded. Initially, he had only hoped for his disciple to undertake an endeavor comparable to the creation of the demon script, after which he would facilitate the affairs of the Xianmen heaven. He never anticipated that this capable disciple would accomplish such a monumental feat. Truly unbelievable. Perhaps he should consider passing on his leadership of the Xianmin to him, along with the mantle of the heavenly Tao's agent. It seemed that the primordial world would have a brighter future under the guidance of his disciple. He could thoroughly retire to seek vengeance against that old rogue Yang Mei. After much contemplation, Hong Jun ultimately decided to temporarily set aside this notion that he resolved to wait until his disciple established the Xianmin heavenly court and governed the realms for a while before reassessing the situation. Now, let me observe the choice you will make. Will you opt for direct merit and sanctification, or will you remain true to your original intentions? At this moment, Feng Xuan gazed upon the heavenly merit filling the starry sky. Somewhat astonished yet not entirely surprised, he pondered extensively and was taken aback by the sheer volume available. It seemed he could achieve sanctification through merit directly. However, he had no intention of pursuing the path of merit. Or rather, he had never considered it as an option that a true man must tread the path of ultimate strength, achieving the highest realm and ascending to the pinnacle of existence, especially for someone like him, who possesses a powerful backing. There was no need to worry about being oppressed due to insufficient strength. With more choices at his disposal, it was only natural to select the best one. Even the least favorable option would have someone to support him. After all, just as Feng Xuan was lost in thought, the distribution of merit commenced. The formidable will slice through the vast quantities of merit, dividing it into 4 portions. 2 portions soared towards the moon star, landing in the hands of the current moon star masters, Shi He and Chang. 2 portions transformed into countless golden orbs, merging into the essence of the celestial stars. This not only enhanced the power of the celestial stars, but also, in a sense, augmented Feng Xuan's strength as the master of this star. 2 portions merged into the wheel of time, saturating each symbol upon its surface with the golden radiance of merit. The wheel of time thus became a treasure of merit. Once the authority of time was fully established, it would soon become either the first or second innate treasure of merit in the world. As for why it might not be the first, that was because he possessed another innate treasure, the One Dao Yuan Dian. Whether the One Dao Yuan Dian would transform into an innate treasure of merit first or the wheel of time would, he was uncertain. Ultimately, 4 portions of merit directly entered Feng Xuan's body, with 2 portions being rightfully his as the inventor and customizer of time. The remaining 2 portions naturally belonged to him as the current master of the Sun Star. Having acquired such a substantial amount of merit, Feng Xuan unhesitatingly invested it into his golden body of merit, allowing what was merely a nascent form to attain perfection. With a mere invocation of the primordial purple energy, he could stand as a saint without needing to cultivate to the peak of quasi-sainthood. Haha, why do I feel somewhat extravagant? If this were to fall into the hands of Ming He or Kuan Peng, they would undoubtedly achieve sanctification without a second thought. Feng Xuan mused as he stowed away his golden body of merit and prepared to report back to the Zixiao Palace. Now, surely, his master would not obstruct his establishment of the heavenly court, in the boundless chaos. With gusts of wind swirling, Feng Xuan effortlessly traversed to the exterior of the Zixiao Palace. Upon ascending the steps, he immediately noticed the palace doors wide open. It appeared his master had been awaiting him. He slowly stepped into the palace and settled onto his designated cushion, respectfully bowing towards the higher realms. The disciple has fulfilled the mission and achieved your requirements, master. Above, Hong Jun maintained an impassive demeanor, forcibly suppressing the upward curl of his lips. Very well, you have performed adequately regarding the matters of time. I grant you permission for the Xianmin Heavenly Court. This is the key to the heavenly realm, allowing you entry. Within, there are 3 treasures that will assist you on your path to becoming the Heavenly Emperor. All affairs of the Heavenly Court are to be managed by you. I shall not interfere. Now, you may leave. Unless absolutely necessary, let this calamity proceed, Hong Jun said blandly, gesturing for Feng Xuan to depart. If he lingered any longer, his composure would surely falter. Feng Xuan obeyed and exited, preparing to return to Kunlun. Just as he stepped out of the Zixiao Palace, the grand doors slammed shut behind him. No one could fathom that the illustrious Dao ancestor was now reclining on the ground, bursting into hearty laughter. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the hall, yet none could comprehend it. Ha! With such a disciple, my Xianmin shall thrive for eternity. Luo Ho, in the conflict between immortals and demons, you shall be the one to lose. At this moment, the Honghuang world underwent a tremendous transformation, following Feng Xuan's establishment of time and the regulation of seasons. Daylight and nightfall emerged upon the earth. The temperature and climate of the world ceased to be static, introducing the distinctions of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, this disruption inevitably encroached upon the interests of certain beings. Within the Pangu temple, aside from the Hutu, the remaining 11 ancestral witches were seated in a blood pool, cultivating. Suddenly, those ancestral witches linked to the laws of seasons and weather opened their eyes in confusion. Sensing a faint sense of threat, particularly the time ancestral witch, Zhu Jiuyin, who specialized in the laws of time, felt an overwhelming sense of peril the moment the order of time was established. He realized he must swiftly dismantle this order. Otherwise, it would obstruct his path to enlightenment. The ancestral witches, born of Pangu's divine blood and the turbulent qi of the world, inherently grasped one or more laws. Due to the unique nature of Pangu's blood, none could surpass them in their respective domains. Unless the environment of the Honghuang world was unsuitable, they could each attain the status of Hunyuan Daoyuo Jingxian, mastering the complete laws of the Tao. Yet now, there existed someone or something competing for dominion over these laws. Damn it. Let us march to Kunlun Mountain. We must eradicate Feng Xuan, Zhu Jiuyin declared darkly. His eyes blazing with fury that he could scarcely contain. The blood pool surged violently, the crimson liquid continuously crashing against its edges. To obstruct his path to the Tao was to be at odds with Feng Xuan. The other ancestral witches glanced at him. Although most sensed a modicum of threat, they paid little heed. The power of the seasons and weather within the order of time was still too weak, able only to alter the flow but not penetrate deeper. Lacking a significant sense of danger, they dismissed it. None heeded Zhu Jiuyin's words that in truth, aside from a shared fondness for Hutu, the ancestral witches were not particularly harmonious among themselves. They often looked askance at one another, vying for superiority. For instance, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, or Zhu Meng and Ru Shou. However, under the suppression of Di Jiang and the mediation of Hutu, they maintained a facade of harmony. Yet, it was merely superficial. Beneath the surface, they remained quite hostile. Thus, without involving their interests, none wished to aid another. Seeing no one respond, Zhu Jiuyin calmed himself that it seemed he would have to handle the dispute over the Tao alone. At this moment, Feng Xuan had returned to Kunlun Mountain and entered the Yushu Palace to pay his respects to his three masters. Disciple greets the masters. The three pure ones nodded in acknowledgement. And Tongtian, curious, inquired, Disciple has accumulated such merit. Surely you are on the verge of sanctification. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan recounted his choice of the path of strength to validate his Tao. The three pure ones were taken aback, but, after some contemplation, expressed their understanding. From their excellent disciple's actions and demeanor, it was evident he never undertook endeavors without assurance. Perhaps he truly could traverse this path that in that case, focus on your cultivation. As your masters, we cannot offer guidance on this path. You must explore it at your own pace. The three pure ones sighed, feeling a twinge of shame that they could not direct their disciple's path of cultivation. Feng Xuan felt deeply moved. The three pure ones treated him exceptionally well, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to providing him with the best, whether it be spiritual treasures or teachings. Having such masters was indeed a stroke of fortune. Masters need not feel guilty. I have chosen this path and am fully prepared, with firm conviction of success. Moreover, even if I do not succeed, I have masters to shield me, Feng Xuan earnestly assured them. He then recounted how Hong Jun had permitted him to establish the heavenly court. The three pure ones expressed their full support upon hearing this. He could select his own disciples, and they would follow his lead. Should any disputes arise with the Wu and Yao clans that he could not resolve, he need only call upon them, and they would surely avenge their disciple. Thank you, masters, Feng Xuan replied gratefully. Feng Xuan once again bowed in respect. The three pure ones, their eyes glimmering with mirth, lavished praise upon him. Subsequently, Feng Xuan exited the Jade Void Palace and returned to the Little Stone Peak. Alas, we cannot compare to our disciple, the elder sighed. Feng Xuan, with aspirations to prove his path through strength and stand alongside the Father God, while they lacked such audacity, he set foot on the Little Stone Peak. A petite and adorable figure, brimming with cuteness, dashed towards him like a joyous little bird in the blink of an eye. This diminutive figure had leapt into Feng Xuan's embrace. It was none other than Xiaobai. "Master, you have finally returned. Xiaobai was nearly dying from missing you," she exclaimed, clinging tightly to Feng Xuan's neck, behaving like a child seeking affection. Her delicate face, as rosy as a peach, was filled with longing for him. Feng Xuan smiled as he reached out to gently pinch Xiaobai's plump cheeks, his eyes filled with affection and curiosity. "Oh, just how much did you miss me?" Xiaobai blinked her large, sparkling eyes, tilting her head in contemplation before earnestly replying, "Well, I just really miss you. Super a lot." Due to Xiaobai's limited interactions with the outside world, her thoughts were exceptionally pure and innocent, akin to a sheet of untainted white paper. Furthermore, her restricted vocabulary made it difficult for her to articulate the tumultuous emotions swelling within her heart using elaborate language. Yet, it is precisely this most sincere and unadorned expression that serves as the finest response. Master misses you just as much," Feng Xuan teased as he playfully pinched her nose, prompting the little girl to shake her head adorably. "Brother Feng Xuan, you have returned." The three Xiaos arrived in unison, welcoming him. Feng Xuan responded with a smile, only to realize the current realms of his companions. Yun Xiao remained at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet her foundation was stable. And with several tens of thousands of years of cultivation, she could break into the next realm. Xiong Xiao was also at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, but her magical power appeared somewhat unstable, indicating she had just recently broken through during his absence. Bai Xiao, at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, though weaker in strength, clearly exhibited diligent cultivation. As for Xiaobai, she shared the same realm as Bai Xiao, suggesting she too had been earnestly practicing. "Well done, your powers have all improved significantly, deserving of praise," Feng Xuan commended, with a wave of his hand. Jars of Yaoting's celestial brew, rows of white jade gourds, and several inferior innate spirit treasures appeared before them. "These are rewards for you. Accept them." The four girls eagerly received the gifts. As Xiong Xiao curiously opened one of the white jade gourds, she peered inside and discovered pills radiating a purple glow. Instantly, she was taken aback. Turning anxiously towards Feng Xuan, her lovely face was filled with worry. "Brother, are these pills safe to consume? They won't have any strange side effects, will they?" Upon hearing this, the other girls paused their movements, all casting their gazes at Feng Xuan. Uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Feng Xuan awkwardly replied, "I don't know. I haven't had anyone test them yet. However, it should be fine, as I crafted them according to the Tai Ching alchemical principles. But the black pill you gave to Brother Duo Bao was also made using Tai Ching alchemical methods, and the result," Xiong Xiao whispered, her hand trembling as she held the white jade gourd. "Oh dear, if you're concerned, just have Duo Bao try them out. Besides, I'm only responsible for refining the pills. What comes of them is not my concern." After a bit of playful banter with the four girls, Feng Xuan began to contemplate the matters concerning the Heavenly Court. Establishing the Heavenly Court necessitated more than just himself as the Heavenly Emperor. He required a cadre of subordinates. Otherwise, it would merely be a hollow force. Since it was the Xianmen Heavenly Court, naturally, it should be staffed by disciples of the Xianmen. Ever since the teachings of Grandmaster Hongjun, the myriad beings of the primordial world were predominantly from the Xianmen. Even the Western teachings founded by the two Taoists, Jane and Zhundi, belonged to the Xianmen. It was not until the later establishment of Buddhism that they diverged from the Xianmen and opened their own sect. However, the current issue was that the 12 golden immortals under the second master were not fully assembled. Only Nanji and Huanglong were present. The third master had only a handful, including Duo Bao, Jin Ling, Wu Dang, and the three Xiaos. There weren't even 10 immortals to pay homage. Was it due to his presence that the masters had become complacent in seeking disciples, or was it too early? Perhaps they would have to wait until the three masters achieved sainthood before living beings would come seeking apprenticeships. Feng Xuan's mind raced, ultimately concluding that perhaps both reasons were valid. It appeared he needed to seek out disciples himself. He must traverse the vast primordial lands in search of his future brothers and sisters. Alas, if only there were a way for them to come seeking him instead, with the primordial realm so expansive. When would he find them? After deep contemplation, Feng Xuan produced the celestial key given to him by Grandmaster Hongjun and resolved to first explore the heavenly realm. Perhaps he could uncover that precious item. If it truly existed, finding his future disciples would be exceedingly effortless. With this thought, Feng Xuan summoned the 9 dragons Agarwood Palanquin and set forth towards the heavenly realm. At this juncture, He no longer cared to conceal his presence. Boldly traversing through the cosmos, who would dare to threaten him? And who could possibly succeed? Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed through the space as a massive, dark fist imbued with immense power emerged from below. Striking towards the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin, the winds howled, and the skies darkened. Clearly, the newcomer bore ill intentions. Feng Xuan, forewarned, executed a flawless drift to evade the colossal punch. Disembarking from the opulent palanquin, he unleashed a torrent of fury below. It mattered not if he were injured. If his luxurious vehicle were damaged, he would not let it go. You there, immediately cease the temporal flow, or do not blame me for being merciless. At that moment, a towering figure with a human head and dragon body, enshrouded in a fiery red hue, ascended from below. One eye was black and the other white, filled with boundless wrath. Upon seeing its full form, Feng Xuan's heart stirred with confusion. The ancestor of time, Zhu Jiuyin, why are you attacking me? Feng Xuan shouted in anger, brandishing the Hongming cosmic measuring ruler. If he could not discern the rationale behind this attack today, he would not hesitate to respond with force. Being ambushed upon stepping out of his abode, who could tolerate such an affront? You decree the flow of time and obstruct my path, and you dare to claim righteousness. Zhu Jiuyin roared, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble, the earth to quake. And what of it? Who decreed that only you are permitted to cultivate the laws of time and attain the Tao of time? Feng Xuan was nearly amused to the point of laughter. His establishment of the temporal decree was for his own benefit, but it also served the greater good for all beings in the primordial world. The heavenly Tao had not opposed it, nor had the myriad beings. Yet here you, an ancestor of the witch clan, dare to oppose it. You say I lack reason? Who in the primordial realm does not know that the witch clan is the most unreasonable? Moreover, in the struggle for the Tao, where is the concept of reason? Might makes right. I, an ancestor of the witch clan, was born from the divine blood of the Father God, the true lineage of Pangu. The sovereign of the primordial world. That my path is recognized by the Father God. What right do you, a mere outsider, have to question me? Zhu Jiuyin's aura surged, emanating the essence of Pangu's blood, a force that could dominate the heavens and the earth. This was the faith of the witch clan, the source of their confidence, the true lineage of Pangu, who could claim to be their superior. The true lineage of Pangu. The great Pangu transformed the heavens and the earth, and all beings are birthed from his flesh and blood. Every living creature is a descendant of Pangu. How dare you boast such claims? In other words, all beings in the world are your kin, your brothers and sisters. You, the witch clan, pride yourselves on being the true lineage of Pangu, yet slaughter the descendants of Pangu, your own kin. With such brutality and cruelty. In my opinion, the most disrespectful towards the great Pangu are your witch clan. Feng Xuan, with eloquence, has audaciously overturned the long-held beliefs of our ancestral witches. Simultaneously, he has demeaned the witch clan as the most irreverent towards Pangu. A primitive, brash youth dares to engage in discourse with one who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education amidst an explosion of information. Are you even worthy? Zhu Jiuyin was rendered speechless by such words. The witch clan has never contemplated this perspective. Could it be that they truly are the most disrespectful towards the Father God? Such silver-tongued rhetoric. We, the witch clan, are the most reverent towards the Father God in the world. And you have no right to judge. Regardless, today you must abolish the timeline. Otherwise, we shall engage in a battle. Zhu Jiuyin was perplexed, yet sensed something amiss. In his fury, he chose to disregard it, prioritizing the path instead. Look at you, agitated. Have I struck a nerve? Observing the impotent rage of Zhu Jiuyin, Feng Xuan continued to strike. Go die. Zhu Jiuyin, in anger, knew he could not win the argument. Thus resorted to violence. His eyes opened and closed. The laws of time surged around his colossal form, complemented by a formidable aura of blood. There was indeed a sense of oppression as his massive fist swung, shattering the space around him, aiming to obliterate Feng Xuan. In the face of such an assault, Feng Xuan remained unafraid. His physical form was not inferior to that of the ancestral witches. Moreover, the drop of Pangu's essence blood granted him the laws of strength. Among the 3,000 paths, strength reigns supreme. This is no mere saying. It is the truth forged by the great Pangu. Blood and energy swirled around Feng Xuan as he unleashed his full physical prowess for the first time. The mysterious purple divine patterns appearing on his forehead, he clashed fists directly with Zhu Jioyin. Boom! Their fists collided, and despite Feng Xuan's seemingly frail, he did not yield. Instead, the towering Zhu Jioyin was sent sprawling to the ground. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! How could you possibly defeat me in physical combat? The fallen Zhu Jioyin, feeling the dull ache in his fists, wore an expression of disbelief. How could there be someone whose physical strength surpasses his? This defies logic. It is merely that you have never encountered me before. Today, I shall enlighten you on the truth that beyond witches, there are witches, and beyond the heavens, there are heavens. Feng Xuan showed no mercy. His fists rained down like a tempest upon Zhu Jioyin, causing him to howl in agony. Don't wait for me to rise. I will make you pay. Zhu Jioyin's body convulsed, utterly incapable of resisting Feng Xuan. Yet he remained obstinate. Seeing this, Feng Xuan struck harder. Infused with the principles of strength, his fists battered Zhu Jioyin until he could no longer maintain his ancestral form, falling unconscious. Bah! I thought you were formidable. You crumble so easily. Feng Xuan landed beside the unconscious Zhu Jioyin, stretching his body with a series of crackling sounds. This was his first exhilarating battle. Utilizing all his physical prowess, that it felt rather satisfying to have felled an ancestral witch. Not too shabby. Hutu, my friend, have you been watching all this time? Will you not make your presence known? Feng Xuan slowly turned his head, casting his gaze towards the ground afar. Under his scrutiny, a figure gradually emerged from the earth, a woman of gentle demeanor and exquisite beauty. The Earth's ancestral witch, Hutu, she floated gracefully before Feng Xuan, slightly bowing in greeting, and said, Feng Xuan, my friend, indeed, this matter is rooted in the fault of my brother Zhu Jioyin. However, I implore you to consider that he is now unconscious and spare him this once. As she spoke, a profound expression of difficulty crossed Hutu's face. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan coldly rejected her plea. No, he dared to openly assault me, and it was evident he harbored murderous intent. Had I not possessed sufficient strength, I would have long since lost my life. Furthermore, if I were to falter, do you believe he would have easily let me go? Feng Xuan's voice was frigid and resolute, exuding an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Hutu felt a pang of regret. She lamented not having arrived sooner to prevent this conflict. Yet, at this juncture, she could only strive to salvage the situation. Taking a deep breath, Hutu spoke again. In that case, I am willing to offer you the opportunity to enter our blood pool for cultivation in exchange for your forgiveness of his transgressions. What say you? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes locked on Feng Xuan. Filled with determination, convinced that her proposal would sway him. After all, she had sensed that familiar and endearing feeling just moments prior. Feng Xuan replied, very well, take him back. This time, I shall show mercy, should there be a next time. Even an ancestral which shall not escape my wrath. Feng Xuan acquiesced that it was not that he harbored no grudges, but rather that the conditions she offered intrigued him. It is well known that ancestral witches cultivate within the blood pool of the Penga Temple. Utilizing the pool's unique properties, they can reach unparalleled heights in the wilderness. As for him, having assimilated a drop of Penga's essence blood, he was half an ancestral witch. Perhaps he could find an opportunity for a breakthrough within the blood pool. By the way, can you guarantee that when I enter the Penga Temple, your ancestral witches will not conspire to ambush me? Feng Xuan countered. The Penga Temple was the stronghold of the witch clan, and they were notoriously unreasonable. Opportunity and peril coexisted. He bore the blessings of the great Tao and a body of merit, yet the ancestral witches were rather obstinate. Who could predict whether they would act against him? Incited by the wrath of the heavenly path and the disdain of the great Tao, 2 or 3 might be manageable, but if 5 or 6, or even 7 or 8, he would not withstand it. Rest assured, they will not know of your entrance into the blood pool that I have always cultivated alone within the pool, just far enough to avoid them. Thus, at that time, only you and I will be in the blood pool. You need not worry. Do you not trust me? Hutu replied with a gentle smile, disarming Feng Xuan's wariness. After all, he had once rested his head on her lap in Zixiao Palace. There was a bond between them. Very well, I trust you, my friend. I hope you do not let me down. With that, Feng Xuan tossed the unconscious Zhu Jioyin towards Hutu. She caught him steadily and then plunged him into the earth, sending him back to the Penga Temple. After this exchange, Feng Xuan prepared to resume his journey in his beloved chariot. He had originally intended to visit the heavenly realm, but was interrupted by Zhu Jiuyin. Now that the matter was settled, he was ready to set forth. Wait, actually, I have come to apologize on behalf of my witch clan. Hutu, seeing Feng Xuan about to leave, grew anxious. She reached out her delicate hand to grasp his arm. She had yet to fulfill her purpose for coming. How could he simply depart? Hearing this, Feng Xuan was perplexed. Apologize? For what? Xing Tian and Ho Yi are my great witches. I have been in seclusion and was unaware of their provocation towards you. I only learned of this matter after the previous conflict with the demon court that I recognize it was their fault. They as their leader. I come to apologize on their behalf. I hope you can forgive them. Hutu spoke with deep remorse, then produced 2 pieces of innate spiritual treasures and a jade shard. She handed them to Feng Xuan. Upon receiving them, Feng Xuan comprehended the significance of the 3 treasures and was immediately taken aback. One of the spiritual treasures was a top-grade innate treasure, the split sky sword, and the other was a mid-grade innate treasure, the veil of heaven. While useful to him, they were not particularly remarkable compared to his current treasures like the Hongming Liangtian and the 12th rank pure world white lotus. However, what astonished him was the inconspicuous jade shard. If he was not mistaken, this was a fragment of the chaotic supreme treasure. The creation jade disc that it was small and likely recorded only a few laws. Yet, it was indeed a fragment of the creation jade disc. In his view, it holds far greater value than the ordinary top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Haha, since you are so sensible, my friend, I shall forgive their transgressions. Let this matter be expunged from our records. Feng Xuan stowed away the 3 treasures, his heart blooming with joy, while simultaneously, a thought began to take root in his mind. The treasures within the Wu clan's treasury are quite abundant, and they cannot utilize them. Why not? Since it is thus, I shall take my leave. This is my dwelling. According to the current temporal laws, starting today, 3,000 years hence, I shall enter the Panga blood pool, where I will cultivate for another 3,000 years. Afterward, I shall wait another 3,000 years. Repeating this cycle, my friend may visit my abode before the beginning of each time cycle, at which point I shall accompany you into the blood pool. Hutu spoke softly, clarifying the timing of the blood pool entrance. Feng Xuan nodded in agreement. She then turned and departed, vanishing into the earth. Alas, Hutu is indeed different from the other ancestral witches, so understanding and gentle. What a pity, what a pity, Feng Xuan sighed, once more summoning the 9 dragons' incense carriage to set forth. Now, he could proceed to the heavenly realm without hindrance, should anyone dare to disturb him. He would not hesitate to take action. What matter could possibly arise? The winds were calm, and the path was unobstructed. Soon, Feng Xuan officially arrived in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm comprises 33 layers of heaven. It is said to have been formed by certain powerful entities from an ancient era, even before the emergence of the great innate sanctities. Were it not for him, Shizhu would likely have signaled Di Jun to take command of the heavenly court by now. Feng Xuan's thoughts meandered for a moment before he produced the heavenly realm key and opened the portal to the heavenly domain. He strode boldly into the heavenly realm. From this moment forth, he would be its master. Without the opportunity to explore the many structures of the heavenly realm, Feng Xuan soared upward, arriving at the core of the heavenly domain. His instincts and experience informed him that the 3 treasures lay within this vicinity. As expected, upon his arrival, he beheld a grand platform. Upon the platform rested 3 spiritual treasures, a mirror, a scroll, and a seal. With a mere wave of his hand, Feng Xuan drew the 3 treasures into his grasp. Upon understanding the nature of these treasures, he was instantly elated. Haha, I never expected this spiritual treasure to truly be here. The wondrous object that thrilled Feng Xuan was none other than the top-grade innate spiritual treasure. The Haotian mirror. Previously, he had speculated that this treasure must reside within the heavenly realm, and his conjecture had proven correct. Now, finding individuals in the Honghuang world would be significantly easier. The Haotian mirror, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, possesses the ability to monitor the world as long as one focuses on the characteristics or name of the person they wish to locate. The mirror's surface will reveal that individual and their surrounding environment. This conveniently meets his current needs. Although he knows the names of the deities from the 3 teachings, he is unaware of their origins. Now, he could swiftly gather them together, laying the foundation for his original assembly. As he secured the Haotian mirror, Feng Xuan turned his attention to the remaining 2 treasures. The scroll, known as the Heavenly Book, is also referred to as the list of deified beings that it ranks among the top-grade innate spiritual treasures and is formed from one of the three great lotus leaves of the chaos green lotus. Its purpose is to establish the divine path and facilitate the deification process. Only those whose physical forms remain intact, as nominated by the heavenly book, can truly enter the divine path. Otherwise, even if one is proclaimed a true deity of the heavenly path, their power will stagnate, and the incense offerings from all beings will be of no use to them. However, this is also the method by which most deities were listed during the later stages of the deification calamity. Nevertheless, with the heavenly book now in his possession, along with the innate gourd, he has complete dominion over the divine path. Naturally, he would not permit those lacking potential to attain deification, though the divine path may be small. Comprising only 365 true deities, its potential is immense. If the Honghuang world does not collapse but continues to grow steadily, the number of living beings will inevitably increase. With more beings, the offerings will naturally multiply, thereby enhancing the strength of the deities. Thus, the stronger the Honghuang becomes, the stronger the divine path grows. This is the potential of the divine path. It may not compare to the immortal path, but for those of shallow qualifications without any fateful connections to immortality, it is a broad avenue. Henceforth, the heavenly court he establishes will possess another avenue to attract talent and bolster its foundation. Feng Xuan secured the heavenly book. In the near future, or even for several epochs, he may not require it. The present beings, who among them are not born with extraordinary divine traits and remarkable talents. The Deluo are abundant, and the golden immortals are not mere hyperbole, who would find the divine path appealing. Thus, the divine path is almost tailor-made for humanity, apart from the 12,960 innate human beings. The subsequent generations of postnatal humans possess varying degrees of talent. Some rival the top-tier beings, while others are so lacking that they defy description. Comprehension and qualification do not align. The divine path is the best choice for beings with high comprehension but low qualifications. However, their choices are ultimately futile, as the power of choice lies with him. What he says goes. Feng Xuan then directed his gaze to the last of the three treasures in his possession, the top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Tiandi seal. The possessor may become the master of the heavenly realm, enjoying the status of the heavenly emperor and attaining the fruits of the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor, the supreme one among the nines. It is even more potent than the Ziwei Star Lord represented by the star seal in his possession, the sovereign among the stars. The starry sky is encompassed by the heavens. Now, both are under his control. There is likely no one more esteemed in the Honghuang than him. Not even Dijun can compare. Subsequently, Feng Xuan sat cross-legged within the heavenly realm, refining the innate restrictions of the three treasures, completely transforming them into his own possessions. Now, it is time to seek out his junior brothers and sisters. Feng Xuan produced the refined Haotian mirror, calling forth the names of those he wished to find. The Haotian mirror shimmered with light as a scene materialized within. He beheld a young man, exuding righteousness, seated cross-legged at the edge of a towering canyon, immersed in contemplation. The sword intent surrounding him surged. Sharp and formidable that Zhao Gongming. Feng Xuan was somewhat taken aback. How has he taken up the sword path? However, upon closely observing the environment he occupied, Feng Xuan understood the reason that it is quite peculiar. This towering canyon was cleaved by him, using the Hongming measuring ruler when he had rescued the San Shao. Though he had wielded a ruler, he had also incorporated the sword path of his master. Every movement bore the mark of unparalleled sword intent that that time. He had been in the mid-stage of Deluo. Yet now, for Zhao Gongming, who was merely at the initial stage of golden immortal, it has been sufficient for him to contemplate for several millennia. Observing this situation, Feng Xuan did not delay, leaving the heavenly realm and sealing the portal behind him as he made his way to Zhao Gongming's location. Zhao Gongming, with his character, talent, and comprehension, is undoubtedly worthy of becoming a disciple under the master. Not long after Feng Xuan departed, two raggedly dressed figures, their faces etched with sorrow, appeared outside the heavenly realm. Watching his receding silhouette, one inquired, "Brother, when shall we take action?" "No rush. We shall wait until we have tracked him for a while before striking. We must ensure our success in one fell swoop." After speaking, the two utilized their divine abilities to conceal themselves and followed closely behind. Unbeknownst to Feng Xuan, this was unfolding. Sigh, Zhao Gongming let out a soft exhale, his eyes revealing endless yearning and regret. How I wish I could possess a sword of innate caliber. If that were the case, perhaps my comprehension of the sword path could reach new heights. With that thought, he slowly opened his eyes, and the sharp sword aura that had enveloped him retreated into his body like a weary bird returning to its nest in the blink of an eye. This sword cultivator, who had just exuded an overwhelming presence, reverted to an ordinary Tai golden immortal. However, if one were to scrutinize closely, they would be astonished to discover that within this seemingly unremarkable Tai golden immortal resides a wisp of terrifying sword aura emanating the true essence of Deluo. This sliver of sword aura, though exceedingly subtle, possesses enough power to slay those newly entered into Deluo. The debt of gratitude owed to his predecessor is etched in Zhao Gongming's heart, leaving him profoundly moved. Should fate allow them to meet again in the future, he will undoubtedly do everything in his power to repay the profound kindness bestowed upon him by his senior. Zhao Gongming respectfully bowed before the profound chasm that lay before him. It was precisely because of this sword chi canyon that he had embarked upon the path of the sword, leading to a significant breakthrough and enhancement of his abilities. Although the senior who had bestowed upon him this opportunity may have been unaware of these subsequent developments, Zhao Gongming's gratitude remained undiminished at that moment. A melodious laughter echoed. Oh, since that is the case, why not simply join my master's sect and become my junior brother? Before the words had fully left his lips, a figure appeared behind Zhao Gongming. As stealthily as a wraith, startled, Zhao Gongming spun around, his gaze wary as he sought the source of the voice. Before him stood a young man, beaming with a smile, his tall frame and handsome features complemented by a flowing white robe that danced in the wind, exuding an air of elegance and distinction. A jolt of realization surged through Zhao Gongming. With his current level of cultivation, he had failed to perceive when this individual had approached. Who could this remarkable person be? Suddenly, a strand of sword intent within him, imbued with the essence of the Tao, leaped with joy, as though it had encountered its rightful master. Zhao Gongming instantly understood that this person was the predecessor who had cleaved the canyon, that he promptly bowed in reverence, stating, "Senior, I did not recognize you. Please forgive my rudeness and no harm done. That I ask you now, are you willing to join my sect and become my junior brother?" Feng Xuan inquired, lifting him up with a smile in his eyes. He had observed the earlier scene with admiration, acknowledging Zhao Gongming's exceptional character. Truly, he was worthy of the title of the god of wealth, such virtues being rare indeed. Zhao Gongming's heart soared with joy. Such a fortuitous occurrence. To become a brother to this esteemed senior was a dream he had never dared to entertain. I am willing. I am willing, he exclaimed. Very well, in due time, I shall take you back to Kunlun Mountain to be initiated under the third master. Feng Xuan replied casually, before resuming his search for others. Kunlun, Zhao Gongming thought in astonishment. Did this imply he would be under the tutelage of the three pure ones? Heaven above, how could Zhao Gongming possess such extraordinary fortune? He felt as though he might faint. As an ordinary Tai golden immortal, he was but one among many on the vast land of Honghuang. Now, he was to join the ranks of the three pure ones. What incredible luck! All thanks to his senior brother. Had it not been for him, he might never have encountered such an opportunity. He resolved to heed his senior brother's words in the future and repay him well. A millennium passed. Feng Xuan took Zhao Gongming across the southern lands, traversing the vast expanse of Honghuang. He located the remaining 11 of the 12 golden immortals: Guang Qingzi, Qi Jingzi, Zhu Lushun, Tai Zhenren, Lingbao Dashi, Wenshu Guangfa Tianzuan, Pu Xianzhenren, Zihang Daoren, Yuding Zhenren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. However, at this time, they had yet to attain such grand titles and were simply referred to by their names. Initially, when he found them, they were all filled with trepidation, fearing for their lives, but once he explained the circumstances, they were overcome with gratitude, almost kneeling before him, especially Tai Zhenren, who clung to his leg, proclaiming, "Tai has wandered for half a lifetime, lamenting never having met a wise brother like you. If you do not reject me, I wish to adopt you as my righteous father, and in the future, we shall call each other father and son." Feng Xuan's expression darkened, and he sent Tai Zhenren flying thousands of miles away. Was he jesting? How dare he curse him? Fortunately, Tai was merely overly excited and spoke without thinking. Otherwise, Feng Xuan would have seriously considered handing him over to the demon court to see if that would hasten its demise. He also found some disciples of the Jiejiao sect, including the revered Turtle Spirit Saint Mother and several of the seven immortals: Wu Yunxian, Jiu Shouxian, Jing Guangshan, Linjiaxian, Jinggu Xian, and Pilla Xian. He did not recruit Chong Erding Wang Xian. Fully aware of their treachery, he was not a fool. Even if it had yet to transpire, there was still a chance for redemption, but he had no intention of taking them in.as for the other disciples of the Jiejiao. He did not plan to seek them out at this time. Either they were yet to be born or lacked the necessary character. Thus, the purpose of his journey was accomplished. The batch of naive and foolish beings were soon to enter Kunlun. With a bit of guidance from their masters, after cultivating for several 100,000 years, they would become laborers in his heavenly court. They would become immortals. What were the trials of the mortal realm to them? Just as Feng Xuan was transporting them back to Kunlun on clouds, he was suddenly obstructed by two Taoists. Upon seeing their faces, a flicker of concern crossed Feng Xuan's countenance. The Western Taoists. Jane and Zhuani. What were they doing here instead of diligently cultivating in the West? Were they attempting to steal the spiritual roots and plants of this realm? Why do you obstruct me? Esteemed uncles, Feng Xuan inquired, offering a slight bow. I observe that you all share a profound connection with the West, and I have come to guide you, Jane Taoist said, his palms pressed together, emanating a sacred radiance that carried a deeply enticing allure. Seeing this, Feng Xuan summoned the 12-petal pure world white lotus. The purest and most pristine power filled the air, dispelling the sacred light entirely. As for enticing, he would purify it right away. Dear nephew, why struggle? Joining us in the West is the best outcome, Zhuani Taoist remarked, his tone still affable despite their failed attempts at persuasion. Feng Xuan's fury surged. How dare they openly provoke the lineage of Kunlun? Such audacity was intolerable. Furthermore, these two sought to lead him to the West. What a foolish dream. Gritting his teeth, he glared at the two with cold disdain. You truly wish to become enemies with Kunlun? In the face of Feng Xuan's challenge, Jane Taoist maintained a genial smile, responding, Nephew, what do you mean by this? It is said that foes should be reconciled rather than antagonized. You and the West share a significant bond. Our visit is merely to guide you to a place more suited for your cultivation. The words spoken, coupled with the gaunt and pallid visage of the guiding Taoist, exuded an air of extreme lewdness. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan came to a halt, a torrent of energy and blood surging within him like a raging river. With a thunderous shout, his vitality soared skyward, resembling a colossal blood-colored dragon ascending, instantly stirring up violent whirlwinds. These gusts howled as they swept through the surroundings, sending sand and stones flying, causing the flora to bow low. Simultaneously, a terrifying gleam flickered in Feng Xuan's eyes, sharp and piercing. Like two unparalleled swords drawn from their sheaths, their brilliance undeniable, the sword intent radiating from him surged like a relentless tide, shattering the very air around him into fragments. Since you act in this manner, do not blame me for my lack of mercy, he proclaimed, for the figures of the guiding and advising Taoists were merely at the pinnacle of mid-stage quasi-saint cultivation, even without the support of their masters. He felt no fear. Seeing the unfolding scene, the advising Taoist wore a countenance of sorrow and compassion, shaking his head in lamentation. Nephew, why must you be so stubborn? Why not join us in journeying to the Western blissful world and ascend to paradise together? Would that not be a marvelous affair? However, Feng Xuan dismissed his words with contempt and bellowed, You wretched spirit. With that, he swiftly advanced like a specter, his right fist clenched, imbued with boundless might, and struck fiercely at the advising Taoist. This punch contained all of Feng Xuan's strength, its power truly terrifying. As his fist passed through the air, the space could scarcely endure such overwhelming force, fracturing into numerous black rifts. Just as this punch was about to strike the advising Taoist's vital points, he dared not delay, hastily raising the Seven Treasures wonderful tree in defense. This artifact possessed both offensive and defensive capabilities, with its defensive strength lying between the upper-grade innate spiritual treasures and the supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yet, when Feng Xuan's formidable force collided with the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, a crisp sound echoed, and the originally resplendent seven-colored divine light dimmed and scattered in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Xuan did not pause. He unleashed another punch, even more ferocious and domineering than the last, akin to Mount Tai pressing down on an egg, utterly shattering the defensive divine light of the Seven Treasures wonderful tree. Simultaneously, the residual force of this punch struck the advising Taoist squarely in the chest. Unable to withstand such a brutal blow, the advising Taoist coughed up blood, his body hurtling away like a kite with its string cut. Disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, traveling thousands of miles. Brother, this is bad. There is a disturbance. After sending the advising Taoist flying, Feng Xuan turned his gaze toward the guiding Taoist, who was currently restrained by the primordial measuring ruler. His eyes blazed with fierce determination, his aura formidable. The guiding Taoist sensed the impending danger, his body trembling slightly. With 2 punches, his junior had been sent flying. Surely, he would be dealt with in no more than 3 punches. This was not the script. How could Feng Xuan be so powerful? Feng Xuan's divine fist swung forth, the principles of the Tao converging as they roared toward the guiding Taoist. The primordial measuring ruler possessed a spirit of its own. The golden light of virtue and the purple light of the primordial harmonized, dazzlingly radiant. Divine patterns of the Tao flickered upon the ruler's surface, evoking visions of the primordial creation. Suddenly, an immeasurable killing force erupted. Alongside Feng Xuan's sword intent, which cleaved through heaven and earth, a single strike diminished the defensive divine light of the 12-petal golden lotus significantly. Following this, the divine fist followed suit, breaking through the defenses of the golden lotus and sending the guiding Taoist flying for miles, joining the advising Taoist in their flight. By the heavens, I couldn't endure even a single punch. After sending the 2 flying, Feng Xuan did not pursue. Instead, he stood proudly in the void, surveying the distance. Elders, do you dare to continue the battle? I am always ready to engage, but he received not a single response. They must have fled. Feng Xuan refrained from chasing them, for they were 2 in number. Should he pursue, one of them might return to wreak havoc. Currently, the turtle spirit and Tai were merely Tai golden immortals, incapable of halting the quasi-saint's transformation. Brother, you are truly remarkable. The turtle spirit's beautiful eyes shimmered with admiration. The quasi-saint level guiding Taoist and advising Taoist could be easily defeated by her brother. Just how strong was he? Brother, no, adoptive father, why not allow me to directly become your disciple? Teach me how to thrash quasi-saints. Tai exclaimed excitedly, clinging to Feng Xuan's leg. His expression fervent that it was as though he were on the brink of bowing in reverence. Utterly devoid of the dignity befitting an innate being. Get lost. Feng Xuan's expression darkened once more, and with a swift kick, he sent Tai flying. This brat was in dire need of discipline. Soon, without further obstruction, Feng Xuan and his group returned to Kunlun in the Jade Void Palace. He respectfully greeted his masters, esteemed mentors. During my travels, I encountered numerous beings of exceptional talent and virtuous character, and I feel they are fated to be part of our Kunlun lineage. Thus I have brought them back for your selection. Feng Xuan bowed deeply in the great hall, recounting his recent experiences. The 3 pure ones nodded in acknowledgement. They had already broken through to the late stage of quasi-saint. Yet they remained at a loss regarding the comprehension of the primordial purple energy. Faced with the ethereal and supreme realm of saints, it felt as though a thick barrier separated them, rendering their understanding elusive. It was the perfect moment to ease their minds and instruct their disciples. You may enter. Feng Xuan beckoned to those outside. Immediately, a throng of beings entered the gates of the Jade Void Palace, each bearing expressions of trepidation. After all, these were the 3 pure ones, the incarnation of the primordial deity Pangu, direct disciples of the Tao ancestor, renowned throughout the primordial chaos. Only now did they truly believe they were about to join the ranks of the 3 pure. In a daze, it felt surreal. Yuan Shi and Tongtian were astonished upon seeing the crowd. Why did it seem that these individuals possessed remarkable potential? They were not inferior to the few collected previously. After silently calculating, their astonishment grew. Remarkably, these individuals were all fated to be connected with them. This was utterly absurd. Yuan Shi and Tongtian exchanged knowing glances with Feng Xuan, a thought rising within them. This disciple was exceedingly valuable. Ultimately, after careful selection, the future disciples of the Chan and Jie sects were assigned their places, while the master, Laozi, remained without a single disciple. Since you have entered my fold, you must understand one principle. Learn from your elder brother. Yuan Shi and Tongtian instructed their disciples that it was only then that they realized their elder brother was not merely one individual, but rather 3, a shared elder brother among them. Indeed, we must learn from our elder brother. The crowd responded in unison, their gazes fervent as they turned to Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan remained composed, his heart unperturbed. Learn from me. Will you truly succeed? Do you also possess the means? After Yuan Shi and Tongtian bestowed upon them teachings and spiritual treasures, the group departed the Jade Void Palace, seeking their own sanctuaries. Elder brother, as you are my brother, Could you choose a location near your sanctuary for me? This would facilitate my learning from you in the future. Tai said with a flattering demeanor. Understanding Feng Xuan's strength and status, he knew his current task was to ingratiate himself. His intuition told him that pleasing his elder brother would yield great benefits. Go away, find a place for yourself to reside. There is a brother nearby with whom you will get along. Feng Xuan dismissed Tai's request, pointing toward the distant Duobao Peak. Let these two lively spirits be close together and see who can create more mischief. Understood. I shall go at once. Tai assumed the nearby location was Feng Xuan's sanctuary and dashed away like the wind. The others, witnessing this, followed suit, opting for a location that was relatively close. Feng Xuan remained unfazed. Duobao, no need to thank me. Having more people is advantageous. At that moment, the turtle spirit approached, walking alongside Feng Xuan, her bright eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Elder brother, may I reside near your sanctuary for the sake of convenience and seeking your guidance? Yes, that is acceptable. Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment before consenting. He conjured a cloud to carry Gui Ling, leisurely soaring in the opposite direction from the throng they had just departed. Zhao Gongming, who had been trailing behind, exclaimed in astonishment. This is the location of the eldest brother's dojo, and the direction we just came from is. Never mind, I shall follow. This is my small stone peak, and the main peak nearby is available for your selection. Please choose at your leisure. Feng Xuan guided Gui Ling to the small stone peak, introducing her to the surrounding mountains. Gui Ling's gaze swept lightly and noticed that 4 peaks nearby were already inhabited. Hence, she selected one of the remaining 5 that was closest to the ground. Thank you, senior brother. Gui Ling has made her choice, and the junior sisters will visit later. With a respectful bow, Gui Ling gracefully departed. Senior brother, Zhao Gongming was on the verge of speaking when Feng Xuan waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to refrain from further comment. Instantly, Zhao Gongming was filled with joy and set off to establish his abode. Finally, they had entered a productive phase. All that remained was for them to cultivate for a period, and once their cultivation reached a certain level, they could proceed with the establishment of the heavenly court. Feng Xuan settled upon the small stone peak, sipping tea and relaxing, gazing at the verdant wudao tree in the distance. His brow furrowed slightly. Before he could make a move, the wudao tree began to tremble. Nearly half of its leaves soared directly toward Feng Xuan. He could not help but accept them. How considerate. Feng Xuan gathered the nearly 10,000 leaves before him. These would serve as divine objects to inspire those below. Time flowed like water, and the primordial era had been recorded. 3,000 years slipped by quietly. Feng Xuan had also languished for 3,000 years. During this time, he had been alone. After the 3 masters emerged from seclusion, they began expounding the Tao at Yushu Palace, and everyone flocked to listen. Only he was exempt from attending. After all, he had already comprehended the Tao of Tai Deluo, and listening would be of no use. Alas, how comfortable. It was time to enter seclusion for a while and see what great truths were inscribed on the fragments of the creation jade dish. Just as Feng Xuan was preparing to step into the quietude room, 3 terrifying auras erupted from the direction of Yushu Palace, shaking the heavens and earth. What audacity! Jane and Juni dare to bully our disciple. They are doomed. Come here. Bring the banner. Bring the sword. From that day forth, the west was filled with anguished wails. This continued for quite some time. Feng Xuan could not help but commend the bearer of this news. What a splendid revelation. Otherwise, he might have forgotten about this matter. Jane and Junti deserved it. Did they still wish to enlighten him? A delusion. Entering the quietude room, Feng Xuan took out the fragment of the jade piece and began to channel his power to comprehend the great Tao inscribed upon it. This was the essence of creation. It actually contained a fragment of the Tao of creation. Feng Xuan was astonished. Fate truly plays tricks. Aside from the small achievement brought by that drop of Panga's essence blood, the Tao of creation was the only other path he had begun to grasp. That it was indeed fortuitous. He set a time frame of 20,000 years to utilize the fragment of the creation jade dish to comprehend and cultivate the laws of creation. The ethereal aura of creation emanated from the fragment, enveloping Feng Xuan in waves of Tao rhythm, merging into his primordial spirit. With his extraordinary insight and the fragment's ability to assist in comprehension, Feng Xuan swiftly progressed from the threshold of the laws of creation to a minor accomplishment, on par with the laws of force. With the mutual reinforcement of both laws, Feng Xuan's cultivation realm advanced to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Moreover, he achieved a dual-law Hunyuan Jingxian, far surpassing an ordinary Hunyuan Jingxian. Slowly, Feng Xuan opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within him. a hint of a smile illuminating his handsome features, with this fragment of the creation jade dish. He could already foresee his ascension to Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Given time, he would undoubtedly reach that supreme realm. It was time to emerge. 20,000 years had nearly passed. He would go outside to relax for a while before visiting Ho Tuesday. Feng Xuan opened the door to the quietude room and entered the pavilion to enjoy some wine. Upon entering, he spotted a small flag resting on the central table. The flag was a deep azure. Soothing to the mind and spirit. It was none other than the Qinglian Baosei flag belonging to the two from the west. Had his masters directly robbed them, they had evidently taken a premier innate spirit treasure from those two destitute individuals. How fiercely had they fought? Feng Xuan delightfully accepted the Qinglian Baosei flag. With the gifts from his masters, he now possessed the eastern Qinglian Baosei flag, the southern Li Di Yin Guang flag, and the central Wu Ji Xing Huang flag, along with the western Su Se Yun Jie flag held by his Dao partner, Shi Wangmu. He needed only the Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag from the Blood Sea Ming to complete his collection. The 5 flags represented 5 directions and 5 attributes, capable of forming the grand formation of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. As the 5 elements circulated, the great Tao flourished eternally. This was the ultimate defensive formation, impervious even to saints. He felt it was time to strategize. Although Ming he was formidable and possessed the Blood Sea, he posed no existential threat to him. However, he could be tempted with benefits. For a recluse of his caliber, the ultimate goal was to attain sainthood. With his silver tongue and ability to deceive, painting a path to sainthood in exchange for the Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag would be a simple matter. Should he refuse, Feng Xuan could always discuss reason after achieving the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Senior brother, we have arrived. Just as Feng Xuan was devising a plan regarding the Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag, San Xiao, Jinling, Wudang, Guiling, Xiaobai, and Zhao Gongming came to pay their respects. Master, Xiaobai, with her short, delicate legs, leaped into Feng Xuan's embrace. Haha, what brings you all here? Feng Xuan inquired as he affectionately stroked Xiaobai's head. After our masters and uncles finished imparting the Tao to us, they headed to the west to seek justice. We emerged from our secluded cultivation after 10,000 years and felt that senior brother had also exited. So we came to visit, Jinling chirped playfully, her light yellow palace dress accentuating her vibrant and cheerful demeanor. Then let us drink and revel together. With a grand gesture, Feng Xuan summoned an array of exquisite celestial wines and high-quality innate spirit fruits. Filling the table, the aroma of wine wafted through the air, mingling with the fragrance of fruits, intoxicating all present. Let the music play, and let the drinking commence. Feng Xuan raised his cup in hearty enjoyment. Relishing the rare occasion with such company and splendid atmosphere, they engaged in discussions of the Tao and casual banter. A millennium later, the guests departed to resume their secluded cultivation. Before leaving, Feng Xuan generously gifted them thousands of bottles of celestial wine from the demon court, enough to last through countless gatherings. Ensuring there would be no concerns. It is time to set out. As Feng Xuan circulated his power within the pavilion, the effects of the wine dissipated instantaneously, and his mind became clear. With little time remaining before the 30,000 years elapsed, he had to leave. He retrieved 6 pure bamboos to conceal his form and set forth on the 9 dragons' agarwood palanquin towards Ho Tu's domain. Would the blood pool of the Panga temple grant him unexpected progress? Feng Xuan pondered to himself. Following the directions, he soon arrived at Ho Tu's territory. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan each held their own domains, with subordinates comprising powerful witches and warriors. Feng Xuan stealthily approached Ho Tu's dedicated palace. To call it a palace was rather generous. The gathering place of the witch clan was mostly open earth pits, hardly worthy of being termed a house. Even Ho Tu's residence was merely a stone cave, albeit slightly more refined. Ho Tu, my friend, I have arrived. Upon entering the cave, Feng Xuan dispelled his concealment and stood behind Ho Tuesday. Your timing is quite precise. I was just about to set out. Ho Tu turned to face Feng Xuan, her beautiful eyes appraising him from head to toe. Perhaps it would be better for you to disguise yourself as an object. That way, it would be more convenient for you to interact with the brothers later on. Upon hearing this, Feng Xuan understood that although the ancestral witches lacked a primordial spirit, their mastery over the laws far surpassed that of other beings. Particularly the ancestral witch Di Jiang, who governed space and speed. Even if he concealed his form using the 6 pure bamboos, there remained a risk of being discovered. It was prudent to exercise caution. What should he transform into? Feng Xuan pondered briefly, gazing at the gentle and enchanting Ho-Tu, as the principles of transformation from the great Taoist golden chapter began to operate within him. He decided to metamorphose into a jade bracelet, adorning Ho-Tu's arm. Ha ha, you really know how to change, Ho-Tu exclaimed, covering her mouth with a light laugh upon seeing this. She delicately raised her arm, examining the exquisite bracelet on her wrist, her eyes betraying a hint of affection. Subsequently, she employed her escape technique to travel to the foot of Mount Buzhou, outside the Panga Temple. Meanwhile, the other 11 ancestral witches had long been waiting there. Little sister, you may enter now that we have stabilized our cultivation, and with a few more attempts, we should be able to break through. Hurry and commence your training, boomed Di Jiang's rugged voice, urging Ho-Tu to proceed. Thank you, brothers, that I shall enter for cultivation now, Ho-Tu replied with a nod of gratitude before stepping into the Panga Temple. Upon entering, she directly plunged into the surging blood pool, simultaneously instructing Feng Xuan. Do not emerge yet. Wait a few thousand years before transforming back into your true form. Sister Xianming may come in occasionally, so be discreet. Feng Xuan felt a twinge of annoyance but obediently remained hanging on Ho-Tu's arm. Time passed, and Xianming did not even cast a shadow. However, Feng Xuan discerned something amiss. It appeared that Ho-Tu was not utilizing the blood pool to cultivate the laws in her physical form. Instead, she was practicing the immortal path. I've been played. Feng Xuan could no longer concern himself with other matters. In an instant, he reverted to his true form, pointing an accusatory finger at Ho-Tu in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? Are you toying with me?" Upon realizing her trivial intentions had been uncovered, Ho-Tu felt a sense of panic. Her originally translucent earlobes flushed slightly, and her expression grew increasingly awkward. Faced with Feng Xuan's reproach, she opened her mouth, yet no words came forth. Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, you have truly disappointed me. Feng Xuan, recognizing that further words would be futile, chose to disregard Ho-Tu. Hastily assuming a meditative posture to fully immerse himself in comprehending the profound mysteries contained within the blood pool. Time was of the essence. He had already delayed for several millennia, and only a little over 20,000 years remained. Every moment counted. The blood-red waters of the pool swiftly enveloped Feng Xuan's lower half, soaking his pristine white robe. In an instant, the blood surged. Wisps of sanguine energy ascended, coalescing into a thin layer of crimson mist above the water's surface. From a distance, the scene exuded an indescribable and eerie allure. That moment, Feng Xuan suddenly felt as though every cell in his body was rejoicing with exhilaration that a remarkably unique and potent force continuously poured into him from the pool. This force did not bring the anticipated stinging sensation, nor did it replicate the agony of having his physical form shattered and reconstituted as when he merged with Panga's essence. On the contrary, it imparted a profound sense of comfort, akin to a mother gently caressing her child. The sensation was gentle, yet the enhancement was not slow. Conversely, the elevation of his physical form was violent, allowing him to distinctly perceive the surge in his power. In summary, it could be encapsulated in one word: delightful. Unconsciously, Feng Xuan activated the great Taoist golden chapter, mobilizing the Pangu essence within him. The previously subtle aura of Pangu became evident, the seventh transformation of the 9 transformations of profound arts, which he had yet to comprehend fully, received divine assistance in this environment, resulting in an additional enhancement. It was soon understood, grasped, and integrated into the great Taoist golden chapter. The 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of profound arts corresponded to the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Coupled with the fusion of the 3 pure ones immortal technique, Feng Xuan devised a flawless cultivation method that perfectly aligned with his being, propelling him directly toward the realm of mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. The waters of the blood pool surged even more, the blood mist thickening, and the Pangu aura surrounding Feng Xuan intensified. This prompted Ho-Tu's eyes to shimmer, confirming her prior suspicions. Fellow Taoist Feng Xuan had indeed received the blessing of the Father God. Merging with a drop of Pangu essence. He could be regarded as an alternative ancestral witch, akin to herself. However, she still felt somewhat incomplete, unable to compare to him. Contemplating this, Ho-Tu bit her crimson lips. Steeling herself, she approached Feng Xuan, who was engrossed in comprehending the mysteries of the blood pool, and wrapped her delicate arm around him. Though she felt incomplete, as long as she was close to Feng Xuan, she would feel whole. Feng Xuan was a gift bestowed upon her by the Father God. Their union was perfect and unblemished. Feng Xuan, immersed in his insights, remained oblivious to Ho-Tu's embrace. His sole focus was on the enhancement of his power, Entirely unaware of external happenings, as time quietly slipped away, a blood-red vortex began to form around them. The essence from the entire blood pool surged toward this spot, being absorbed by both Feng Xuan and Ho-Tu, resulting in significant enhancements to their strength. Time is nearly up. It has been 29,999 years that we must prepare to depart. Feng Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting crimson light flashing within. The blood pool of the witch clan was indeed wondrous that it not only solidified his physical cultivation, but nearly propelled him to break through to the late quasi-saint stage. This validated that he could rapidly enhance his physical cultivation through means other than devouring celestial materials and earthly treasures, that it also augmented his integration with Pangu's essence, significantly deepening his comprehension of the laws of power. If he were to undergo this again, both his physical form and comprehension of the laws could simultaneously break through. Regrettably, it was indeed time for him to leave. Currently, he was not a match for the 11 ancestral witches. Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, let us depart as we did at the outset, Feng Xuan began, intending to inquire about the means of leaving. However, at that moment, an unusual sensation suddenly engulfed him. He felt a pair of soft yet strong hands tightly embracing his waist, while a warm, delicate body, exuding a faint fragrance, pressed against his back. This intimate contact rendered him momentarily speechless, and a ripple of emotions stirred within him. Ho-Tu was actually holding him, pressing closely together. If it were merely a simple embrace, it might not have been so significant. Yet, they were currently immersed in the blood pool. The crimson waters had thoroughly soaked their garments, the damp fabric clinging to their skin as if it were a layer of sheer gauze. In this close proximity, he could distinctly perceive the exquisite sensations emanating from her body. The silky, delicate skin was pressed tightly against him, leaving almost no gap between them. In such a scenario, how was it any different from being naked? Fellow Taoist Ho-Tu, please awaken. We must hasten our departure. Feng Xuan steadied himself, gently shaking the soft arms wrapped around his waist, while anxiously calling out to Ho-Tu's day gradually. Ho-Tu emerged from her deep state of cultivation. Stirred by Feng Xuan's voice, upon opening her eyes, she was taken aback to find herself so intimately entwined with Feng Xuan. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, betraying her embarrassment. She had never experienced such a wondrous sensation before. Not only was the speed of her immortal cultivation astonishingly rapid, but even the aspects of her physical form and comprehension of the laws, which she hadn't focused on too much, had also advanced at an extraordinary pace. It could be said that she had achieved significant enhancements in both her immortal path and her physical and lore-related pursuits. This filled her with immense excitement and exhilaration. All right, let us go now. Ho-Tu replied bashfully, her voice barely above a whisper. She quickly released her arms from around Feng Xuan's waist and rose to dry her garments with her magical power. Feng Xuan followed suit, drying his robe and transforming once more into a bracelet that hung from Ho-Tu's hand. Thereafter, Ho-Tu stepped out of the hall to join the other ancestral witches. Little sister, how is your cultivation this time? The inquiry from Emperor Jiang is filled with concern. Now the witch clan rules the land, while the demons govern the heavens. After 10 gatherings of the Yuan, a great battle is destined to erupt. Although he holds Emperor Jun and Tai, along with their demon court, in disdain, he cannot deny the formidable strength of the two, which is rare in the world. Moreover, there exists the formidable formation known as the Zhou Xing Do Grand Array, whose power is impressive enough to compel them to utilize their deepest trump cards. They are indeed the arch-nemesis of the witch clan. Only by enhancing the strength of their siblings can the might of the summoned father deity from the 12 capital heavenly god-killing array be further augmented. This is the only way to become fearless. If they could summon even a tenth of the father deity's power, then even the old Taoist Hongjun would not stand a chance against them. They would undoubtedly reclaim the primordial chaos established by their father deity and dominate the realms of heaven and earth. There is significant potential for enhancement. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, 2 more attempts should suffice for a breakthrough. Huda responded blandly. Indeed, we must hasten our cultivation, Emperor Jiang exclaimed in admiration, joining the other ancestral witches as they entered the Pangu Divine Hall. Huda turned away, returning to her own domain. Upon entering her exclusive Great Hall, Feng Xuan transformed into his true form and curiously inquired, Ho-Tu, why do you and the other ancestral witches not cultivate together, but instead choose to practice alone? From his observations, Ho-Tu and the other ancestral witches bore no animosity, and they showed great care for her. Why not cultivate together? thereby effectively doubling the time spent on cultivation. Do you wish to know? Hutu teased lightly, her beautiful eyes fixated on Feng Xuan, the corners of her mouth curling into a hint of a mysterious smile. If you promise me one request, I shall tell you. Hutu gracefully approached. Standing face to face with Feng Xuan, her stunning visage drew closer, her breath fragrant as she softly murmured. However, Feng Xuan remained unmoved, raising an eyebrow and decisively replying, "Then forget it, I shall not inquire further." With that, he turned without hesitation and strode away, leaving Hutu standing in astonishment. "Humph, you think you can manipulate me? Such delusions." Feng Xuan silently scoffed, striding forward without a glance back. Just then, Hutu furrowed her brow and waved her jade hand, causing a powerful surge of earthen yellow light to erupt in the blink of an eye. This light coalesced into a solid, thick earthen wall, obstructing Feng Xuan's path. "Wait, I will tell you," Hutu called out helplessly. Seeing this, Feng Xuan halted, turned around, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. He leisurely retrieved a chair from his spatial realm and sat down with ease. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he produced a pot of fragrant celestial brew along with an exquisite set of cups. Feng Xuan gently twisted the lid off the pot and poured the clear, translucent liquor into a cup, instantly releasing an intoxicating aroma. He lifted the cup, taking a delicate sip to savor the delightful flavor, while languidly stating, "All right, then do share." Witnessing Feng Xuan's demeanor, Hutu gritted her teeth in frustration, her chest heaving with agitation. She shot him a glare, cursing him silently for his utter contempt. Yet, given her need for him, she could only swallow her indignation. We, the 12 ancestral witches, were born in the Pangu Divine Hall, conceived from a drop of the Father Deity's essence combined with the murky energies of the earth, thus embodying the essence of malevolence. Naturally devoid of primordial spirits, we cultivate only our physical forms and laws. However, I am an exception, having birthed a fragmented primordial spirit, granting me the potential to pursue the path of immortality. The price I pay is the necessity to maintain distance from the other ancestral witches. Otherwise, their surrounding malevolent and murky energies would disrupt my fragmented primordial spirit, causing discomfort. Thus, I explained this to my elder brothers, who understood, leading to this division of cultivation time. Hutu spoke slowly, her gaze fixed on Feng Xuan's expression. Yet, Feng Xuan merely sipped his drink, showing no sign of reaction. However, this does not significantly impact our cultivation. After all, remaining in the blood pool for extended periods would only slow our progress to a near halt. We were meant to alternate our time in the blood pool. The division of 30,000 years merely makes the cultivation schedule more reasonable. "Oh, I see," Feng Xuan replied, reclining comfortably as he gently swirled the wine in his cup. "Now that I am aware of this, I suppose it is time for me to take my leave." As he spoke, he gradually rose, gathering his belongings. "Wait, are you truly going to leave without any acknowledgement?" Hutu exclaimed, growing anxious as she watched Feng Xuan prepare to depart. She stamped her foot in frustration, her voice rising as she called out to him, "Oh, acknowledgement." Feng Xuan paused, then seemingly recalled something, filling a cup with wine and offering it to Hutu. "Celestial brew from the demon court, I assure you. You haven't tasted this before." Hutu looked at the cup in her hand, momentarily at a loss for words. She had anticipated a meaningful response from Feng Xuan, only to receive this, just as Hutu accepted the cup. Feng Xuan swiftly gathered his belongings, turned, and bolted away in the blink of an eye. He vanished from her sight, leaving her territory. From a distance, Feng Xuan's voice echoed back, "Dao friend, I understand your request, but I must contemplate this matter. I shall provide you with a definite answer upon our next meeting." Hutu stood there, dazed, clutching the cup of wine, her teeth clenched in anger. After a considerable time, she regained her composure and shouted indignantly in the direction Feng Xuan had departed. "Humph, you shall pay for this. Next time, I will make you regret it." With that, Hutu tilted her head back and finished the celestial brew in one gulp. Meanwhile, Feng Xuan swiftly returned to Kunlun Mountain. He was well aware of Hutu's intentions, to utilize him for her cultivation in the immortal path system. While he was surprised by her interest, he would not allow himself to be taken advantage of. If he were to acquiesce now, what would happen next time he entered the blood pool without her? Thus, it was best to keep her in suspense. As Feng Xuan journeyed back to Kunlun, his gaze swept below, soon spotting an intriguing creature. A scruffy golden-furred figure, emaciated and scarred, particularly distinguished by its remarkable ears. Instantly, It captured Feng Xuan's attention. Is that not the six-eared macaque? He murmured. The six-eared macaque, one of the four mischievous monkeys, was born from the division of the chaotic demon ape, one of the 3,000 chaotic demonic gods. It possesses the innate ability to listen keenly, perceive truths, and understand all things. It emerged during the first sermon of the ancestral master, lacking the strength or spiritual treasures to traverse the chaos, thus resorting to its innate talent to eavesdrop on the teachings. Discovered by the ancestral master, it was injured, leading to the proclamation, "The law shall not be imparted to the 6 ears." Consequently, no great power dared to teach its methods after 3 sermons. It was not until the endless eons of the journey to the West era that it could barely match Sun Wukong in battle. With such innate talent, a little guidance could easily lead it to surpass the quasi-saint level. It is precisely the kind of talent the heavenly court needs. As for the saying about not imparting the law to the 6 ears, nonsense. Such talent must be brought under my wing. Ding! The system detected that the host encountered the 6-eared macaque and prompted the host to make the following choices. 1. Recruited. Such a gifted little monkey is a born worker. Accepted. Reward. Heart iron loyal soldier. 2. Allow it to develop independently. Although its potential is good, you are not particularly in need, and it is not a significant matter. Reward. Earth heart divine iron. System. I choose option 1. At that moment, the 6-eared macaque was being pursued by 2 golden immortal realm demon beasts. How dare you steal our clan's secret arts? You shall pay. The 6-eared macaque remained silent, merely fleeing. Freeze! A voice rang out. The 2 demon beasts that had been chasing the 6-eared macaque instantly halted, immobilized by a peculiar force. The law of monsters was employed for the first time and proved quite effective. Feng Xuan descended before the 6-eared macaque and the other demonic beast, exuding a rich aura of literary Tao. This marked the first occasion he employed the methods of the literary Tao against these 2 creatures. Return, and forget this matter. With but a single utterance, the 2 golden immortal beasts momentarily fell into a daze before turning back, erasing the events of the moment from their minds. Only then did Feng Xuan shift his gaze toward the 6-eared macaque. The 6-eared macaque's body tensed instantaneously, its expression turning wary as it regarded Feng Xuan. This individual possessed unfathomable strength. Escape was impossible. Little monkey, you and I share a fateful connection. Would you be willing to join my ranks? The 6-eared macaque was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected proposition. The figure before him did not intend to slay him, but rather sought to take him as a disciple, since the Tao ancestor decreed the law shall not be passed to the 6-eared. It had sought out mighty beings across the heavens, but had always been met with disdain, unable to find a master. Even public lectures had been barred from his ears. Yet now, someone wished to accept him as a disciple. The 6-eared macaque stood in a stupor, momentarily unable to respond. Seeing his stunned reaction, Feng Xuan could not help but jest. What, do you find me unworthy? Only at this moment did the 6-eared macaque awaken from its stupor. At this juncture, it disregarded its wounds and internal injuries, kneeling without hesitation and forcefully bowing its head to the ground, producing a series of muted yet heavy thuds. Predecessor, your willingness to take me in fills me with gratitude. However, the Tao ancestor once stated, the law shall not be passed to the 6-eared, and I fear it may affect you. The sincerity in the 6-eared macaque's voice was palpable, and the genuine emotion contained within moved one to the core. Feng Xuan, upon hearing this, merely smiled faintly, waving his hand nonchalantly. Do not concern yourself with that matter. I shall explain to the Tao ancestor myself. For now, you need only tell me whether you are willing to serve under me. Upon hearing this, the 6-eared macaque, which had harbored lingering doubts, felt an overwhelming sense of relief and once again bowed deeply to the ground, repeatedly expressing its gratitude. Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for your great kindness. Thank you for your generous regard. However, in the midst of this torrent of gratitude, the 6-eared macaque suddenly seemed to realize something, abruptly raising its head. Its expression shifted from ecstatic joy to one of slight trepidation. It dawned on him that Feng Xuan's words did not imply taking him as a disciple, but merely inviting him to join his ranks for service. With this realization, a wave of panic surged within the 6-eared macaque. Having endured countless trials over the long ages, it understood deeply that in this world, no gift comes without a cost. Any seemingly enticing offer often conceals corresponding sacrifices or risks. The prospect of receiving a teaching without reason seemed fraught with potential calamity. Esteemed predecessor, I must inquire what tasks you wish for me to undertake, for I am truly apprehensive. Feng Xuan, perceiving his thoughts, chuckled lightly. Fear not. This will not bring you harm. Rather, it is a tremendous opportunity. You shall gain access to authentic cultivation methods and, in the future, a place within my ranks. Moreover, do you not recognize who I am?" Upon these words, the six-eared macaque surreptitiously scrutinized Feng Xuan's appearance and was instantly taken aback. Was this not the very figure who had crafted the demonic texts and established the order of the heavens in the previous celestial tapestry? With this realization, all concerns dissipated. If the esteemed predecessor has intentions, I, the six-eared macaque, shall obey. Feng Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the macaque was beginning to exhibit the semblance of a loyal subordinate. Detected that the host has completed option 1. The reward, the Heart's Desire Iron Soldier, has been issued. The Heart's Desire Iron Soldier, alongside the Rui Golden Cudgel, the Blood-Melting Iron Rod, and the Earth-Centering Divine Yuan Iron, is renowned as one of the 4 great stabilizers. This treasure was forged during the era of the Great Yu's water control, crafted by both humanity and celestial beings. Although it is a postnatal spiritual treasure, its merits in water control rival those of most innate treasures. Currently, the system rewards him with a purely postnatal treasure, devoid of merit. He found it somewhat lacking in prestige. I shall impart to you half of the Tao method, enabling you to achieve the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Once you have succeeded in your cultivation, come to Kunlun Mountain, and I shall make further arrangements for you. Feng Xuan was not yet prepared to bestow the Heart's Desire Iron Soldier upon him. He would first impart half of the Supreme Celestial Technique. Once the six-eared macaque had made progress in his cultivation, he would then present the meticulously refined Heart's Desire Iron Soldier to him. This way, he would not diminish his own status and could reward him twice, fostering gratitude. Kunlun, the six-eared macaque, suppressed its excitement, respectfully bowing once more. "Thank you, esteemed predecessor, for imparting the Tao that I shall not let your expectations down." Feng Xuan accepted the gesture, waving his hand, and all of the six-eared macaque's injuries were healed. Having completed this matter, he turned and soared into the distance. The six-eared macaque gazed at Feng Xuan's departing figure. Feeling the profound Tao method resonating within its mind, its gaze gradually solidified with determination. Rising to its feet, it dashed toward the horizon. Upon returning to the small stone peak, Feng Xuan sat beside the spirit pond and summoned 2 items. One was the innate gourd, and the other, the Heart's Desire Iron Soldier. He intended to utilize the innate gourd to elevate the grade of the spiritual treasure, counteracting the innate functions to enhance the Heart's Desire Iron Soldier's status. This treasure, of extraordinary material and forging technique, possessed the potential to be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure, but it lacked the innate indestructible spiritual light. Feng Xuan opened the gourd's mouth and inserted the Heart's Desire Iron Soldier, submerging it in the spirit pond to absorb the spiritual essence, elevating the grade of a spiritual treasure and condensing the innate indestructible spiritual light is no simple endeavor. It requires a significant amount of innate spiritual energy, lest it damage the innate gourd. Moreover, the pinnacle of enhancement is merely an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. This has been the reason he had refrained from utilizing this treasure. For others, its most practical function, to him, was rather superfluous. He lacked for high-grade spiritual treasures. Any one of his possessions was already an exceptional innate treasure, if not a supreme treasure. The least among them possessed special functions as upper-grade innate treasures. He truly found little appeal in ordinary spiritual treasures. Having completed this task, Feng Xuan entered a secluded cultivation for 10,000 years. During this time, the temporal order of the primordial world stabilized further. Entirely aligning with the design Feng Xuan had crafted, the power and grade of the temporal wheel also received substantial enhancement, elevating it to the level of an upper-grade, innate merit spiritual treasure. On one particular day, Feng Xuan concluded his seclusion. Suddenly, he detected a powerful intertwining of magical energies within the starry sky. Boundless celestial light illuminated the heavens, and a great battle erupted, only to swiftly subside. Curiosity piqued, Feng Xuan summoned the Haotian mirror. The scene just witnessed materialized upon the mirror's surface. He beheld Emperor Jun and Tai Yi standing outside the lunar star. "Dear friends, I am Emperor Jun of the Demon Court, here to pay a visit today." Accompanied by this melodious voice, Emperor Jun smiled and respectfully bowed toward the lunar star, exuding an aura of noble elegance. However, the response he received was a cold, unyielding voice. "The lunar star does not entertain outsiders. You too should take your leave." The tone held no emotional fluctuation, akin to the chilling waters of a frozen pond. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun did not display displeasure. He maintained a respectful demeanor and replied, "My brother Tai Yi and I have come with urgent matters to discuss with you 2 friends. I hope you can show a modicum of leniency and facilitate our request." Yet, the only response he received was a blunt and brusque command: "Leave." At this, Emperor Jun's expression darkened, but before he could speak, Tai, standing beside him, could no longer suppress his fury. It was well known that given their current strength and status in the primordial world, few dared to treat them with such disrespect. The audacity of the two on the lunar star was intolerable to Tai. "Brother, why waste words on them? Let us simply charge in." In a fit of rage, Tai shouted, and in an instant, his figure flickered, transforming into a streak of flowing light that surged directly towards the moon star, disregarding the recent eviction order issued by the other party at that moment. A circular disk, emanating a chilling aura and radiating an icy blue light, shot forth from the lunar palace, hurtling towards Tai. Wherever the disk passed, the very void seemed on the verge of freezing. Seeing this, Tai exhibited no fear. A slight smile graced his lips, revealing a hint of confidence that in an instant, the blazing, radiant sun wheel manifested before him, resembling a sun ablaze with fierce flames, exuding boundless light and heat. It shot forth to counter the moon wheel. Bang! The icy blue disk collided violently with the sun wheel, instantly erupting in dazzling brilliance, with a powerful shockwave of energy sweeping outward, causing even distant stars to tremble. Watching this scene unfold, Emperor Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his heart sinking in alarm that he clearly observed that the sun wheel was utterly incapable of withstanding the fierce impact, flying backward without resistance. Tai, caught off guard and unable to execute a proper defensive maneuver, was instantly propelled away, a deep gash carved into his abdomen. "You lot, heed not my advice and act recklessly. Let today's encounter serve as a minor lesson for you, a token of apology." The moon wheel ensnared the sun wheel and swiftly retreated to the lunar palace. With the power of the moon star at play, Tai found himself unable to summon it back, upon witnessing the sun wheel being taken. Tai grew frantic. The glimmer of golden light flashed at his waist, his injuries swiftly mending as he prepared to unleash the chaos bell and charge towards the lunar palace, demanding an explanation. "Tai, no." Emperor Jun stepped forward to restrain the enraged Tai, bowing respectfully towards the moon star. "Esteemed ones, we have been remiss today. We shall return for a proper visit in the future." He then took hold of the bewildered Tai, intending to depart. "No need for that. Our moon star does not welcome you both." A frigid voice echoed from within the lunar palace. Emperor Jun, undeterred, returned to the solar star. With that, the scene faded away. Is Emperor Jun plotting to undermine us, only to be met with a furious backlash from his wife? Feng Xuan mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If he is digging his own grave, they must be taught a severe lesson. However, as it stands, both the sun wheel and the moon wheel are in the hands of his wife. The set of celestial treasures is now complete. I shall first investigate what utility these celestial treasures possess." Feng Xuan promptly set off for the moon star. Tai, his face contorted with fury, was forcibly dragged back to the solar star by Emperor Jun. Yet, even as they distanced themselves from the battlefield, the flames of his anger showed no sign of abating. Once a figure of great prestige, Tai had commanded respect, striking fear into the hearts of the celestial court, slaying the Eastern king like a mere dog. Now, he had first been humiliated by the three clear ones, followed by oppression from the witch clan. Even Feng Xuan had managed to suppress him. Today, an inconspicuous Shiha had dared to injure him. The more he thought about it, the more irate he became, even directing his rare ire towards his elder brother, Emperor Jun. "Brother, is this how it ends? I refuse to accept it." Facing the emotionally charged Tai, Emperor Jun wore a benevolent expression. He understood his brother's pride and how it fueled his combative nature. Unable to endure repeated blows, Tai struggled to think rationally. Thus, Emperor Jun spoke earnestly. "Brother, I fully comprehend the resentment in your heart. But we must not act on impulse. This concerns our grand ambitions for the future. Hence, we must deliberate carefully on this matter." Upon hearing these words, Tai furrowed his brow, his face a mask of confusion as he asked, "Brother, what do you mean by that?" "In my view, we should straightforwardly lead an army into the moon star, using overwhelming force to compel those two to relinquish their authority over it, and then swiftly forge the tying banner required for the great array of the celestial sphere. Why go through such elaborate machinations?" Observing Tai's eager and confident demeanor, Emperor Jun could not help but chuckle softly, then gently patted Tai's shoulder, inquiring with a calm tone, "Brother, did you not just engage in a brief skirmish with Xia? What do you truly think of her strength? Xia is formidable. Within the entirety of the demon court, aside from you and me, I doubt anyone could truly defeat her." Tai replied candidly, despite the lingering resentment in his heart regarding Xia's theft of his spiritual treasure. He could not deny her astonishing prowess. Precisely. We are both innate divine beings hailing from the vast cosmos. We should not harbor enmity towards one another, but rather seek a peaceful coexistence. The witch clan poses a grave threat, and it is imperative that we devise a strategy to win those two over to our side. Should we succeed in bringing them under our demon court's banner, it would not only significantly bolster our strength, but may also pave the way for two beautiful unions, Emperor Jun proclaimed, his face radiating confidence. As the leader of the demon court, he always maintained a broad perspective and foresight. Upon hearing this, Tai suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, brother, your vision is truly remarkable, that I feel humbled and deeply admire your insight. With that, the frustrations and anger that had once weighed heavily on Tai's heart dissipated entirely. Very well, it suffices that you grasp the underlying significance. Henceforth, we shall personally visit the moon star every 1,000 years, extending our sincere friendship. That I believe that with our earnestness, it won't be long before they are moved by our genuine intentions. Emperor Jun instructed firmly. Understood, brother. Tai bowed in obedience, his eyes gleaming with determination. Just as he was about to turn and leave to resume his cultivation, a flash of divine light sparked in his gaze, and his pupils constricted. Brother, look. Emperor Jun turned to see Feng Xuan effortlessly entering the moon star aboard the nine-dragon chariot. He did not even pause to greet anyone and faced no obstruction whatsoever. Emperor Jun's fury ignited instantly. This Feng Xuan continually sabotages my plans. He is utterly insufferable. He prepared to confront the moon star for an explanation. Brother, do not rush. Perhaps Xia and Changxi merely allowed him entry out of respect for the three clear ones. Moreover, we may not even be able to best Feng Xuan at this moment. Tai hastily restrained the furious Emperor Jun. In this instance, he remained chillingly composed. Within the lunar palace, Feng Xuan found himself surrounded by a flurry of enchanting maidens. Xia, Changxi, and their ethereal attendants enveloped him, some offering gentle massages while others playfully teased. The air was fragrant, and their delicate arms intertwined. Darling, have you come for this? Xia's lips parted, her voice resonating like a melodious nightingale. Crisp and delightful, she extended a hand as white and delicate as jade, and in an instant, a golden yellow disc materialized, quivering with an almost sentient desire to break free and return to its original master. Yet, it remained firmly bound by Xia, unable to escape. Madam, how could you say such a thing? I came to see you because I missed you, Feng Xuan replied, his gaze not on the sun wheel, but rather filled with deep affection for Xia and Changxi. As he tenderly caressed their silky hair. In such circumstances, he knew he must not reveal his true intentions outright, but must proceed with subtlety. Very well, you pass this time, Xia said, her eyes crinkling with charm and allure. The hand that had reached for Feng Xuan's waist slowly descended, while the other extended the sun wheel towards him. Here, this is your reward. Ha! You truly understand me, madam. Feng Xuan accepted the sun wheel, his heart brimming with gratitude. Xia was indeed the one who understood him best in this world. However, his objectives remained unfulfilled. He still sought the moon wheel. With that thought in mind, he gazed eagerly at Xia, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. All right, here you go. As she beheld his appearance, she could not help but cover her mouth with a light laugh. With a graceful gesture, the moon essence wheel summoned itself and was presented to Feng Xuan. Feng Xuan firmly accepted the moon essence wheel with both hands, his heart swelling with excitement. At this moment, the 5 spiritual treasures required to forge the celestial treasure had been completely gathered in his possession. The birth of the celestial treasure was imminent. By the way, my lady, did you use the moon essence wheel to slay the corpses back then? A pivotal question suddenly struck Feng Xuan. If she had indeed used the moon essence wheel for such a purpose, it might significantly affect the synthesis of the celestial treasure in relation to her cultivation. This was no trivial matter and warranted careful consideration. Not at all. We directly used the Ein star to slay the corpses, with no need for other spiritual treasures, he replied, gently leaning against his shoulder, her tone soft and nonchalant. That is good. Feng Xuan's concerns dissipated in an instant, and no longer hesitating, he proceeded to reveal the Zhou Tian star map. The star seal, the star essence wheel, the sun essence wheel, and the moon essence wheel in front of He and Chang Xi. In that moment, an endless cascade of starlight surged forth like a tumultuous tide. instantly enveloping the entire moon palace. The resplendent radiance filtered through the crystal palace, refracting into a dreamlike array of magnificent colors. The eyes of Shi-He and Changshi shimmered with a myriad of hues, as their keen perception allowed them to discern the subtle yet profound connections among the 5 spiritual treasures. What is my husband attempting to accomplish with this act? The ladies pondered. Behold, the 4th innate treasure of this world is about to be born. Feng Xuan's gaze blazed with intensity as he channeled his magical power, activating the Tongtian star map. The originally radiant starlight upon the map erupted into a dazzling brilliance, blindingly bright. The remaining 4 spiritual treasures seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, transforming into 4 brilliant streaks of light that swiftly darted toward the 3 pivotal positions on the Tongtian star map, representing the Sun Star, the Yin Star, and the Ziwei Star. As these 4 streaks of light embedded themselves with precision, the long-standing voids on the Tongtian star map were perfectly filled to the very instant the Tongtian star map was completed. The vast expanse of the primordial starry sky seemed to be cast into upheaval, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, unleashing tumultuous waves of transformation. Countless stars responded to the call, unreservedly radiating their most brilliant luminescence, illuminating the heavens. Particularly, the Sun Star and the Yin Star shone brighter than ever, their brilliance unparalleled. Since Feng Xuan established the temporal order, the magnificent spectacle of the sun and moon shining together had graced the primordial lands for the very first time. Moreover, even the Tongtian stars appeared faintly visible during the day, dreamlike and ethereal. This extraordinary phenomenon instantly ignited speculation among myriad beings. In the purple cloud palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. Already aware of the events unfolding in the primordial realm, he was privy to all that Feng Xuan had orchestrated. In his view, the established order had completely unraveled. Nuwa did not enter the demon court, and Shi-He could not possibly marry Dijuan daily. Kunlun, lacking the merits of the demon clan, could not ascend to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. The Tongtian star array could not be completed by the demon court. Given these circumstances, perhaps the great calamity between the witch and demon clans no longer needed to proceed. Regardless of how the demon court developed, it could never withstand the witch clan. It would be better to directly enter the heavenly court era. Led by the most noble and powerful beings of the Xianmen heavenly court, dominating the universe and imposing upon all races, since chaos had already ensued, why not allow it to escalate further? With a wave of Hongjun's hand, the suppression upon the other 2 paths in the world was diminished. Nuwa and Hutu, the 2 destined daughters, felt a unique pull in the depths of their beings. At the Sun Star, Tai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Brother, what is the matter? Dijuan rushed forward to support him. Who could possibly harm my brother out of thin air? I can no longer sense the sun essence wheel. Tai exclaimed in disbelief, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. How dare Shi-He? How dare she completely seize my spiritual treasure? Upon hearing this, Dijuan's face mirrored his shock. He had not anticipated Shi-He would dare to act in such a manner. Does she not fear the wrath of our demon court? Brother, you must avenge me. It is imperative that you seek retribution. Tai was unable to maintain his composure. The grudge of treasure theft was irreconcilable. Very well, I shall immediately mobilize the demon court's army to ascend upon the Yin Star. At this moment, Dijuan could no longer heed his previous suggestions. United in purpose, he was determined to restore justice for his brother. In the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones felt a strange sensation arise within them. Could it be that their disciple had conjured this chaos? In the present primordial realm, only he possessed the prowess to orchestrate such grand affairs. It was fortunate he was currently absent from Kunlun, increasing the likelihood of their suspicions. At this moment, within the Moon Palace, the 3 individuals gazed in astonishment at the Tongtian star map before them. Is this truly an innate treasure? The endless celestial power swirled around the map. Facing this image was akin to confronting the entirety of the starry sky. Feng Xuan, guided by his intuition, summoned it back. Upon sensing its potency, he was filled with elation. Ladies, perhaps you need not pursue that elusive position of the moon goddess any longer. Feng Xuan spoke with a trembling voice. As Shi-He and she exchanged puzzled glances. Their expressions adorably bewildered, lips parted slightly in confusion over the meaning of his words. Yet, they soon comprehended. A vast and supreme voice resonated in their ears, swiftly expanding across the celestial heavens and the primordial land. By the name of the Supreme of Stars, I decree Shihi and Changxi as the moon goddesses, ruling over the celestial stars. As the decree was uttered, the Shou-Tian star map erupted with a brilliant ice-blue beam of light. Drawing forth the boundless celestial power of the Een star, surging towards the two women. In an instant, a mysterious and transcendent power began to coalesce throughout the realms. An unparalleled position was birthed beneath this decree, to be shared by the two women. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of the primordial era, surged forth from the Een star, radiating magnificently. This aura, like a tidal wave, exerted pressure upon the entire cosmos, causing all beings to tremble in its wake. The moon goddess's position, the pinnacle of quasi-saint. This formidable aura sent tremors through the hearts of countless powerful beings within the primordial realm. They were certain that, prior to this moment, the two celestial maidens on the Een star had not reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint realms. After all, even the three pure ones were merely in the late stages of quasi-sainthood. Could it truly be that such a simple decree was the catalyst for this monumental transformation? It was utterly astonishing. Just a few words had conferred quasi-sainthood upon the two moon goddesses, sparing them countless arduous years of cultivation. Surely, even the Tao ancestor would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. Who exactly was this remarkable figure? The hearts of countless powerful beings were now tumultuous, akin to a raging tempest. In this awe-inspiring moment, they not only perceived the terrifying potential of the quasi-saint pinnacle, but also glimpsed a hint of an opportunity to ascend to sainthood. A new path, transcending the three paths imparted by the Tao ancestor. For now, let the demon court probe the truth of this matter. Let us see if it is indeed as it appears. After all, the demon court's army was already menacingly approaching the Een star. However, at this moment, Dejuan and Tai were filled with boundless sorrow, unable to restrain their cries to the heavens. Oh, vast heavens, why have you dealt so cruelly with us? How can we combat two quasi-saint pinnacles? Demon sovereign, shall we continue the assault? The demon sage, Ing Zhao, turned back anxiously to gaze at Dejuan. With the presence of two quasi-saint pinnacles on the Een star, there might even be assistance from the one who issued the decree, should they truly proceed with their campaign. Upon hearing this, Dejuan took a deep breath, striving to compose himself, and then declared loudly, "All troops, heed my command, retreat." Having spoken, he swiftly activated the Golden Crow's rainbow technique, vanishing into the distance. Observing this, countless demon court soldiers swiftly employed their own abilities, fleeing like startled birds. Regarding the act of retreating, they had already devised a comprehensive strategy from their previous encounter with the Witch Clan. Could one truly hope to leave without a scratch? Such a fortunate outcome was but a pipe dream. In the realm of the moon, she let out a cold snort, her beautiful eyes glinting with menace as she waved her hand. In an instant, an endless cascade of moonlight surged forth from the lunar palace, transforming into a resplendent river of stars that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged towards the fleeing Dejuan. Tai's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned the Chaos Bell to defend himself. The Chaos Bell radiated a mysterious light of chaos, illuminating the heavens in an attempt to subdue this boundless force of time and space. However, despite being a supreme treasure, the disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too great. With a thunderous roar, the Chaos Bell trembled violently, propelled away by the overwhelming power of the moonlight. In the next moment, the vast galaxy descended upon Dejuan and Tai like a mountain crashing down, sending the two soaring away like kites with severed strings, leaving a long trail of blood in the starry sky. The Supreme Demon Emperor, bloodied in the cosmos, the pinnacle of quasi-saints, fearsome indeed. Should you dare to trespass upon my moon star again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With Shihi's stern command, the dazzling galaxy gradually faded, restoring silence to the heavens. Only a ragtag group of scattered warriors remained, utterly disheveled. The 10 great demon saints, witnessing the scene, hurriedly lifted their grievously injured emperor and fled in a panic towards the sun star. This time, the demon court had indeed suffered a tremendous humiliation. They had come with great fervor to conquer the moon star, only to find themselves frightened and fleeing without even laying eyes on their opponent. The two demon emperors, even from billions of miles away, had been grievously wounded by a single strike from their foe. When would their demon court ever rise again? Following this battle, the mighty beings of the heavens were left utterly convinced. The two individuals on Moonstar were undoubtedly genuine pinnacle quasi-saints. In an instant, The powerful entities across the vast wilderness became frenzied. Prepare the offerings. I shall personally pay a visit to that being. Countless mighty figures in various sanctuaries issued urgent commands to their disciples below. They were eager to seek an audience with that being, hoping to unearth the elusive path to sainthood. At the very least, they aspired to seize the opportunity to attain the supreme realm of pinnacle quasi-saint. In the Yusu Palace, the three pure ones remained composed and unperturbed, making no move whatsoever. They recognized the voice from earlier without a doubt. It belonged to their beloved disciple, despite some changes. It could not escape their ears, alas. Their disciple truly lived up to the blessings of the great Tao, consistently accomplishing earth-shattering feats. Yuan sure admired him, a joyful expression on his face, yet a hint of melancholy lingered. Their disciple had likely surpassed them. How embarrassing. No matter, he is still our disciple. We ought to rejoice for him. Tongtian remarked nonchalantly. Regardless, he was indeed one of their own. They should take pride in that. The third brother spoke wisely. There is no need for the second brother to feel ashamed. Laozi remained as serene as a still pond. Within the Moon Palace, my husband, thank you so much. She exclaimed, her fair complexion flushed with excitement. Their husband's mere words had allowed them to attain the great Tao, thus freeing them from any worries on their path. Husband, I wish she took Feng Xuan's hand, leading him towards the sleeping quarters. Now that her husband held the esteemed title of Lord of the Stars, what did the sun god matter? No need for verification. They were ready to surrender themselves to their husband at once. Feng Xuan offered no resistance, easily being pushed onto the warm bed crafted from glazed jade. The icy blue sheer curtains fell. The two women channeled their powers, donning delicate veils. Their fair skin was faintly visible, their faces blooming like peach blossoms, their beautiful eyes shimmering with desire. Dear husband, today we shall bind our hearts forever, never depart. She leaned down to gaze into Feng Xuan's eyes, their gazes locking, and her soft lips pressed against his. Feng Xuan was entranced. Such beauty should not be neglected. As the three of them intertwined, she reached for Feng Xuan's belt, but he intercepted her hand. My dear, now is not the time. Let us wait a little longer. You still bear the destiny of an empress, tied to a great merit. Once I declare the wilderness and establish the heavenly court as the heavenly emperor, we shall then proclaim our eternal bond. Feng Xuan explained breathlessly, aware of the celestial marriage's significance that he lacked merit. But he could not act so recklessly. Seizing the opportunity presented by the heavenly way was too precious to squander. Upon hearing this, Shihi and Changshi gazed at Feng Xuan with forlorn eyes. Very well, but we can still, let us relax. Feng Xuan reclined lazily upon the warm bed of glazed jade, a look of contentment adorning his face. Beside him, Shihi and Changshi lay close at this moment. The two women's eyes fluttered open and closed, their cheeks blooming with layers of rosy hues, akin to the vibrant flowers of spring. Their sheer garments transformed into palace attire under the rules of the river crab deity. Their cold, white skin revealed enticing hints of pink, reminiscent of red plums blossoming after a snowfall. A droplet of crystalline, transparent sweat trickled down Shihi's delicate collarbone, rolling like a brilliant pearl upon a jade plate, captivating the heart. Truly, such a beautiful waist could cut through bone. Thankfully, his physical prowess was extraordinary. Otherwise, he might have needed support to leave. Dear husband, if you don't want to leave, stay here and accompany us. She extended her fair, warm little hand, gently grasping Feng Xuan's large hand. Their fingers entwined, palms pressed closely together, conveying her affection and reluctance to let him go, refusing to release him. Changshi, blushing, lowered her head in silence, merely wrapping her arms around Feng Xuan's neck, tenderly caressing his cheek. Husband, don't go. Changshi's cool, gentle voice resonated as her lovely face pressed against Feng Xuan's chest, quietly listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Feng Xuan relished the closeness and affection of his partners. This joy was indescribable. After several decades of mutual embrace, Feng Xuan finally extricated himself from their entangled forms. Ladies, I must take my leave. More and more people are gathering outside, and this cannot continue. Feng Xuan turned to Shihi, who was draped over his arm. Having attained the supreme position of the moon goddess, the two moon goddesses no longer bore any semblance of their former obsessive cultivation. They seemed eager to merge into his being, yearning to be together every moment. Very well. If my husband is so heartless, we shall comply, Shihi replied with a look of grievance. her eyes filled with sorrow. Appearing pitiful, can't you speak normally? Feng Xuan gently tapped Shihi's petite nose. This Shihi is quite the trickster. Husband, you may leave, but you must promise to visit us often. Otherwise, we shall be very sad. Shihi, having returned to her usual self, spoke with a playful smile, her eyes sparkling. Of course, as we are now partners, I will certainly come to visit you often, Feng Xuan solemnly assured them. Having comprehended part of the Yinyang Great Tao, he would prefer not to leave if there weren't many plans still to execute. Feng Xuan adjusted his attire and exited the sleeping quarters. Making his way to the Moon Palace's Grand Hall, through his senses, he discerned numerous powerful beings congregating at the periphery of the Moon Star. Each bore a respectful demeanor, yet none dared to step forward. Quietly awaiting the arrival of Feng Xuan, the rightful master, this moment, Shihi and Changshi approached with graceful strides. Humph, I truly wish to swat them all away. These people are such a buzzkill. Interrupting our time with my husband, the icy glint in Shihi's beautiful eyes shone brightly as the icy blue power of the stars surged in her hand, radiating brilliance, her formidable strength directed towards the gathered crowd. Now, my dear, do not act impulsively. Let us remain calm for the time being. Seeing Shihi in such a state, Feng Xuan hurriedly grasped her delicate hand, softly admonishing her. He understood that if such a slap were to be delivered, the future joys and infinite possibilities of the wilderness would be severely diminished. Fear not, husband. I remain rational. It's merely a bit of dissatisfaction that Shihi listened to Feng Xuan's words. The cold light in her eyes gradually faded, and she looked at him with a gentler demeanor, subsequently retracting the lethal strike she had been about to unleash. Through the vast barrier of stars, Feng Xuan's gaze fell upon the powerful beings outside, and he comprehended their intentions. These individuals had come seeking the celestial bestowal of the stars, yearning for the opportunity to attain sanctity. However, they were neither kin nor ally to him. What right did he have to grant them such honors? It seemed she had discerned Feng Xuan's thoughts, for she spoke. My lord, why not we take direct action and drive them away? Feng Xuan's expression remained as tranquil as still waters. He slightly waved his hand and replied, there is no need for such measures. At present, I estimate that few know I am the master of the stars. Since they merely speculate about the existence of such a figure, let them continue in their conjectures. Why should I expose myself unnecessarily? Is it not rather amusing this way? As his words fell, the innate treasure, the chart of the heavenly stars, materialized in Feng Xuan's hand. In an instant, boundless starlight erupted like a tidal wave, continuously augmenting Feng Xuan with the power of the celestial orbs. That a terrifying pressure suddenly surged from the moon star, sweeping across the myriad realms like a roaring tide. Under this immense pressure, countless great stars trembled, as if they were heralding the arrival of the master of the stars. Look, who is that? An unknown Deluo could not contain his astonishment, his eyes aglow with fervent light. He truly is within the moon star. The previous decree was indeed issued by him. Several quasi-saint powers regarded the direction of the moon star with solemn expressions, bowing respectfully. Was this overwhelming pressure beyond that of a peak quasi-saint? Could he be the second saint since the Tao ancestor? Or perhaps a fellow from the Zixiao Palace? Across the celestial realms, myriad beings speculated in hushed tones about the true identity of this individual. If he were a comrade from the Zixiao Palace, it would indeed pose a dilemma, for they would not relish the thought of having a companion far surpassing them, while they could accept figures like Di Jun or Tai being slightly stronger. If someone were to possess such overwhelming power, it would surely unsettle their hearts. A comrade may be formidable, but not to such an extent. At this moment, within the Moon Palace, Feng Xuan donned a robe of the heavenly stars, radiating infinite starlight. His resplendent brilliance transcended all heavenly constellations. His long, dark hair had been dyed in ethereal blue, flowing gracefully with the wind. Countless stars, like jewels, adorned him, accentuating his remarkable appearance and exuding an air of nobility that rendered others unable to gaze directly upon him. Shihi and Changshi gazed at him with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration and infatuation. At this moment, Feng Xuan's strength had indeed surpassed that of a peak quasi-saint, yet he still found himself some distance from the realm of saints. He might be considered an almost saint. Reflecting on this, he turned to bid farewell to Shihi and Changx. My ladies, I shall take my leave now. To take care, my lord. After their farewells, Feng Xuan unleashed his aura without reservation. An overwhelming pressure pervading the entire cosmos. The myriad beings outside dared not gaze upon the moon star, hastily diverting their eyes, fearful of incurring the displeasure of that mysterious and powerful entity. In but a moment, Feng Xuan traversed the expanse of the cosmos, returning to Kunlun Mountain. This was the might of an almost saint. At this juncture, Feng Xuan reigned in his divine radiance, dissipating the celestial power that had enveloped him. As for those mighty ones still awaiting him outside the moonstar, they could continue to wait. Should they wish to join his heavenly court in the future, he might consider bestowing honors upon them. But for now, they could forget it. He decided to pay a visit to his master and the others. Feng Xuan thought to himself, adjusting his robe before swiftly making his way towards the central Yushu Palace. Master, your disciple has arrived. Feng Xuan's demeanor was respectful as he stepped into the Yushu Palace, bowing deeply to his three masters. Yuan sure observed this, and, despite the myriad words he wished to express, ultimately held his tongue, refraining from speaking. Feng Xuan did not linger in conversation, slowly retrieving the chart of the heavenly stars that in that instant. The unique aura of the innate treasure filled the entire Yushu Palace. Indeed, it is my disciple. Laozi stroked his long beard with a look of unwavering certainty. Only his own disciple could possess such profound fortune to acquire this innate treasure. Had it been another, they would have undoubtedly raised suspicions, prompting the three brothers to investigate thoroughly. Upon witnessing this scene and seeing his beloved disciple, Yuan Shi's previously tangled thoughts dissipated like mist. Indeed, this was their cherished student. He had no reason to feel ashamed. The disciple need not be lesser than a master. He was more than delighted. Meanwhile, Tongtian wore an expression of envy. Who would not desire an innate treasure? Though his own Zhujian sword array and Zhujian diagram complemented each other, there might even surpass that of an innate treasure. It still stung to see both of his brothers and even his disciple possessing one while he did not. It left him feeling somewhat out of place. He wondered what plans his disciple had in mind. Was he preparing to establish the heavenly court? Laozi, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired softly. Indeed, I do have such intentions. However, I plan to wait for several more millennia that I have already scanned Kunlun's peaks with my divine sense. Most of my junior brothers and sisters are nearing the breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal stage. It would be prudent to establish the heavenly court then. Feng Xuan respectfully replied. Before coming here, he had noticed that everyone on Kunlun Mountain was diligently cultivating, but if all went well, within 100,000 years, most of the Kunlun practitioners would achieve the status of great Luo golden immortals. This was due in part to the leaves of the enlightenment tree he had gifted, as well as the profound teachings of his three masters, which had contributed to the current state of affairs. That is splendid news, Yuan Shi remarked, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. He recalled the last time they had gone to the west, where they had decidedly taught Jane and Junti a lesson, gaining much insight from the experience that it seemed that in a few more millennia, they might break through to the peak of quasi-saint themselves, perfectly positioned to safeguard their disciples' heavenly court. However, upon further reflection, given his disciples' current strength, perhaps they would not be needed at all. If that is the case, I shall take my leave, Feng Xuan said. Seeing that there were no further matters to discuss, and respectfully excused himself, preparing to return to his own abode. The time to visit Ho Tu was drawing near, and he intended to rest a while before setting out. Just as Feng Xuan was about to step out of the great hall, the three pure ones could not help but simultaneously remind him, Disciple, if you have no other matters, consider visiting Sister Nuwa. Feng Xuan's foot faltered, nearly stumbling at their words. What did they mean by that? Had they truly discerned his secret thoughts? I understand, he replied hastily, and with that, he rushed out of the Yushu Palace. The three pure ones exchanged glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Within the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, the atmosphere was tensed this moment. The two demon emperors, Di Jun and Tai Yi, along with Shi Huang, Kuan Peng, and the 10 great demon saints were gathered to discuss pressing matters. The Master of Stars was undoubtedly Feng Xuan, was he not? What are your thoughts on this matter? As soon as Di Jun spoke, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of voices. They were all too familiar with Feng Xuan. Every encounter had left them battered and bruised, etching deep shadows in their hearts. Bai Zhe wore a facade of concern like the others, but inwardly he rejoiced, grateful for his foresight in befriending Feng Xuan early on. Thus, even if Feng Xuan were to retaliate in the future, he could still extricate himself unscathed. The Golden Crow Palace fell into a heavy silence, each member's face marked with distress. They were utterly powerless against a saint. Moreover, it appeared that their once proud Zhoutian star array could not even be employed against the Master of Stars. It was inconceivable to think they could wield celestial power before such a being. Since no one has any opinions, allow me to speak a few words. That Dijun's complexion was as pale as paper. Although Shiha had not delivered a lethal blow previously, the power of the Tongtian had entered his body, clashing with his own attributes, causing him to suffer as if he were being fried in a pot of oil every passing moment. I have resolved to rally the strength of the demon court and pledge allegiance to Feng Xuan. I shall honor him as the holy emperor of the demon race, with a status above my own. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was astounded. Is this truly the Dijun they once knew? How could he willingly submit to another? Tai Yi's face was a mask of disbelief, questioning whether his elder brother had been swapped out for an impostor. Kuan Peng also suspected that Dijun had been driven mad by a series of blows. There is no need for further persuasion. Possessing limited strength is not a shame, for true manhood lies in the ability to bend and stretch. My mind is made up, and I shall immediately announce this matter to the vast wilderness. With that, Dijun slowly rose, and in an instant, the fortune of the entire demon court converged upon him like rivers flowing into the sea. Dijun's expression turned solemn as he proclaimed to heaven and earth, "Today, I, Dijun, recognize my own weakness and deem myself unworthy to lead the myriad demons. Therefore, I declare Feng Xuan as the holy emperor of the demon court, holding dominion over all powers of the demon race, with a status superior to my own. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Let the demon race bear witness." As these words fell, the entire wilderness erupted like boiling water. A cacophony of disbelief. The demon emperor Dijun had voluntarily relinquished the vast foundation of the demon court. What could possibly be the motive behind this? Dijun and Tai Yi, those two feathered creatures, could not possibly have lost their wits, could they? Such a monumental foundation, willingly given away, would be better placed in the hands of this old ancestor. In the Blood Sea, the ancestor of the underworld stared in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by Dijun's intentions. What a waste! Such a tremendous waste! Tongtian incessantly pounded his chest, lamenting that if such a grand foundation were entrusted to the West, it might revitalize our Western teachings. In his eyes, Dijun's actions were nothing short of foolishness. Jie remained silent, a complex thought flickering in his eyes as he pondered the deeper significance behind Dijun's maneuver. Hearing this, Nuwa gently waved her delicate hand, and a violet-green gourd appeared in an instant. This item had already been refined by her, and she was well aware of its mysteries for the demon race. It was a natural nemesis. However, she seemed to suddenly recall something, her charming face growing cold, and she promptly stowed the gourd away. At this moment, atop Little Stone Peak, Feng Xuan, who had been leisurely reclining, suddenly trembled, sitting upright. Just as Dijun finished his declaration, an immeasurable fortune of the demon race instantaneously enveloped him. In that moment, the heavens and earth became illuminated. With the aid of this immense fortune, he felt his cultivation speed accelerate dramatically. Even his comprehension of the laws seemed to increase out of thin air. Dijun certainly had the audacity to devise and execute such a cunning strategy. It was quite intriguing. A smile crept upon Feng Xuan's lips. Dijun's actions were undoubtedly a masterstroke of overt scheming. If he accepted the fortune of the demon court and became its holy emperor, the honor and disgrace of the court would henceforth be inextricably linked to him. The calamities faced by the demon court would also inevitably fall upon his shoulders. Dijun intended to draw him into the calamity, using him to combat the witch clan, so that when both sides were mutually exhausted, he could reap the benefits. While the idea was clever, he was no soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. The most powerful figure in the wilderness was right behind him. He possessed the capability to overturn the table at any moment. However, as Feng Xuan considered this, he realized he was about to acquire a significant number of assets. The essential personnel and structure needed for the heavenly court could be directly transplanted from the demon court, saving him considerable effort. Dijun, I truly owe you my gratitude. Feng Xuan could not help but chuckle. At this moment, the gazes of the myriad realms converged upon Kunlun Mountain. Everyone eagerly awaited Feng Xuan and the three pure ones to respond. Amidst the shock, some astute individuals had already discerned the brilliance of Dijun's scheme. Connecting it to the previous conflicts between Feng Xuan and the demon court, They could not help but admire Dijun's cunning. Clearly, he intended to drag the precious disciple, greatly valued by the three pure ones, into that terrifying calamity. Who does not know the horror of the calamity, which can only be described as a catastrophic disaster? Reflecting on the past, the three formidable beings, the ancestor dragon, the primordial phoenix, and the first Qilin, stood at the pinnacle of the wilderness, far exceeding the great Luo golden immortal in power. Yet even so, they could only meet a tragic end under the ravages of the calamity. Now, the three races could only shrink into a corner, unable to restore their former glory. Thus, it is evident that all talk of eternal freedom and boundless longevity is but a fleeting illusion in the face of the calamity. In such calamities, perhaps only the transcendent existence of saints can escape the dire consequences of life and death, emerging unscathed at this moment. Within the Yusu Palace, the three pure ones sat firmly like mountains, their expressions calm and unperturbed. Entering the calamity? What calamity? Their precious disciple possesses the protection of the great Tao's blessings. Even if they were to enter the calamity, Feng Xuan would not. Dijun's actions were tantamount to burying the grand foundation of the demon court, established over endless ages. And so what? Once the heavenly court envisioned by my disciple is established, the demon court will inevitably face obliteration, ultimately returning to dust. Indeed, the future of the wilderness is destined to be one of reverence for the heavenly court. With just a few words, the three pure ones had elucidated the future trajectory of the wilderness. After all, the heavenly court was proposed by the Tao ancestor, personally managed by their disciple, and they fully supported it from behind. Who could possibly obstruct it? Let us see how my disciple employs his methods. With that, the Yusu Palace fell into a profound silence. Simultaneously, Feng Xuan distinctly felt the countless gazes that bore into him like tangible forces. A confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth that he boldly steered the Nine Dragons' sandalwood carriage toward the direction of the Sun Star. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with three fires. He intended to prepare the structure of the heavenly court in advance, while also causing some irritation to Dijun and Tai, elder brother. He is coming. In his exclusive palace, Tai sensed the carriage traversing through heaven and earth and hurriedly reminded his elder brother Dijun beside him. I told you, he is anxious. That Dijun's expression was one of pride, brimming with confidence that he neither wished to be caught up in the calamity, nor could he bear to relinquish the immense foundation of the demon race. Besides softening to us and seeking our aid against the witch clan, he had no other recourse. All we need to do is to bide our time and wait for Feng Xuan to be vanquished by the witch clan, allowing us to reap the benefits. Elder brother is astute. Tai Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Elder brother established the demon court, guarding the starry skies and orchestrating the affairs of heaven and earth. Even if Feng Xuan is formidable, he is still ensnared by elder brother's scheming. Gather all the important members of the demon court. We shall collectively welcome this holy emperor of the demon race. After Dijun spoke, he strode toward the Golden Crow Great Hall. By the time Feng Xuan arrived, the elite powers of the demon race had already congregated. Fuxi, Kuan-Ping, the 10 great demon saints, and the great Luo demon gods responsible for the main formation of the Zhou-Tian Star Do array were all present. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that they still lacked a complete roster of the 365 main stars, suggesting that the strength of the demon court had yet to fully recovered. We pay our respects to the Holy Emperor. The demon saints and gods bowed in unison, while the 3 demon emperors performed deep bowing ceremonies. Feng Xuan's demeanor was composed as he ascended to the highest seat of the hall. Under the watchful eyes of those who were either speculating or curious, this seat had evidently been hastily prepared by the demon court, as it had not existed during Feng Xuan's previous visit. Feng Xuan settled comfortably into his seat, with Dijun, Tai, and Fuxi sequentially taking their places beside him, all awaiting his address. Since I have now become the holy emperor of the demon race, overseeing all matters concerning the demon populace, I shall now issue 3 edicts. Feng Xuan's gaze was sharp, scanning the assembly with piercing intensity. The first edict of the holy emperor, to reform the demon court. Establishing 5 sovereigns beneath the holy emperor Dijun shall be conferred the title of southern sovereign, the demon emperor Tai as eastern sovereign, and the demon emperor Fuxi as northern sovereign. While the remaining 2 sovereign positions will be determined at a later date, the 5 great sovereigns possess the authority to partake in discussions, yet they lack the ultimate decision-making power. All matters concerning the demon court must be personally reviewed and resolved by me. Henceforth, let it be known, we shall adhere to the sacred edicts of the emperor." The multitude of demons bowed in unison, their voices echoing with reverence. They understood the intricate power dynamics among the higher echelons. Their only duty was to obey orders. Only Dijun could not suppress the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware that Feng Xuan was clearly attempting to undermine the authority they held. The power that was once concentrated in his and Tai Yi's hands was now being distributed among the 5 sovereigns. Consequently, his influence and authority were undeniably diminished. In contrast, Fu Shi's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue. Although he had previously held the title of Demon Emperor, he wielded little power and could take no action. However, with this decree, he suddenly found himself endowed with authority, enabling him to realize his ambitions. Feng Xuan paid no heed to Dijun's reaction and promptly issued a second edict. The second edict of the Sacred Emperor: the 10 demon saints shall be divided into 5. And their respective armies shall also be segmented into 5, each unified under the leadership of the 5 great sovereigns. The 5 sovereigns shall hold equal status and power, each tasked with guarding the 5 cardinal directions of heaven and earth. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire structure and distribution of power within the demon court was instantaneously partitioned into 5, governed solely by the 5 sovereigns. This marked a true sense of egalitarianism. "We shall comply with the sacred edicts of the emperor." The demons bowed once more, their minds contemplating which sovereign they would be assigned to serve. The third edict of the sacred emperor: in order to effectively implement the tenets of non-aggression proposed by the ancestor of Tao, and to maintain harmonious relations between the witch and demon clans, the East Emperor and South Emperor shall be dispatched to the Kunlun Mountain to foster goodwill with the ancestors of the witches and to fully realize the ancestor's directives. "We shall comply with the sacred edicts of the emperor." The demons continued to bow respectfully. However, the expressions of Dijun and Tai Yi turned exceedingly grim. "Tio venture to Wuzhou Mountain." Was this not an overt push into the inferno? Although their strength had improved, the mere thought of the terrifying power of the 12 ancestors sent shivers down their spines. "Feng Xuan, you!" Tai Yi seethed with fury, unable to restrain himself from unleashing a tirade. Does the East Emperor have any objections?" Feng Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly at this moment. As the sacred emperor of the demon race, his words were law, and Tai Yi dared not act so brazenly. Was Dijun plotting against him? Then let him directly assign Dijun to negotiate with the witch clan. Let him take the lead in the impending battle between the witches and demons. Let us see how he will cope. No, the East Emperor is merely a bit agitated. There are no other objections. Dijun quickly grasped Tai Yi's arm, knowing that as long as Feng Xuan acknowledged his identity as the sacred emperor of the demon race, all his previous schemes would still hold hope. The humiliation they endured was but temporary. For the sake of a promising future, they had no choice but to endure. However, our strength may not match that of the witch clan. This mission may pose great risks. Not match? Will you not flee? Feng Xuan rebuked sharply. Moreover, I am sending you there to negotiate, not to instigate conflict. Dijun's face fell, yet despite the anger boiling within, he dared not show any sign of dissent, merely muttering, "As you command." "Very well, let the demon saints begin their selection," Feng Xuan stated with an indifferent expression. As he proclaimed the second edict, the vast demon army, under the influence of the demon court's fortunes, was split into 5. There were no discernible differences among the 5 armies. However, the fortunes alone could not dictate the allegiance of the 10 demon saints. They needed to choose which sovereign to follow. Dijun's gaze immediately shifted towards Baizhe. Among the 10 demon saints, Baizhe stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, possessing unparalleled wisdom, undoubtedly his foremost choice. Under the intense scrutiny of Dijun's fiery gaze, Baizhe felt as if he were seated on a bed of nails. Rationality dictated that he should not follow Dijun or Tai Yi. The current demon court had lost its former glory, unable to reverse its fate. In contrast, Feng Xuan's fortunes surged like a dragon. As a third-generation disciple of the Xianmen, he had the ancestor backing him. The 2 demon emperors were ensnared in tribulation, yet remained oblivious. It was truly lamentable. Alas, let me repay the demon emperor's kindness one last time. Baizhe sighed internally, gradually stepping out of the ranks of the demon saints to stand silently beside Dijun. Before long, formidable demon saints such as Ying Zhao, Gui Che, and Fei Lian flocked to Dijun and Tai Yi. They were longtime followers of the demon emperor, harboring deep respect for both Di Jun and Tai Yi. Fei Dan and Jiuying chose to align with Fu Shi's faction. The remaining demon saints remained still, awaiting the new emperor's arrangements. With matters settled, Feng Xuan closed his eyes to rejuvenate. Di Jun and Tai Yi led their respective demon saints to withdraw, taking a moment to rest before preparing to journey to Wuzhou Mountain. Observing this, others discreetly departed, recognizing that this affair no longer concerned them. The position of the West Emperor would be assumed by the West Queen Mother. The position of the Central Emperor would be held by Nuwa, thereby effectively restraining the North Emperor Fu Shi. Feng Xuan plotted in his heart, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in the thought that the demon court was now entirely within his grasp. It was fortuitous that this tribulation had occurred. Otherwise, how could Di Jun so willingly relinquish control of the demon court? Yet now, I cannot venture to the blood pool. The fortunes of the demon race and the fortunes of the witch race are in direct conflict. Should I step foot therein, my identity would inevitably be exposed. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Xuan devised a plan that it seemed the only course was to find a way to swiftly conclude the war between the witches and demons. With this thought in mind, Feng Xuan rose to pay a visit to Nuwa as the foremost among the 6 sages of Heaven's Tao. Nuwa was a pivotal figure in the resurgence of humanity. To usher in the era of saints, Nuwa must first attain sanctity to in a flash. Feng Xuan ascended the 9-dragon incense chariot, traversing the boundless expanse of time and space to arrive at Wuzhou Mountain. He then proceeded directly into the Fengqi Valley. Sister Nuwa, I have arrived. No sooner had Feng Xuan's voice faded than a red silk ball hurtled towards him like a shooting star. He did not evade, allowing the red silk ball to strike forcefully against his forehead. Nuwa was clearly upset with him. Yet, this was also a good omen, for it indicated that Nuwa held feelings for him. Ouch! That hurts. The power of the red silk ball was indeed formidable, its unique properties causing Feng Xuan to draw in a sharp breath. He silently vowed to himself not to be so headstrong next time. What brings you here? Why aren't you accompanying those 2 on the Taiyin star? Nuwa's beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of frost as she regarded Feng Xuan, her momentary tenderness vanishing as quickly as it appeared. Here she was, alone, consumed with concern for Feng Xuan, joyful for him, anxious for him. Yet he chose to meet those 2 cold women instead. How could she not be irked? I merely wish to visit you. Sister Nuwa, it has been quite some time since my last visit. Feng Xuan channeled the principles of creation to gradually alleviate the pain in his forehead, donning a bright smile as he turned to Nuwa. I do not require your presence. I can manage just fine on my own. Nuwa, unperturbed, continued towards her rattan chair, turning her back to Feng Xuan, refusing to look at him. Feng Xuan hastily followed, casting his gaze around the surroundings. Upon spotting the 2 exquisite, diminutive figures, reminiscent of miniature humans, he smiled knowingly. If Sister Nuwa truly did not wish to see me, then I shall take my leave. Feng Xuan feigned a low voice, pretending to depart. How dare you? Upon hearing Feng Xuan's words, Nuwa's brows knitted together, and the rattan branch in her hand suddenly extended like a spirit serpent, swiftly binding Feng Xuan for the next 10,000 years. You are forbidden from going anywhere. Gazing at Nuwa, whose eyes brimmed with ire, Feng Xuan obediently reclined, permitting her to vent her frustrations. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the fragrance of flowers, while the melodious songs of birds filled the air. Nuwa focused on shaping the clay figures in her hands, while Feng Xuan lay quietly, watching. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yet, the clay figures conjured by Nuwa were indeed a bizarre assortment, lacking the divine essence that one would expect. Feng Xuan could not help but voice his thoughts. Sister Nuwa, it seems your sculpting skills require further refinement. Silence, Nuwa exclaimed with a delicate admonition, hurling one of the clay figures directly at Feng Xuan. With a swift movement, Feng Xuan deftly evaded the projectile, the vines around him falling away effortlessly. Sister Nuwa, I was wrong. Please don't ignore me, he implored hastily. Hearing this, Nuwa fixed her gaze upon Feng Xuan, her ruby lips parting slightly. In what way have you erred? I was wrong for not expressing my feelings to you in a timely manner, Feng Xuan replied, gently grasping Nuwa's tender hand. His eyes brimming with sincerity and affection. Nuwa's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the twilight sky. Completely taken aback by Feng Xuan's forthrightness, the sudden confession left her momentarily at a loss. Noticing Nuwa's lack of resistance, Feng Xuan grew bolder, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Sister Nuwa, do you understand my feelings? Nuwa's response was soft as a whisper. Yet for beings of their caliber, it was unmistakably clear that a surge of joy filled Feng Xuan's heart, causing him to unconsciously tighten his grip around her. They nestled against each other for a long while, until finally, Nuwa broke the silence and inquired. So, what is your relationship with the two from the Tyne Star? Do not lie. I know you are the celestial sovereign. As you suspect, they are my Tao partners. Feng Xuan candidly admitted, feeling no need to conceal the truth. Oh. Nuwa replied softly, falling silent once more. A twinge of disappointment pierced her heart. After all, she was the first to encounter Feng Xuan, and their initial bond had been exceptionally close. How had it come to this? Sister Nuwa, I genuinely cherish you all. Please promise me. Feng Xuan gazed at the dejected Nuwa, his eyes filled with yearning. After a long silence, Nuwa finally made up her mind and turned to face Feng Xuan. Then you must not let me down. We shall walk the path of the great Tao together, never depart. Indeed, together on the great Tao, never depart. Feng Xuan clasped Nuwa's small hand tightly, his heart brimming with elation. After exchanging heartfelt confessions, Nuwa produced a purple-green demon summoning gourd. This is for you. It contains a treasure that will greatly aid you in mastering the demon clan. Upon seeing the gourd, Feng Xuan understood that the renowned demon summoning banner was contained within, requiring only a fusion with the demon clan's fortune and some ritualistic refinement to control countless demons. However, he had no need for it. He possessed the ability to command demons through the original texts of the literary Tao, capable of controlling millions of demons across the realm. Moreover, this served as a testament to Nuwa's role as a representative of humanity. The path of humanity, also known as the path of all beings, signifies all sentient creatures within the cosmos. The demon clan, referred to as the spirit clan, embodies all sentient beings, originating from the creation of humanity. Thus, only Nuwa, as the mother of humanity and the bearer of the demon summoning banner, could truly embody the essence of humanity. I cannot accept it. Sister Nuwa, why not you take the position of Empress in the demon court and oversee the demon clan on my behalf? Feng Xuan proposed, revealing the matter of the 5 great monarchs. After pondering for a moment, Nuwa acquiesced. Given that her husband currently governed the demon court, it was only fitting for her to assist him. Very well, I shall assume the role of the central empress and ensure everything is in order, but I cannot believe you have even managed to win over the Queen Mother of the West. It is all a matter of fate. Feng Xuan chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a tumultuous energy surged from the outside world, prompting both to gaze outward. It turned out that Emperor Jun and Tai Yi had arrived at Mount Buzhou. The Southern Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai Yi of the Demon Court had come to the Witch Clan on the order of the Sacred Emperor, wishing to deepen the implementation of the Tao Ancestors' principles, hoping for the ancestral witches to make an appearance. Look, the show is about to begin, Feng Xuan remarked with a slight smile. A comical image of Emperor Jun leading the charge during the future battle between the witches and demons surfaced in his mind, bringing him much amusement. You truly are quite mischievous. Emperor Jun has certainly drawn the short straw in encountering you. Nuwa's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the unfolding scene. With her presence alone, Emperor Jun's schemes against Feng Xuan stood no chance of success, especially with the 3 senior brothers also in attendance. It is not so dire. I do not intend for him to perish. Rather, I aim to gradually erode his overwhelming pride, compelling him to willingly serve me. Feng Xuan mused thoughtfully. When he reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, Emperor Jun would undoubtedly refuse to submit. Even now, as he became a lesser saint, Emperor Jun would remain unconvinced, and even if he achieved the status of a saint, the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian, it was likely that Emperor Jun would still not be truly submissive. However, his ultimate goal was to achieve the Great Tao, fulfilling the unfinished legacy of the Pangu Great God. I shall see how Emperor Jun dares to defy the Pangu Great God. The more powerful one becomes, the greater the reverence for this chaotic world. The Pangu Great God, who single-handedly battled 3,000 chaos demon gods and opened the heavens, possessed a cataclysmic might that is truly awe-inspiring. You still claim to be innocent. Nuwa's eyes sparkled as she let out a melodious laugh. At that moment, above Mount Buzhou, Emperor Jun and Tai Yi appeared visibly tense, as if fearing that a colossal figure might suddenly emerge and deliver a thunderous blow. Although Hongjun Daozu had decreed that the witches and demons must not engage in warfare, would the belligerent witches adhere to such an edict? The answer was evidently negative. They were the least compliant. Why is it so quiet? We have been waiting here for so long. Tai Yi wore a puzzled expression. The chaos spell above his head radiating myriad rays of light, the rhythms of time and space flowing gently as he stood ready for battle at any moment. He thought to himself that as soon as the ancestral witches made a move, he would swiftly retreat. After all, the demon court was no longer entirely their domain, that he had no desire to fight for it, though. The sacred emperor. A peace negotiation. Are you here to humiliate us? Suddenly, before the assembly of the demon court, the space quivered violently. Immediately, 11 figures appeared before everyone, each radiating fierce battle intent, as if eager to engage in combat. No, this is merely the command of our sacred emperor. We are only carrying out orders. Emperor Jun said calmly, looking at the 11 ancestral witches. By the way, our sacred emperor is Feng Xuan. Sacred emperor, Feng Xuan. Dijiang furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He only knew that Feng Xuan was a disciple of the three purities. How had he become the sacred emperor of the demon clan? However, upon hearing that name, Zhu Rong's fury ignited, and he seethed inwardly. It is him. He dared to slay Xing Tian and Ho Yi before my eyes, causing me to lose face before Gong Gong. Such a grievance must be avenged. I shall slay him to redeem my honor. Thus, he turned to his elder brother and implored, Elder brother, Feng Xuan has humiliated us, so let us march directly upon Kunlun. Zhu Rong grew increasingly agitated as he spoke. The Dao ancestor merely stated that the witches and demons must not engage in battle, yet our assault is not aimed at the demon clan, but rather at that insignificant Kunlun Mountain. In this way, we would not be violating the Dao ancestor's decree. Moreover, the three purities are contending with us for the title of Pangu's true successor. It is time to settle the score. Zhu Rong's words instantly garnered the support of the majority of the 11 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches were inherently warlike. If they could not engage in battle during the 10 Yuan assembly, it would drive them to madness. Furthermore, as time passed, some ancestral witches sensed the potential threat that the flow of time posed to their great Dao, though they had confidence in their ability to prevail in the struggle for the great Dao. It would be optimal to eliminate the root cause in advance. Elder brother, I am in agreement. Zhu Jiao-yin was the first to step forward, vocally supporting Zhu Rong's proposal. Elder brother, we also concur. Rongshou, Gong, Tianwu, Shizi, and Shibishi consecutively voiced their intentions for battle. At this moment, 7 ancestral shamans had already expressed their agreement to attack Kunlun Mountain, although the remaining shamans had yet to openly support this decision. They also refrained from voicing any opposition. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Jun felt a secret elation in his heart. His original aim was merely to incite discord between the ancestral shamans and Feng Xuan. To his astonishment, they already harbored their own grievances. Now, the situation had escalated directly to an assault on Kunlun Mountain. His scheme had already achieved considerable success. In light of this, he decided to stoke the flames further. With a facade of righteousness, Emperor Jun declared, Feng Xuan is the holy emperor of our demon clan. Should you proceed to attack Kunlun, you would be declaring war against my kind. Are you truly willing to take such a step? Upon hearing this, the previously indecisive Di Jiang promptly resolved to take action, proclaiming with great authority to Emperor Jun, 10,000 years hence, our witch clan shall assuredly march upon Kunlun Mountain. Should the demon clan dare to obstruct us, we shall eradicate you alongside our foes. Even if it means opposing the entire Hongwang world, our witch clan fears nothing. If need be, we shall sink Kunlun Mountain and extinguish the sun star. We shall recreate the heavens and the earth. Seeing that matters had reached an inevitable conclusion, Emperor Jun opted not to engage in further dialogue with the ancestral shamans, fearing that verbosity might invite unforeseen complications. Thus, let us return and report to the Holy Emperor that the witch clan's actions disturb the cosmic harmony and will undoubtedly provoke the wrath of the sages. With that, Emperor Jun hurriedly led everyone back. Harboring no thoughts of negotiation. On the return journey, Bai Zhe hesitated to speak, utterly astonished by Emperor Jun's course of action. This would undoubtedly exacerbate the conflict between him and Feng Xuan. Were he in Feng Xuan's position, he would likely fight Emperor Jun to the bitter end. Your Majesty, you are truly treading a perilous path. Bai Zhe sighed helplessly, silently contemplating how he might preserve Emperor Jun's life, even if it was but a slender thread of hope. Brother, how shall we explain this to Feng Xuan upon our return? Tai Yi inquired with palpable excitement. As the witch clan prepared to assault Kunlun Mountain, in his view, the three pure ones had yet to attain sainthood and would surely be no match. The might of Pangu's true form was terrifying. He had witnessed firsthand how even the Dao ancestor had to employ other means to cope. Thus, the battle at Kunlun was destined for defeat. And the three pure ones and Feng Xuan would emerge gravely injured, if not dead. We shall report truthfully. It is well known throughout Hongwang that our demon clan cannot engage in warfare with the witch clan under the edicts of the Dao ancestor. Emperor Jun replied with an air of calm assurance, as Feng Xuan is a disciple of the Dao ancestor, he cannot contravene these edicts. Therefore, we, in the demon court, need only sit back and watch the conflict unfold. Emperor Jun was thoroughly pleased with his scheme. The entirety of Hongwang was firmly within his grasp. In the Fengxi Valley, Feng Xuan and Enhua observed the conversation between Emperor Jun and the ancestral shamans in its entirety. Humph! This Emperor Jun is indeed cunning and treacherous, never engaging in virtuous deeds. Enhua's fist clenched in fury, her knuckles paling, as her anger simmered. The anticipated spectacle had instead turned the witch clan's hatred towards her husband. It was infuriating. There is no need for such anger, my lady. All of this was anticipated. Should the witch clan dare to invade Kunlun, they shall only be courting disaster. Feng Xuan replied nonchalantly. That battle will undoubtedly establish the formidable reputation of our Kunlun lineage. Feng Xuan dismissed Emperor Jun's machinations entirely. No matter how he plotted, he need only counter with strength. Moreover, his three masters were on the verge of breaking through to the peak of quasi-sainthood. With two innate supreme treasures in the Zhuxian sword array, who in Hongwang could withstand such power, I shall also lend my assistance when the time comes, Enhua added. Indeed, I understand, my lady. Feng Xuan responded with a smile. Pa! How despicable! Enhua playfully chided. After exchanging playful banter, Feng Xuan suddenly produced a fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate. What is this? Enhua exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if a voice within her urged her to draw near the object. Even though she was currently nestled snugly in Feng Xuan's embrace. As you surmise, this is indeed a fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Jade Plate, which fortuitously records the path of creation. Feng Xuan said with a smile, let us comprehend it together. The day we achieve the way is surely at hand. Thank you. My husband. 50,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Fengxi Valley was suffused with dense, innate spiritual energy, shrouded in mist, as the brilliance of the great Tao shone resplendently. The profound path of creation intertwined continuously, enveloping both Feng Xuan and Enhua. At that moment, their auras, the fragment of the Chaos Jade Plate, and the energies of the creation canyon resonated with one another. In an instant, two immense forces erupted, causing the very fabric of this world to tremble. The laws of creation surrounding Feng Xuan blazed with brilliance, reaching completion. His realm consequently broke through, propelling him into the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. Meanwhile, Enhua, aided by various forces, also shattered the bottleneck of the late quasi-saint stage. Utilizing the 12-petal purifying lotus, she successfully severed her physical form, resulting in significant enhancements to both her cultivation and DAO. As the two gradually opened their eyes, their gazes met, both unable to conceal their joy. Within a mere 50,000 years, such astonishing progress was nothing short of miraculous. My lady, I must return immediately to prepare for the various matters concerning the witch clan, Feng Xuan stated, rising to depart. While the witch clan posed no real threat, prudent preparation was essential for absolute certainty. I shall accompany you. Staying here is dreadfully dull, Enhua pouted, gently tugging at the hem of Feng Xuan's robe. Reluctant to let him leave alone, Feng Xuan contemplated for a moment and deemed it acceptable for Enhua to return with him. Changxi and Shiha had just attained the moon god fruit position and needed to stabilize their realm on the Tying Star. But Enhua did not. She should venture outside more frequently to comprehend the natural great Tao, which would benefit her path. Then let us return together, my lady, as the two exited the Fengxi Valley. They surveyed the myriad of witch soldiers gathering and consolidating at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. The oppressive malevolence and foul aura were quite discomforting. Let us go, Feng Xuan called lightly, as the 9 dragon-scented palanquin manifested from thin air, carrying them straight back to Kunlun. The moment they set foot upon Kunlun Mountain, all three of the pure ones awakened from their meditations. To think my disciple has brought his junior sister home. This progress is rather swift, Yuan Shi Tianzuan exclaimed in astonishment, eagerly rising to see what had transpired. Wait, Laozi interjected, raising a hand to stop Yuan Shi, his expression grave. The situation remains unsettled. We must not act recklessly. It is prudent to observe in secret for now. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi promptly came to his senses, nearly jeopardizing his disciple's significant undertaking due to his impatience, and hurriedly retook his seat. This place is my Taoist practice, the little stone peak, Feng Xuan introduced as he led Inhua to the summit. Not far below lies the residence of my junior sister. We share this Taoist practice. Upon hearing this, Inhua's thoughts stirred as she penetrated the layers of the Taoist practices array with her mind and glimpsed the three Shaos diligently cultivating in seclusion that a hint of jealousy arose within her, prompting her to teasingly remark, sharing a Taoist practice, and with your junior sister as well. My husband is truly considerate. I was mistaken. Please forgive me. Feng Xuan pleaded, realizing that having too many partners could indeed be troublesome. Humph, you are not to have any other partners in the future. Otherwise, Inhua threatened, extending her delicate hand towards Feng Xuan's waist. Sigh. Feng Xuan gasped, quickly responding, I was wrong. I shall not have any more. You must swear. I swear by the great Tao that henceforth my partners shall be only you few. I will not add any more. Upon hearing this solemn vow, Inhua finally retracted her hand, a satisfied smile blooming on her face. After Feng Xuan thoroughly explained the layout of the little stone peak, Inhua's thoughts shifted, and she turned to ask, where is my sister, the West Queen Mother? Take me to her, Dada. At that moment, a sudden chill coursed through Feng Xuan's heart, an inexplicable sense of foreboding rising within him. What? Is it not permissible? Nua's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly as her jade hand slowly lifted. Very well, I shall escort the lady forthwith. Feng Xuan promptly nodded in agreement. After all, what is destined to come will inevitably arrive, and delaying the inevitable would be futile. Feng Xuan guided Nua to the entrance of the Western Queen Mother's miniature realm. Utilizing his own authority to channel his magical powers, his energies surged. A portal shimmering with spatial power gradually manifested within the exquisite valley. Without a moment's hesitation, Nua strode directly through, her voice echoing back as she firmly closed the spatial door with a single hand. Do not follow. Go attend to the matters concerning the witch clan. I wish to have a thorough discussion with Sister Queen Mother. Alas, I hope they do not engage in too great a dispute. Feng Xuan sighed helplessly, gathered his thoughts, and turned towards the Jade Void Palace. Disciple Feng Xuan seeks an audience with Master. Enter, came the reply. Upon stepping into the grand hall, Feng Xuan found the three pure ones gazing at him with teasing expressions. He inhaled deeply and recounted the news of the witch clan's impending assault on Kunlun Mountain after 100,000 years. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were immediately incensed. How audacious of the witch clan! They had yet to demand accountability from the witch clan for their brazen claims of being the true descendants of Pangu. Yet the witch clan dared to provoke them. It was truly a display of ignorance. My sword is already thirsting for action. I vow to have the ancestral witches spill their blood upon Kunlun Mountain. The intent of the heavenly sword surged upward, while the Qingping sword resonated with its master's fervent determination. The surrounding void began to crack and heal in tandem. Since its emergence, it had yet to taste blood. It appears the witch clan does not recognize their destiny. They truly deserve to be extinguished by our hands. The coldness between Yuanshi's brows deepened as he grasped the Panga banner. The most lethal of the innate treasures, though he usually appeared ethereal and unthreatening, once he harbored murderous intent. The might of the Panga banner could obliterate the heavens. The blade of the opening heaven axe could annihilate all beings. Leaving no chance for resurrection, Laozi maintained a calm demeanor, steadfast as a mountain, yet the dual energies of Yin and Yang swirled around him, manifesting the shadows of the Taiji and Bagua. Regarding this matter, he too was resolute in his intent to fight to the bitter end. Disciple, you may withdraw for now. In 100,000 years, we shall surely repel that horde of savages. Laozi's tone was placid, but conveyed an undeniable authority. Nay, master, I have a thought I hope you will consider. Pray tell. Yuan Shi raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what novel idea his precious disciple might present 100,000 years hence. I request the three masters to remain still while I, along with my fellow disciples, as well as the current lunar deities, Sister Nua and Queen Mother, shall first withstand the onslaught of the witch clan. This will serve not only as a crucible for my fellow disciples, but also as an exceptional opportunity to showcase the might of the heavenly court in the future. I earnestly seek your approval. The three pure ones pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in acquiescence. Indeed, the disciples have not undergone sufficient trials over the years, unlike their own legendary exploits in the primordial world. If that is the case, we shall abide by your words. When you find yourselves in dire straits, we will then lend our assistance. Thank you, masters. Feng Xuan bowed deeply in gratitude before exiting the Jade Void Palace. He first returned to the wisdom tree beside the small stone peak. gazing at the flourishing tree and sincerely stated, "Old tree, I require your primordial power for this endeavor in 50,000 years. I shall designate you as the divine tree of the heavenly court, allowing you to enjoy the offerings of celestial beings and aiding your ascension." The wisdom tree gently swayed, uncertain if it was an agreement or refusal. Nevertheless, Feng Xuan paid it no mind that he directly activated the perfected laws of creation, a torrent of power surging into the wisdom tree. In an instant, an endless greenish-gold divine light erupted from the small stone peak. Guided by Feng Xuan, it transformed into dozens of light pillars, accurately landing on various peaks of Kunlun, corresponding perfectly with all of Kunlun's current disciples. Everyone felt puzzled, unaware of their senior brother's intentions. Soon after, Feng Xuan's voice resonated around them. "Fellow disciples, cultivate diligently. In 40,000 years, I hope to see all of you reach the great Luo realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd ceased their speculations and cherished this rare opportunity for cultivation, immersing themselves in the comprehension of the Tao and the essence of the Great Way. Next, it was time to pay a visit to the Endless Blood Sea. Endless Blood Sea, Blood God Palace. As Ming He gradually opened his eyes while practicing the path of killing, an overwhelming crimson radiance erupted, causing the entire innate grand hall to tremble violently. Yet, there were no other repercussions. Presently, the Blood Sea was home to only one known being, Ming He. He could sway as he pleased, but an inexplicable sense of dread lingered. Ming He murmured, sensing that someone had been keeping tabs on him. Could it be those two foolish birds from the Sun Star? Damn it, they target me every time. I must devise a way to reclaim my honor, or what will become of my reputation as the ancestor of Ming He. As Ming He pondered how to retaliate against Emperor Jun and Tai Yi, he suddenly detected a powerful aura approaching above the Blood Sea, accompanied by a thick presence of the demon clan. What on earth? Does this never end? Just because I do not assert my authority. Do you think I am weak? The swords of slaughter, you two and Abi, manifested, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The killing intent within the Blood Sea surged violently. The roiling blood quickly coalesced into a massive crimson dragon. Exuding an imposing presence, Ming He mounted the dragon and soared above the Blood Sea. "You dare to challenge me, ancestor Ming He?" Ming He's companion, Feng Xuan, was taken aback. Although he had previously caused Ming He some trouble, he had kept it well concealed. Being no saint, he had not encountered this threat of causality and was thus oblivious. My apologies. I mistakenly assumed it was those two rascally birds from the Sun Star. No matter. I am somewhat aware of the discord between you and the southern and eastern emperors of my demon court that I bear no grudge against you. However, my friend, will you not invite me inside for a visit? Feng Xuan regarded Ming He, who wore an expression of contrition, with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ming He's blood-red eyes flickered. He and Feng Xuan had no entangled fates, yet they had not interacted much either. What could Feng Xuan want in the Blood Sea? After a brief moment of contemplation, he made a decision. "Please, do come in." Guided by Ming He, Feng Xuan traversed the Blood Sea and entered the Blood God Palace. Once seated, Ming He waved his hand, and a jug of pure blood essence wine appeared on the table. "The Blood Sea yields few treasures. I offer this wine brewed from the essence blood of myriad beings to entertain you." Feng Xuan looked at the bubbling blood in his cup and felt a wave of discomfort. One could hardly expect anything less from Ming He, the ancestor born of the Blood Sea. His taste is indeed extraordinary. No, I am not adept at handling alcohol. I cannot drink. Feng Xuan declined, for the blood wine was truly difficult to swallow. Seeing this, Ming He did not press the matter. He knew that few beings in the primordial realm could endure such wine. His palate was not something most could appreciate. Downing the blood wine in one gulp, Ming He turned to Feng Xuan and inquired, "Feng Xuan, my friend, now may I ask what brings you here?" Gazing at Ming He, whose face bore traces of blood, Feng Xuan remained composed. "I have come to discuss the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner in your possession. Might you be willing to part with it?" Upon hearing the name of the Xian Yuan water-controlling banner, Ming He's heart jolted. This item had been discovered by him in the Blood Sea several 100,000 years ago and had never been revealed to any other being. How did he know? Feng Xuan noticed Ming He's confusion and directly produced the three banners he held. In an instant, three-colored divine light erupted, radiating brilliantly as myriad laws retreated. To be frank, I already possess 3 of the 5 directions flags of innate treasures. I wish to collect them all. Ming He gazed in awe at the 3 radiant flags before him. marveling at the wealth of the three pure ones, who so generously bestowed such exquisite innate treasures upon their disciple. He felt no envy. Since that is the case, I shall not conceal the truth. The Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is indeed in my possession. Yet you must know it is a supreme innate treasure. What do you offer in exchange? The River of Darkness spoke softly to him. The Xian Yuan water-controlling flag held little significance in terms of the path to enlightenment. It had no connection to his murderous path. Regarding practicality, he already possessed the 12th rank Fiery Red Lotus and 2 Swords of Slaughter, providing him with both offensive and defensive capabilities that he could easily exchange it for items of equivalent value. Feng Xuan, with a calm demeanor, spoke leisurely. The opportunity to attain sainthood may indeed be a matter laden with great merit. Upon hearing his complete statement, the pupils of the River of Darkness suddenly constricted, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. An opportunity for sainthood. Was this not what he had long sought? Years ago, he had even risked ambushing Hong Yun for the foundational Hongming purple chi necessary for that very purpose. Ha! You fool, the old ancestor. The River of Darkness immediately erupted into wild laughter. Unable to believe that someone would offer such an opportunity, at the very least, it could not be exchanged for a supreme innate spiritual treasure. If you're not sincere, then please take your leave. Out of respect for our mutual acquaintance with the 3 purities, I shall not pursue your foolish actions, the River of Darkness coldly remarked. His face adorned with a mocking expression as he dismissed the guest, a mere disciple, and he had already shown him respect by addressing him as a fellow Taoist, yet he dared to deceive him. Did he think the River of Darkness was so easily fooled? Alas, why does my fellow Taoist not trust me? Feng Xuan sighed, not lingering on the matter, and summoned the innate supreme treasure, the celestial star chart, which radiated with the power of the stars and directly assisted him in achieving the status of a lesser saint. The overwhelming pressure emanating from Feng Xuan's form caused the surging sea of blood to quiet for a moment. All paths of the myriad worlds retreated in deference to the celestial sovereign. Now, do you believe me? The supreme sound of the Tao rolled forth, resonating like a mighty bell, echoing across the sea of blood and deafening the River of Darkness. Who faced this overwhelming force? With a thunderous crash, the seated form of the River of Darkness shattered. Feng Xuan, in shock, thought he merely released a bit of pressure and employed a small tactic. And yet, my fellow Taoist, how did you shatter? Ah, truly, Feng Xuan, you are a paragon among us. Come, let us discuss this opportunity for sainthood in detail. Just then, outside the Blood God Palace, a figure clad in blood-red robes strode in. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the previously shattered River of Darkness. With a beaming smile, he displayed none of the disdain or mockery from before. Feng Xuan's keen gaze quickly discerned that this River of Darkness was merely a clone, not the true body. The River of Darkness was indeed an intriguing character if one were to speak of the most cunning in the Honghuang. The River of Darkness would surely have a place among them. He rarely revealed his true self. He even doubted whether the being who delivered the teachings at Zhixiao Palace years ago was truly his original form. My fellow Taoist, please forgive me. The earlier clone malfunctioned and spoke nonsense. I thank you for your intervention in destroying it, and I hope you will not take it to heart. The River of Darkness explained while seated before Feng Xuan, hastily clearing away the debris of the shattered clone. Fearful of displeasing Feng Xuan, however, was not inclined to hold it against him. He found the charade too tedious to expose. He stepped forward, traversing endless time and space, bringing this clone into the vast starry sky. Standing before a star brimming with lethal power, the opportunity for sainthood lay within. What is this? Confusion filled the eyes of the River of Darkness, though this star exuded a potent aura of slaughter. To him, it seemed utterly unrelated to the path of the saints. Upon closer inspection, the strength of the star's essence barely reached the pinnacle of the great Luo, not even touching the threshold of quasi-sainthood. No matter how he looked at it, he could see no connection between this and the opportunity for sainthood. However, due to the formidable power exhibited by Feng Xuan, the River of Darkness swallowed his doubts and kept them unspoken. Noticing this, Feng Xuan revealed a meaningful smile. He was well aware that this 7-killing star was far from capable of aiding one in achieving sainthood. Within the celestial star system, the 7-killing star was merely of middle to upper quality. Incomparable to the likes of the purple tenuity, the dark moon, and the sun. In truth, from the very beginning, Feng Xuan had no intention of providing the River of Darkness with a genuine opportunity for sainthood. He was merely employing his skills of deception. My fellow Taoist, you underestimate the extraordinary nature of this star. Feng Xuan strolled leisurely through the vast expanse of stars, with the celestial brilliance cascading down like a resplendent waterfall, continuously pouring into his being, amplifying his strength. What do you mean by that? The River of Darkness could not help but inquire. Feng Xuan's expression turned serious as he articulated, what you cultivate is the path of slaughter. Yet the Hongming purple qi has now found its respective holders. The paths of the three corpses and the path of merit have become inaccessible to you. Thus, only the path of power remains. The River of Darkness nodded slightly. He understood that the Hongming purple qi had found its places of belonging, and the one possessed by Hong Yun was now lost to him. Despite his extensive searches, he had found no leads, and in his desperation, he could only place his hopes on the path of power. This star is the killing star among the celestial bodies, inherently containing the pure essence of slaughter, which can assist you in comprehending the principles of killing, Feng Xuan continued. Moreover, the Honghuang world is constantly growing stronger and expanding, becoming increasingly stable, and its laws more perfected. Correspondingly, the power of the stars is also on the rise, and the essence of slaughter will surely become more robust in the long run. Ultimately, relying on the 7 killing star to validate your path through strength is not entirely impossible. Feng Xuan's words plunged the River of Darkness into deep contemplation as he began to seriously weigh the feasibility of this method. Indeed, within the perceptions of many great beings, the Honghuang world was indeed developing and growing, and the power of the stars, as Feng Xuan had said, showed signs of strengthening. However, the rate of this strengthening was excruciatingly slow. Even slower than his own cultivation speed. Was Feng Xuan perhaps deceiving him? Seeing that the River of Darkness still harbored doubts, Feng Xuan smiled slightly, and the green bamboo staff at his waist flickered with a faint yet mysterious light. In an instant, the two found themselves before another star, the Watcher Star. This star, also known as the White Tiger Star, represents one of the 4 spirits, the White Tiger. Its cultivation level had now approached that of a lesser saint. Feng Xuan introduced. This shows that even a seemingly ordinary star possesses the potential to aid beings in breaking through to the peak of quasi-sainthood. The River of Darkness gazed intently at the Watcher Star. His expression grave and contemplative. He knew of the White Tiger's fearsome reputation. Yet this Watcher Star seemed to possess little strength compared to the earlier 7 killing star. Feng Xuan's words seemed to illuminate a glimmer of hope for him. After much contemplation, the River of Darkness finally made up his mind. My fellow Taoist, let us return to the Sea of Blood. I shall exchange, for that slight chance of attaining sainthood, a supreme innate spiritual treasure seemed not too high a price to pay. Excellent. Feng Xuan suppressed the laughter bubbling within as he, with his formidable lesser saint strength, led the River of Darkness straight back to the endless Sea of Blood. The two once again entered the Blood God Palace. There, the earlier clone of the River of Darkness still stood quietly, showing no signs of movement. Just as Feng Xuan began to harbor doubts, another River of Darkness strode into the hall, holding the Xianyuan water-controlling flag. Feng Xuan inwardly marveled at how cautious the River of Darkness was in his actions. He then proceeded to perform the sealing rite. It be by the name of the Celestial Sovereign, I hereby confer upon the River of Darkness the title of Master of the 7 killing star, granting him dominion over the authority of slaughter in the celestial stars. As soon as Feng Xuan's words fell, the celestial star chart radiated with brilliant light, and the position representing the 7 killing star flickered incessantly. A blinding crimson beam shot forth, plunging deep into the Sea of Blood. Simultaneously, the true 7 killing star in the starry sky emitted an eerie scarlet glow, sending forth a stout beam of light that pierced down to the depths of the Sea of Blood. Not good. We've been exposed. Witnessing this scene, the 2 clones of the River of Darkness instantly turned pale. They had never anticipated that accepting the title of Star Master would reveal the location of their true bodies.